Chapter 1 Favorite drink animal milk. Join the chat group. Unlimited point system. Host, Li Wei. Cultivation method, Hemming Gong. Great perfection, cannot be upgraded. Basic swordsmanship. Great perfection, cannot be upgraded. Comprehensive strength evaluation, second-rate masters of the rivers and lakes. Skill points, 77. Li Wei was doing nothing with a brush in his mouth. What he thought in his mind was how to find more powerful martial arts exercises, even immortal cultivation techniques. That's right. Li Wei is a traveler. Moreover, Li Wei still has a system. As shown above. Li Wei's system is the infinite add point system, which is simple, quick, and convenient to add points with one click. Relying on the infinite add point system, Li Wei was only 12 years old in this life, and he became a second-rate master in the arena. This is not the limit of Levi. If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't find a more powerful martial arts technique, and there was no immortal cultivation technique to practice. Otherwise, Li Wei estimates that he may already be a cultivator. Even if he is not cultivating immortals and has good martial arts, then he should be a congenital master of all corners of the world. After all, there are still 77 skill points left on Li Wei's system panel. And Li Wei added Hemming Gong to the realm of great perfection, and it only took a mere 9 skill points. Speaking of skill points, the source of skill points of this infinite points system is to eat. The more Li Wei eats, the more energy contained in the food he eats, and the more skill points he converts. Li Wei crossed over directly to a baby. With the accumulation of these 12 years, he managed to accumulate about 90 skill points after eating for 12 years. There are now 77 left. 9 of these skill points are used to improve Hemming Gong. The remaining 4 skill points were used by Li Wei to improve the basic swordsmanship. Li Wei, be careful. The ink from the brush you're holding in your mouth has got on my clothes. Sudden. Su Xian, who was sitting in front of Li Wei, turned his head and said to Li Wei. Li Wei took off the brush in his mouth and said with a smile, "I'm so sorry. I won't be able to do it next time." Su Xian showed a resentful expression and said, "You said the same last time, and you said the same last time." Li Wei coughed awkwardly and said, "Well, how about I compensate you for a piece of clothing?" Li Wei took out a tael of silver, handed it to Su Xian, and said seriously, "Don't refuse, I'm too lazy to talk to you." Su Xian twitched the corners of his mouth and took the money. Li Wei continued to hold the brush in his mouth, wandering the world. That's right. When you see Su Xian's name, you know what kind of world this is, right? Sleeping Snake Boss Su Xian, but his name has been passed down through the ages. In this life, Li Wei has crossed into the world of the legend of the White Snake. Moreover, Li Wei and Su Xian are classmates and go to school in the same private school. It is precisely because Li Wei knows that this world is the world of the legend of the White Snake. Therefore, Li Wei is sure that there is an immortal cultivation technique in this world. Even Li Wei had already caught Bai Suhan's attention. Li Wei deliberately made friends with Su Xian, so, Su Xian must have married Bai Suhan in the future. Li Wei, through Su Xian's relationship, asked Bai Suhan for this immortal cultivation method. Isn't it difficult? After all, Bai Suhan is a 1,000-year-old monster who is about to ascend to immortality. A copy of the cultivation method may be a treasure for ordinary cultivators. But for the big demon who is about to become an immortal, it is definitely not a problem. So what? Li Wei, who deliberately befriended Su Xian, often helped Su Xian with money. Anyway, in Li Wei's life, the family was a wealthy landlord, and there was no shortage of small money at all. But Su Xian can't do it. His parents died early in Su Xian's family. He was brought up entirely by his sister, and he was very poor. Actually, counting the time, Bai Suhan should also come to Su Xian to repay her kindness. Su Xian is 16 years old. It's only been 2 years. Li Wei was thinking. Even though Li Wei was only 12 years old, the private school in ancient times was not so formal. In the private school, there were 10-year-old children. 16-year-old Su Xian went to a private school here, which was a normal thing. It's a pity that Su Xian is not up to the mark, because Su Xian has taken the imperial examination several times, but he can't even pass the examination for a scholar. Really stupid as a pig. If it weren't for Bai Suhen's reasons. To be honest, Li Wei was really too lazy to make friends with Su Xian. Because, so stupid. Ding. Suddenly, a voice appeared in Li Wei's ear, which shocked Li Wei. Do you want to join the superdimensional chat group? The voice asked Li Wei. Li Wei couldn't help but be surprised. After all, he had the infinite addition system in his body. Presumably this infinite add point system is his golden finger. So, what the hell is this superdimensional chat group? His other golden finger? Do I have 2 cheats for cheating? Although Li Wei was surprised, he quickly accepted the fact. With a thought, Li Wei chose to agree to join the superdimension chat group. At the same time, on the chat interface of the superdimension chat group, a line of information scrolled. I love animal milk to join the chat group. Chapter 2-Wonderful Misunderstanding. What the hell do you like to drink animal milk? Although I like drinking animal milk very much, I'm not going to give me such a shy group name, right? Am I, Li Wei, shameless? Li Wei is very spit. Because, after joining the superdimension chat group, his group name is his favorite to drink animal milk. The name is so embarrassing. What's more embarrassing is that Li Wei really likes drinking animal milk. Fuck. Change your name, I want to change your name. Li Wei was looking for the operation of changing his name in the superdimension chat group. However, what? Only the group owner can change my name? My favorite name for drinking animal milk, should the group owner change it for me? Co-authoring, I'm not the group owner? Just a group member? Forget it, it's better to have a chat group to play with than nothing. Maybe it can give me some help. Li Wei pondered. What Li Wei didn't know was that, at this time, the group owner of the superdimension chat group was already shocked. Shock? 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 Damn, I like to drink animal milk the most? Isn't this the nickname of Huang Tiandi? Could it be that Huang Tiandi joined the chat group? What should I do? Fuck. I have to find a way. This is such a wasteful emperor. The big man who is determined to rule the ages. The first emperor of the ages. Wait. I'll try it first, calm down, I'll see if he is the emperor of the wild heaven, and then see when his current timeline is. If I meet the young Huangtian emperor, I sent it. The group owner of the superdimension chat group is called Suye. At this moment, Suye let out a wretched laugh, and then followed the chat page. Omniscient and almighty Sudaxian, group owner, welcome new members to join the group. Excuse me, my favorite drink is animal milk, are you called number 10? Omniscient and almighty Sudaxian loves to drink animal milk. Was at a bit. Li Wei was also alarmed. At a glance, he saw the group leader, the magic stick, asking him. Li Wei was lost in thought. Li Wei decided to pretend to be number 10. Li Wei felt that it would be good to be able to make a fool of the group master. Li Wei has looked at the chat records of the superdimension chat group. Li Wei has discovered that the superdimension chat group is most likely the golden finger of this all-knowing and almighty Sudaxian. This god stick group leader is all-knowing and omnipotent. In the superdimension chat group, he cheats and eats and drinks. Now, in this superdimension chat group, there are only 7 chat group members, but 5 of the 7 chat group members were fooled by the all-knowing and almighty Sudaxian. It can be called a magic stick like the king of fudge. because there are a total of 7 chat group members, including Li Wei, who just joined the group, and the God Stick group owner himself. So, I'll try playing number 10. Number 10, is the Emperor Huangtian? Haha. I forgot that Emperor Huangtian also likes to drink animal milk, and he also had a nickname for drinking animal milk the most when he was a child. It seems that it was the name of the group when I joined the group, which made the group owner misunderstood. Li Wei was decisive. If you decide to play Huangtian Emperor, then play it immediately. Let's see if we can fight against this group of gods. Favorite to drink animal milk? Yes, my name is number 10, how do you know? Favorite animal milk? Hey, this chat group is amazing, are you all from different worlds? Li Wei decided to pretend to be a young Huangtian Emperor. The group owner Suye was excited. Fuck. It's really the Emperor of the Wild. It's still the Emperor Huangtian in his childhood. How easy it is to deceive. The original true solution, the supreme treasure technique. Suye is super excited. Immediately, Suye decided to fool a wave of young Huangtiandi first. Omniscient and almighty Sudaxian, group owner number 10. Do you want to know about your future? Do you want to know who your parents are? Li Wei sneered in his heart when he saw this group leader speak like this. Look. The God Stick group master is ready to fool him. However, he is not really the Emperor of Heaven. Favorite to drink animal milk? I want to drink animal milk. I will play with the monkeys later, let's talk later. Suye was stunned. Could it be that Huangtiandi is still too young, only 1 or 2 years old? Otherwise, why doesn't he care about his parents? Hey, it's a little tricky. Suye took a deep breath and thought of a way. But if Emperor Huangtian is really 1 or 2 years old at this time, how can I fool him? What can a 1 or 2-year-old child know? Damn. Forget it. I can't fool the 1 or 2-year-old young Huangtiandi, I have to have a good relationship with him. This is Huangtiandi, the boss who is destined to be arbitrary in the future. Suye took a deep breath and began to speak. Omniscient and almighty Sudaxian, group owner, wait, don't rush to leave on the 10th, brother has some good things here, I'll give them to you, you can try to practice, it should be of some use. The all-knowing and almighty Sudaxian, group owner, sent the file 9 Yang Divine Art to his favorite drink beast milk. Chapter 3 _ The leader of the group is Huangtiandi blowing. Zhang Sanfan, group leader, are you the one who gave Zhu Yang Divine Art so easily to this favorite drinker of beast milk? You buckin, group leader. I asked you and Zhang Sanfan for Zhu Yang Divine Art so many times, but you refused to give it to me, so are you just giving it to the new group members? Li Ma Chu, envy, jealousy, and hate. Omniscient and almighty Sudaxian, group owner Li Ma Chu, you buckin. Do you too want it? Go to the group store and buy it yourself. Omniscient and almighty Sudaxian, group leader. As for Zhang Sanfan, do you know why I gave the Zhu Yang Divine Art to my favorite beast milk? Zhang Sanfan, I'm really confused. Didn't you say that the group owner put the Zhu Yang Shengong in the group store to sell, and the points we sold would be divided equally? How did you give away the Zhu Yang Shengong? Knowing and almighty Sudaxian, group owner, okay, I have a showdown. Let me introduce you to my friend number 10. Omniscient and almighty Sudaxian, group owner, you may not know the horror of this new group member who loves to drink animal milk. However, my eyes have seen through the future. Omniscient and almighty Sudaxian, group owner, this little friend who loves to drink animal milk is called number 10. He is destined to be a domineering emperor in the future. Omniscient and almighty Sudaxian, group leader Zhang Sanfan, do you know the Jade Emperor? Zhang Sanfan. The group owner is saying that this new group friend will become a person like Haoshan Jinkei Natural Miracle Milo, the true Jade Emperor God. You buckin, Will the new members of the group become figures like the Jade Emperor in the future? Li Ma Chu, how is this possible? Omniscient and almighty Sudaxian, group owner, why is it impossible? All-knowing and almighty Sudaxian, group leader, my eyes can see through the heavens and the world. In my eyes, I have seen that in the future, my little friend who loves to drink animal milk is destined to become, even more than the Jade Emperor. Mighty Presence. Omniscient and almighty Sudaxian, group owner, I'm here to show you, don't provoke the little friend who loves to drink animal milk the most. Offending him is the same as offending me. Because even I don't dare to say that you will definitely be able to defeat your favorite animal milk drinker in the future. Omniscient and almighty Sudaxian, group owner, do you understand? All-knowing and almighty Sudaxian, group leader, also, the world where the little friend who loves to drink animal milk is extremely terrifying. Even an ordinary child can have a huge power of thousands of pounds, so Zhuyang divine art is fundamental. It's nothing, that is, let the little friend who loves to drink animal milk just practice. Tony Stark, the new group members are so scary. Almighty Sudaxian, group leader, it's more terrifying than you think. Explain it in words you can understand. Tony, that is the little friend who will drink animal milk the most in the future, and you can destroy the universe with a snap of your fingers. In the group, it suddenly became quiet. Li Wei observed in the dark and only felt. This group master God Stick, is the Emperor of the Wild Heaven blowing it? Does Huang Tiandi have the Jade Emperor? The two of them have never fought, who knows? And the universe will be destroyed with a flick of the finger. The universe will be destroyed with a flick of the finger. The Emperor Huangtian is really that good? Li Wei pondered and felt that he couldn't give an answer, so he stopped thinking about it. After all, he is not really the Emperor of the Wild. Just pretending to be the number 10 Huangtian Emperor. I want to fool the God Stick group owner in the chat group, so that I can get some benefits. And now the benefits have been reaped. That's right, it's the 9 Yang divine art. Li Wei's Hung lacks martial arts training, so the 9 Yang divine art given to him by the masters of the Stick group is just right. Seeing that the group was quiet for a while, and no one spoke. It seems that they were all shocked by the words of the God Stick group touting the Emperor of the Wild. Li Wei did not observe it secretly anymore, and was ready to complete the 9 Yang divine art. Li Wei, master announced that school is dismissed. The future sleeping snake boss Su Xian said to Li Wei. Li Wei was a little dazed. Because he was reading the book 9 Yang divine art. The chat group is very magical. The Zhuyang magical art given to Li Wei by the master of the God Stick group, Li Wei can read it directly in his mind. Hearing Su Xian calling him, Li Wei nodded and said, Su Xian, I'm in a hurry today, so I won't go out to play with you. I'll go home first. There is 9 Yang Shen Gong, the magical power of the martial arts world. Li Wei now just wants to add 9 Yang Shen Gong to the great perfection. Li Wei had made an appointment with Su Xian to go fishing after school. But at this time, Li Wei seemed a little anxious, and said that again. Su Xian did not force it. Well then, Li Wei, go home first. Today I'm going fishing alone. Chapter 4_Learn Zhuyang Magic in Seconds. Li Wei watched the Zhuyang divine art seriously. Then, on Li Wei's system panel, the data of Zhuyang Shengong appeared. Unlimited point system. Host, Li Wei. Cultivation method, Zhuyang Shengong has not started, can be improved. Hemming Gong great perfection, cannot be upgraded. Basic swordsmanship great perfection, cannot be upgraded. Comprehensive strength evaluation, second-rate masters of the rivers and lakes. Skill points, 77. Very good. Since Zhuyang divine art has already appeared on the system panel. Then, give me some more. Li Wei thought about it. Moment. 1 skill point wasted. The first layer of Zhuyang magical art, can be upgraded. Zhu Divine Art has never entered the beginning in an instant, and has been promoted to the first level. Seeing this, Li Wei no longer hesitated. Anyway, add a little bit more crazy. The first level of Zhu Shengong can be upgraded, the 9th level of Zhu Shengong cannot be upgraded. The speed of adding points is fast. Just a few seconds passed. Li Wei suddenly became a master of Zhu Shengong to the great perfection. This is Li Wei's golden finger. Simple, fast and convenient. Add a little brainless, you can hammer everything. Look at the system panel. And then called out the system panel. Unlimited point system. Host, Li Wei. Cultivation method, the great perfection of Zhu Divine Art. Comprehensive strength evaluation, Jianghu Innate Masters. Skill points, 32. Li Wei pointed and counted. Alright. It took Li Wei 45 skill points to upgrade the Zhu Divine Art to the 9th level of great perfection. But it's worth it? Compared to before, when he was still a second-rate master, Li Wei felt that he could beat dozens of his previous self. After all, now, it is already a congenital master. If this were in the martial arts world of the Golden Book, Li Wei would already be a master and a lonely powerhouse who was a rare rival. It's a pity. This is in the world of the legend of the White Snake, where there are immortals and Buddhas all over the sky. So, with the strength of my congenital master, in the world of the legend of the White Snake, it is estimated that I will bully ordinary people. Maybe I can't beat any immortal cultivator at random. There is still a long way to go. Li Wei smiled. Just pretended to be the number 10 Huangtian Emperor and deceived Ben Zhu Divine Art from the God Stick Group Master. At this time, Li Wei had already added Zhu Divine Art to the realm of great perfection and became a congenital master. After pondering slightly, Li Wei sank his consciousness into the super dimension chat group again. If he wants to try it, can he still pretend to be a young Huangtian Emperor to get some benefits? Group reminder, the group owner has renamed the group member I love to drink animal milk to Huangtiandi. Zhang Sanfan sent the document Tai Chi Chuan to Emperor Huangtian. Tony Stark sends a red envelope to Huangtiandi. As soon as Li Wei entered the group, he saw the two messages above. This made Li Wei a little confused. What does Zhang Sanfan and Tony Stark mean? Li Wei quickly flipped through the chat records. Then, Li Wei understood. This is Zhang Sanfan and Tony Stark, licking dogs. I want to befriend the Baron Emperor in my childhood. The master of the God Stick group probably thought that the name of the group member I love drinking animal milk would affect the image of the great Huangtian Emperor, so he changed Li Wei's group name I love drinking animal milk to Huangtian. Got it? Li Wei not only took a deep breath. Lick the dog, it's amazing. It's so special, it's really thanks to the God Stick group master, the Baron Emperor. Li Wei didn't do anything yet. Just started to pretend to be a young Huangtian Emperor and said a few words. This is a free copy of Tai Chi Chuan exercises, and Tony Stark's red envelopes. The reason is the touts of the God Stick group masters. This God Stick group leader is still very prestige in the group. The God Stick group owner brags about Li Wei pretending to be the young Huangtian Emperor. Of course, other group members will follow and invest in the young Huangtian Emperor. There is no need for Li Wei to say more. Zhang Sanfan directly gave Li Wei a copy of Tai Chi Chuan, which he was good at. Tony Stark also sent a red envelope to Li Wei. Levi opened the red envelope that Tony Stark had given him. Fuck, 100 cartons of milk. Li Wei's face turned green. Unexpectedly, Tony Stark, the slut, gave him a red envelope, which turned out to be 100 boxes of milk. Is it because of the group name I love to drink animal milk before? Li Wei thought it was a steel armor. Good. Tony. I remember you. Li Wei said fiercely in his heart. Then, Li Wei chose to receive 100 boxes of milk, opened one box, took out a bottle, and drank it. Well, it tastes good. It turned out to be yogurt. It's a long-lost taste. After consuming a bottle of yogurt in 3 or 2 bites, Li Wei looked at the chat group page again. But see. The all-knowing and almighty Sudaxian, the master of the gods, is fooling people again. But after a while, there is a new person in the group. This newcomer's group name is the youngest super chef. Good guess. At least, a traveler like Li Wei can tell at a glance that the youngest super chef is Lu Angxing, nickname, Little Master. Chapter 5_Talking Crab. The God Stick group master fooled other group members, and Li Wei couldn't control it. In any case, Li Wei made up his mind that as long as he was not exposed, he would play the role of the young Huangtian Emperor. In the chat group, pretending to be Emperor Huangtian, the benefits are obvious. Even this God Stick group leader has to choose to befriend the young Baron Emperor. Because of the terrifying potential of Huangtiandi. So, Li Wei felt that as long as he was in the chat group, he could maintain his identity as the Emperor of Huangtian. So, what are the benefits of this chat group in the future? It must be a part of him. However, Zhang Sanfan just sent me a copy of Tai Chi. This Tai Chi can be practiced. Then don't rush to ask these group members for any benefit, even. I think if you pretend to be a young Huangtian Emperor, then you shouldn't take the initiative to seek benefits from these group members. After all, I pretended to be the young Huangtian Emperor, the God Stick group leader in the group, and boasted about the Huangtian Emperor like this, so other group members should take the initiative to give me benefits. Li Wei pondered. Then, Li Wei said 2 sentences in the chat group. Huangtiandi, hey, thank you Tony for the milk, and I have also practiced the 9 Suns magical art that you gave me. The youngest super chef, Huangtiandi. Hello. Omniscient and almighty Sudaxian, group leader number 10, you have mastered the 9 Yang divine art so quickly. Zhang Sanfan, should it be just a practice session? Huangtiandi, I've reached the 9th level. It's a very simple thing. The power is too small. Zhang Sanfan. Omniscient and almighty Sudaxian, group owner, it seems that I still underestimate your talent on the 10th. Emperor Huangtian, oh, Grandpa called me to eat? Li Wei began to observe secretly. After all, it is not the Emperor of the Wild Heaven, so much to say. So Li Wei felt that it was enough to say a few words and show his presence. Later. It is the master of the Magic Stick group, who completely deceived Lu Angxing, a new member of the group, to the process of not being able to find the south, east, north and west. After some flickering by the group leader of the gods, the young master Lu Angxing agreed to provide luminous dishes for each group member in the Super Dimension chat group. Of course, you have to buy it with money. But the group members in this group are not bad for money. Needless to say, Tony's big dog. Even the poorest members of the group, Yu Buchan and Li Ma Chu, were masters of martial arts. If they came to rob the rich and help the poor, they would not have to worry about money. Li Wei secretly observed for some time. Li Wei found that the super-dimensional chat group at this time really had nothing and was worth his conspiracy. Because, in the super-dimension chat group, the most precious martial arts practice is estimated to be Zhuyang divine art. Zhuyang Shengong has been used by the master of the God Sticks to befriend him who played the role of the young Huangtian Emperor. Li Wei also got Zhang Sanfan's Taijiquan. It's still free from Zhang Sanfan. It seems so. At present, in this super dimension chat group, there is not much oil and water to fish for. For Tony Stark's steel armor? To be honest, even if Tony sent a set of steel armor to Li Wei would not dare to use it in the world of Legend of the White Snake. Because the world of the Legend of the White Snake is full of gods and Buddhas. Steel armor, in the world of Legend of the White Snake, it is too conspicuous to use. Superdimensional chat group things aside. Being able to join the Super Dimension chat group can be regarded as an unexpected joy. But that's it? Because, even if he didn't join the Super Dimension chat group, Li Wei was sure to rise in the world of Whitesnake. After all, Li Wei's infinite points system is no joke. Add. As long as there is a practice method, adding points along the way, Li Wei can become an immortal and become an ancestor. It can only be said that joining the Super Dimension chat group can only make Li Wei easier to succeed. There's not much to say about the nightlife of a 12-year-old. The night went by like this. Li Wei got up early in the morning. After dinner, he took 2 books and went to the private school. En route, Li Wei met Su Xian by chance. Su Xian looked excited, which made Li Wei feel weird. Li Wei patted Su Xian on the shoulder and asked, "Su Xian, why are you so excited?" Su Xian said, "When I was just passing the vegetable market, I saw a talking crab, and that crab called for help. It was like a monster. It's funny." Li Wei was stunned for a moment, and then asked, "Su Xian, which vegetable market did you go to when you saw the talking crab?" Su Xian said, "It's the vegetable market closest to my house." Li Wei pondered, and then handed the 2 books in his hand to Su Xian. He said, "Brother Su Xian, do me a favor, you can put my books in the private school, and tell the master when you see me, my stomach hurts, I'll go to the private school in a while. Say it." Li Wei looked excitedly to Su Xian's mouth. The talking crab went. Chapter 6_Jinshan Temple nearby. The talking crab is, obviously, a monster. In this world of the legend of the white snake, it is not surprising that there are monsters. As for why, Li Wei is excited to discover the monster? Of course it's because of skill points. The infinite point system on Li Wei is also logical. Li Wei needs to eat, and the excess energy will be converted into skill points. Before Li Wei, he lived in this legend of the white snake world for 12 years, and only by eating, he accumulated 90 skill points. Right now, a talking crab monster appeared. Li Wei just wanted to try it out. How many skill points can he get by eating a monster? Selling crabs. Selling crabs. Talking crabs. In the vegetable market, a fisherman is shouting loudly. At the foot of the fisherman, is a crab the size of a mash. But seeing this crab, the whole body is ruddy, but it lacks 2 legs. It looked like a wounded crab. The crab was trampled on by the fisherman and could not break free, so he could only beg for mercy, "Let me go. Let me go." The crab's cry for mercy did not arouse the fisherman's heart of pity. On the contrary, because of the rare crab talking, everyone in the vegetable market scrambled to watch, wanting to see what the talking crab looked like. However, the liveliness is lively, but no one bids to buy the crabs under the fisherman's feet. The world of the legend of the white snake is not a modern scientific society. People here are very superstitious and believe in the existence of ghosts and ghosts. Actually, it's not a superstition anymore. Because in this world, monsters really exist. The crab under the fisherman's feet can speak human language and is obviously a monster. Such a monster can't be avoided by others. How dare you buy it? Besides, people in this period did not have the habit of eating crabs. So there are a lot of people watching the fun, but they didn't buy crab monsters. Alas. Unlucky. I said that there are so many people watching the fun. Why don't you buy crabs? How rare is this crab who can speak human words? The fisherman who stepped on the crab was probably tired of shouting, so he couldn't help but complain a few words. At this time, Li Wei came. With the strength of the innate masters of the rivers and lakes, Li Wei easily squeezed into the crowd and came to the fisherman who sold crabs. Li Wei just wanted to speak. But I heard a Taoist priest suddenly say beside Li Wei, "Where did you catch this fisherman, you crab?" Fisherman replied, "I picked it up from the Jiantang River when it was just dawn. I thought it was a rare thing, after all, it can talk. But who knows, everyone will look at it, but not buy it? Taoist priest, if you want this crab, I'll sell it to you for 2 taels of silver, after all, I've been busy. Taoist sneered, he said, fisherman, you are in trouble. I advise you to put this crab back into the Qiantang River. After saying that, the Taoist priest seemed to be worried about something, so he got into the crowd and slipped away. When the fisherman heard what the Taoist said, he was also confused. This. The fisherman is a man of interests. After all, if it were not for being realistic, he would not be able to take the risk and bring this talking crab monster to the market to sell. But the Taoist priest's words finally scared the fisherman. The fisherman had a look of hesitation on his face, hesitating, should he listen to the Taoist priest and let the crab go? But Li Wei said at this moment, Uncle Fisherman, you can sell this crab to me. Can you sell it for a tael of silver? Never mind the trouble. Anyway, Li Wei is not afraid of this, because there is a nearby temple called Jinshan Temple, and there is an old monk named Fahei in the temple. Unfortunately, Fahei and Li Wei have a good relationship. So Li Wei is not afraid that the monsters will trouble him at all. After all, just ask the monsters if they are afraid of the mighty Tianlong. Alright. The old monk Fahei in the world of Legend of the White Snake will not be a mighty dragon. However, this old monk Fahei is not much weaker than the Fahei in the world of Blue Snake, because he also has 1,000 years of Taoism, and he is one step away from attaining the status of Arhat in the Golden Body in the West. This old monk Fahei also has all the bowls given by the Buddha. Therefore, Li Wei, who has a little friendship with Fahei, is not afraid of monsters. A tael of silver. The fisherman stepped on a crab, and when he heard Li Wei's words, he thought, if the Taoist priest had said those words, the fisherman would not have sold the talking crab for a tael. But now, the fisherman's heart has been shaken, and he is really afraid that he will get into trouble. After a little thought, the fisherman agreed, 1 tael, just 1 tael. Give me 1 tael, and this crab is yours. Li Wei readily took out a tael of silver and handed it to the fisherman. The fisherman retracted his foot on the crab and said, take this crab away. Chapter 7_A wave of points. As a congenital master of all corners of the world, Li Wei possesses 10,000 jins of strength. He easily carried the talking crab and went home. Li Wei's parents in this lifetime, are you okay? His father's name was Li Jun, and he had passed the Zioki exam, but he was not a successful candidate. But Li Jun inherited his ancestral family business, and in Hangzhou, he is also a big landlord. No matter how big or small, Li Jun is also a person. Li Jun is very busy, he has to manage the family business, and so far, he does not want to die in the imperial examination, and he often studies hard. In Li Wei's house, it is his mother Shang Ziyufang, who manages the affairs of the family. Li Wei punched down casually and knocked the half-dead crab to death. Then he went into the house. Wei didn't you go to a private school? Li Wei didn't change his face, and said lightly, Mother, the master is ill, and today is a holiday. Shang Ziyufang said strangely, what's wrong with your master? I saw him fine the other day. Li Wei, I don't know. The master didn't say it, but it shouldn't be a serious illness. Maybe it will be fine tomorrow. Shang Ziyufang nodded and asked again, Wire, where did the crab you hold in your hand come from? Why is it so big? Li Wei, I saw someone selling it in the vegetable market. I haven't eaten such a big crab before, so I bought it. Shang Ziyufang did not ask any further questions. It was all because Li Wei was clever since he was a child, and he never needed anyone to urge him to read, so he was born at the age of 10. So Shang Ziyufang was very relieved. And Li Wei couldn't wait to stew the crab. To say that this rice-sized crab is really big, and it can't be stewed in one pot. Li Wei asked the servants to stew 2 pots before the crab was ready. This crab is very fragrant. The crab is ready, and Li Wei intends to swallow it alone. After all, this is a monster crab. Li Wei doesn't know whether ordinary people can eat monster meat. Li Wei relied on the infinite add point system, which gave him the terrifying digestion ability, that he dared to eat and drink casually. Eat a lot. Li Wei ate both pots of crab meat. Just see. Skill points, 132. Added 100 skill points. Levi was surprised. Because, in Li Wei's view, the crab monster is very weak. Half dead, caught by a human fisherman. For such a weak monster, in Li Wei's opinion, it would be good to provide him with a few skill points. Who knows, he was given 100 skill points. You know, before Li Wei, he only accumulated 90 skill points after eating mortal food for 12 years. So, eating monsters is the correct way to open my system, right? Li Wei pondered in his heart. With over 100 skill points now, Li Wei has no shortage of skill points. Then, Taijiquan is not beginner, can be improved. Taijiquan great perfection, cannot be improved. It's just a little extra. Cool. Yesterday, old man Zhang Sanfan, because he wanted to befriend Li Wei's childhood desolate emperor in the chat group. So the old man Zhang Sanfan gave Li Wei the Taijiquan he created. However, because Li Wei felt that he only had 32 skill points left, which was a bit too few, so he felt that it was necessary to keep these skill points for emergencies, so he did not rush to learn Taijiquan. Now eat a wave of fat crab monsters. Of course, it was added right away. After all, skill points are for use. Li Wei has no idea of being a miser. And Li Wei feels that maybe he will never be short of skill points in the future. Eat a little monster and you can get 100 skill points. And the world of the legend of the white snake is a world full of gods and Buddhas. Will there be a shortage of monsters? Of course, hurry up and add some points, it's important to improve your strength. No need to save skill points. After a wave of additions, Li Wei, who never knew Taijiquan, suddenly became a Taijiquan master. Unlimited point system. Host, Li Wei. Cultivation method, Taijiquan great perfection. Comprehensive strength evaluation, Jianghu masters and strong masters. Skill points, 117. To top up Tai Chi, it cost Li Wei 15 skill points. And because Taijiquan has reached the state of great perfection, Li Wei has suddenly become a figure at the level of a master in the rivers and lakes. Alright. Maybe the martial arts masters and strong masters are still scumbags in the world of the legend of the white snake, facing the gods and Buddhas in the sky. However, it is as simple as playing a master to be a master. Not many skill points are consumed, but this Taijiquan has a high level of strength improvement. Zhang Sanfan is worthy of being a great master in the martial arts world, famous for thousands of years. This Taijiquan is very good. Li Wei closed the system panel and had account of his own strength. Think about it. Li Wei sank his thoughts into the Super Dimension chat group again. The night has passed, maybe there are any surprises in the Super Dimension chat group? Even if there were no surprises, Li Wei had to peek at the chat records of these group members. After all, he has to play the role of the young Huangtian Emperor. It is better to know more about these group members. Otherwise it's not good to cheat. Author's words, in the new book period, for every 1,000 flowers and 1,000 evaluation votes, 1 update is added, and 5 updates are guaranteed every day. Chapter 8 I don't have to say anything. Lu Angxing sent a red envelope to Huang Tiandi. The all-knowing and almighty Sudaxian, group owner, sent the files Tianchuang Fist, Palm of Clouds, Fengshen Legs, and 3 points returning to the primordial Qi to Emperor Huang Tian. Once you enter the Super Dimension chat group page, Li Wei saw the above 2 news. This is in the chat group, come in Xianba. Looking at the documents sent to him by the group leader of the gods, Li Wei knew instantly that a newcomer had entered the group, Xianba. Moreover, it is estimated that Nakshanba has already been fooled and lamed by the masters of the gods. Otherwise, where did the masters of the gods come from? The so-called 3 points returning to the primordial chi is a powerful martial arts technique in the world of wind and cloud. Those who practice this technique are the leaders of the world. Xianba is a heroic character, relying on 3 points returning to the primordial chi. He stirs the wind and rain in the world of wind and cloud. In the martial arts world, 3 points returning to the primordial chi is already a high-level martial arts practice. Taking the 3 points returning vitality cheat book for nothing, Li Wei felt very good. He knew that the God Stick Group Master, this is to lick the young Baron Emperor, he played again. And the red envelope that Lu Angxing sent to him. Li Wei opened it and looked at it, and found that it was all kinds of luminous dishes, such as golden egg fried rice, magic mapo tofu and so on. Li Wei accepted all the documents sent by the masters of the Magic Stick Group, and then accepted the red envelope sent to him by Lu Angxing, the young master. Next, Li Wei checked the chat records of the Super Dimension chat group. Just see. Omniscient and Almighty Sudaxian, group owner, at, friend number 10, I sent you a few more martial arts cheats. Maybe it's simple for you, but after all, it's something from other worlds, so it should be of some use to you. Omniscient and Almighty Sudaxian, group owner, at, young friend number 10, Lu Angxing's cooking is very good. I spent some money to buy a few dishes and asked Lu Angxing to give it to you. You can try it. In the chat group, the messages of @group members will be seen by the group members at the first time. See these 2 messages. Li Wei knew that it was not Lu Angxing who was licking him, but only the master of the gods. Think about it, that little boss Lu Angxing is not someone who can lick people. No wonder Lu Angxing will give me a red envelope, it's the leader of the God Stick Group. Li Wei was satisfied. Very good. Counterfeiting the childhood Baron Emperor, the benefits are many. Even Li Wei himself didn't have to say anything to get the benefits. Did not expect. Who let this God Stick Group Master be the Emperor of Huangtian? Li Wei browsed the chat records of these group members again. Then, Li Wei learned that this tyrant joined the chat group at 9 o'clock last night. And the flickering skills of the God Stick Group Masters are super terrifying. In a mere 2 hours, the masters of the God Sticks fooled Xianba and couldn't find the north. In less than 3 hours, Xianba handed over the secrets of Fengshen Legs, Tianfrost Fist, Paling Cloud Palm and 3 points returning to the primordial chi to the master of the God Sticks. Moreover, the God Stick Group Master also agreed with Xianba to let Xianba go to Lingyun Grotto in the world of Fenjiun to pick Blood Bodhi. And because it was the God Stick Group Master who provided the news of Blood Bodhi, the God Stick Group Master and Xianba negotiated, and the 2 of them would divide the Blood Bodhi picked by that time. Hey, poor tyrant. Another fooled one. In terms of flickering, I would like to call you the strongest in the group of gods. Fortunately, I'm a transmigrator, and with a wave of backhands, you will be fooled by the master of the God Stick Group. I gave myself 99 points for this wave of pretending to be a young Huangtian emperor. The remaining point is because I'm afraid of being proud of myself. Li Wei swiped the chat record and looked very happy. And after that, because of the God Stick Group Master, he sent Li Wei the cheats of Tianfrost Fist, Palm of Clouds, Fengshen Legs and 3 points returning to the primordial chi. This caused Xianba to be puzzled. Therefore, of course, the God Stick Group Masters are blowing again. What is the horizontal push of the invincible Baron Emperor? What will be the God-level figure of the heavens and the world in the future? Let Xianba's eyes shine brightly, and don't provoke the destined to be arbitrary for eternity. This Group Lord, you are a Baron Emperor blowing, really? Li Wei swiped the chat records and was shocked. Thoughts arose, the Emperor of the Wild Heaven is indeed invincible in the world. The group leader, the Baron Emperor, is so powerful. Of course, Nakshanba was shocked on the spot. Xianba, hey, group leader, sorry, this. I won't offend the Emperor Huangtian, right? I just seemed a little dissatisfied. Xianba panicked. There is no way, the God Stick Group Master blows too much. Moreover, the skill of the God Stick Group owner to fool people is really good. Maybe before he became the group owner of the Super Dimension Chat Group, this group owner was engaged in the Sunshine Project. All-knowing and almighty Sudaxian, group owner Xianba, you don't have to panic, little friend number 10 has a big heart, and he is only 1 or 2 years old now, right? He won't take your rudeness to heart. The God Stick Group Master's comfort. And Xianba was still a little panicked. After all, the God Stick Group Masters boasted too much about the future Baron Emperor. Therefore, Xianba decided to compensate the young Huangtian Emperor 1 or 2. Seeing here, the chat history is finished. Li Wei can only say lick the dog, it's amazing. He didn't do anything, as if he was about to take advantage again. Chapter 9 _ This is the Supreme Master. Alas. Of course I don't have to say anything. The Emperor Huangtian will take care of everything for me. Li Wei thought for a while. After thinking about it, well, Li Wei still spoke and greeted the group owner. After all, the group leader, the Desolate Heaven Emperor, cannot be allowed to blow, feeling that the youth Desolate Heaven Emperor has left him in the cold. Otherwise, when the time comes, what if this Desolate Heaven Emperor blows and does not benefit the young Desolate Heaven Emperor he pretends to be? Huangtiandi, group leader, good morning. Thank you for the gift you gave me. It was only after this sentence that Li Wei went offline. In fact, there is nothing good in the group right now. Just came in as a tyrant, and was immediately drained by the gods. And the masters of the God Sticks, as the Huangtian Emperor, sent a copy of the exercises to Li Wei in order to please the young Huangtian Emperor. There is absolutely no need for Li Wei to say anything in the chat group. Once you have the exercises, continue to add points. After all, Li Wei now has enough skill points. Moreover, 3 points returning to the primordial chi is a very powerful martial arts technique, and if you practice it to the highest level, it is enough to change the celestial phenomena in a small area. In Li Wei's opinion, if he cultivates to a 3-point return to vitality, then maybe he will be able to wrestle with some immortal cultivators in this world. After all, there are both strong and weak immortal cultivators. The most powerful group is Fahey and his like. It is estimated that their strength is not inferior to the ordinary immortals in the sky. But weak. Have you heard of the cultivators during the Qi training period? The power to change the celestial phenomena in a small area is not comparable to Fahey, but how can it deal with some less powerful immortal cultivators? Then hurry up and read the cheats of Tian Frost Fist, Palm of Clouds, Feng Shen Legs and 3 points returning to the primordial Qi. As long as you read the cheats once, these martial arts exercises will appear on my system panel. When the time comes, add points with 1 click, it's simple, fast and convenient. Li Wei got serious and watched the cheats. The cheat files received by the chat group appeared directly in the mind. Li Wei looked at the secret book in his mind and read it very quickly. As for the matter of going to a private school, Li Wei had long forgotten about it. Anyway, the master of the private school had a good relationship with Li Wei, and it was not enough that Li Wei did not go to class for a day, so he came to Li Wei's house. Before, Li Wei told his mother, "Master is ill and needs to take a day off." Watched all morning. Li Yk finished reading the cheats of Tian Frost Fist, Palm of Clouds, Feng Shen Legs and 3 points returning to vitality. Not surprisingly, after reading these cheats, these 4 exercises appeared on Li Wei's system panel. So add some points. The Frost Fist is not beginner, can be improved, the great perfection of Frost Fist, cannot be improved. Undergraduate Cloud Dispelling Palm, can be upgraded. Cloud Dispelling Palm Great Perfection, cannot be upgraded. Aeolus Legs are not entry level, can be raised. Aeolus Legs Great Perfection, cannot be raised. 3 points of returning to the original chi before entry, can be improved. 3 points of returning to the vitality of the Great Perfection, cannot be improved. Add points to complete. Under this wave of operations, Li Wei's strength has soared. Although Li Wei was a martial arts master at the martial arts master level before. But now, after adding points to fill up the 4 major martial arts in the world of wind and cloud, Li Wei felt that he could beat 100 of his previous self. Open the system panel and see. Unlimited point system. Host, Li Wei. Cultivation method, 3 points return to vitality. Comprehensive strength evaluation, the supreme master of the martial arts world. Skill points, 12. Filling up the 4 martial arts of Xianba consumes 105 skill points of Li Wei. But the gain is even greater. The evaluation of the Supreme Grandmaster. Are these 4 martial arts of Xianba so awesome? I still remember, even in the world of the legend of the double dragons of the Tang dynasty, only the martial arts experts who have penetrated the secrets of heaven and man can be regarded as supreme masters, right? Li Wei was really a little surprised when he saw the evaluation of the system. But, don't care much. The world of wind and cloud is, after all, the world of Joo. It is not impossible to become the supreme master of the martial arts world by elevating the mastery of Xianba to the state of great perfection where there is no ascension. In the end, the supreme master of the martial arts world is also a martial arts character after all. Hangzhou, suburbs. Li Wei used his Fengshen legs to glide in the low air like riding the wind to control his air. It's really cool. It feels like flying. This is the mighty power of Superman. The supernatural power of oneself. Since joining the Super Dimension chat group, Li Wei has added so many times. Its strength, compared to the beginning, I do not know how many times stronger. As such, Li Wei will naturally not fail to try, how strong he is. After adding Xianba's 4 unique skills, Li Wei went out. He came to the outskirts of Hangzhou, in the wild mountains and mountains, just to try his current Supreme Master strength. Chapter 10_King of Luck. Fengshen legs, fast like a ghost. Walking like a gust of wind. The Fengshen legs of the Great Perfection realm can even make me glide a certain distance at a low altitude. Skyfrost Fist. One punch can freeze 100 meters. It's powerful. The Cloud Dispelling Palm can mobilize the water vapor and mist, and split it out with one palm, destroying mountains and rocks. 3-point return to vitality, is to combine the 3 unique skills of Fengshen leg, Cloud Dispelling Palm and Tianchuang Fist into one. 3 points of Gui Yuan Qi can condense a huge energy ball, smashing it down, it can shake a mountain. After an hour or 2 of trying, Li Wei had a clear idea of his current strength. Not very strong. But not too weak. If he encounters some little monsters, Li Wei dares to say that he can definitely kill them with 3 or 2 moves. Of course, if you encounter a big demon. To run. Although Li Wei doesn't know what the so-called big demon's strength is. But with reference to Bai Sohan, the wife of the sleeping snake boss Su Xian, you can get a bit of a concept. Bai Sohan, that is the existence that can drive the river and flood the Jinshan temple. Fa Hai, who can fight with Bai Sohan, can hold up the Jinshan with one hand, and he can continue to fight with Bai Sohan when he holds up the Jinshan. Jinshan is a big mountain. Think about it this way. Am I really still weak? You still have to cultivate immortals. In this immortal world, martial arts training is too low. Li Wei sighed. But there is no immortal cultivation technique. Otherwise, if you can cultivate immortals, ghosts want to practice martial arts. Using his Fengshen legs, Li Wei rode the wind to control his air, gliding at a low speed and returning to Hangzhou from the wilderness. Just have a number on your own strength. It's good to know who to avoid. Who else can be slapped to death? Abbreviation, there are numbers in mind. At this time, it was already afternoon. Li Wei guessed that the private school should also be dismissed. After all, the master is not a diligent master. Li Wei went to Su Xian's house and waited for Su Xian to come back from school. Although he joined the super-dimensional chat group, Li Wei was accustomed to it and felt that it was better to prepare with both hands. In case, Li Wei was in the chat group, pretending to be a young Huangtian emperor, and was discovered by the chat group owner. Li Wei can also use Bai Suhan to obtain the cultivation method of immortality. And the shortcut to contact Bai Suhan lies in Su Xian. After all, Li Wei is not Bai Suhan's benefactor, but Su Xian. Bai Suhan will definitely come to Su Xian to repay her kindness in the future. Li Wei made a good relationship with Su Xian in advance, and when Bai Suhan came to Su Xian to repay her kindness, Li Wei and Bai Suhan would not be so abrupt. Su Xian is a stupid boy whose parents died early, and only his sister takes care of him. Sister Su Xian's name is Su Jiarong, she is more than 20 years old, and she is already married. A few years ago, Su Jiarong married Li Gongfu, the head of Qiantang County. Now, Su Xian lives in the home of his sister and brother-in-law Li Gongfu. To say that Su Xian is also lucky, her sister is kind-hearted, and her brother-in-law Li Gongfu is also an upright figure. Therefore, Su Xian was not severely criticized for being under the guard of others, and his life was pretty decent. Knock on the door. Su Jiarong was at home, opened the door, and saw Li Wei. Su Jiarong asked, "Chang Sheng, are you and Su Xian after school?" Chang Sheng, this is Li Wei's word. The ancients not only have names, but also characters. Like Su Xian, the surname is Su Xian and the Chinese character is Xian. Li Wei's surname is Li and his name is Chang Sheng. People who are familiar here will be called people's words. Obviously. Li Wei knew Su Jiarong very well. Because of Su Xian, Li Wei often went to Su Xian's house. After going back and forth, he became familiar with Su Jiarong, and Li Wei was also familiar with Li Gongfu. Li Wei said, "Sister Su, I didn't go to the private school today, I'm here to wait for Su Xian." Su Jiarong wondered, "Why don't you go to a private school?" Li Wei only said, "I have something to do today." Su Jiarong said, "In a few days, it will be the county exam. If you are going to take the county exam, you have to work harder." Li Wei said with a smile, "It's just the county test, it's already in my mind." According to Li Wei, that is. As long as you know the characters and memorize the 4 books and 5 classics, you can pass this ancient test of childbirth. It is very simple. The county test is a little harder, but Li Wei has a plug-in. Introduction to the 4 books and 5 classics can be upgraded. Li Wei's confidence is not without reason. As long as Li Wei thinks about it, he can put the knowledge he has learned on the system panel and improve it. If you can add points without a brain, why should you worry about it? As long as Li Wei is willing. It is easy to get a champion. After all, as long as you can add some points, Li Wei, the sage of the Great Desolation, is not surprised. This is the confidence of hanging up, not comparable to a traverser who works hard. Seeing Li Wei's self-confidence, Su Jiarong sighed, "You are self-confident. If Su Xian can be as confident as you are, that would be great." Li Wei said, "Su Xian is lucky. This is not bullshit. Su Xian is really lucky." According to the script of fate in the future, if Li Wei does not change the plot, then, Bai Suhan, a disciple of Li Shan's old mother, will become Su Xian's wife. The dignified Wenxing Jun will be reincarnated as Su Xian's son. And Su Xian doesn't have to do anything. When his son Wen Kuxing returns to his place, Su Xian can hug his thighs and ascend to immortality. This is all the script of The Legend of the White Snake, not a tragedy. Su Xian is a man like the King of Luck. He just hugged his thighs and became an immortal. What a shame for countless immortal cultivators in the world who practice hard to become immortals. Fortunately, Li Wei has a system, otherwise Li Wei would have to envy Su Xian. As for Su Xian arrived. Chang Sheng. Chang Sheng. Why didn't you go to the private school today? Su Xian, carrying a book bag, shouted from a distance when he saw Li Wei standing in front of his house. Chapter 11 Fishing out a dragon girl. Li Wei said, I'm in a hurry. Su Xian came over and said, do you want to go fishing later? Su Jiarong was on the side. Seeing this, she said angrily, Su Xian. The county trial will be in a few days. Do you still want to fish? Su Xian's scalp was numb, and said, this. I don't rush to study for a while. It's better to combine work and rest. It's better to combine work and rest. I'm going to school all day now. Obviously, although Su Xian, who played with Li Wei, did not increase his IQ, he had learned a lot in the same way. Otherwise, Su Xian in the original plot is an honest person. Su Jiarong thought for a while, and then agreed, okay. Han Wen, you can go fishing with Chang Sheng, but you have to go home early. Su Xian is a joy. This joy floated on the surface, showing that Su Xian was not scheming. If Su Xian really had some scheming, Li Wei wouldn't think Su Xian was stupid like a pig. Qiantang River, mighty. Li Wei and Su Xian came to the Qiantang River with fishing rods. Just go fishing here. Li Wei said something. There are still many fish in the Qiantang River. Not to mention the West Lake, fishing in the West Lake will be a bit strange, because the West Lake is already famous at this time, and there are many tourists. On the contrary, there are very few people along the Qiantang River. In Su Xian's mind, he was already thinking about the freshness and deliciousness of the big fish. He nodded, in response to Li Wei, he put down the fishing rod, took out the bait, and started to operate. Li Wei seemed to be slow, he was a drunkard, not drinking. Fishing with Su Xian is to have a good relationship with Su Xian. Otherwise, does Li Wei really care about how many fish? It's almost the same as a fish demon. Putting the bait on the hook, Li Wei put the rod into the Qiantang River, and then just waited. It doesn't matter if the fish is hooked or not. In fact, with Li Wei's ability at this time, if he really wanted to catch fish, it couldn't be easier. After all, he is also a first-class figure of the supreme master of the martial arts world. With otherworldly means. I just don't know if I can meet a stupid monster by the Qiantang River. Fishing, Li Wei was thinking. This morning, a fisherman found a crab monster by the Qiantang River and was bought by Li Wei for a tael of silver. Although the crab monster was half dead, after eating it, it also provided Li Wei with 100 skill points. Therefore, Li Wei hopes to meet a monster by the Qiantang River. After all, in Li Wei's view, monsters are equal to a lot of skill points. Except for powerful yokai. Because Li Wei can't beat it? Haha, I caught a big fish. Suddenly, Su Xian was overjoyed. However, a big fish took the bait and was caught by Su Xian. Li Wei's Hung wanted to congratulate Su Xian. However, he saw that a girl who was 28 years old suddenly appeared beside Su Xian. The girl was wearing a long blue dress with a pair of embroidered shoes under her feet. She looked very simple to wear. However, the girl has a pair of horns on her head. Fuck. Monster. Seeing this, Li Wei was overjoyed. I don't know what luck I had today. I bought a crab monster in the morning. Now I'm fishing with Su Xian, and I meet a deer monster again? Looking at the forked horns on this head, it should be a deer demon, right? Li Wei was a little unsure. In order not to kick the iron plate, Li Weiqiang suppressed his overjoyed heart and asked, Su Xian, do you know this girl next to you? Su Xian was stunned. Because the girl appeared behind Su Xian hadn't found her yet. After Li Wei said this, Su Xian turned around and saw the horned girl behind him. Su Xian turned pale in shock. Has horns. Monster, monster. Li Wei said, then Su Xian, don't you know this dear demon? Then, may I ask this lady dear demon, who are you? Please tell me your origin. If the origin is not deep. So. Unfortunately. This young lady dear demon is going to enter his belly tonight to provide a boost for his rise. Girl opened her eyes wide, pointed at herself, and said angrily in disbelief, Dear. Dear demon? Which eye did you see that I was a dear demon? Li Wei, I can see both eyes. Do you think I can't see the big forked antlers on your head? Girl narrowed her eyes and said angrily, I'm not wearing antlers on my head. I'm a dragon. A real dragon. What's on my head are dragon horns. I am the daughter of the Qiantang River Dragon King. Don't hurry up and pay homage to me. Li Wei frowned. It turned out to be a dragon girl. This is no good. Qiantang River Dragon King, but the righteous God of heaven. Li Wei, for no reason, just for some skill points, it is impossible to eat the dragon girl, after all, it is not worth it. In addition, it is also a problem to beat the dragon girl. After all, the dragon girl is a real dragon. Thinking for a while, Li Wei said, Are you the daughter of the Dragon King of Qiantang River? Then I'm not an ordinary person. I'm very familiar with Master Fahey of Jinshan Temple. To save face, I'm just fishing here with my friends, no problem. Are you a dragon girl? Li Wei consciously, the face of the old bald donkey of Fahey should be quite big, right? After all, Fahey is only one step away from becoming an arhat in the golden body of the West Heaven, and he also possesses the magic weapon bestowed by the Buddha. Who knows? When Long Envy heard this, she was furious. You are the friend of the old bald donkey of Fahey. You are so brave. I ate the crab general of the Qiantang River Dragon Palace this morning, and then used the monk Fahey to press me. I think you are want to die? Chapter 12 _ Have you heard of luminous cuisine? The dragon girl was furious, and there were huge waves on the Qiantang River. Su Xian was so frightened that his face turned pale, and said, It's over, it's over. The monsters are going to eat people. Dragon girl coldly shouted, Who are you talking about as a monster? Ordinary people, do you want to die too? Su Xian was stunned. Li Wei. This brother Su is really timid. I've been with him for a year, and it's still useless. Li Wei was speechless, and seeing that the dragon girl was just trying to scare him, he couldn't help but say, Long Jun, what are you looking for me for? Don't scare me, I'm bold, it's useless for you to scare me. If the dragon girl really had malicious intentions, she should have taken action long ago. Li Wei has a brain. If he doesn't believe that the daughter of the dignified Qintang Jiang Dragon King will be boring and nonsense with him. But the dragon girl smiled, You little baby, you are very courageous. Ordinary mortals will be scared half to death when they see me angry. Li Wei said, Oh. Long Envy was bored and said, I came to you, indeed, because you ate the crab general of my Qiantang waterhouse this morning, which will damage my waterhouse's face. How will you explain it to me? Is this dragon girl here to touch porcelain? Li Wei was suspicious. Li Wei said, Long Jun, don't look down on me, you just want to fool me. The crabs I ate this morning were indeed monsters, but they were so weak that they were caught by an ordinary fisherman. Weak monster, you said it was the crab general of your Qiantang waterhouse. Could it be that the monsters in the water are also weak? Can such a little monster be a general? Li Wei is not afraid of the dragon girl at all, and he is very calm. Again, there is Jinshan Temple near Hangzhou. What kind of person is the old bald donkey Fahey, needless to say. Furthermore, Li Wei himself has some skills. Moreover, the dragon girl is not the dragon king, and there is no heavenly throne in her body. Afraid of a hammer? Long Envy sneered, you think I will lie to you? What you ate this morning was indeed my shuafu general crab, but that general crab didn't know whether to live or die. He dared to steal my Jiantang shuafu treasure last night and was caught by my father. To abolish the cultivation base. Listen to the dragon girl explain. Li Wei thought that he had gained 100 skill points after eating the crab demon this morning. It turns out that it wasn't a little monster. What I ate was actually the general shuafu crab who was abolished by the Jiantang River Dragon King. It's no wonder that I can increase so many skill points. I thought that just a little monster could make me increase so many skill points. It seems like I'm overthinking it. Li Wei complained in his heart. Looking at this dragon girl, she looked unrepentant. Li Wei said in distress, Lord Longjun, what do you want to do with me when you look like this? Long Envy said, didn't I say it? I'm here to compensate. You ate the crab general of my Jiantang water mansion, what are you going to pay for it? Come on. Li Wei didn't know what to say. Dragon girl, come to ask for compensation? About it, Li Wei said, how about I lose money? After coming to the world of the legend of the White Snake for 12 years, although Li Wei seems to be very low-key, he has also saved a lot of money. It would be great if the shameless dragon girl who asked for compensation could be paid with money. Dragon girl sneered, my father is the Jiantang Dragon King, do you think I will be short of money? The so-called dragons are big dogs. There really is no shortage of money. Li Wei felt a headache even more. If you don't want money, what should you pay? Martial arts? The dragon girl must not look down on it, after all, the dragon family has its own inheritance. Don't look at Jiantang Dragon King, who is only a dragon king of a river, but he is also a righteous god in the heavenly court. Then, let the dragon girl make the request herself. Li Wei thought about it and rejected the idea. Who knows what the dragon girl will ask for? What if you want Li Wei's life? So what should I do now? Sudden. Li Wei thought of the red envelopes that Lu Angxing gave him this morning. It's time to test the charm of luminous cuisine. Levi makes a decision. Taking a deep breath, Li Wei asked with a solemn expression, Your Excellency Longjun, have you heard of luminous cuisine? What luminous cuisine? Dragon girl asked suspiciously, what to eat? The expression on Li Wei's face seemed to be reminiscing, but he was actually pondering, how to fool this dragon girl. Think carefully about your words. Li Wei said solemnly, in the ancient eastern country, there is a group of chefs who have the heart of chefs. They carry forward the way of chefs, each of them is like a god of food, and can make the ultimate delicacy in the world, luminous cooking. The ultimate delicious and luminous cuisine in the world is the pinnacle of cooking. Each bite of luminous food makes people feel the ultimate happiness. Luminous cuisine, that is the best food in the sky. It's absolutely delicious. Your Excellency Longjun, do you want to taste this supreme delicacy? Add more today, ask for flowers. Chapter 13 _ There is no problem that a bowl of egg fried rice can't solve. Sizzle. The dragon girl was almost drooling when she heard it. She asked suspiciously, what kind of luminous food is this really so delicious? As the daughter of the Dragon King of Jiantang River, what delicious food has the dragon girl never eaten? Big fish and big meat are just normal things for the dragon girl. But hearing Li Wei's description of the luminous cuisine, the dragon girl really wanted to try that luminous cuisine. Of course. The premise is that luminous cuisine is really as delicious as Li Wei described it. Li Wei looked full of confidence and said, I have such a luminous dish here, Your Excellency Longjun, you will know after you have eaten it. Dragon Girl looked at Li Wei and asked suspiciously, "Where is luminous cuisine?" Li Wei smiled and said, "Well, if I give luminous food, then this compensation thing." The Dragon Girl frowned. In fact, Long Envy didn't care much about General Crab being eaten by Li Wei. The reason is very simple. That General Crab, because he dared to steal the treasure of Qiantang Dragon Palace, was abolished by Qiantang Dragon King last night, and he was expelled from Qiantang Water Mansion. It's not even a monster from Qiantang Water Mansion. It was at noon today that the Dragon Girl saw Li Wei in the outskirts of Hangzhou, practicing the 4 unique skills of Xianba. She seemed to have good strength, and she was still so young. Let's take a look at Li Wei. It is best to take Li Wei as a subordinate. The Dragon Girl played the idea of taking Li Wei as her subordinate. Can she cook? Forget it, I'm not short of men. Let's see if this luminous dish is so delicious. The Dragon Girl made a decision. She said, "Although you can take out the luminous food, if it is as delicious as you said, then the luminous food will be your compensation." Li Wei listened to this, and from the Super Dimension chat group, he took out the golden egg fried rice, which was given to him by the young master Lu Angxing. But see, in Li Wei's hand, there is an extra plate of dishes covered with a lid out of thin air. Sumi mustard seeds. Long Envy was not surprised to see Li Wei's method. Because in this world full of gods and Buddhas, there are too many such Sumer mustard seeds methods. It is precisely because Li Wei knew that methods such as Sumi mustard seed were not worth mentioning in the world of the legend of the white snake, so he showed it generously. Li Wei introduced, "Your Excellency Long Jun, you see what I have in my hands is luminous cuisine, golden egg fried rice. Golden egg fried rice, the grains are distinct, moist but not greasy, and do not float through oil, ensuring that every grain of rice is wrapped in egg liquid. If you eat it, you will have a fragrant mouth and an unforgettable aftertaste. Just a plate of egg fried rice." Li Wei racked his brains to describe it. After all, it is necessary to let this Dragon Girl have the mentality of making a lot of money. Sizzle. The Dragon Girl secretly swallowed her saliva and said, "Is it as good as you describe? I have to eat it and see." "Say it." Long Envy took the egg fried rice covered by the lid from Li Wei and opened it. Brush. Suddenly, a golden light shot up into the sky. Very pure golden light, the Dragon Girl did not feel any mana fluctuations. This is the luminous cuisine. Smelling the fragrance of egg fried rice, Long Envy felt unable to control herself. The Dragon Girl conjured up a spoon and started to eat golden egg fried rice. After eating a mouthful of golden egg fried rice, the Dragon Girl showed a very happy expression on her face. As more and more golden egg fried rice was eaten, the expression on Long Nu's face became even more enjoyable, and even flushed. Seeing Li Wei stunned, he thought, "Lu Angxing, the little boss, you are really awesome. Are you drugging people? This Dragon Girl eats egg fried rice and feels like she has reached the peak of the tide. A plate of fried rice with eggs." The Dragon Girl closed her eyes and pondered for 3 minutes. Only then did I recall it, and looked at Li Wei expectantly, and said, "Is there any more?" "Li Wei, this compensation thing." "Dragon Girl, give me another plate of fried rice with eggs, and the compensation is over. I won't hold you accountable for eating General Crab." Li Wei took out another plate of golden egg fried rice. The Dragon Girl blushed again, and ate with happiness. Li Wei twitched the corners of his mouth. Seeing that Long Envy was addicted to eating egg fried rice, he quietly grabbed Su Xian, who had fainted, and slipped away. On the way, Li Wei was still thinking, how could the luminous cuisine of Lu Angxing, the young master, have such great charm in the world of the legend of the white snake? Although in the world of Little Master of China, there is nothing that a bowl of luminous cooking can't solve. But the world of China Little Master is a food world. This legend of the white snake world is the fairy tale world. Could it be that, there is nothing that a bowl of luminous cooking can't solve. This principle is also useful in the world of the legend of the white snake? Li Wei pondered. He felt that he had to give it a try, to see if he could get the little master Lu Angxing's cooking secrets. Can't underestimate luminous cuisine. Chapter 14 _ Dragons are big dogs. Ah, Yakai. Li Wei woke up Su Xian, and when Su Xian woke up, she shivered and was extremely frightened. Li Wei said, Su Xian, calm down, there are no monsters. Su Xiandao, what about the monster with horns on its head? Li Wei said, that's not a monster, but the daughter of the Qiantang River Dragon King. The Qiantang River Dragon King is one of the gods of heaven. How could his daughter be a monster? Su Xiandao, I heard that monsters can deceive people. She said she is the daughter of the Dragon King. Is that the daughter of the Dragon King? Chang Sheng, don't be deceived by the monsters. Li Wei couldn't help laughing. Su Xian. This is Hangzhou. The Qiantang River is there. Who would dare to pretend to be the daughter of the Qiantang River Dragon King here? All the gods in the sky can be counted, and monsters pretend to be gods. Family, don't die. Su Xian was stunned. Is that so? The horned one is really the daughter of the Qiantang River Dragon King? But she is really too cruel. It's terrible. Li Wei had no idea where Su Xian's terrifying point was. From Li Wei's point of view, the daughter of the Qiantang River Dragon King had an ordinary character, so how could she be called cruel? Really cruel? Then how can Su Xian have a life? Li Wei said, okay, let's not talk about this. The daughter of the Dragon King is too far away from us. Li Wei looked at the sky and said, it seems that it's getting late. Su Xian, hurry up and go home. Su Xian looked around and wondered, Chang Sheng, where is my fishing rod and bucket? And where is the big fish I caught? Li Wei said speechlessly, I've already met Lord Long, so it's not bad to be able to escape. Do you still care about that little thing about you? Su Xiandao, but if the fishing rod is lost, my sister will tell me. Li Wei said, I'll make a fishing rod another day. I'll give you a hook and a bucket. It's no big deal. Otherwise, you still want to go back to the Qiantang River to get those things. Su Xian hesitated. It seems to recall the horror of the dragon girl. Su Xian quickly shook his head and said, forget it, that's it. What's the matter? You too mean, something forgotten by the river? Suddenly, a female voice sounded, very familiar. Yes, this is the voice of the dragon girl. I saw that the dragon girl silently appeared behind Su Xian. Su Xian turned his head and saw that his body was stiff. Scare. Li Wei was not afraid. He and Su Xian both entered the city, and there were people everywhere. I'm still afraid of a fart like this, giving Dragon Girl 3 courage. She doesn't dare to commit murder in the human race city. Li Wei knew about the rules of heaven, and he talked about it with the old monk Fahe. Looking at the face of the sesame oil money, the old monk Fahe answered several questions from Li Wei graciously. Li Wei said, Your Excellency Long Jun, the two of us should be clear, right? What are you doing here again? Dragon Girl laughed and said, You two forgot to take your things, I will send them to you too. Saying that, the Dragon Girl took out the fishing rods and buckets of Li Wei and Su Xian from the mustard seeds. In Su Xian's fish bucket, the big fish that Su Xian caught before are also there. Although there are pedestrians everywhere, these pedestrians seem to be ignorant of these actions of the Dragon Girl. It should be the Dragon Girl who used the means, but Li Wei couldn't see it. After all, Li Wei is still practicing martial arts, not immortal. I can't see that some of the Dragon Girl's methods are normal. This. Su Xian stiffened, holding his fishing rod and bucket, and said in a trembling voice, Chang Sheng. Since Long Jun is looking for you, then I will go home first. My sister is still at home waiting for me to eat. Su Xian quickly slipped away. He was incredibly smart. Of course, the dragon girl would not care about an ordinary mortal like Su Xian. Dragon girl looked at Li Wei and said expectantly, "I brought you what you left behind. Are you going to repay me? For example, bring me a plate of luminous dishes." Li Wei said solemnly, "Your Excellency Long Jun, do you know that every plate of luminous dishes is made by a super chef with the heart of a chef, doing his best? Is it precious? Even the emperor can't eat it?" Li Wei put on a very embarrassed look, even though he still had a few plates of luminous dishes that Lu Angxing gave him. But, up for grabs. Li Wei thought that maybe he could use luminous cooking to get some benefits from this dragon girl. After all, dragons are big dog owners. As the daughter of the Jiantang River Dragon King, the dragon girl will not be short of money. Dragon girl frowned and said, "You mean, you don't have any light cooking anymore?" Li Wei shook his head, stretched out a finger, and said, "It's okay if you want to cook with light. But Your Excellency Long Jun, you have to pay. You can't take advantage of it in vain, right? You think I'm only 12 years old, and you take advantage of children, are you embarrassed?" Long Envy was stunned, then laughed, and said, "Tell me. How much does it cost? If you can solve it with money, then it's not a problem." "Really? Big dog. 4 collections, 4 flowers. Chapter 15_anything I need, Arabuki will do it for me. A breath that no one has my money, blows my face." Li Wei originally wanted to open his mouth to talk about a few thousand taels of silver, but then he thought about it, he has a lot of money himself. There is absolutely no shortage. So, Li Wei said, "I'm not short of money in mundane affairs, so. Your Excellency Long Jun, can you give me a copy of the cultivation method? I won't pick one, it'll be good if you can practice it to become an immortal." "Huh? What do you want to do with the immortal cultivation technique?" The dragon girl looked embarrassed. If it were just an ordinary cultivation technique, it would be fine, but the cultivation techniques that can be cultivated into immortals, without exception, are all true teachings. Even if I know about them, I cannot pass them on to you. Dragon girl said, "You can change the conditions." Li Wei said, "If you don't have an immortal cultivation method, then you can do a physical training method. It's fine if you don't have a martial arts method, as long as you are strong enough. Because I don't need it in general." The dragon girl pondered, thinking about using what Li Wei said and eating it in exchange for luminous dishes. Is it worth it? And think of luminous cuisine. Sizzle. The dragon girl secretly swallowed her saliva. Changed. Dragon girl said, "Okay. Just wait. It's getting late today, and tomorrow morning, I'll come and change the luminous dishes with you." After the dragon girl said that, she flew away. Maybe it's invisibility or illusion. In short, the dragon girl flew away so swaggeringly. Go home. Nothing happens. As if Li Wei hadn't skipped a day of class. Li Wei knows it. A master who is not diligent will not come to his house because of such trivial matters. Sure enough. After dinner, Li Wei returned to the room, and his consciousness sank into the super dimension chat group. The purpose, to get the cooking skills of the little master Lu Angxing. He, Li Wei, also knows how to cook luminous cuisine. Thus, even in the world of Legend of the White Snake, Li Wei also has specialties. There is nothing that a bowl of luminous cooking can't solve. That's great. In the Super Dimension chat group, there is no change. There are no crowds on weekdays. Because the people who join the chat group at this time, except for the God Stick group owner, no one is really idle. Even Yu Buchan has to worry about the development of Huashan. Li Ma Chua had to deal with the pursuit of her by people in the world of the Legend of Condor heroes. Li Wei flipped through the chat records. Only saw a few small talk and the like. It was Zhang Sanfan, who was chatting with the group masters of the gods and the tyrants. Ponder. Li Wei made a statement in the chat group. Huangtiandi at, your cooking is so delicious. Can you teach me? The God Stick group owner always pays attention to the movements in the chat group. Because the chat group is the golden finger of the God Stick group owner after all. How could he not care? See what he thinks of the youth. Desolate Emperor has spoken. The masters of the God Stick group immediately got serious, and when they saw the young Emperor of the Wilderness, they spoke, wanting to learn how to cook with Lu Angxing. The God Stick group leader was a little speechless, but when he thought that the young Huangtian Emperor was probably 1 or 2 years old at this time, he didn't care. Since the young Huangtian Emperor wants to learn how to cook with Lu Angxing, then I will satisfy him. The original true solution. The 10 fierce treasures. The Emperor of Heaven can transform him into freedom. These, as long as I have a good relationship with Huangtian Emperor, he will not be embarrassed to give it to me in the future. This is the idea of the master of the God Stick group. Although it is the Emperor of the Wilderness who blows it, but the things that are not good, the masters of the God Sticks will not be so enthusiastic. The God Stick group owner is so keen to benefit the young Emperor Huangtian, of course, because he knows what the character of the Emperor Huangtian is like. Huangtiandi is not a person who does not repay his kindness. The benefits you give now will most likely be doubled in the future. The God Stick group masters took action. Omniscient and Almighty Sudaxian, group owner, at, Little Master, are you there? Little friend number 10 wants to learn how to cook with you. You teach him. Lu Angxing has already been fooled by the gods, and he is very convinced of the gods. After a while, Lu Angxing went online in the chat group and responded quickly. Lu Angxing, does Huangtiandi want to learn how to cook? Well, I'd be happy to teach people how to cook too. Lu Angxing sent the document Golden Fried Rice Recipe to Emperor Huangtian. Lu Angxing, if you want to become a good chef, you must first practice egg fried rice. Huangtiandi, can you give me a few more recipes? Actually, it's not that I want to be a chef, it's my grandfather who is very curious about this kind of luminous cuisine. Lu Angxing, ah. Is that so? Then I'll give you a few more recipes. Lu Angxing, remember to tell your grandfather that you must have a passion for food and the heart of a chef to make truly luminous dishes. Lu Angxing sent the document Seafood Fried Rice Recipe to Huangtiandi. Lu Angxing sent the file Magic Mapo Tofu Recipe to Emperor Huangtian. Lu Angxing sent the document Recipe of Shredded Pork with Green Peppers to Emperor Huangtian. The young master Lu Angxing is not stingy, and this time, he gave Li Wei 10 cooking recipes for luminous dishes. Of course, the reason is so generous. It is estimated that the young master also has a reason for looking at the face of the group owner. All I can say is, arrogance, awesome. Chapter 16 _ There is nothing that can't be solved by adding a little bit. Omniscient and Almighty Sudaxian, group owner friend number 10, is your grandfather interested in cooking? The master of the God Stick group is not a fool, and suddenly asked about Li Wei. Li Wei had already made a draft and responded. Huangtiandi, I'm very interested in luminous cuisine. We have never had such delicious and luminous food in chicken. Lu Angxing is really amazing. He can make such delicious food. Lu Angxing, thank you for exaggerating. I'm very happy. Almighty Sudaxian, group leader young friend number 10, don't be fooled by food. You must know that strength is the most important thing. The God Stick group saw Li Wei's answer, and suddenly they were a little worried, whether the Baron Emperor would change his career and become a cook in the future. Remember Huangtiandi is also a foodie. So, the group leader of the gods not only reminded the sentence Youth Desolate Heavenly Emperor. Huangtiandi, oh. After sending this sentence, Li Wei went offline. After all, the luminous cooking recipe is already available. 10 luminous dishes are enough for Li Wei to use. The world of The Legend of the White Snake is not a food world. Unlimited point system. Host, Li Wei. Gong method, golden fried rice great perfection, cannot be improved, green pepper shredded pork great perfection, cannot be enhanced, magic mapo tofu great perfection, cannot be enhanced, Lanzhou ramen great perfection, cannot be enhanced, 3 points Goyun Chi great perfection, cannot be upgraded. Comprehensive strength evaluation, the supreme master of the martial arts world. Skill point, 0. Get the luminous cooking recipe, Li Wei is a one-stop upgrade. Obviously, Li Wei can also learn the recipe of luminous cooking by adding some points. As long as you can add some points, it will be easy. In an instant, 4 luminous cooking recipes were added to the realm of great perfection by Li Wei. It can be said. In the 4 dishes of golden fried rice, shredded pork with green peppers, magic mapo tofu and Lanzhou ramen, even with the accomplishments of the master chef, Lu Angxing, it is impossible to surpass Li Wei. Because Li Wei's infinite point system, the great perfection of adding points, that is the real ultimate. It is the absolute limit. But no more skill points. Li Wei glanced at the system panel again. On the system panel, skill points are displayed as 0. This shows that Li Wei has found a way to get some skill points. Otherwise, if there is no way to add some points, Li Wei's system is just a decoration. Speaking of which, the speed of spending skill points in the past 2 days is really fast. Li Wei did the math for himself. In the past 2 days, he spent more than 170 skill points. The cost is really big. Fortunately, the harvest is also great. By spending 12 skill points, the 4 luminous dishes learned can also be used to befriend the daughter of the Dragon King of the Qiantang River. Anyway, no skill points wasted. It's all spent where it's supposed to be. It doesn't matter if it's wasted. Because Li Wei felt that after he established a good relationship with the daughter of the Qiantang River Dragon King, he should not be short of skill points, at least not a small number of skill points. What is the identity of the daughter of the Qiantang River Dragon King? After Li Wei befriends the daughter of the Dragon King of Qiantang River, I am afraid that he will no longer have to worry about getting the flesh and blood of the little monster and eating monster flesh, for the growth of skill points. The details can be seen in the general crab of Qiantang Shuofo who was eaten by Li Wei. Overnight, Li Wei got up early in the morning and made himself a bowl of golden egg fried rice. Luminous cuisine is truly extraordinary. To be honest, Li Wei was stunned when he ate the golden egg fried rice he prepared for himself for the first time. How can there be such delicious food in the world? I can't use any words to describe how delicious this taste is. Is this the taste of luminous cuisine? No wonder. No wonder it fascinates the dragon girl. It's so delicious. Li Wei is like a reincarnation of a starving ghost. Let's chirp, let's eat all the luminous dishes that he prepared for himself. After eating, Li Wei felt a little unfulfilled. If there is only one word for Li Wei to eat these glowing dishes, cool. So cool. It's like a pedestrian in the desert, almost dying of thirst, but suddenly drinking a bottle of ice water that is cool and heartwarming. It's like a beggar who has been hungry for days and nights, and is about to starve to death, eating a bowl of fragrant rice. Like a tired traveler, full of exhaustion, and finally able to fall asleep. This bowl of luminous dishes is more than just egg fried rice. It is the feeling of happiness. It's an exhilarating feeling. Awesome. Is this special meow still a bowl of fried rice? I would like to call it the strongest herbal dish. Li Wei exhaled deeply. He was suddenly curious about what the other 3 luminous dishes he had learned were like. Do it when you think of it. Li Wei looked at the ingredients in the kitchen. As the home of a great landlord in Hangzhou, Li Wei's kitchen is rich in ingredients. Tofu, yes. Soybeans, yes. Green peppers, yes. Flour, Yes. Meat, too. In this way, Li Wei learned the other 3 luminous dishes, and he was able to make them all. Chapter 17 _ This is what it feels like to be drugged. Busy. Max level of the 4 luminous cooking skills, Li Wei completed 3 luminous dishes in less than half an hour. Magic Mapo tofu, fragrant and tempting. Green pepper shredded pork, awesome. Lanzhou ramen looks like a work of art. Very good. Li Wei felt satisfied and ate these 3 luminous dishes by himself. I dare not let other people in my family know that I can cook luminous dishes. This. Li Wei was afraid that he would be treated as a cook by his parents. He's not that diligent. It's not called luminous cuisine. It's just a matter of changing its name to drug cuisine. For a moment, Li Wei, who had eaten the 3 luminous dishes, was flushed and satisfied. He sighed contentedly and licked his lips, feeling a little unfulfilled. It's such a delicious meal. Super happy. No wonder, in the world of Little Master of China, evil people can use food to rule the world. And the chef, in the world of China Little Master, has an amazing position. Really, glowing cuisine is so delicious. Even Li Wei, the supreme master of the martial arts world, can't hold it back. It is conceivable how addicted those ordinary people will be when they eat luminous dishes. Look at the sky. The sun has risen. Li Wei got up early in the morning and filled himself up. He estimated that the cook at home would come to the kitchen to cook and cook. He thought about it, said hello to his father who got up early, said that he had gone to the private school, and then walked out of the house. Li Wei didn't bring anything, because his 2 books were still with Su Xian. It was given to Su Xian yesterday. As soon as you go out. Li Wei didn't take a few steps before he met the dragon girl. You kid, so you can cook luminous dishes. The dragon girl's face was very bad, and she stared at Li Wei badly. Li Wei shook his head and said, what kind of luminous cuisine? I don't know how to cook it. This is a chef with the heart of a chef, who can only cook delicious food that is not inferior to the cuisine of the god of cookery. Dragon girl hee, pretend. I'll pretend it here. I'm a real dragon. I saw the whole process of making luminous dishes at home early in the morning. Li Wei was shocked, you actually came to my house to peep. Long Envy said angrily, what peeping? With my spiritual knowledge, the whole Hangzhou can be covered. Do I need to peep at you? Li Wei didn't talk anymore. Because according to the meaning of the dragon girl, she is peeping at the people in Hangzhou. Abnormal. Not joking, Li Wei said seriously, well, what about the secrets? Yesterday, I agreed that if you want to cook light, you have to give me a powerful secret. Dragon girl said, of course there are secret recipes, but we have to negotiate the price. I saw you make a plate of luminous dishes, and you don't want them for a quarter of an hour. Don't think about a plate or 2 of luminous dishes, just send me away. Li Wei said solemnly, this is a luminous dish that even the emperor can't eat. This is a luminous dish comparable to the cuisine of the gods. This is the ultimate delicacy in the world. It's not cheap. Every plate of luminous dishes contains my love for cooking. It's priceless. Say so much. Obviously, Li Wei is raising the price. Otherwise, I really want the dragon girl to think that if he can make luminous dishes casually, then the luminous dishes are worthless. Dragon girl just looked at Li Wei and asked, then what do you think your luminous dishes are worth? Li Wei said, you first take out the secrets of the exercises that you have prepared before talking about it. I have to see what the secrets of the exercises are before I can estimate the price. The dragon girl heard that she took out a thick silver page cheat book from the mustard seeds she was carrying. This secret is really carved with silver. I can only say rich. The cover of the cheat book, there are only 4 big characters, no phase magic. Long Envy introduced, This Wuxiang divine art is the most powerful martial arts practice in my Jiantang water house. It was created by the Wuxiang old man more than 300 years ago. With 3 layers, you can simulate the power of nature, which is enough to match the 1,000-year-old demon. Li Wei asked, how powerful are the immortal cultivators in the period of returning to the void? Li Wei is not afraid of the exposure of his ignorance. Because he is only 12 years old in this life, ignorance is normal. Anyway, look at this dragon girl is not very smart. There is no need to start a scheming confrontation with her. Dragon girl patiently introduced, there are 5 realms for immortal cultivators, Qi, Jin Dan, Yuan Shen, return to the virtual, Mahayana, and above the Mahayana, it is to transcend tribulation and ascend to immortality, enough to match the immortal cultivator of the void return realm, it is already very strong. Li Wei said, oh, that is indeed possible, but, there is really no cultivation method. Again, you can cultivate immortals, and ghosts practice martial arts. Long Nv said. The most powerful cultivation techniques are the true inheritance of Taoism or Buddhism. The meaning is clear. Li Wei could only accept the fact that he still had to practice martial arts. Li Wei pondered and said, well, how about changing 10 plates of luminous cooking for this book of Wuxiang divine art? The dragon girl jumps. If you don't know that Li Wei can make glowing dishes, that's all. But this morning, I saw Li Wei and made a plate of glowing dishes in less than a quarter of an hour. If she can still accept the price, then she is a fool. Dragon girl shouted, 10 plates of luminous dishes just want to exchange for the Wuxiang divine art collected by my dragon palace. Do you think I'm an idiot who doesn't understand anything? Chapter 18_Oops. Underestimate the big dog. Don't get excited. Li Wei said with a smile, if you are not satisfied with the price, we can talk slowly. Dragon girl said at a price, at least 30 plates of luminous dishes. 15 plates. Luminous dishes are too precious. It's all the chef's hard work. 20 sets. It can't be any less. Deal. Dragon girl. How do you feel that something is not right? Li Wei said, that's it. 20 plates of luminous cooking will be exchanged for the Wuxiang magical art in your hand. Long Nv asked suspiciously, why do I feel like I'm at a loss? Li Wei, illusion, it must be an illusion. Sister Long Jun, you are so smart, how could you be at a disadvantage? Say it. Li Wei took out a plate of luminous dishes and handed it to the dragon girl. Li Wei said, Sister Long Jun hasn't had breakfast yet? This is the rainbow porridge of luminous cuisine. It's the most suitable for breakfast. This rainbow porridge was given to Li Wei by Lu Angxing yesterday. It's just that the chat group has a storage function, and what you take in will look like what you take out. Therefore, this bowl of rainbow porridge is still steaming. Sizzle. At first sight, the luminous cuisine was brought out by Li Wei. The dragon girl's IQ plummeted, and she no longer struggled with the fact that 20 plates of luminous cuisine sold Wuxiang magic. She took the bowl of rainbow porridge and ate it. After taking a sip, the dragon girl's face was full of happy expressions. As if flying, the dragon girl had a young girl's face, red clouds spread, and she let out a soft murmur. Like this, enjoy. Li Wei looked embarrassed. How could she feel like the dragon girl was doing something indescribable? Drinking porridge will be like this. Luminous cuisine. Li Wei waited patiently for the dragon girl to finish the rainbow porridge. Waited for about a few minutes. Long Envy, still unfinished, ate the last grain of porridge. Anything else? The dragon girl asked and said, I still want to eat. Li Wei said, don't be in a hurry, Your Excellency Long Jun, which book of Wuxiang divine art is in your hand? Long Envy readily handed over No Phase magical art to Li Wei. That is why mortals regard Wuxiang magic as a treasure. In fact, the dragon girl didn't care about that thing at all, because for a real dragon like her, sacred art of no phase was useless at all. I boasted about no phase magical art before, and the dragon girl was also to exchange more luminous dishes with Li Wei. Long Envy said urgently, "Quick, quick. Quickly give it to me." In line with the flushed look of the dragon girl, there was some shameful image in Li Wei's mind. Cough. Li Wei said, "Don't worry, Your Excellency Long Jun, let's talk about a deal again." Dragon girl asked, "What deal?" Li Wei said, "Long Jun, think about the luminous dishes, 20 plates of luminous dishes are not enough for you, right? You have to eat at least 2 plates of luminous dishes at a time." Dragon girl frowned and said, "What are you trying to deceive from me?" Li Wei smiled and said, "How can you say it's a lie? Isn't luminous cuisine bad? This is the ultimate delicacy in the world. Even the emperor can't eat it?" Dragon girl said, "If you have something to say, just say it." Li Wei said, "That's good. I have an idea here. In the future, you can exchange for a plate of glowing dishes from me for every fresh monster blood you get. How about this deal?" Dragon girl asked, "What are you doing with the monster's flesh and blood?" Li Wei pointed to no phase magic and said, "Of course it's for eating. Practicing martial arts consumes a lot of money." Dragon girl pondered, thinking of the deliciousness of luminous cuisine. Dragon girl said cautiously, "The monster's flesh is not a problem, but it's hard to define how much a monster's flesh is. How about a plate of glowing dishes for every 10 pounds of monster's flesh?" "Okay, no problem." Li Wei agreed. 10 caddies of monsters have a lot of flesh and blood, how can they give Li Wei a few skill points? The crab general killed yesterday morning only weighed more than 30 pounds of flesh and blood. And what Li Wei paid was just some luminous dishes. Luminous cuisine, Li Wei made it casually. Great deal. Then he took out a plate of magic mapo tofu that Lu Angxing gave him yesterday and gave it to Long Envy. Li Wei said, "That's how we defined our transaction. Now I still owe you 18 plates of luminous dishes, wait until Your Excellency Long Jun has finished eating. After that, you have to take the monster's flesh and blood and exchange it with me." Dragon girl nodded and said, "How many plates of luminous dishes do you have in storage? Bring them out to me now." Li Wei said in surprise, "You want to eat it all in one go?" Dragon girl said, "I also have mustard seeds. If I don't eat them, I can put them in mustard seeds." Li Wei took out 5 plates of luminous dishes. This is Li Wei's last stock. Speaking of which, all the luminous dishes Lu Angxing made for him should be eaten by the dragon girl. Li Wei has nothing to regret, because his luminous dishes are better than Lu Angxing's. At this time, Lu Angxing was only a super chef. How could it compare to the luminous cuisine that he added some magical skills to the realm of great perfection? The dragon girl put away the 5 plates of luminous dishes with satisfaction, and she said, "In this way, you still owe me 13 plates of luminous dishes. In addition." Dragon girl laughed and said, "Tomorrow I will bring thousands of pounds of monster flesh and blood. I hope you will be diligent and prepare enough luminous dishes. 10 pounds of monster flesh is equal to a plate of glowing dishes. Thousands of pounds of monster flesh and blood. That's 100 dishes of luminous dishes." Li Wei secretly said bad. It was him who underestimated the big family of Dragon Palace dog. If I knew it earlier, I would have set the price of luminous cuisine higher. The dragon girl had a smile on her face. At this moment, in Li Wei's eyes, that is the temperament of a disdainful dog owner. Chapter 19 can't go on like this. The dragon girl is gone. After getting luminous cuisine, he discussed future deals with Li Wei. It can be seen that the dragon girl left quite satisfied. Li Wei only felt that he really underestimated the daughter of the Qiantang River Dragon King. "I thought that the daughter of the Qiantang River Dragon King was not so arrogant. But who knows? Don't treat Zhang Longwang's daughter as a dragon girl." This is the lesson that Li Wei received. It can be seen that the flesh and blood of monsters is nothing to the dragon girl. Although 10 pounds of monster flesh and blood were exchanged for a plate of luminous dishes, it was still Li Wei's blood. But it seems that the dragon girl is also not at a loss. Go to school. When Li Wei came to the private school, he saw that the master was giving a lecture. Because of the deal with the dragon girl, Li Wei was delayed for about half an hour. As a result, Li Wei was late for school. However, it doesn't matter. Because the master is not a diligent master, it is easy to fool. Yesterday, Li Wei missed a day of school and was fine. Li Wei even said directly, "Master, I won't come to the private school these days. I want to prepare for the county exam." Because of Li Wei's words, the master stopped the lecture, glanced at Li Wei, and said, "Yes, but have you asked your parents? Anyway, as long as it's not a matter of refunding money, it's negotiable for the master." "Li Video, I will tell my parents." "That's it? Don't disturb master, you are teaching." Li Wei left. The husband didn't care. Su Xian sat in the seat, listened to the master's lecture, and looked at Li Wei's back enviously. So good. He doesn't want to go to class either. Su Xian actually didn't like reading at all, and was forced by her sister. Because his sister Su Jiarong had high hopes for him. A 3-in 3-out yard. Li Wei is cooking. This compound was privately purchased by Li Wei when he was 11 years old. After all, he is also a transmigrator. Of course, Li Wei is not like those stupid transmigrators. He can mix well, but he wants to mix so badly, and he keeps making excuses for himself. Over the past 12 years, Li Wei has accumulated a lot of money, and this large yard is one of his accumulated family assets. At this time, cooking, of course, is making light dishes. Li Wei also discovered that making luminous dishes requires energy, which is not easy at all. Even Li Wei, the Supreme Master, was exhausted after making dozens of dishes of luminous dishes. Golden fried rice, green pepper shredded pork, magic mapo tofu and lanzhou ramen, these are the only 4 luminous dishes I know. Currently there are not enough skill points, and it is currently 0. If you want to add some other luminous cooking recipes, you can't do it? Hey, if you don't have skill points, you really lack a bit of confidence. I hope that when the dragon girl picks up the goods tomorrow, don't complain, only these 4 dishes are good. Li Wei, look at the sky. It was getting late, and dozens of luminous dishes took Li Wei a lot of time. It's getting dark now. No. It took a whole day to come up with dozens of luminous dishes, and Li Wei was very dissatisfied. What a waste of time. And most importantly, Li Wei is not that hard-working person. After all, Li Wei is not one of those hard-pressed traversers who have no plug-ins, so there is no need to deceive himself with false efforts. Damn. I have to find Lu Angxing to get a recipe that can make a lot of luminous dishes in one go. Levi makes a decision. I really don't want to make shredded pork with green peppers and magic mapo tofu. Because, whether it is green pepper shredded pork or magic mapo tofu, or lanzhou noodles, golden fried rice, it is a waste of time. Make these dishes at a time, and make up to 3 or 4 dishes. If you want to make a lot of lanzhou noodles. Li Wei tried it and found that it is not feasible to make a bucket of lanzhou ramen at one time, because the cooking will not shine. This is annoying. In short, luminous cooking is not that simple. Among the recipes that Li Wei currently has, there is no recipe that can make a lot of luminous dishes at one time. But Lu Angxing definitely has it. Li Wei pondered the plot of the world of Little Master of China. He remembered that in one episode, someone in the dark cooking world roasted a pig at one time, and the whole pig was luminous cooking. How many plates of luminous dishes can be converted into a whole pig? I'm too lazy to calculate. Anyway, Li Wei thinks that it is necessary to get Lu Angxing to make a luminous dish such as roasted whole pig, so he can better fool the dragon girl, instead of wronging himself, cooking all day. Li Wei doesn't want to be a cook. Super Dimension chat group with its own storage function. Li Wei has a good understanding of cheats such as chat groups. He was very relieved to put the dozens of luminous dishes made today into the private storage space of the group members that came with the chat group. Then, Li Wei spoke in the chat group, and wanted to ask Lu Angxing for a luminous cooking recipe that could make a whole roasted pig in one go. But things are always unexpected. Chapter 20_Group Mall. Group Mall. Zhuyang Shengong, price 999 points. Tai Chi, priced at 1000 points. 3 points to return to vitality, the price is 5000 points. iSoul Silver Needle, priced at 20 points. Zixia Magical Art, 500 points. The second generation Iron Man Armor, priced at 9000 points. Red Snapper Continental Map Recipe, price for 10 points. Miracle Comet Fried Rice, 10 points. Golden Roasted Suckling Pig, 10 points. Oha! Lu Angxing, the young master, put his recipes in the group store and sold them. It's really cheap. 10 points for a recipe. Li Wei suddenly found out. No need to ask Lu Angxing for the recipe. Because Lu Angxing put all the recipes he knew into the chat group mall. Li Wei can buy it himself if he wants it. As for this point, what is it? Simple. Group points are chat group points. The way to get chat group points is by checking in the chat group, or by completing the chat group task. Chat group points can be used to buy things in the group mall, and can also be used to expand the private storage space of group members. Superdimensional chat group, the private storage space for group members is not infinite. The initial space is only 10 cubic meters. If you want to expand, you have to consume points. 100 points can be expanded by 1 cubic meter. You can get 10 group points by signing in and punching in the chat group every day. It has been 2 or 3 days since Li Wei joined the chat group, but he has not signed in the chat group yet. At this time, Li Wei signed in and got 10 group points. By the way, I bought the golden roast suckling pig recipe in the group mall. Thus, when Li Wei has skill points, he will add points to the golden roast suckling pig recipe to make it perfect. So, how many dishes of luminous dishes can a golden roast suckling pig count? Hey. Thinking of this, Li Wei felt that he had exchanged a plate of luminous dishes for 10 pounds of monster flesh and blood, and earned blood. In the group mall, he bought the golden roast suckling pig recipe, and Li Wei looked at the chat record again. There are a lot of chat records today, probably because the group master of the gods is pretending, vaguely revealing some of Tony Stark's future. There is also the matter that Xianba is already on the road to Lingyun Cave. It will not be long before Xianba can obtain the blood bodhi in Lingyun Cave, if Xianba hadn't died in the hands of Huo Kailin. It is worth mentioning that blood bodhi has Li Wei's share. Because Xianba said that when he gets the blood bodhi, he will give some to make amends to the Emperor Huangtian. It's really a bragging of the God Stick Group Master. Because he blows up the Huangtian Emperor too much, Xianba always remembered that he was rude to the young Huangtian Emperor, and he kept thinking about making up for it. Ponder. Li Wei did not speak, just went offline. Excessive speech is not necessary at all. Li Wei thought, anyway, in the chat group, there is a Kuang Chuan, and this Kuang Chuan is still a very prestige group leader. Then, there is absolutely no need for Li Wei to go to the chat group to show his existence. No one in the chat group dares to ignore him. After all, being blown away by the group owner, in the chat group, who doesn't know that Emperor Huangtian is destined to be invincible in the future? Is it the god of 10,000 realms? Who dares to ignore a future heavenly emperor? Several group members in the chat group, it was too late to lick Li Wei's pretended young Huangtian emperor. Even Li Machu and Yu Buchan didn't have the embarrassment to lick the youth desolate emperor because they didn't have anything to take. It's a pity because the two of them feel like they might have missed the chance to hug their thighs. After being offline from the chat group, Li Wei went home. Because of having eaten luminous cuisine, Li Wei really couldn't eat the food at home. I can only take out a plate of light-emitting dishes that I made myself and eat it. Silent all night. In the early morning of the next day, Li Wei told his mother that he was going to take the county exam 4 days later. Because Li Wei is a transmigrator, he has been mature since he was a child, and his parents never have to worry about his affairs. Therefore, when Shang Ziyufang heard that Li Wei was not going to a private school, she didn't have much reaction. Probably used to Li Wei making his own decisions. Going out in the morning, within a few steps, Li Wei met the dragon girl. Dragon girl urged, "Where's the luminous food? Take it out." Li Wei said, "I have 88 plates of luminous dishes here, you can count them. Also, what about the flesh and blood of the monsters I want?" Dragon girl smiled and said, "The monster flesh and blood, of course, is not a problem. I went out this morning and slaughtered a fish monster in the Jiantang River. It weighed more than 1,100 kilograms, enough to exchange you for more than 100 dishes of luminous cooking." Li Wei twitched the corner of his mouth and asked, "Are there many fish monsters in your Jiantang River?" Dragon girl hee, "No matter how much you can't catch it." Li Wei did not say much. Next is the transaction. Li Wei handed over the luminous dishes he made yesterday to the dragon girl. The dragon girl gave Li Wei a huge dead fish monster. This dead fish monster was really big, even bigger than an elephant, with exposed teeth, making it look fierce. Such a fish monster can easily overturn a small boat in the water. Called a monster. Li Wei put the dead fish monster into the personal space of the chat group. After thinking about it, he said, "I don't know your name, Long Jun." Dragon girl said, "You don't need to know my name." Li Wei did not ask any further questions. He is not a curious person. If the dragon girl doesn't tell him her name, she won't tell him her name. Just make a deal with him. All Li Wei cares about is skill points. Chapter 21 Great Achievement. After this transaction, after calculating, Li Wei owes the dragon girl 35 dishes of luminous cooking. But that's all trivial. When Li Wei learns the recipe of golden roast suckling pig, how many dishes can a whole roast suckling pig count? Although, Li Wei later discovered that the golden roast suckling pig was roasted suckling pig. A suckling pig weighs at most 180 kgs, which cannot be compared with a roasted fat pig. But 180 pounds of roast suckling pig, divided into dozens of dishes, is not too much, right? Anyway, Li Wei won't worry that he owes the dragon girl more and more glowing dishes. This is impossible. Because Li Wei was in a hurry, Li Wei could go and ask Lu Angxing, the young master, for a roast beef recipe. How many plates of luminous dishes can one roast whole beef make? In short, Li Wei is very calm. Dragon girl reminded, "Give me some more luminous dishes tomorrow." Say it. With an expression full of anticipation, the dragon girl flew away. Li Wei knew that this dragon girl was a foodie. Although the dragon girl tried her best to hide her desire for food, she was still seen by Li Wei. Seeing the dragon girl fly away with a swoosh, Li Wei was not surprised, just right. Li Wei is also busy. The thousands of caddies of fish demon flesh and blood that Long traded to him could not be eaten up in a short time. Make a metaphor. A big fat pig only weighs 400 or 500 pounds. Then the thousands of pounds of fish demon flesh and blood are comparable to 2 big fat pigs. If this was an ordinary person, he would have to work hard for a month to kill thousands of caddies of fish demon flesh and blood, right? Even ordinary people may be poisoned to death by the flesh and blood of fish demons. After all, the meat of monsters, who knows if ordinary people can eat it? Fortunately, Li Wei was not so troubled. In ancient times, there was a martial arts master who eclipsed 3 cows from the sun. Li Wei was the supreme master, and he could eat more than a martial arts master. This is very obvious. So, it only took one morning for Li Wei to eat up thousands of catties of fish demon flesh and blood. This is called speed. Thousands of catties of fish demon flesh and blood have provided Li Wei with 1,234 skill points. This is an astonishing gain. Li Wei was shocked. After all, thousands of skill points. If this is a full-bodied kung fu skill, how powerful can Li Wei be raised? However, Li Wei did not have so many exercises. There are too many skill points and there is no way to use them to add points. Hey! Li Wei sighed, this is a happy trouble. But I still have a copy of Wuxiang Divine Art, I didn't add any points. Li Wei thought of No Phase Magic that he traded with the Dragon Girl yesterday. This is a very powerful cheat book. Li Wei had read it yesterday, and this spiritless magic also appeared on his system panel smoothly. And what is the mystery of No Phase Magic? Li Weijia added a little bit to make it clear, and he didn't bother to understand the meaning of the original secret book. Anyway, there is no magic trick that can't be solved. 160 skill points were spent. No Phase Magic is not yet entry, can be improved. Wuxiang Magic is great perfection, cannot be improved. Instantly add points to complete. Even though No Phase Divine Art is really powerful, it took Li Wei's 160 skill points to add to the great perfection. Compared with Li Wei's used Tian Frost Fist, Cloud Discharging Palm, Feng Shen Legs and 3 points returning to vitality, it consumes more skill points. After all, it is a matter of adding points to Dzogchen, and it is still a momentary thing. And with the addition of No Phase Magical Art to the realm of great perfection, Li Wei also understood what kind of mystery No Phase Magical Art has. The first level of Wuxiang Divine Art is called True Qi Wuxiang. If you learn this level, you can simulate any martial arts in the world, and the power will only be stronger than the original version. The second layer of No Phase Divine Art is called Flesh and Flesh Without Phase. The mystery of this layer is somewhat similar to Sun Wukong's 72 transformations, but compared with Sun Wukong's 72 transformations, everything can be transformed. No sign, can only become a variety of people. Li Wei tried it and found that he could become an old man, a woman, and even a 3-year-old child. This discovery made Li Wei overjoyed, because he could become a child. This allows Li Wei to better pretend to be a young Huangtian emperor in the chat group and fool the God Stick group owner. The third layer of No Phase Divine Art is incredible. If it is said that the first and second layers of Wuxiang Divine Art are not powerful, then the third layer of Wuxiang Divine Art is truly powerful. The third floor of Sacred Art of No Phase is titled, Natural Phaseless. This layer of No Phase of Nature can simulate the power of nature, such as the power of volcanic eruptions, the power of thunder and lightning in rainy days, and even the power of earthquakes. It is precisely because of the fact that Wuxiang magic has the layer of natural Wuxiang, so that those who practice Wuxiang magic have the strength comparable to the 1,000-year-old monster. There are 3 levels of No Phase Divine Art, and after the 3 levels are completed, it is the great perfection. On the other hand, Li Wei, who added the sacred art of No Phase to the realm of great perfection, instantly felt that he was a great achievement in divine art. After all, No Phase magic is a complete success, and he, Li Wei, can fight against the 1,000-year-old monster. You know, Bai Sohan, the protagonist in the world of The Legend of the White Snake, is just a powerful 1,000-year-old monster. Moment. Li Wei felt himself rising. Chapter 22 _ Can this meet Bai Sohan? However, Li Wei turned to think of the gods and Buddhas all over the sky. Well, in the world of The Legend of the White Snake, the protagonist Bai Sohan is just a little demon in the face of the gods and Buddhas in the sky, and she can't resist at all. Thinking of the gods and Buddhas in the sky, Li Wei gradually calmed down. What great achievement! No matter what, you have to keep a low profile. With Li Wei's character, after practicing some kind of magic, he won't get used to it if he doesn't experiment. After all, it's important to know how strong you really are, and that's something to try. Li Wei flew all the way to the outskirts of Hangzhou. Yes, it's flying. Phaseless magic is a great success. Li Wei has mastered the power of nature without phase, and can control the power of nature in the world. He can control the power of wind, and he can fly at supersonic speed. Afterwards, Li Wei fell into a barren mountain and tried out the true power of no-phase magic. Simulate earthquakes with phaseless magic. Simulate thunder and lightning with phaseless magic. Simulate a tornado with phaseless magic. Simulate a volcanic eruption with phaseless magic. In an instant, the barren mountains and ridges where Li Wei was located were shaking and shaking, lightning flashed, and fire soared into the sky. From time to time, there is also a violent gust of wind blowing, which is simply terrifying. This no-phase divine art is really powerful. After some experiments, Li Wei was very satisfied. But suddenly, a woman in white appeared in front of Li Wei. Li Wei was taken aback. Subconsciously, Li Wei used phaseless magic to simulate the power of earthquakes, and smashed it in one move. Unexpectedly, the woman in white just waved her sleeves lightly, and then took Li Wei's trick lightly. Woman in white shouted, "Fellow deist! What do you mean?" Li Wei quickly stepped back. After all, it was just a move, and Li Wei knew that he couldn't beat the woman in white. This woman in white is too strong. Li Wei just subconsciously, it was a shot with all his strength, but it was easily caught by the woman in white. Can't beat it? Li Wei stepped back and said, "What do you mean? I'm just here to try my new practice, and I didn't do anything." Woman in white said angrily, "Fellow deist, you didn't see it. Is this very close to the cave I temporarily built? I blocked it with a formation. You really didn't see it?" Li Wei was surprised. What the hell, did he meet an immortal cultivator? Li Wei said, I'm not a cultivator, I'm just a martial artist, so I don't know the formation. I can't see it." Woman in white was surprised. "Aren't you a Taoist?" Li Wei said, "I'm really sorry, I'm just a martial artist, but if you can teach me the cultivation technique, I'll be very grateful to you." Woman in white twitched her mouth and said, "Then this is a misunderstanding. My name is Bai Sohan, a monk at the foot of Qingcheng Mountain. I came to Hangzhou this time and temporarily built a cave in the wild. I was alarmed by the movement. You just collapsed my cave." Li Wei ignored the collapse of Bai Sohan's cave mansion and focused on it. Li Wei was shocked. "Are you Bai Sohan?" Bai Sohan said, "You know me." Bai Sohan asked herself that she was dedicated to cultivating Taoism in Mount Qingcheng, and few people knew who she was. If it wasn't for the guidance of Guanyin Bodhisattva this time, her chance to become an immortal would be in Hangzhou. Bai Sohan will never leave Qingcheng Mountain. So, how did this young man recognize her? "Li Vadeo, I know you, it's an accident, but that's not the point. The point is, Bai Sohan, are you here to find your benefactor?" Li Wei's face has calmed down. But the heart is not calm. Because I didn't expect that it would be such a coincidence to meet Bai Sohan. To talk about Bai Sohan, Li Wei has been waiting for her for several years. From the age of 8, Li Wei met Su Xian and knew that this was the world of the legend of the White Snake. Li Wei has been befriending Su Xian, expecting to get the method of cultivating immortals from Bai Sohan through Su Xian. Li Wei, of course, was shocked when he met Bai Sohan like this by chance. When Bai Sohan heard Li Wei's words, Li Wei actually knew that she was looking for someone to repay her kindness. Bai Sohan's face changed, and she said coldly, "On the matter of repayment, only me and Guanyin know about it." "How did you know?" Li Wei said, a lot of people know about the fact that you are looking for someone to repay your kindness. What does it mean that only you and Guanyin Bodhisattva know? Not only that, but I even know who the benefactor you are looking for. Li Weijin didn't lie to Bai Sohan. The legend of the white snake, which Chinese people on earth don't know. So it's not a lie to say that many people know that Bai Sohan is looking for someone to repay her kindness. Bai Sohan frowned, feeling that things were not simple. How did her repayment of gratitude leak out? And who is the benefactor she is looking for? She doesn't even know herself at the moment. Does Li Wei really know? Chapter 23 _ It's so hard to be a cultivator. Bai Sohan said coldly, what's your purpose? If you can ask this, you can see that Bai Sohan is a monster with brains. Li Wei bluntly stated his purpose and said, I want to ask you for a cultivation method for immortal cultivation, the kind that can be cultivated to become immortal. Do you have it? If there is, I will take you directly to your benefactor. Bai Sohan shook her head and said, my Dao cultivation technique cannot be spread out. Besides, I don't have a second cultivation technique that can become immortal. Li Wei was disappointed. In this legend of the white snake world, the cultivators attach too much importance to the cultivation techniques, right? Li Wei just wanted a copy of the exercises to become an immortal, but the daughter of the dignified Qiantang River Dragon King couldn't give it, and neither could Bai Sohan. You must know that Bai Sohan's identity is not ordinary, a disciple of the dignified mother of Li Shan. Alas! Li Wei sighed in disappointment and asked, Bai Sohan, do you know where I can get the cultivation technique? The kind that can be directly cultivated to become an immortal. Bai Sohan just looked at Li Wei like this and stopped talking. Because Bai Sohan felt that Li Wei was really suspicious. Li Wei himself understood this. Li Wei thought of the Super Dimension chat group again. Forget it, Bai Sohan refuses to give the cultivation technique to the immortals, but I still have other ways to get it. I'm too lazy to calculate with Bai Sohan. Just tell Bai Sohan that Su Xian is her benefactor. Maybe I can get unexpected benefits? Li Wei thought about it and decided. Li Wei said, Bai Sohan, the benefactor you are looking for is my friend, Su Xian, who should still be studying in a private school. Bai Sohan sneered, who knows if your words are true or false? I don't know you. Bai Sohan is so vigilant. Li Wei was too lazy to talk nonsense anymore. When he met Bai Sohan, he was first shocked and then disappointed. Now he really didn't want to say anything to Bai Sohan. Li Wei said, if my words are true or false, you can go and see for yourself. Su Xian is my friend. You can find out if you go to Qiantang County, Hangzhou, and find out. That's it. Li Wei flew away. Bai Sohan didn't stop her. But Li Wei felt very disappointed. Looking forward to the white snake for many years. He couldn't even give him the cultivation technique he wanted. Depend on. Li Wulian's excitement of adding a little bit to the great perfection in the magic of no phase has faded away. The golden roasted suckling pig is not yet introductory. The golden roasted suckling pig is complete. Back in Hangzhou, Li Wei is a wave of added points. After 3 skill points were spent, Li Wei added the golden roast suckling pig, a luminous cooking recipe, to the great perfection, so that he could make this dish. After buying a few fat and tender suckling pigs, Li Wei prepared a bonfire and a barbecue grill. It took more than 2 hours to prepare 5 golden roast suckling pigs. Each golden roast suckling pig weighs almost 80 pounds. This is the fattest suckling pig that Li Wei could find. If it is fatter, it's not a suckling pig, it's a big fat pig. 5 golden roast suckling pigs, each about 80 catties, a total of 400 catties. Do the math, 1 pound of pork is counted as 1 plate of glowing dishes, then these 5 golden roast suckling pigs can be counted as 400 dishes of glowing dishes. It's not a big deal to owe the dragon girl 35 plates of luminous dishes. Li Wei had a good plan in his heart. I just don't know if the dragon girl will accept the golden roast suckling pig. Let's try it tomorrow. Back home, Li Wei found out that something happened in his home. It seems that there is a rat infestation in one of the fields at home. But Li Wei didn't care too much about that. Because it's just the little things. To the next day. Early in the morning, Li Wei went out, just a few steps, as usual, he met the dragon girl. Where's my glowing dish? The dragon girl looked impatient. If she hadn't known that eating luminous cooking would not be addictive, Li Wei would have suspected that luminous cooking had some kind of forbidden effect. Li Wei took out a golden roast suckling pig, and he said, Long Jun, look, how many plates of luminous dishes do you make for such a big roast suckling pig? Dragon girl was stunned. Why is it a pig today? Li Wei explained, this is the golden roast suckling pig. This is a luminous dish that is very difficult to make. It's very delicious. Think about it, the golden roast suckling pig, every bite, it is full of tender meat aroma and juicy. Delicious. Whether it is delicious or not, you will know if you have eaten it, Your Excellency Long Jun. Dragon girl hissed and swallowed. Li Wei heard this voice. Dragon girl suggested, how about this golden roast suckling pig, even if it is a pound of light dishes? Okay, no problem. Li Wei felt that he and Long Envy wanted to go together. That's what he thought. Then, Li Wei gave Dragon Girl 2 golden roast suckling pigs, which counted as 160 dishes of luminous dishes. The Dragon Girl brought Li Wei another dead fish demon today. This dead fish demon is more than 1,500 kilograms, which is heavier than yesterday's dead fish demon. Do the math. After the transaction, Li Wei still owes Long more than 30 dishes of luminous cuisine. Chapter 24 _ cultivation cheats are here. But Li Wei was in no hurry. Li Wei's idea is that those who owe money are not in a hurry, and those who are owed will be in a hurry. Therefore, although Li Wei's chat group storage space still has 3 golden roast suckling pigs, he just doesn't take them out to the Dragon Girl. Because after taking it out, it is the Dragon Girl who owes him Li Wei. Transaction complete. The Dragon Girl took 2 golden roast suckling pigs and left impatiently. Li Wei took out a bottle of milk and drank it in a hurry. This milk, Tony Stark, the guy who sent him 100 boxes. I don't know how long I can drink it. Inside the house, Li Wei ate the flesh and blood of the fish demon. Because the fish demon has too much flesh and blood, more than 1,000 kilograms. As a result, Li Wei didn't bother to bake and ate it raw. I have to say that Peak Martial Saint has a good appetite. More than 1,000 caddies of fish demon flesh and blood, it didn't take an hour for Li Wei to eat it up. Still eaten raw. Called brutal. This is the pinnacle of martial arts. In terms of the amount of food and the speed of eating, I don't know how much faster than the Supreme Grandmaster. At least, yesterday Li Wei got the more than 1,000 kilograms of fish demon flesh and blood, like he ate it all morning, right? However, the reason why Li Wei is said to be the pinnacle of martial arts. That's because Li Wei's comprehensive strength evaluation changed on the system panel after Li Wei raised phaseless magic to the realm of great perfection. Before, Li Wei's strength evaluation was, the supreme master of the martial arts world. However, after he upgraded Wuxiang divine art to the realm of great perfection, Li Wei's comprehensive strength evaluation, on the system panel, became, Gao Wu world's peak Wusheng. Li Wei didn't know what to compare the two evaluations. Anyway, Li Wei felt that this peak martial saint was dozens of times stronger than the Supreme Grandmaster. The comprehensive strength evaluation on the system panel is just a reference, because Li Wei doesn't know which world's evaluation standard is. But skill points are absolutely accurate. After killing the more than 1,000 caddies of fish demon flesh and blood that he traded with the Dragon Girl today, Li Wei's skill points on the system panel have already reached 2,735. Skill points, 2,735. With so many skill points, I don't know how many exercises can be added. Unfortunately, for the time being, Li Wei doesn't seem to have any exercises to add. And thought about it? Levi found himself with nothing to do. Tomorrow's luminous dishes for the dragon girl, just take the golden roast suckling pig in the storage space of the chat group. Li Wei pondered for a while, and put his consciousness into the super dimension chat group. I have to say, ancient times are really boring. When you grow up, you can also visit the brothel. But now Li Wei is still young. It's too early to go to a brothel at the age of 12. Therefore, Li Wei had to use the super dimension chat group to relieve his boredom and see who was chatting in the chat group. But as soon as he entered the super dimension chat group, Li Wei received a surprise. Surprise, surprise. The omniscient and almighty Sudaxian, group owner, sent the file Great Power Tianlong to Huang Tiandi. Great Power Dragon. In the world of Green Snake, Fa Hai's practice method. Different from Xianba's unique skills, this Fa Hai is a cultivator. Therefore, Dai Tianlong is the cultivation method of immortals. To be precise, Dai Tianlong should be regarded as a Buddhist practice. But, so what? In the world of Legend of the White Snake, Li Wei has been struggling to cultivate immortal exercises, but he can't get it. The one who was rejected by the dragon girl and rejected by Bai Sohen, and the attitudes of both rejections were very clear and there was no room for negotiation. This is enough to represent the difficulty of acquiring immortal cultivation techniques in the world of the Legend of the White Snake. And now, God Stick Group Master, just like that, sent Fa Hai's cultivation method to Li Wei. Li Wei was instantly excited. Huang Chui Group Leader. Awesome. Bao Yin. Li Wei received the Dao Ei Tianlong file sent to him by the master of the stick group. Then, go to the chat group page. Just see. Omniscient and Almighty Sudaxian, group owner, at, little friend number 10, this Dao Ei Tianlong is a cultivation method in the world of Xiangxia, and it was given to me by a new group of friends from Fa Hai. I send it to you to see, maybe it will help you a little in your future practice. Because it's at Levy's. Therefore, this sentence of the God Stick group leader first appeared on Li Wei's chat page and let Li Wei see it. Then, Li Wei went to see the normal chat records. I saw that, as expected, Fa Hai from the world of Green Snake joined the group. However, even Fa Hai, who knows Great Power Tianlong, joined the group within 2 hours, and was fooled by the group owner and couldn't find the north. Even, Fa Hai contributed the Great Power Tianlong he practiced to the God Stick group masters. All of a sudden, Li Wei felt that the skill of fooling people, the master of the stick group, was really incredible. Can even Fa Hai in the world of Green Snake fool you? Even if Li Wei knew the plot of Green Snake, he couldn't fool Fa Hai because he didn't have the skill to fool. However, the God Stick group master fooled Fa Hai, and he also had a share of the benefits. Who made the group leader absurd? Desperately wanting to befriend a young Huangtian emperor, in the hope that the Huangtian emperor will grow up in the future and benefit him. Chapter 25_Demon, Look at my mighty Tianlong. Chat record. Omniscient and Almighty Sudaxian, group owner, renamed the group member Fa Hai the strongest in history to Fa Hai. Fa Hai, group leader, I don't know, who is this desolate emperor? Why did you give him the great power heavenly dragon mind art given to you by the poor monk? Omniscient and Almighty Sudaxian, group owner, this Huangtian emperor is my little friend number 10, the monk Fa Hai. You just joined the group and you don't know, but let me tell you, the current Huangtian emperor is only 2 or 3 years old. But in the future, he will be an invincible emperor in the heavens and the world. Omniscient and Almighty Sudaxian, group leader monk Fa Hai, there should be a jade emperor in the world you live in, right? Fa Hai, yes. The jade emperor dominates the 3 realms, and his divine power is boundless. You buccan, however, The Huangtian Emperor is a more powerful person than the Jade Emperor. Yu Buchan suddenly interrupted. All-knowing and almighty Sudaxian, group leader. Yes, even the Jade Emperor can't compare to the Huangtian Emperor. The Huangtian Emperor is a person who can arbitrarily rule the ages, and can be called friends with me. Yu Buchan, so in our group, no one dares to offend the big boss Huangtiandi. Although according to the group leader, Huangtiandi is only 2 or 3 years old now. Fahe, the poor monk understands that he is the omniscient and almighty group leader. You have seen with your unsurpassed eyes that the future Baron Emperor will have supreme divine power beyond the rulers of the 3 realms. So tell the poor monk not to offend the Baron Emperor? Sudaxian, group leader Ruzai can be taught, and Emperor Huangtian can call me friends in the future. You really can't afford to offend. Otherwise, the great cause and effect, once liquidated, will be enough to make you never recover. Chat history is here. The leader of the Huangchui group is very powerful, and he told Fa Hai, who was new to the group, about the arrogance of Emperor Huangtian. A man more powerful than the Jade Emperor, Fa Hai just thought about it and became Amitba. How dare you say that Huangtiandi is not? That's it? Li Weibai went to Fa Hai's dragon. Even Fa Hai might be honored. Because according to what the group leader said, Huangtiandi will definitely surpass the Jade Emperor. Read this chat transcript. Li Wei was very fortunate that he pretended to be Emperor Huangtian in the chat group. Hey, prostitution, that's cool. In particular, prostitutes to get what they dream of. I have been thinking about the cultivation method of immortality for several years. It was sent by the leader of the Wild Blowing group. Hey, you don't have to pay anything, just get it. It's so cool. Group leader, please be sure to lick the young Huangtian Emperor I pretend to be. Li Wei thought to himself. By the way, sent a message out. In the chat group. Huangtiandi at Omniscient and Almighty Sudaxian, group owner, thank you for the Dai Tian Long sent by the group owner. I have to thank the God Stick group master for blowing this wildly. In this way, the next time the wild blowing will blow hard, won't it? Otherwise, if you lick the young Huangtian Emperor, you will not receive feedback. Maybe the God Stick group owner won't lick it? Get dragon. Li Wei exited the chat group consciously, and began to watch dragon. Dai Tian Long, this immortal cultivation method, has a lot of words. However, Li Wei is already a peak martial arts saint, and his ability to understand and think is beyond ordinary people. Therefore, after 10 minutes, Li Wei successfully finished reading the hundreds of thousands of words of Dai Tian Long mental method. The great power Tian Long mentality has been determined, and it has been entered into the system panel. Li Wei is, add points. Dai Tian Long has not started. Dai Tian Long first floor. Dai Wei Tian Long second floor. The third floor of Dai Tian Long. Go crazy. Until the 17th floor of Dai Tian Long. Skill point, 7. Can't add points. Li Wei let out a heavy breath. Made. Skill points are almost exhausted. More than 2,700 skill points. Just added Dai Tian Long to the 17th floor. This great power Tian Long is too skill intensive, right? Fortunately, the improvement of strength is also large enough. Li Wei felt it, and he found that his body was more than 10 times stronger. Even more terrifying is the mana within the body, flooding like a river. The martial Dao True Qi that Li Wei had added in the past was nothing compared to such mana. Li Wei glanced at the system panel again. Unlimited point system. Host, Li Wei. Cultivation technique, the 17th floor of Dai Tian Long. Comprehensive strength evaluation, the weaker angels. Skill point, 7. Is the Dai Tian Long on the 17th floor already comparable to the gods in the sky? Ha ha ha. I have finally risen. Li Wei couldn't help but laugh. Bai Suhan won't give him a cultivation technique, right? The dragon girl also refused to give the cultivation technique to the immortal, right? In the legend of the white snake, all the great traditions in the world attach great importance to the cultivation of immortals, right? However, the group leader of the wild blowing group gave it to him. With a wave of rise, even if Fa Hai in the world of the legend of the white snake faced him, Li Wei could blow it up. After all, Li Wei's current edition of Da Yi Tian Long is a unique skill in the world of green snake. And Fa Hai in the world of green snake is the strongest Fa Hai. Even Fa Hai in the world of the legend of the white snake can blow up, so what is Bai Suhan, the protagonist of the world of the legend of the white snake? Li Wei thought of being rejected by Bai Suhan, refusing to give him a cultivation method, and even pointing to a picture that he refused to obtain the method. My heart suddenly felt dark. Really? Or Super Dimension chat group is reliable? This legend of the white snake world is full of cheapskates. Chapter 26 The deal with Fu Belong is gone. Li Wei gradually calmed down his excitement. Can't expand yet. Because, in the world of the legend of the white snake, the Buddha, Avalokitesvara, Jade Emperor and other great powers can be determined to exist. Li Wei, whose strength is comparable to a weak angel, may be able to show his might in the mortal world of the legend of the white snake. But if he really wants to swell, he will be taught the principles of being a human being by a powerful person among the immortals and gods in minutes. Li Wei is also well aware of the concept of low-key development until he is invincible. Keep being humble. The next day, early in the morning, Li Wei went out. Before taking a few steps, Li Wei met the dragon girl as usual. Dragon girl's face was a little worried. She didn't rush to make a deal with Li Wei, but sighed and said, "Your name is Li Wei?" Dragon Palace. Li Wei's scalp is numb. What does long news tone mean? Does he have an unclear relationship with the dragon girl? Li Wei couldn't help but said, "Your Excellency Long Jun, we've only known each other for a few days, right? We've only made a few transactions." The dragon girl looked at Li Wei speechlessly and said, "What do you think? I mean, I'm going to marry the dragon palace in the East China Sea. In this way, our transaction will not be able to continue." Li Wei asked, "Why?" Although the East China Sea is far from Hangzhou, all real dragons can fly, right? With the flying speed of a real dragon, I am afraid that it will be able to fly from the East China Sea to Hangzhou in just 1 hour and 3/4. So, distance is not a hindrance to transactions. However, the dragon girl explained, "I'm going to get married. Don't you understand? You human girls, after marriage, can you just run out and play? Although I'm a dragon, I have to obey the rules. If you marry into the dragon palace of the East China Sea, without a proper reason, you can only stay in the dragon palace of the East China Sea." Li Wei understood now. After co-authoring the dragon girl and getting married, can't you just go out for a walk? As a result, the transaction cannot proceed. Li Wei could only spread his hands and said, "Your Excellency Long Jun, if you tell me about this, what can I do?" Dragon girl said, "I know you can't do anything about it. After all, you are just a mortal, and I don't reject marrying into the dragon palace in the East China Sea. I just tell you that our future transactions will not go on. Unless..." The dragon girl hesitated. Li Wei couldn't help asking, "Unless what?" Li Vina attaches great importance to the transaction with the dragon girl. After all, what that means is Li Wei's steady way to get a lot of skill points. Dragon girl replied, "Unless you become my servant, so that I marry into the East China Sea Dragon Palace, you can also enter the East China Sea Dragon Palace, and in the East China Sea Dragon Palace, our transaction can continue." Li Wei thought that the dragon girl had a good idea, but he didn't expect it to be this way. Li Wei pointed to himself and asked back, "Your Excellency Long Jun, do you think I might be your servant?" Dragon girl said, Aren't you humans greedy? Let's do it. You become my servant and cook me luminous dishes in the future, and I will provide you with monster flesh and blood. Even if you want gold and silver, I can give it to you. You get it? Li Wei refused. Impossible. Skill points are valuable, but freedom is more expensive. It's not that Li Wei can only get skill points from the dragon girl. It can only be said that it is easier to get skill points from the dragon girl. But to make Li Wei sell his freedom, there are only 3 words impossible. Li Wei is a man who has a plug-in, and it is almost the same as a dragon girl to be his maid. Seeing Li Wei's refusal, Long Envy could only say regretfully, "That's our last transaction." Seeing the dragon girl like this, she didn't have any idea of forcing Li Wei. Of course, if she embarrassed Li Wei can guarantee that he will never keep his hands, that is, a great power Tianlong slams over. Then, there is the transaction. The dragon girl took out a dead fish monster weighing more than 2,000 catties. Li Wei took out the 3 golden roast suckling pigs that were placed in the private storage space of the chat group. Long Envy said, "The last transaction, don't care too much, you give me 3 roast pigs, I will give you this fish monster of more than 2,000 pounds, even if the 2 sides are even." Li Wei smiled and said, "That's fine too. The transaction is complete." Seeing that the dragon girl was about to leave, Li Wei quickly asked, "Your Excellency Long Jun, when will you marry?" Dragon girl replied, "It's today. How else would I say this is our last transaction?" Li Wei was deeply regretful and asked again, "This, Lord Long Jun, how did you catch this fish monster that you and I traded?" Asking how to catch the big fish monster is Li Wei's purpose. A big fish monster, at least 1,000 catties, worth more than 1,000 skill points. In Li Wei's view, this is the baby. The dragon girl explained it for the sake of trading with Li Wei in the past few days. "The fish monster I traded with you was specially raised by our dragon palace and provided food for real dragons. Ordinary fish monsters, aren't they? There will be such a big one. And most of the fish monsters in the Qiantang River are my father's subordinates. If you catch them, my father will beat you to death." "Say it." The dragon girl flew away with regret. "I haven't eaten any luminous dishes since." You. The dragon girl was sad, but she had no choice. She was going to marry the dragon palace in the East China Sea, which was not something she could decide. And reluctantly Li Wei, Long Envy dare not. Because she is not a monster. Chapter 27_Group Task. Fu Pelong, it's gone. Li Wei was lost. "I wanted to earn skill points in the future, but I didn't trade with the dragon girl, so it was so easy. But it's no use getting lost." Li Wei quickly packed up his mood, and then, he displayed his mighty Tianlong, and swallowed the dead fish monster that the dragon girl had just traded to him. This is the difference between cultivating immortals and practicing martial arts. Yesterday, Li Wei had to eat the dead fish monster in one bite. But today, Dai Tianlong is 10%, Li Wei don't say that he swallowed a dead fish monster weighing more than 2,000 kilograms in one bite, even if he swallowed a small hill in one bite. He ate the dead fish monster weighing more than 2,000 kilograms into his stomach. The infinite points system on Li Wei was activated, instantly converting the dead fish monster into skill points. Skill points, 2,347. The dead fish monster weighing more than 2,000 catties provided Li Wei with 2,340 skill points. On the system panel, the 7 skill points in the mantissa are the ones left after Li Wei added points last time. Li Wei also has no idea of saving skill points. Although there will be no few belong to trade with him in the future, let him earn skill points. However, where it should be added, it is still necessary to add more. Can't be stingy. Think so. Li Wei instantly consumes 1,000 skill points. The 17th floor of Dai Tianlong can be upgraded, the great perfection of Dai Tianlong, cannot be upgraded. The method of cultivating immortals in Dai Tianlong has only 18 floors. At this moment, Li Wajia clicked on it, and he added Dai Tianlong to the realm of great perfection. The great power heavenly dragon in the realm of great perfection is twice as strong as the great power heavenly dragon on the 17th floor. Li Wei opened the system panel and took a look. Unlimited point system. Host, Li Wei. Cultivation method, Dai Tianlong great perfection. Comprehensive strength evaluation, comparable to heavenly immortals. Skill points, 1347. Very good, you can't be stingy with skill points. After all, where are the skill points? It's just for extra. This wave of additions, the addition of Dai Tianlong to the realm of great perfection, instantly doubled my strength. On the system panel, my strength evaluation has also changed from a weaker angel to a peer. My strength is no different from a real angel, isn't it? Ha! I'm only 12 years old in this life. Levi is satisfied. 12 years old, possessing the power of an immortal. Just ask, who else? Even the real Huangtian Emperor, when he was 12 years old, did not have the strength of a fairy, right? Although it is said that Li Wei has already been reincarnated through transmigration. But Li Wei was still very excited. Buzzing. At this time, Li Wei felt that there was a change in the Super Dimension chat group, as if he was reminding him that something happened. Li Wei didn't dare to delay, and quickly sank his consciousness into the Super Dimension chat group. After all, this Super Dimension chat group can barely be regarded as Li Wei's second golden finger. Who is the God Stick group leader in the group? Is it the Huangtian Emperor blowing it? What's the benefit? If you forget anyone, you won't forget Li Wei's share. This made Li Wei pretend to be Emperor Huangtian in the chat group, and he pretended to be very energetic. As soon as consciousness entered the Super Dimension chat group, Li Wei saw Omniscient and Almighty Sudaxian, group owner, at all group members. Omniscient and Almighty Sudaxian, group owner, is everyone there? I have something to announce. Yu Buchan, yes. Zhang Sanfan, yes. Tony Stark, group leader, I'm sleeping with the beauty in my arms. Lu Angxing, yes. Li Ma Chu, yes. Fahe, the poor monk is chanting sutras. Xianba, group master, I just came to Lingyun Cave, and I'm about to go in. Huang Tiandi, I just finished practicing the Dai Tianlong heart technique that the group owner gave me yesterday. Guo Jing, yes. All group members, not counting the group owner, have a total of 8 people. All responded at this time. All-knowing and almighty Sudaxian, group owner, everyone, listen patiently, because the strength of the group members in the group has reached the standard, so I have opened the group task function. In the next few days, everyone will receive the first group task. Zhang Sanfan, can the group owner explain this group of tasks in detail? Omniscient and almighty Sudaxian, group owner, of course, I'm about to explain. Omniscient and almighty Sudaxian, group owner, do you know the purpose of my creation of this superdimensional chat group? Zhang Sanfan, let all beings communicate with each other. Yu Buchan, give all creatures a chance to change their destiny. Omniscient and almighty Sudaxian, group leader Zhang Sanfan and Yu Buchan, what you two said is only one of my goals, but my main purpose is to save the world. All-knowing and almighty Sudaxian, group owner, the group members who join the superdimensional chat group have the responsibility to save the human world that is about to be destroyed. Omniscient and almighty Sudaxian, group owner, and the group mission is to release the mission to save the world, but don't worry, the group mission I released will not exceed your strength, and will provide detailed information. You take over the group mission, save the world, and get rewards from the chat group I created. The God Stick group master said it in great detail. Li Wei felt embarrassed to hear it, maybe other group members would be fooled by such an explanation from the God Stick group leader. But Li Wei knew that the superdimensional chat group was 100% not created by the God Stick group owner, otherwise, how could he succeed in pretending to be a young Huangtian emperor? The God Stick group owner probably accidentally became the group owner of the superdimension chat group. So, the group quests mentioned by the God Stick group owner are the tasks released by the superdimension chat group, not as the God Stick group owner said, he created a chat group and used the chat group to publish tasks. Slightly pondered. Li Wei continued to read, but he wanted to see what the God Stick group masters said next. Chapter 28_his. The Emperor of the Wild Heaven is so terrifying. Tony Stark, I understand what the group owner means, that is, there will be group missions in a few days, let us group members save the world, right? Omniscient and Almighty Sudaxian, group owner, that's right. Tony Stark, nothing else. Omniscient and Almighty Sudaxian, group owner, only this matter is announced, everyone knows it, and it can be dispersed. Xianba, okay, group leader, I'm going to Lingyun Grotto to find Swibati. Fahe, the poor monk is chanting scriptures. Emperor Huangtian, Grandpa Shi Yunfan called me to eat. Goodbye to the group leader. Omniscient and Almighty Sudaxian, group owner, little friend number 10, wait. Huangtiandi, do you have anything to do with the group master? Omniscient and Almighty Sudaxian, group owner, I just want to ask, how is your current strength, little friend number 10? Omniscient and Almighty Sudaxian, group leader, young friend number 10, in the future, you are an invincible emperor who can talk with me, so I can't see through you. Omniscient and Almighty Sudaxian, group owner, in a few days, group members will receive group quests. Little friend number 10, tell me about your strength. I know it well. Li Wei pondered when he saw the God Stick group master say so. Then, Li Wei decided to reveal his true strength. Li Wei was not afraid that the gang masters would suspect him. Because the God Stick group masters are wild blows. If Huangtiandi's performance is too weak, then the Stick group leader may be suspicious, but Huangtiandi's performance is very strong, and the Stick group leader will not doubt it. Because the Emperor Huangtian is awesome. This is Arabuki's idea. Even if it is a young Huangtian emperor, in the eyes of the God Stick group masters, I am afraid it is very extraordinary, right? After all, the God Stick group owner must know about Born Supreme, Willow God in Stone Village, and so on. Huangtiandi, I don't know what my strength is. Huangtiandi, but I have practiced both 9 Yang Divine Art and 3 points returning Primordial Qi, but 9 Yang Divine Exercise and 3 points returning Primordial Qi are too weak. Huangtiandi, I just finished the Great Power Tianlong that you gave me yesterday, the group owner. I think I should not be weaker than an ancient relic. Omniscient and Almighty Sudaxian, group owner, on the 10th, you completed the Great Power Heavenly Dragon? What level have you reached? Huangtiandi, the Great Power Tianlong only has 18 floors, and I have finished my training. Omniscient and Almighty Sudaxian, group owner, don't lie, little friend number 10, the group mission in a few days is not a joke. Huangtiandi, I have indeed finished practicing Dai Tianlong, I didn't lie. Blue Star. Suya felt that she wanted to be quiet. He lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. How old is the Huangtian emperor in this group? Fuck, it's just a pervert. Dai Tianlong. After training to the 18th floor, his strength is comparable to that of an immortal, right? I only sent Great Power Tianlong to Huangtiandi yesterday. Suya felt that his hand holding the cigarette was shaking. This young Baron Emperor is a bit terrifying, and he completed Great Power Tianlong in one day? Or is it possible to instantly complete Great Power Tianlong? This is so evil. It's a bit unacceptable for him to make this ridiculous rant. Taking a deep breath, Suya asked in the group. Omniscient and Almighty Sudaxian, Group owner little friend number 10, how old are you? Huang Tiandi, it's almost 3 years old. Omniscient and almighty Sudaxian, group leader as expected of the invincible emperor who can talk to me in the future, it seems that I still underestimate you. Even if you are young, you are still invincible. Huang Tiandi, oh, Grandpa Shi Yunfan urged me to eat, I went to eat. Omniscient and almighty Sudaxian, group owner go. But little friend number 10, you can remember the group tasks in a few days. You need to travel to other worlds to complete them. After completion, you will return to yourself. The world it was in. Emperor Huangtian, oh. Seeing the answer of youth desolate emperor, Suye silently withdraws his consciousness from the chat group. Suye felt that he had to be quiet, because he didn't expect that the young Huangtian emperor who was less than 3 years old could be so terrifying. That's Dai Tianlong? Did he really finish his studies as a young Huangtiandi? Is it true that the Supreme Being is so awesome? Or is it that the world level where Huangtiandi is located is too high, and great power Tianlong is nothing at all? Suye felt shocked. Even the leader of the Huangchui group was shocked, not to mention the group members such as Xianba and Fahe. When Xianba saw his unique skill, 3 points returning to the primordial qi, in Huangtian Emperor's view, he could learn it casually. Because this desolate heavenly emperor is less than 3 years old, although he is an invincible heavenly emperor in the future, his talent is too terrifying, right? Compared with Huangtian Emperor, Xianbo feels that his talent is like a piece of flying, because he has practiced 3 points returning qi, and he has practiced for decades, but he has not yet achieved complete success. Chapter 29_Susian, I have a friend. The other group members were more or less shocked by the terrifying talent of the Emperor Huangtian. This is just the Huangtian Emperor who is less than 3 years old. It is so terrifying, so how terrifying should the future Baron Emperor really become the invincible Emperor? The most shocking is none other than Fa Hai. Only Fa Hai is the person who understands the mind of Dai Tianlong best. Fa Hai in the world of Green Snake, who has cultivated great power Tianlong in 20 years, subdues demons, and has no advantage in any way. Naturally, he knows the power of great power Tianlong. That can be compared to the fairy Buddha. Fa Hai saw the chat records and saw Huang Tiandi said that he could cultivate great power Tianlong at will, and he felt that his Buddha's heart was unstable. Yesterday, the group owner gave the great power Tianlong mentality to Emperor Huangtian. And this desolate heaven emperor is less than 3 years old. Hey, worthy of being the invincible emperor in the future, someone who can surpass the Jade Emperor. Fa Hai silently recited the scriptures, and after a long time, he suppressed the shaking emotions in his heart and could only tell himself. It cannot be compared with the characters destined to surpass the Jade Emperor. Although that person is less than 3 years old. Li Wei consciousness withdrew from the chat group. In Li Wei's view, although his remarks exposed his own strength, it was not too much. The real Baron Emperor, born supreme, born extraordinary, and has great luck. This existence is impossible to fathom. Li Wei felt that his exposure to the fact that he easily learned 9 Yang divine art, 3 points returning qi, and Dai Tianlong should only make the group leader of Huangchuya pay more attention to the young Huangtian emperor he played. Also, there will be group missions in a few days. The mission of the group is to save the world. I don't know what world to save. However, my current strength is similar to that of Fa Hai in the chat group. I am one of the strongest in the chat group. Needless to say about the strength of the group leader, he should be a big fool. The identity of the group leader is something to be afraid of. After all, the authority dog is still very powerful. Besides, I still have a system. I'm afraid. Li Wei thought about it carefully, and found that he didn't have to worry about the group task in a few days. Because of strength. He is already strong. At least in the chat group at this time. If there is a group mission, Li Wei will feel a dangerous crisis. So, wouldn't the other group members be wiped out? As for the identity exposure crisis, Li Wei has no phase magic in his body, and he can become a child at any time. When the time comes to perform the group task, Li Wei turns himself into the appearance of a 3-year-old child and pretends to be a young Huangtian emperor. Presumably when the time comes, the God Stick group leader and those group members should be more convinced of his identity as a young Baron Emperor. Li Wei has a good plan in his heart. At this time, it was afternoon. Li Wei has nothing to do. I thought of Bai Sohan, whom I met yesterday. Simply, Li Wei invited Su Xian to go fishing. Su Xian's sister Su Jiarong is not at home for the time being, and private schools usually close at 1 or 2 o'clock. Li Wei easily invited Su Xian out, and guessed that Su Xian, a sullen guy, might have something on his mind. Su Xian is an honest person, and he puts everything on his face. He looked worried. Li Wei asked, Su Xian, are you worried about the upcoming county test? Although Su Xian looked stupid like a pig in Li Wei's opinion, he was not without merit. This advantage is character, honest people are more credible. So when Li Wei saw Su Xian's problems, he would ask Su Xian directly. Su Xian shook his head and said, It's not about the county exam. I have participated in the county exam twice. That's why you're worried? Livy asked. This guy Su Xian thought for a while, but didn't say anything. Because the last time I was fishing in the Jiantang River, a dragon girl appeared. So Su Xian had a shadow on the Jiantang River. Li Wei knew that Su Xian was timid, so he was too lazy to go fishing with Su Xian by the Jiantang River. Li Wei and Su Xian came to the West Lake, rented a small boat, and went fishing while rafting on the West Lake. To say that the scenery of the West Lake is still good, it is too lively. Even on this weekday, there are many people. On the water of the West Lake, there are many boats, and there are also a few flower boats, which are alternative brothels. Looking at Li Wei, his excellent eyesight can make Li Wei see the young lady on the flower boat. Su Xian suddenly said, This, Chang Shen, I have a friend who met a very beautiful girl this morning. She seems to be a lady. Li Wei was stunned. Looking at Su Xian, Li Wei said, Go ahead. Su Xian showed a distressed expression, My friend, fell in love with that very beautiful girl at first sight. But the problem is that the girl is too beautiful and dressed very well, she must be the daughter of a big family, maybe even married. But that friend of mine was obsessed with that pretty girl. Su Xian sighed and said again, But my friend, he is not good at writing or martial arts, and feels that he is not worthy of that girl. Chapter 30 by Sohan, Do I have a grudge against you? Su Xian, anyway, that friend of mine is very confused. Li Wei, brother Su Xian, how did you meet that beautiful girl? Su Xian, what did I meet? A friend of mine. Li Wei, okay, it's your friend. How did your friend meet that beautiful girl? I saw it by accident in the morning. Su Xian thought for a while, as if recalling. Su Xian, it was this morning, it rained for no reason, my friend didn't have an umbrella, so he met a very beautiful girl, the beautiful girl gave him an umbrella, and the umbrella is still with my friend, it's at home. A strangely familiar feeling. Li Wei thought, it seems that Su Xian has met Bai Sohan. This is not unusual. After all, I told Bai Sohan the news of Su Xian yesterday. Li Wei pondered inwardly, what I have to do now is to take Bai Sohan's attention to Su Xian and hit Bai Sohan hard. Li Wei has also waited for Bai Sohan for a few years. Even if he can't get the cultivation method from Bai Sohan, Li Wei will also get some benefits. Otherwise he will not be reconciled. Feel at a loss. As for what Su Xian said, was one of his friends who met a beautiful girl? Su Xian's words were obviously an excuse. Li Wei has been friends with Su Xian for a few years, and Li Wei knows exactly what friends Su Xian has. So, there is only one truth. It was Su Xian who met Bai Sohan in the morning. Besides Bai Sohan, Li Wei really couldn't think of any other blind and beautiful girl who would fall in love with the honest Su Xian. That Bai Sohan took a fancy to Su Xian, or to repay her kindness by marrying Su Xian. It was confirmed that Su Xian met Bai Sohan. Li Wei has achieved his purpose of inviting Su Xian to fish this time. Then, by evening, Li Wei went home satisfied, even though he had not caught a single fish. Su Xian actually caught 2 fish, but he didn't care whether he caught fish or not. His face was full of melancholy, obviously thinking about the beautiful girl he met in the morning. I don't know, if Su Xian knew that the beautiful girl he met in the morning was a 1,000-year-old snake demon, would he still miss her so much? I remember that Su Xian was scared to death when he saw the dragon girl a few days ago. Stop! Bai Sohan blocked Li Wei's way. Li Wei was not surprised. How could Bai Sohan not care about Su Xian? From Li Wei's point of view, Bai Sohan had met Su Xian, and after confirming that Su Xian was her benefactor, she would definitely protect Su Xian in secret. Otherwise, if Su Xian died, Bai Sohan would not know what year and month it would be if she wanted to become an immortal. Bai Sohan can become an immortal only by repaying Su Xian's past life as a shepherd boy for saving her life. It can be said that Su Xian is equal to Bai Sohan's chance to become an immortal. Therefore, being blocked by Bai Sohan at this time was Li Wei's expectation. Because Li Wei had just met Su Xian, he looked like a friend of Su Xian. Bai Sohan was afraid that Li Wei would cause trouble. If Li Wei told Su Xian that she was a snake demon, how much trouble would Bai Sohan have to add to repay her kindness? Bai Sohan could see that Su Xian was an honest person. Honest people these days are most afraid of ghosts and monsters. In order to prevent Li Wei from making trouble, Bai Sohan decided to talk to Li Wei. Li Wei stopped and saw Bai Sohan looking at him coldly. Li Wei helped his forehead and said, "I said Bai Sohan, why are you so indifferent to me? We have no grudges, right?" Bai Sohan said, "You are very suspicious." Li Wei laughed and said, "Have I done anything against you? Did I stop you from repaying Su Xian? I didn't say anything, did I?" Bai Sohan thought for a while and said, "You stay away from Su Xian in the future." Li Wei sneered, "Su Xian and I are friends. We have known each other for a few years. How could it be that you broke up our friendship with a single word?" Bai Sohan just looked at Li Wei like this, with an extra sword in her hand. Bai Sohan said, "I won't allow it. What's wrong with my immortality? Ask again, can you stay away from Su Xian?" Li Wei was stunned. The domineering Bai Sohan? Is this really Bai Sohan? Isn't Bai Sohan a gentle and considerate snake demon with a sister to Su Xian? Or is it that Bai Sohan's tenderness is only for Su Xian? What happened? Li Wei felt that this matter exceeded his expectations. Fortunately, he is not what he used to be. Bai Sohan wants to use force, right? Bai Sohan, eat me a mighty Tianlong. Li Wei made a direct move of the mighty Tianlong and smeared Bai Sohan's face. Made. Li Wei is not a good-tempered person. This Bai Sohan treated him coldly from the beginning, and now threatens him? Do you really think that this transmigrator is easy to bully? Boom. As soon as the mighty Tianlong appeared, the mighty mana covered the sky and the sun, and the golden palm suppressed Xiang Bai Sohan. Bai Sohan's face was shocked. She didn't expect Li Wei to have such means. Bai Sohan, sure enough, you hide deeply. If I hadn't forced you today, would you still want to plot against me? Bai Sohan used the sword to control Dao Fa, and took Li Wei's Dai Tianlong, but she was shocked back a few steps. On the other hand, she said something that made Li Wei even more annoyed. Chapter 31 _ Start a Feud. Li Wei shouted, "You are a mad snake demon. Damn it! I just want to get something out of you. Do you need to look at me like this? You have persecution paranoia. Bai Sohen, it's useless to talk too much. Now that you've made a move, let's play a game and then talk about it. Li Wei, Bai Sohen. Are you crazy? But Bai Sohen is still restrained. Bai Sohen said coldly, go out of the city and fight. Immortals and gods fight against each other, and there is the power of heaven and earth to crack. Bai Sohen and Li Wei have never become immortals, but one of them has practiced the great power Tianlong mental method, and their strength is comparable to that of an immortal. That's why Bai Sohen told Li Wei that she was going out of town to fight. Because in the fight in the city of Hangzhou, when the sky and the earth are torn apart, I don't know how many mortals have to die. Then it's time for a big deal. Li Wei, are you really going to fight? Are you not getting water in your head? Bai Sohen didn't move, looked at Li Wei, and repeated, go out of the city and fight. Li Wei, what a sin. How stupid am I to think that Bai Sohen, you evildoer, is a good person. Li Wei felt that he was deceived by the plot of the legend of the white snake. Perhaps Bai Sohen's tenderness is only for Su Xian and those who know her well. Faced with Li Wei, this attitude is much worse than Dragon Girl. Li Wei looked at Bai Sohen, who was staring at him, and cursed again, dead snake demon. He also knew in his heart that this fight was impossible. After all, although Bai Sohen did not dare to fight against Li Wei in Hangzhou City, she could stare at Li Wei in Hangzhou City. Unless Li Wei wants to be stared at by Bai Sohen all the time, he must be beaten. One person and one snake came to the outskirts of Hangzhou. Bai Sohen immediately shot, a realgar sword, poured into 1,000 years of mana, monstrous power, and slashed at Li Wei. Li Wei raised his hand to be the great power Tianlong. It is different from what is shown in TV dramas and movies. The battle of the gods, fight fast. There is absolutely no reason to fight every move, especially if it takes a few seconds to make a move. Li Wei and Bai Sohen fought against each other, and the two fought fast, and in an instant, they fought hundreds of thousands of moves. Outside the city of Hangzhou, a small area of heaven and earth changed color, and a large mountain was affected by the aftermath of the fight between Li Wei and Bai Sohen, and it collapsed in an instant. Dai Tianlong. In the end, Li Wei's Dai Tianlong is even better. Li Wei was injured with all his might, and he hit Bai Sohen with a powerful move. Clack clack. At this moment, Bai Sohen's body, I don't know how many bones, were smashed by Li Wei. Bai Sohen is not a vegetarian either, her sword pierced Li Wei's left palm. A blood hole was stabbed in Li Wei's left hand. But on the whole, Li Wei took advantage of it. Because Li Wei's injury is only a small injury, it can be cured in 10 days and a half months. But Bai Sohen was directly bombarded by Li Wei Dai Tianlong, and she broke many bones, and even her internal organs were damaged. At the very least, Bai Sohen would have to train for several months before she could recover from the injury she suffered from Li Wei. This is because Bai Sohen is a 1,000-year-old snake demon with a strong physique. If Bai Sohen's constitution is slightly weaker, when Li Wei hits her with a big power Tianlong, her body will be blown up. Although Li Wei has not tested it, but Li Wei knows that even if it is a big mountain, Li Wei can make a mighty Tianlong and blast it. Bai Sohen vomited blood. Then, without any hesitation, Bai Sohen drove the Dongguang and ran away. Li Wei thought to himself, how can there be such a cheap thing? You can fight if you want, and run if you want? So, go after it. But Bai Sohen's escape was unbelievably fast. The more Li Wei chased after him, the farther away he became from Bai Sohen. MMP. I curse you Bai Sohen not to die. Li Wei pointed at the figure of Bai Sohen running away, raised a middle finger, and snorted coldly, feeling shivering and cold. I didn't expect a monster like Bai Sohen. Li Wei looked at his injured left palm, it was still bleeding. Alas! He let out a sigh, knowing that Bai Sohan was such a crazy monster, he would only contact Bai Sohan when he was crazy. Not to mention Bai Sohan, not even Su Xian and Li Wei. After all, see what happened to Bai Sohan? I had an inexplicable fight with Bai Sohan's neuropathy, and my left palm was pierced. It was very painful, right? That's all. The most important thing is that Li Wei didn't get any benefits. I didn't even get the benefits of root hair from Bai Sohan. Li Wei was shivering coldly, which is understandable. After all, Li Wei had been looking forward to Bai Sohan for several years, and had made friends with Su Xian for several years. Didn't expect this to happen. Grass, Bai Sohan. As we all know, grass is a plant. Li Wei shook his middle finger fiercely, his personal position. There is no doubt that after this fight, he was already on Fahei's side. Sure enough, a monster is a monster. Non my family, its heart must be different. Chapter 32 _ Li Wei, I'm not a monk. It's getting dark. Li Wei hurried home. On the one hand, he used the change of flesh and blood in no-phase magic to cover up the injury on his left palm. Wraithless magic is also worthy of martial arts magic, not to mention the power of the third layer of natural shapeless. Even the second layer of flesh and blood has no form, and it has infinite wonderful uses. Although the change of flesh and blood can't cure Li Wei's injury by Bai Sohan, it can also cover up. At least it won't be seen by mortals. And more importantly, a few days later, in the group mission, Li Wei will rely on the change of flesh and blood to pretend to be a young Baron Emperor. At home. Seeing Li Wei entering the door, Shang Ziyufang asked, "Why did you come home so late today?" Li Wei deliberately concealed his parents, so he said, "I went fishing with Su Xian in the West Lake. It's not a big deal. Besides, mother, it's not like you don't know my methods. The big man is not my opponent either. That hemming gong is Li Wei's family martial arts." And speaking of hemming gong, Li Wei thought that he had a middle school sister. Li Wei's sister is Li Ziqian, who is 4 years older than Li Wei. When Li Wei was 10 years old, Li Ziqian had a second illness, saying that she wanted to be a heroine, and then ran away from home. That year, Li Ziqian was only 14 years old, and the 14-year-old girl ran away from home. In Li Wei's mind, he already thought of Li Ziqian being abducted and sold by human traffickers and sold to a brothel, and so on. However, when Li Ziqian ran away from home, Li Wei was only 10 years old, and he was really powerless at that time. Shang Ziyufang said, "Chang Sheng, I know your martial arts are strong, but it's better to come back early. I heard that there has been a rat plague on several acres of land in our Li family. It is said that it has something to do with ghosts. At this time, people who believe in the existence of demons and ghosts are not superstitious. This is not the historical world. It is the real fairy tale world, and those who do not believe in the existence of demons and ghosts are heretics." Li Wei nodded and said, "Okay, I will go home as soon as possible." Shang Ziyufang added, "The day after tomorrow is the county exam, remember Chang Sheng, don't miss this year's county exam." Li Wei nodded, indicating that he knew. At night, Li Wei calculated in his heart. He was thinking, should he join forces with Fa Hai of Jinshan Temple to kill Bai Sohan? After all, Bai Sohan had already formed a grudge with Li Wei. Li Wei had no idea of showing mercy to the enemy, especially a monster who was very unfriendly to him. But there is someone behind Bai Sohan. What if Bai Sohan's backer asks me for trouble if she kills Bai Sohan? Li Wei was troubled. This MMP brought him trouble within 2 days of his appearance. Li Wei is not the monk Fahei, the old monk Fahei has Buddhism as his backing, of course, he can do whatever he wants to do with Bai Sohan. Li Wei is different. If he kills Bai Sohan, he will not be able to deal with Bai Sohan's backer. It's not enough to join the old monk Fahei to kill, because Li Wei has no backer in the world of the legend of the White Snake. Hey. Forget it, try to stay away from that monster Bai Sohan for the time being, and Su Xian won't contact him anymore. When I'm strong enough, I won't be afraid of the backer behind Bai Sohan, and I will kill Bai Sohan again. Levi makes a decision. Under the Qingcheng mountain, Bai Sohan returned to the cave she built. Immediately, Bai Sohan couldn't hold on any longer, she felt her body crumbling, and just fell to the ground. In Bai Sohan's cave, she is not the only snake. There is also a green snake named Xiaoqing. This Xiaoqing was only subdued by Bai Sohan not long ago. Xiaoqing recognized Bai Sohan as her sister and was very convinced of Bai Sohan. Now, Xiaoqing was practicing, but when she suddenly saw the cave opened, Bai Sohan walked in with blood from the corner of her mouth and fell to the ground, which shocked Xiaoqing. "Sister, what's wrong with you?" Xiaoqing hurried over to help Bai Sohan up and asked. Bai Sohan said, "I met a Buddhist monk, and was injured by a monk with hair. That monk is really powerful, even my thousands of years of skill can't match him." In Bai Sohan's view, Li Wei, who used the mighty Tianlong, was a monk. Because of the mighty Tianlong, anyone with a little knowledge can see that this is an extremely authentic Buddhist practice method. If you are not a true disciple of Buddhism, how can you learn it? Xiaoqing asked nervously, "What about the monk who injured your sister? Where is it? Did you come after him?" Bai Sohan said bitterly, "No. That monk can't escape, so I escaped easily. When I recover from this injury, I must make that monk look good." Xiaoqing also said angrily, "That damned monk. Sister, call me when you go to take revenge, and I will help you too." Bai Sohan nodded slowly, but she was thinking about Su Xian. As long as she repays her kindness, she can become a fairy. It's just a thank you. I hope that monk doesn't want me to do anything bad. Otherwise I'll never die with him. Chapter 33_Toad, There is Someone Above Me. The next day, Li Wei went out, turned right, and met a middle-aged Taoist priest. This is a very vulgar-looking middle-aged Taoist priest, holding a long fortune-telling banner in his hand, and at a glance, he knows that he is a liar. Li Wei narrowed his eyes. Middle-aged Taoist said, "The poor king, Daoling, has a grudge against Bai Sohan." Li Wei asked, "You came to me on purpose?" Wang Daoling said with a smile, "Pindao was near Hangzhou yesterday. I knew about the battle between you and Bai Sohan." Li Wei nodded and said, "So you came to me to join forces with me to deal with Bai Sohan." Wang Daoling, "Pindao is exactly what he means, that Bai Sohan is not a son of man. Arrogant and domineering. He deserves to be ashes." Li Wei asked again, "I don't know what grudges you have with Bai Sohan." Wang Daoling said, "The grievance between me and Bai Sohan has been forged hundreds of years ago. Bai Sohan, this demon, despicable and shameless, swallowed my inner elixir with dirty means. To be transformed into a human form again." Li Wei said in surprise, "You are sincere, and you have revealed your identity as a monster. Aren't you afraid that I will be bad for you?" Wang Daoling smiled and said, "I have someone above me." Li Wei also laughed and said, "Master Wang Dao. Then let's go out of town to talk in detail? To be honest, I also really want to kill that crazy white snake." Wang Daoling wondered, "What does neurosis mean?" "There is no such thing as neurosis these days." Li Wei explained, "It means crazy." Wang Daoling nodded and said, "That Bai Sohan is indeed crazy, she is one of the demon kings in the demon world on earth, and she acts quite domineering. Li Weidao, let's talk outside the city. I have something to do out of Hangzhou city." Wang Daoling agreed. Li Wei smiled. "Wang Daoling, the body is a toad spirit, this fellow is not a good person." In the original plot of The Legend of the White Snake, Wang Daoling did not hesitate to poison the people, but also to harm Bai Sohan. and Wang Daoling said that there was someone on him. Just listen, don't take it seriously. Li Wei still remembered that this Wang Daoling seemed to have died miserably in the original plot of The Legend of the White Snake. He was killed by Bai Suhen's younger sister, Xiao Qing. Afterwards, Xiao Qing, who killed Wang Daoling, was alive and kicking without any trouble. Li Wei said that a monster like Wang Daoling can just make him add a wave of skill points. Li Wei doesn't think he has too many skill points. With the means of Li Wei and Wang Daoling, it was very fast, and they came to the outskirts of Hangzhou. Wang Daoling asked, "I don't know what you want to do when you come to the outskirts of Hangzhou." Li Wei smiled and said, "I want to test your weight." Wang Daoling, "Look at my mighty Tianlong." Li Wei suddenly burst out. All the mana poured out, and Li Wei pressed Wang Daoling with one palm. Wang Daoling was shocked. Rumbling. Li Wei pressed down with one palm. The palm of the mighty Tianlong is enough to shatter a mountain. Wang Daoling was hit by Li Wei's powerful Tianlong, and although he resisted, he couldn't stop it. "I really can't stop it?" Wang Daoling's body was overflowing with blood. That was beaten to death by Li Wei with one move. On the verge of death, Wang Daoling, this toad spirit, looked at Li Wei and said angrily, Don't you have a grudge against Bai Suhen? Yesterday, you fought to the death with Bai Suhen." Li Wei seemed very calm, and he really didn't want to waste the extra expression when dealing with such a monster who was knocked down by him with one move. Li Wei explained, "I have a grudge against Bai Suhen, but it doesn't prevent me from killing you." Wang Daoling asked intermittently, Why? I also have a grudge against Bai Suhen. We can work together." Li Wei's mouth rose. "Why do you say? You are so weak that you can't even take any tricks from me. You are the one who wants to deal with Bai Suhen with me? You are afraid that you can only hold back, right? Besides, you are a monster. I can reap a lot of benefits from eating you." The toad spirit widened his eyes and said in his dying words, I have someone on top of me." The words were not finished, because Li Wei could see that Daoling, the king of the toad spirit, was still unfinished. It's a pity that he was too seriously injured, so he just hung up halfway through what he said. Li Wei could only shake his head. He sighed, and said, "Brother Toad, you have a fart on top of you. When I don't know how much you weigh. For the sake of what you brought to my door for me to eat, I won't laugh at you anymore. This toad spirit King Daoling is also a fool." Anyway, Li Wei knew that Wang Daoling was definitely not a reliable monster. After Wang Daoling died, the body turned into a big toad. Li Wei didn't rush to eat Wang Daoling's monster flesh and blood, but went to touch the corpse. Touching the corpse and harvesting, a Taoist cheat book, a few taels of silver, and a dragon-eye-sized monster inner alchemy. Li Wei was curious and ate Wang Daoling's monster Niadan in one bite. Skill points, 3658. Chapter 34 Brother Toad, I underestimated you. Ha! Monster Niadan is worth so many skill points? Li Wei was surprised. Because, Li Wei's skill points were 1,347. Now, Li Wei's skill points are 3,658. Eating a toad spirit's inner elixir, Li Wei added more than 2,300 skill points. It's so valuable too. Of course, the more skill points, the better. Li Wei grinned, and swallowed Brother Toad's monster flesh in one bite. Another 605 skill points have been added. Skill points, 4,263. Li Wei made a rough calculation. It's incredible. Niadan, who ate the toad spirit, was covered in monster flesh, and I gained about 3,000 skill points. Li Wei took a deep breath. Ashamed. Brother Toad, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so valuable. Nearly 3,000 skill points, This is not a small number. It's enough to add some immortal cultivation techniques like Dai Tian Long to a realm close to the great perfection. Li Wei couldn't help but be overjoyed. He felt that Wang Daoling was really a good monster. At least for him. It was early in the morning, and I rushed to bring him to the door. That's nearly 3,000 skill points. Li Wei's skill point reserve suddenly became abundant. Toad brother Wang Daoling, apart from his flesh and blood and inner alchemy, is his legacy, which is also quite good. A few taels of silver can be skipped. Li Wei is not short of this little money. But the Taoist manual that Li Wei found out from Wang Daoling's corpse was very good. In this Taoist secret book, invisibility, immobilization, and ghost control are recorded. Although the power of these three spells is not very good, Li Wei is still satisfied. Because these three spells are very practical. Invisibility can hide your form from mortals. Although the immobilization technique cannot determine powerful characters, if you want to immobilize those little guys, you must definitely be accurate. The magic of the ghost might be used someday. It is Wang Daoling's Daosha cheat book that records the magic of fighting ghosts. It is not too powerful. At most, it can only control the Ghost King. For ghost immortals, this ghost control technique is useless. Since it can be determined to be a useful skill. Then, let us go with the wave. Li Wei is not a miser, and will not save skill points on purpose. Invisibility, immobilization, and ghost control, these three techniques can be determined to be useful. After the system panel recorded these three techniques, Li Wei immediately added points. Invisibility not getting started. Invisibility great perfection. Beginning of the body fixing technique. The perfection of the body fixing technique. The art of warding off ghosts has not yet started. The art of warding off ghosts is complete. The three major techniques have reached the state of great perfection at once. It can be said that this is equivalent to an ordinary Taoist who has practiced these three techniques for decades. No brainer, it's so awesome. After adding these three techniques, it only consumed Li Wei's 243 skill points. Li Wei didn't care too much. His skill points remain above 4,000. Praise Wang Daoling again. What a monster! Send skill points again, and send Taoism again. And think about Bai Sohan, the dead snake demon. Li Wei turned and went to Jinshan Temple. Jinshan Temple is located near Hangzhou. Originally, when Li Wei went out today, he rushed to Jinshan Temple to find Fa He. Who knew that Wang Daoling, this toad spirit, did not know whether to live or die, so he had to send a big gift package to Li Wei. Li Wei had no choice but to be disrespectful. Jinshan Temple, according to folklore, is an ancient temple with a history of hundreds of years. Master Fa He is the current host of Jinshan Temple. Speaking of Master Fa He, Li Wei has made friends with Fa He several times. The old monk Fa He also did not dislike Li Wei's young age. When Li Wei talked to him, he patiently listened and talked. Such an old monk Fa He is unbelievable. He is not a good person. In fact, even in the original plot of The Legend of the White Snake, the old monk Fa He is hard to say that he is not a good person. Fa He just wanted to kill Bai Sohan snake demon. It is estimated that the protagonist is involved, so Fa He is defined as the villain. But now, could it be that I'm also a villain? Obviously, Li Wei also wanted to kill Bai Sohan's nerve snake. Thus, Master Fa He became Li Wei's natural ally. When he came to Fa He this time, Li Wei just wanted to discuss with Fa He about Bai Sohan. As for killing Bai Sohan? Wait until Li Wei is not afraid of Li Shan's mother. Otherwise, who knows if Bai Sohan's master, Li Shan's mother, is a protector. Li Wei entered the Jinshan Temple, donated a few taels of incense money at will, and asked the acquaintance monk who led the way, "Is Master Fa He in the temple?" The acquaintance monk clasped his palms together and said, "The host is here, who asked the benefactor if you have anything to do." Li Wei said, I want to see Master Fa Hai. The acquaintance monk said, okay. Chapter 35 Because she's a monster. Fa Hai, the host of Jinshan Temple, is not arrogant. On the contrary, even ordinary people have important matters, such as matters involving ghosts, which can be seen in Shanghai Fa Hai. Fa Hai seems to take it as his mission to subdue demons and eliminate demons. Most of the monsters and ghosts near Hangzhou are handled by Fa Hai. I don't know how many civilians were saved because of this. The name of Master Fa Hai is well deserved. The last time Li Wei saw Fa Hai was a few months ago. Seeing Fa Hai again at this time, I didn't see much change in Fa Hai. He was still wearing a simple monk's robe and looked a little old. After all, this is the Fa Hai of the legend of the White Snake world, and the Fa Hai of this world is an elderly master. Fa Hai was attending meditation, and when he saw Li Wei coming, he first said, "Zhixin, you go down first, the poor monk wants to chat with this little benefactor." Zhixin was the monk who brought Li Wei to see Fa Hai. Zhixin replied yes and went down. Fa Hai said again, "Little donor, sit down." Li Wei found a place to sit down. Fa Hai said, "Little donor, you came to Lao Na because of the snake demon Bai So Hen." Li Wei nodded and said, "That's right, yesterday I had a grudge against Bai So Hen. I was worried that Bai So Hen would retaliate against my parents, so I asked Master Fa Hai to give me some advice." Fa Haideo, then Bai So Hen is the demon king in the world, and once listened to the lectures under the seat of the old mother Li Shan. I also have a hard time dealing with her. I wonder if the little benefactor can help me? Li Wei said in distress, "Master Fa Hai, you have Buddhism as your backing, but I have nothing behind me, how dare you help you?" Fa Hai smiled and said, "Little donor, you also have Buddhism as your backing. Your mighty Buddhist mana is even more powerful than mine. Yesterday you fought with Bai So Hen on the outskirts of Hangzhou. Even Bai So Hen is not your opponent, and you are only 12 years old, right? You must be the reincarnation of one of my Buddhist monks." Li Wei twitched the corner of his mouth, "I'm not. Master Fa Hai, don't think about it, I'm just an ordinary person, and I accidentally got this Buddhist practice and practiced it. Fa Haideo, everything will be clear in the future. Little donor, your Buddhist cultivation base, if you say that you are not from my Buddhist school, I am afraid that no one will believe it." Li Wei didn't expect to have this trouble when practicing Dai Tianlong. Wouldn't he be kidnapped to become a monk? Li Wei said quickly, "I have no interest in being a monk. My hobby is eating meat, and I want to marry more wives." Fa Hai said, "Why are you so nervous about the little donor? I won't force you to be a monk. Everything in our Buddhism has its own destiny." Li Wei breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Let's talk about Bai So Hen." Fa Hai said, "Bai So Hen is very difficult to get rid of." Li Wei lifted his forehead and said, "I know, too. I want to ask, Master Fa Hai, are there any restrictions on monsters like Bai So Hen? I'm afraid Bai So Hen will take revenge on my parents." Fa Hai thought for a while and said, "Bai So Hen can't kill mortals. If she kills mortals, she will have sins and will not become a fairy." Li Wei was surprised, monsters can't become immortals by killing mortals. Is this the rule of heaven? Fa Haideo, it's not the rule of heaven, it's the rule established by my human race and the heavenly court. Li Wei asked again, "Master Fa Hai, I want to ask, why does Bai So Hen seem to be my enemy when she sees me? We just had a small conflict yesterday, and she started a fight with me." The old monk Fa Hai was a little speechless. He looked at Li Wei and said, "But, little benefactor, Bai So Hen is a monster." Li Wei wondered, "What do you mean?" The old monk Fa Hai said, "Isn't it normal for monsters to hate humans? This is the continuation of the blood feud between the monsters and the humans a long time ago. Until now, apart from monsters who want to become immortals, which monsters don't eat them? People. Not killing people? Li Wei was surprised. So, because I am human, Bai Sohen is hostile to me. The old monk Fa He said, yes. You are human, Bai Sohen is a monster, and you have the power of Buddhism, how could Bai Sohen not be hostile to you? Li Wei thought a lot when he heard the old monk Fa He say this. For example, why is Su Xian so afraid of monsters? It seems that in this era, I'm an anomaly. Is it because the cognition of my transmigrators is different from that of people in this era? Li Wei thought to himself. In the view of Li Wei, who just passed through, monsters can also be divided into good and bad. And Fa He should be an indiscriminate monk, as long as he is a monster, he will kill him. That Bai Sohen is a kind and gentle 1,000-year-old snake demon. But in fact, Li Wei had seen Bai Sohen and Fa Hai before he knew that he was blind. The prejudice in people's heart is really a big mountain. Although there are good and bad monsters, most of them are hostile to the human race. Because of the race, Master Fa He is a respected monk who protects the Hangzhou area from evil spirits. Bai Sohen is a demon king in the world and is hostile to human beings. Li Wei's cognition from the legend of the white snake is biased. Chapter 36 God Stick Group Master, Gongfa documents don't need money. Li Wei quietly changed his cognition. At least, in the future, Li Wei will not do such stupid things as befriending monsters. Rape to understand? In the world of Legend of the White Snake, since there is a racial dispute between monsters and humans, as a person, Li Wei will not do anything to make friends with monsters. Matter of principle. Li Wei pondered slightly. Suddenly, Li Wei thought of the Toad King Daoling he had just killed and eaten, and asked again, Master Fa He, do you know the Toad King Daoling? Because this Legend of the White Snake world is a bit different from the world of Legend of the White Snake in Li Wei's cognition. I have someone above me, that Wang Daoling shouted before he died. He felt a little clueless. No, there is really someone on the Toad Spirit, right? After all, after Fa He's explanation, Li Wei also knew that a lot of the information he knew was wrong. Fa Hai thought for a while and said, is the Toad Spirit King Daoling? The old man happened to know about this monster. This monster has the inheritance of the mission school, so he pretended to be a Taoist priest and was kidnapped in the folk pit. Li Wei asked, does the Toad Spirit have a backstage? Fa He shook his head and said, if there are monsters backing the mountain, how could they be deceived and abducted? That Toad Spirit only deceives ordinary people, which is really shameful. Li Wei was relieved. At present, Master Fa He is still very reliable, and the information given should not be wrong. I asked about Bai Sohen, and I knew that the Toad Spirit had no background at all. Li Wei felt very satisfied, so he bid farewell to Master Fa Hai and went down the mountain. Fa He also watched Li Wei leave with a smile. In Fa He's view, Li Wei, who had a mighty Buddhist mana, would become his classmate sooner or later. That being the case, Fa He didn't mind and told Li Wei a little more. Li Wei went home. Think about it. His consciousness sank into the super dimension chat group. Just see. Xianba sends a red envelope to Huang Tiandi. Omniscient and Almighty Sudaxian, group owner, sent armed sex domineering training method and seeing sex domineering training method to Huang Tiandi. 2 group messages. Li Wei was not surprised. This magic stick group owner seems to send a copy to Li Wei no matter what training method he has obtained. This is making good friends, Li Wei pretending to be a young Huangtian emperor. Li Wei also knows what the gang masters are thinking. Probably because of the practice documents without money, I gave a copy to the young Huangtian emperor, and I gave it as I gave it. In this way, it is possible to make good friends with the young Huangtian emperor, which is a big profit. In any case, the Lord of the Gods has nothing to lose. The youth desolate emperor by the group leader of the God Stick were all flickering from other group members. The knowing, and domineering training method and the armed sex domineering training method are people from the world of One Piece, right? As a traveler, Li Wei certainly knows the things about the world of One Piece. Didn't care either. Because Li Wei has added some points to Great Power Tianlong to the realm of Dzogchen. In this One Piece world, armed sex domineering training method and seeing sex domineering training method, who knows how powerful it is? It must be inferior to Da Yi Tianlong, right? Other. The red envelope that Xianba sent to Li Wei was blood bodi. Xianba probably got a lot of blood bodi, and he gave Li Wei 20. Li Wei knew that this was Xianba's belated apology. When Xianba just entered the group, he bumped into Li Wei's phrase "Young Emperor of Desolation" in the chat group. That's when I said I wanted to apologize. For Xianba's apology, Li Wei only had the word he. What a despicable and shameless hero Xianba is, Li Wei, who is a transmigrator, knows very well. This apology is exactly what Xianba was told by the group leader of Huangchui, how powerful and invincible the future Huangtian Emperor is. Livina was relieved. Li Wei would never be polite if he had the opportunity to cheat. This guy isn't a good guy, no, the bad guys are all exalting Xianba. Xianba's performance in the original plot of The World of Wind and Cloud shows that he is a scumbag. Uncompromising means to an end. This guy, Xianba, kills his teacher, kills his apprentice, and kills his friend, all of them are very skilled. Such people. In Li Wei's view, even the masters of the gods are on guard against the tyrants. Skilled in receiving the exercise files sent to him by the God Stick Group Master. Li Wei also took the 20 blood bodies that Xianba sent him. Then I looked at the chat content on the chat group page. Feel free to take a look. Li Wei found out that it was Edward Newgate from the One Piece world who joined the group. Edward Newgate, aka Whitebeard. In the One Piece world, Whitebeard is one of the top bigwigs in the One Piece world, and has the name of the Four Emperors. Although he is one of the world's top bosses, Whitebeard is not known for wisdom, but force. So what? It took only 20 minutes for Whitebeard to join the group, and he was fooled by the group leader of the gods and couldn't find the north. It took only 30 minutes for Whitebeard to join the group, and he gave the armed sex domineering training method and knowing sex domineering training method to the God Stick group owner for free. Li Wei flipped through the chat records, only to think that the Magic Stick group master's flickering skills are really strong. Fortunately, I have a share of his tricks. This young desolate heaven emperor still has to pretend to be. Chapter 37 _ strength increases again. At Xianba, thank you, blood bodi is delicious. Huangtiandi at omniscient and almighty Sudaxian, group owner, thank you group leader for giving me another practice. Li Wei thanked him for a few words, and left his consciousness out of the chat group. Li Wei didn't want to talk nonsense in the chat group. In the chat group, he pretended to be a young Huangtian emperor, and he just made a profit. Li Wei is not the master of the gods. This super dimension chat group is the golden finger of the God Stick group owner. It is necessary for the God Stick group owner to chat more in the super dimension chat group, build a good relationship with the members of the group, and then use foresight to fool you, to take advantage of it. And Li Wei's role in the chat group is that of the young Huangtian emperor who will push the world invincible in the future. It is enough to pretend to be a young Huangtiandi. The 20 blood bodi that Xianba gave, Li Wei ate them all without blinking. Blood bodi is the treasure of heaven and earth in the world of wind and cloud, grown from the blood of the unicorn. Blood bodi has the function of increasing power without injury, and has the effect of healing wounds. It can be said that blood bodi is the holy medicine for healing in the world of wind and cloud, and it can also enhance people's internal strength. But Li Wei glanced at the system panel. Skill points, 4,220. Trash. Li Wei pouted in disgust. Because of these 20 blood bodies, only 200 skill points were added to him. For the current Li Wei, 200 skill points is nothing at all. Look at Wang Daoling's Toad Spirit. Just that Toad Spirit gave Li Wei nearly 3,000 skill points. This is called a large number, a big deal. 200 skill points is too little. It can only be said that little is better than nothing. Li Wei was not too disappointed. After all, blood bodhi was given to Li Wei by Xian Babai. White prostitutes, it's good to have a harvest. Then Li Wei looked at armed sex domineering training method and seeing sex domineering training method. Hesitantly. The reason for the hesitation is that Li Wei does not know whether these two methods of domineering training in the world of One Piece can help him. After all, Li Wei is already very powerful. Forget about hesitation, let's try it with a little more. Anyway, there is no shortage of skill points now, more than 4,000. Li Wei quickly made a decision and started the crazy add point mode. The training method of domineering and domineering of armed color is not introductory, can be improved. The training method of domineering and domineering of armed color is perfect, cannot be improved. That's 1,000 skill points spent. But Li Wei was not surprised but delighted. According to Li Wei's inference, which exercise skill consumes more skill points, the more powerful it is. This armed color domineering training method consumes 1,000 skill points all at once. How can it be weak? Li Wei tried it. He called out the domineering armament color that he added a little bit, and he saw that his whole body was pitch black. That is being domineering with armed color, wrapping the body. My armament is domineering, and it can still be 3 or 4 meters thick when it wraps the whole body. Is this the power of the armament-colored domineering great perfection? Li Wei felt that his body was several times stronger due to the domineering addition of the armed color. But only physically stronger several times. Li Wei's main output now is the Dai Tianlong, and the Dai Tianlong runs on mana. So According to a preliminary estimate, adding a bit of domineering and domineering to the armament will probably only increase my strength by 50%. It makes up for my lack of physical fitness. Li Wei was quite satisfied. 1,000 skill points in exchange for a 50% increase in strength, it's worth it? After all, what are skill points for? It's just to increase your strength. And seeing the power of the armed color domineering, Li Wei added a little more domineering to the knowledge color. The practice of seeing, hearing, and domineering is not yet introductory, can be improved. Seeing, hearing, and domineering great perfection, cannot be improved. In the same way, adding the domineering arrogance to the Dzogchen realm also consumes 1,000 skill points from Li Wei. But Li Wei thought it was worth it. Seeing and hearing is domineering and complete, giving Li Wei super perceptive ability. To describe it, Li Wei's perceptual ability was suddenly more than 10 times stronger. This made Li Wei's combat effectiveness rise again. However, Li Wei does not know how much it has risen. Li Wei glanced at the system panel. Unlimited point system. Host, Li Wei. Cultivation technique, the great perfection of seeing, hearing, and domineering. Comprehensive strength evaluation, comparing with the peak heavenly immortals. Skill points, 2,220. Previously, Li Wei's comprehensive strength evaluation on the system panel was, PAR excellence. Now it is, PAR to the peak of the angels. The strength has indeed increased. But it has not reached the point of qualitative change. However, Li Wei was still satisfied. Before, I had a fight with Bai Sohen, and Bai Sohen was able to escape with serious injuries on my hand. But now, one more fight with Bai Sohen. With the strength of my peak angel, I can directly kill Bai Sohen. This is the gap. Chapter 38_Li Jun, the imperial examination is not so easy. Back to everyday. Li Wei added a little to the end, adjusted to his own strength, and went home. It is said that tomorrow is the imperial examination. Li Wei's mother Shang Ziyufang also reminded Li Wei specially, Let Li Wei not forget. Regarding the imperial examinations, Li Wei could only say that it would be easy for him to take the exam. However, even if it is admitted to the top spot, what is the use? At least there is no real benefit to Li Wei. Because Li Wei's strength has reached the category of immortals. What he pursues should be immortality and becoming stronger. But I don't care, my parents in this life care. Li Wei thought of his father Li Jun. Li Wei's father, Li Jun, participated in the imperial examinations for more than 20 years, but he was only a scholar, and he did not even pass the examination. It can be said that the imperial examination has become Li Jun's obsession. Li Jun's greatest wish has already become, it would be good if the Li family could produce a Jinchi. Li Wei's mother, Shang Ziyufang, was also affected and hoped that Li Wei could pass the Jinchi examination. After all, Li Wei has been very smart since he was a child. To this, Li Wei can only reluctantly take the imperial examination. Even though he became the champion in the imperial examinations, it was of no use to Li Wei. But who said, this is the expectation of Li Wei's parents? Li Wei is not a cold-blooded animal, it is impossible not to care about his parents in this life. So tomorrow's county test must go. Li Wei pondered. Fortunately, the imperial examinations were not troublesome, and the county exams would be over in one day. Even if it is the township exam, the exam will be over in 3 days. Evening. Li Wei made a plate of luminous dishes and ate it. Shang Ziyufang wondered, I see you cooking and eating by yourself these days, Chang Sheng. But the food in this house doesn't suit your taste? Li Wei smiled embarrassingly, having eaten luminous cuisine, it is indeed difficult for him to accept ordinary meals. Because it feels like ordinary food is pig food. Really unpalatable. Li Wei handed a bottle of milk to Shang Ziyufang, and said, Mother, drink a bottle of milk. I just like it recently, I just make my own food and eat it, nothing else. Li Jun said, Chang Sheng, tomorrow is the county test, are you sure? Li Jun deliberately came to ask Li Wei this evening. Li Jun has spoken, and Shang Ziyufang had no choice but to take Li Wei's recent refusal to eat at home to heart. Wait until Li Jun and Li Wei finish talking. Li Wei is naturally confident. Glancing at the system panel, you can see, Introduction to the 4 books and 5 classics, can be upgraded. Since he can add some points, what else can Li Wei be unconfident about? A confident smile like Zhujiang's appeared on Li Wei's face, and he said, it's not a problem for the district test. Li Jun frowned and said, don't be careless, Chang Sheng, the imperial examination is not as simple as you think. Li Wei smiled and said, how difficult can it be? I've decided. I'll be the champion this year. This year happens to be the township test and the meeting test. The township exam is held in May. The test will be held in October this year. Seeing that Li Wei is so confident, Li Jun is not good at attacking Li Wei. To say that Li Jun is a person, the biggest advantage is that he speaks well and understands the world. With such a big business as the Li family, it can be regarded as a wealthy family in Hangzhou, but Li Jun can still handle it in an orderly manner, and even the Li family has such a large-scale industry in the hands of Li Jun, thus becoming rich. As you can imagine, this Li Wei's father, Li Jun, is not suitable for the imperial examination, but for business. Li Jun thought for a while and then said, you just have to have confidence in Chang Sheng. He didn't mean to attack Li Wei. Li Wei was still young at this time, only 12 years old, this age was nothing at all. Li Jun thought about it, even if Li Wei failed the talent test this time, there would still be more opportunities, so there is no need to rush for a while. And failure is also good, it can grind Li Wei's temperament of I don't know, the sky is high and the earth is thick. And Levi, thinking of the county test tomorrow. Li Wei immediately, add points. Introduction to the 4 books and 5 classics, can be upgraded, small completion of the 4 books and 5 classics, can be upgraded. Dachin of the 4 books and 5 classics, cannot be upgraded. Instantly add 2 points. The 4 books and 5 classics reach from the entry level to the Dachin level. Li Weizheng wondered why he couldn't add more points when he reached the Dachin level. He glanced at the system panel and saw, skill points, 502. Li Wei's face turned green. Fuck. What the fuck? Do these 4 books and 5 classics consume so much skill points? Just adding them to Dachin cost me more than 1,000 skill points. Li Wei didn't know what to say. Before, Li Wei's skill points were 2,200 second hand. This adds points to the 4 books and 5 classics to Dachin. There are more than 2,000 skill points, and there are only 502 left. This consumes too many skill points, right? Not only did Li Wei's face become complicated, he glanced at Li Jun and sighed, "Father, I suddenly understood that the imperial examination is really not easy." It took only a few thousand skill points for Li Wei to add Dai Tianlong to the realm of great perfection. This adds the 4 books and 5 classics to Dachin, which consumes more than 1,000 skill points. If this is the great perfection of the 4 books and 5 classics, I am afraid it will not be less than the consumption of adding a little Dai Tianlong. Li Jun suddenly heard Li Wei's words, that is. If it weren't for the fact that he has always been very shrewd, Li Jun would like to ask Li Wei, what do you understand? This is inexplicable. Chapter 39 Cowherd is my farmer. The next day, Li Wei's mother prepared dry food for him. Li Jun personally sent Li Wei outside the imperial examination room. Facing Li Jun's expectant gaze, Li Wei entered the examination room after being inspected by the yamen. It is very difficult to cheat in the imperial examinations. Not only when you enter the examination room, there will be yamen inspections, but when you take the test in the examination room, the examiner will also walk back and forth to invigilate the examination. In the examination room, Li Wei found a seat and sat down. Because the county exam is only one day, there is no room for candidates. For example, the township test or the meeting test, which lasts for 3 days, must have a private room. Next, is the curls. Li Wei took the exam paper and browsed it roughly, and found that this county exam still only takes the 4 books and 5 classics, but it is a bit different from the Tongsheng exam. Tongsheng test, as long as you can memorize the content of the 4 books and 5 classics, you can pass. For the county exam, not only do you need to memorize the contents of the 4 books and 5 classics, but you also need to have a certain understanding. It doesn't bother me, though. It should be said that the county exam paper is too easy. Li Wei didn't know how powerful it was that he spent more than 1,000 skill points and added 4 books and 5 classics. Pen like flying. The exam paper that was required to be answered within 1 day was done by Li Wei in less than an hour. Checked it out a bit and found nothing wrong. Li Wei closed his eyes and rested, but his mind sank into the chat group. In the chat group, there is no one chatting at this time. Li Wei checked the chat history. I saw that in the chat log, it was clearly recorded that the God Stick Group Master defrauded a natural devil fruit from Whitebeard today. Yes, dark fruit. Even the devil fruit is deceiving. This group of gods seems to be really weak. It's probably not as good as Whitebeard, right? Li Wei guessed in his heart. For ordinary people, devil fruit is a treasure. After eating it, you can get a superpower. It is a treasure in the world of One Piece. However, taking devil fruits will also have disadvantages. Moreover, devil fruit is only a fetish for ordinary people, and it is tasteless to the strong. At least, Li Wei didn't have any idea of taking devil fruits. Li Wei didn't mean to dismantle the God Stick Group owner, mainly because the God Stick Group leader is sensible and beneficial, and will give him a share. Flip through the chat group records. Seeing that there was nothing else, Li Wei closed the chat group page. After that, do nothing and wait for the county exam to end. Arrived at dusk, at this time, the county test finally ended. After the papers were handed in, Li Wei went home. Regarding this county test, Li Wei dared to say that as long as there is no shady secret, there must be him as a scholar. And this time, there are more than 200 candidates participating in the county exam. There are 20 scholars in Qiantang County, Hangzhou. This is about the same. It is very difficult to compete for a scholar out of more than a dozen children. However, Li Wei is open. When he got home, Li Wei saw his father Li Jun chatting with his mother Shang Ziyufang. Seeing Li Wei coming back, Li Jun asked, "Chang Sheng, how do you feel about this county exam?" Li Weikan took the bamboo in his chest and said, "It must be an excellent test." Li Jun only smiled and didn't attack Li Wei, but he felt that Li Wei's county test might be hanging because Li Wei was too careless. As Li Wei's father, Li Jun knows that Li Wei has a few pounds. It is indeed possible to say that Li Wei passed the county test, but if he is careless, it is difficult to say. Shang Ziyufang said, "The list will be released in a few days, and then it will be clear." Li Wei smiled and said, "When I came in, I saw your father and mother chatting very well. What were you talking about?" Li Jun shook his head and said, "It's an interesting incident that I encountered today, but it's a farmer who farms for us. His wife is as beautiful as a fairy. It's really incredible, and I don't know where that farmer has such good luck." Li Wei was interested when he heard this. In this fairy world, a beautiful woman married to a farmer is most likely transformed by a goblin who wants to harm others to absorb the essence. Otherwise, how could a mere farmer marry a beautiful young lady? In ancient times, beautiful women were also scarce resources. Li Wei asked, "Father, what is the name of the farmer? Where does he live?" Hearing Li Wei's question, Li Jun didn't think much about it and said, "The farmer doesn't even have a formal name. He is called Nialang and his brother is called Niu Dalan. They all live in Qingshan village." Li Wei was taken aback and asked quickly, "Is that cowherd's beautiful wife called Weaver Girl?" Li Jun recalled and said, "It seems that it is indeed called Zhinv. How did you know about Chang Sheng? Do you know that Zhinv?" Li Wei was dumbfounded. This cowherd and weaver girl, is there any traveler who doesn't know about it? I just didn't expect that the cowherd turned out to be his family's farmer. I didn't even expect that in the world of the legend of the white snake. How did the cowherd and weaver girl emerge? It's still coming out this time. Chapter 40 _ It happened that you went to mortals for illicit affairs. But it might be a good thing. As long as Zhinu is not as neurotic as Bai Sohan, I should be able to get some benefits from Zhinv. Li Wei never felt that he was a bad person. He can extort benefits from the gods in the sky, he will never be polite. Anyway, those gods should be rich, right? Secretly taking the cowherd and weaver girl to heart, Li Wei plans to go see the weaver girl tomorrow. Let's see if he can blackmail the weaver girl once. Li Wei drank a bottle of milk and said, "Father, I do know Zhinu. I've met her before, so I'll visit her tomorrow." Li Jun was surprised, "How did you know that cowherd's wife? And what is the identity of the weaver girl?" Li Jun didn't think much about it, such as whether there was an unclear relationship between Li Wei and Zhinu. Mainly because Li Wei is too small. Just 12 years old. Li Wei replied, "I don't want to answer these two questions." Li Jun. Li Wei drank 2 more bottles of milk, and went to make a light dish for himself. The next day, with the intention of blackmailing the weaver girl, Li Wei came to Qingshan village. Nialang is famous in Qingshan village. The main reason is that the villagers think that the cowherd is a stray dog and has married a wife who is as beautiful as a fairy. This is so outrageous. Some idle men in Qingshan village are envious and jealous of cowherd. Therefore, some people must have the idea of weaver girl. But _ those who made the weaver girl's idea didn't end well. It was like offending Broom Star at once, and their family was destroyed within 2 or 3 days. After all, Zhainu is still an immortal, how could it be bullied by mortals? Heaven stipulates that mortals cannot be killed indiscriminately, but there is no rule that if they are bullied by mortals, they cannot fight back. Because of the fame of cowherd and weaver girl, Li Wei found their home in Qingshan village very quickly. The cowherd went to farm. In the cowherd's house, the weaver girl is weaving. Li Wei knocked on the door politely. Although he was here to extort money, he had to be polite. After all, it is literate, not the kind of low-level gangster. Zhainu opened the door, saw Li Wei, frowned slightly, and said, "Are you the one who fought with the demon king Bai Sohan that day? What are you doing here with me?" Li Wei felt lying and said, "Why do you all seem to know that I had a fight with Bai Sohan?" Zhainu said, "In the outskirts of Hangzhou, you and Bai Sohan are blatantly fighting, and you are a cultivator with a little cultivation. If you don't know this, you are blind, right?" The weaver girl was quite rude, perhaps because she knew that Li Wei was not a good person. Li Wei also restrained the relaxed expression on his face, replaced it with a serious one, and shouted, "Bold weaver girl, it happened that you went down to earth for fornicating with mortals. Believe it or not, I will go to heaven to report you." Fortunately, Li Wei was thick-skinned, and this time he changed his attitude. "Otherwise, I really don't know how to blackmail the weaver girl." Zhainu's face turned cold at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Are you going to go to heaven to sue me? Who gave you the courage? After all, she is also a god in the sky. No matter how good Zhainu's character is, she will not be bullied casually." Li Wei's face changed again, and he smiled. After all, his face is thick enough. Li Wei changed his expression and said, "I don't have to tell you, but Zhainu, you see, I already know about this. You want me to shut up. Why do you have to pay some hush money?" Extortion without technical content. As Li Wei's character is so direct. The Zhainu was so angry that she said, "You blackmail me." Li Wei nodded sincerely. "Li Wei, so, will you give me hush money? Don't worry, just give me any favors, I'm not greedy." "Weaver girl, you are so brave." "Li Wei, I have always been very courageous." More importantly, Li Wei had decided that Zhinv would not let him report her. Zhainu looked gloomy and said, "Then what do you want?" Zhainu knew that if this didn't give Li Wei something, he might not be able to get rid of Li Wei. Li Wei was rude. "Bring me some excellent Taoist cultivation methods. If you have any fairy fruits and herbs, give me some. Anyway, you are a god in the sky, you should be super rich, right?" The weaver girl was shivering coldly. "Knock you. She has money because you blackmailed her?" But the weaver girl still gave something, some fairy fruit and fairy grass, and if she gave it to the weaver girl, she told Li Wei to get out of the way. Coldly, "Don't let me know, you leaked the news about me and the cowherd. Otherwise, I won't be better. You will also face the pursuit of me and Tianquizing Jun." Li Wei responded quickly, and said in surprise, "The cowherd is the heavenly Chuzing Jun." The weaver girl, too lazy to respond to Li Wei, closed the door. Li Wei didn't care because he got the seal payment from Zhainu. It's just that, for this hush money, why did I offend two immortals at once? Li Wei thought strangely. Don't know if it's worth it? Before he came, Li Wei didn't know what the cowherd was. But never mind. Eat the benefits first. Li Wei ate all the fairy fruit and fairy grass that Zhainu gave him at once. Skill points, 13,647. Chapter 41 _ The County Trial Case Leader, the Style. More than 13,000 skill points added. Oh my god. How rich are you, Zhinv? The hush money you gave me casually made me add more than 10,000 skill points. This. Li Wei was shocked. I really didn't expect that the weaver girl was so generous. Or are you particularly rich? What Li Wei meant was that he just wanted to extort something from Xinu, so it would be great to add a few thousand skill points to him. But underscore. The pile of immortal fruit and immortal grass given by Xinu gave him more than 13,000 skill points. So many skill points. If I use it all to increase the power, how strong do I have to be? I really want to blackmail the Weaver girl again. Li Wei instantly crossed out the thought of offending two immortals, whether it was worth it. Well, worth it. Very worth it. But Li Wei did not go to blackmail the Weaver girl again. He still has a bottom line, not to mention making Xinu in a hurry. What if Xinv overturned the table? To be able to prostitute more than 10,000 skill points for free, this is already a big profit. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. During these 3 days, nothing special happened. But today, the county test list is released. On the day of the announcement, the entrance of the Yamen was very lively. Li Wei still stays at home because he has spiritual consciousness. With Li Wei's ability comparable to that of an immortal, the scope of his spiritual consciousness is so wide that the entire Hangzhou is covered by his spiritual consciousness. This spiritual knowledge was swept away at will, and he knew about the county test list. As expected. Li Wei is a talented person, and he is also the leader of the county examination, number 1. The county test case leader is also a vanity, which means that it is very likely that the next person will be selected. Even in Hangzhou, if you win the Juren, your status will be different, because it means half your foot has entered the officialdom. Status has increased. Li Wei didn't care about this. The main reason for taking the imperial examination was to deal with his parents in this life and make them happy. Li Weiling swept the county test list and knew that he had won a scholar, so he stopped paying attention. It was only the county test, but there was no police officer in the Yamen to announce the good news. It's almost the same as a hometown test. Noon. Li Jun walked into the house with a look of excitement. Great joy, great joy. My son Chang Sheng, I didn't expect you to be successful in this county examination. It's really a great event. You must invite relatives and friends, and a big banquet is the way to go. Li Jun said happily. Because of his city government, he also felt that the county examination was a happy event that needed to be said out loud. Li Wei yawned. He didn't have trouble for the past 3 days, so he felt a little uncomfortable. Li Weidao, father, don't shout anymore, it's just a scholar, you'll be happy when I'm a Jinchi. Li Wei didn't say anything about the champion. Just these 4 books and 5 classics, the thief is outrageous. Consume a lot of skill points. Just the completion of 4 books and 5 classics made Li Wei consume more than 1,000 skill points. Li Wei was reluctant to add something like the 4 books and 5 classics. What a waste. And Dachen's 4 books and 5 classics, in Li Wei's opinion, may be a little bit hanging in the exam. But it should be no problem to be a Jinchi. Li Jun saw Li Wei's indifferent face, even yawning, that is. Li Jun coughed and said, Chang Sheng. You are now a talented scholar, so I won't hide it from you. It's time to let you know what the imperial examinations stand for. Li Wei said without blinking, I know. Father, the imperial examination representative can be an official. Li Jun shook his head and said, how can it be that simple? You should have known about Chang Sheng when you were a child, right? In our world, there are monsters, ghosts, and gods and Buddhas. These are all real. Readers, get the power comparable to the gods. Li Wei, what do you mean? Can the imperial examinations be comparable to immortals and gods? Dad, are you drunk? Are you happy to see that my county passed the examination? Li Jun solemnly said, the imperial examination, it is not that simple. I told you before. Because the imperial examination represents the training system of our scholars Wenkai. Li Jun paused for a while and continued, I don't know how many years ago. Since Confucius became Taoist, he has established a river of righteousness between heaven and earth. The scholars of our human race only need to read the 4 books and 5 classics, participate in the imperial examinations, and worship Confucius. Sensation of Wenqi. And Wenkai is the power of scholars. In the Song dynasty, there were great Confucians who raised Wenkai to a height of 9 feet. In one word, you can kill demons. With the help of the mighty righteousness, you can fight against immortals and gods. Li Wei is. So what world is this? Why did the culture training system come out? And Kong Sheng? Is this a real saint? Or a fake name? Li Wei was puzzled. On the contrary, this literary training system has solved Li Wei's confusion. Li Wei said, how to add some points and add 4 books and 5 classics, consume so many skill points. No wonder. The 4 books and 5 classics involve the cultivation system of Wenkai. And the culture training system in this world is obviously not extraordinary. Because Li Jun has said that when the world is a great scholar, he can fight against the gods. Chapter 42 _ Great Confucianism, arrogant and upright. And with Kong Shenzuyu in front, Li Wei doesn't believe that the Great Confucianism is the endpoint of this world's literary and spiritual training system. But Li Wei asked, about this Wenkai, why didn't you tell me earlier, father? Li Wei was puzzled. Knowing this system of literacy training earlier, Li Wei is definitely keen to participate in the imperial examination. After all, the Wenkai training system can increase your strength anyway. Li Jundao, you can only go to the Confucian temple to worship Confucius in the Confucian temple, so as to open the Confucian palace and cultivate your Wenkai. You were not a scholar before, so it is useless for me to tell you. Li Wei's mouth twitched. Li Jun said again, you have become a scholar, you should go to the Confucian temple tomorrow to worship Confucius. When you open the Confucian temple, you can practice literacy. Li Wei asked curiously, what is this way of cultivating Wenkai? Li Jundao, it's the 4 books and 5 classics and reading. The more knowledge you accumulate, the stronger your literary spirit will be. Once someone became a scholar, once the Wen Palace was opened, he would have a 3-jong literary spirit, which is extremely incredible. Li Wei was puzzled. How do you feel that this literary training system is more mysterious than martial arts? On the other hand, the immortal Dao system, 1 radish and 1 pit, is much stronger. So far, Li Wei doesn't know where the martial arts system is. But in the case of the immortal Dao system, Li Wei is currently in the Mahayana stage of the last realm of immortal cultivation, and he has not yet become an immortal. On the system panel, Li Wei's comprehensive strength evaluation is equal to the peak of the gods. This evaluation only evaluates Li Wei's strength standard, not Li Wei's cultivation realm. Just like Bai Sohan, that snake demon didn't become an immortal, but if it really started fighting, it is estimated that the weaker angels could not help her. Li Wei demanded, Father, tell me more about this Wenkai training system, I haven't understood it yet. Li Jun shook his head and said, I have nothing to say. You will know when you go to the Confucian temple tomorrow, worship Confucius, and open the Confucian palace. Li Wei knew that Li Jun was not someone who liked to fool the mysterious, so he believed it. No further questions. The next day, the magistrate of Jiantang County, Hangzhou, and the Yamen officers gathered all the 20 people who were selected as scholars this time. The county magistrate of Jiantang County gave these 20 scholars a talk about the culture. A few underachievers were surprised. They didn't know what the style was before. The county magistrate said so, and they learned. The other dozen or so talented people knew about Wenqi in advance. The magistrate didn't pay much attention to it, there were 20 scholars. After all, there is a county exam every year, and Jiantang County produces 20 scholars every year. Moreover, the literary talent of ordinary scholars is not strong, and it is good to have a 3-inch literary spirit. In this mere 3-inch atmosphere, Megatron is enough for a kid. The county magistrate of Jiantang County briefly introduced the matter of Wenkai, and then said, "This official will take you to the Confucian temple, worship Confucius, and open the Wen Palace. After that, you are an official scholar, and you can cultivate Wenkai." Jiantang County magistrate did not delay. Soon, he brought a group of 20 people to the Confucian temple in Jiantang County. It is also very simple to pay homage to Confucius, just 3 times and a stick of incense. Not so much red tape. Li Wei was among a bunch of scholars, and he was very eye-catching. Because he is the head of the case this time, in terms of age, he is only 12 years old, and the youngest scholar, except Li Wei, is also 17 years old. In fact, Su Xian also participated in this imperial examination, but unfortunately, Su Xian fell off the list. Because it's the case. Li Wei was the first to worship Confucius. Just bow down 3 times, and then put on a stick of incense. Immediately, Li Wei's sea of consciousness was shaken, and he felt that a mysterious space had opened up in his sea of consciousness. At the same time, a mysterious force condensed on Li Wei. Is this the style? Li Wei looked. I saw the top of my head, revealing a Nanzhang High Science style. Strangely, Li Wei didn't feel how powerful this style was. Is this Wenkai training system just bragging? I've got the Zhujiang Wenqi. Yesterday my father said that Zhujiang Wenqi can only be found in the world's great scholars. And the great Confucian can be compared to the immortals. But, this style really has no power at all. Li Wei complained in his heart, but in the next moment, over the city of Hangzhou, a long river of righteousness appeared. A surge of righteousness poured into Li Wei's body. This vast river of righteousness is the foundation of the culture system. And with Heian righteousness, Li Wei felt unusual. It's like, he seems to have mastered the power of speaking and following the law. This is the Wenkai system. Li Wei was not surprised and was very calm. Because Li Wei understood it, this Wenkai training system is a foreign object. Only if there is such a thing as the great river of righteousness between heaven and earth, and the cultivation system of culture and energy, will it have powerful power. For example, now, Li Wei can use his Zhujiang Wenkai to connect the long river of righteousness, and he can have the strength to rival the immortal gods. But if there is no Heian righteousness, then the culture training system is a joke. This kind of training system, which is attributed to foreign objects, is really difficult to make Li Wei's heart move. However, Li Wei did not see the shocked face of Jiantang County magistrate. As well as, in this world, because he has become a great scholar of Nanzhang literary style, what a shock it has caused. Chapter 43_12-year-old Confucian, unprecedented. Tokyo, Kaifeng Prefecture. Inside the palace. Your Majesty, there is a river of righteousness in the sky above Hangzhou. It should be some gentleman who has become a great scholar. This is the luck of the Song dynasty. Can you do it by inviting that great scholar to the Imperial College? My minister, willing to give it a try. I want you to do it? No. Shenzhou, Jixia Academy on Earth. Mencius looked at the long river of righteousness in the sky above Hangzhou City, and his expression changed suddenly. It was a 12-year-old boy who sparked the long river of righteousness. 12-year-old Confucian? I really need to invite it myself. This young man may be another saint among my Confucian family. The demon clan, among the 100,000 mountains. There were many demon kings in the world, and Chi sensed that another great scholar was born in the world. The vast river of righteousness that runs through the heavens and the earth will only appear in part when the great Confucian is born. There is a new great Confucian in the human race. It's just that the blood in the mouth in the past. He can become the protagonist of heaven and earth. Li Wei didn't know how much trouble he caused by becoming a great scholar in the world. In Li Wei's view, being a great Confucian is nothing special. Isn't it just adding points to add the 4 books and 5 classics to Dachshund? But more than 1,000 skill points are thrown away. Even Li Wei disliked this Wenkai training system, because the Wenkai training system relies entirely on a vast river of righteousness between the world. In Li Wei's view, it should be the result of Confucius demonstration, right? Heiran's righteousness is very powerful, and only a part of his power is faintly revealed, which makes Li Weisheng feel like facing heaven and earth. However, although Heiran's righteousness is powerful, the drawbacks of the Wenkai training system cannot be ignored. The culture training system can only be played in a world with a great and righteous spirit. Without the blessing of Heiran's righteousness, what can you do with the literary spirit of a scholar? Anyway, Li Wei felt very weak, maybe he couldn't even deal with a little monster. The culture training system relies entirely on the blessings of Heiran's righteousness. Not advisable. In short, this is what Li Wei thought. 9. Ninjiang Blue Style. Great Confucianism. This official's eyes are blind? Is it wrong? Otherwise, a 12-year-old Confucian? My God, is this a Confucian saint destined for the future? But when he said that the Qiantang County magistrate was stunned, he looked at Li Wei in shock, like a true god. It was the first time that Qiantang County magistrate knew that someone who had just come into contact with the Wendao training system could become a great Confucian. How rich is this knowledge in itself? Ridiculous, yes. Li Wei, who has become a great scholar and has a Ninjiang Wenkai, is actually only a 12-year-old boy. This Qiantang County magistrate couldn't believe what he saw was real. But the Qiantang County magistrate is a person who has passed the Jinshi, and he has a Forjiang style of writing himself. He could feel that even Heiran's righteousness was inspired by Li Wei just now. This means that Li Wei is a real, literate scholar. Not fake. Shocked for a while, the Qiantang County magistrate reacted and ignored the other scholars. The Qiantang magistrate bowed respectfully to Li Wei and said, "Congratulations to Mr. Changsheng for becoming a great scholar. This is the luck of my human race. In the entire world, there are only a dozen real Confucian scholars." In the face of a great scholar, the Qiantang County magistrate did not dare to make a mistake, and could only treat each other respectfully. Even if Li Wei is only 12 years old. Fortunately, the Qiantang County magistrate took time to pay attention to Li Wei yesterday, because Li Wei became the chief of the county trial, and he was very young, so he seemed to have the talent of a child prodigy. That's why he knew Li Wei's name and character. But today it seems Li Wei is not a child prodigy at all. This is a monster. Because before that, the youngest Confucian scholar was nearly 40 years old before he achieved it. Li Wei raised the standard all of a sudden, a 12-year-old Confucian. It is estimated that there is no one in the past, and no one will come later, right? Li Wei was speechless. He replied, "Yeah." Li Wei didn't think the great Confucianism was so great. Hearing the Qiantang County magistrate's words, he also felt strange. I think the ancients are too good at blowing. Is it the luck of the human race to become a great Confucian? In Li Wei's view, the great Confucianism is at best comparable to the heavenly immortals by virtue of his mighty righteousness. What can this power do? After all, this is an advanced fairy world, right? Human race immortals do not know how many. Immortal strength. At most, it is the roost in the human world. How can it not rise to the level of the luck of the human race? It seems that the magistrate is an old flatterer. Li Wei thought so, and seeing the Qiantang County magistrate's gaze, something was wrong. After all, flattery is flattering, it should be for the benefit, right? And want to take advantage of him, Li Wei? No way. Chapter 44_Mencius, doesn't this young scholar look like a scholar? Qiantang County magistrate did not know that Li Wei regarded him as an old flatterer. Otherwise, it is estimated that he will faint. Because Qiantang County Magistrate, by virtue of his real ability, participated in the imperial examination to become a Jinshi, and only achieved the position of Qiantang Magistrate. It is because Li Wei became a great Confucian scholar, so the Qiantang County Magistrate would be so respectful. Otherwise, Qiantang County Magistrate is someone who dares to slap Shangguan. To call him a sycophant is simply slander. Qiantang County Magistrate still looked at Li Wei. Li Wei was surprised because Qiantang County Magistrate watched him for a while. Li Wei asked, "Your Majesty? Do I have any questions? Why do you see me like this? There are other scholars who haven't worshipped Confucius yet, and the Kaiwen Palace." Qiantang County Magistrate said respectfully, "I do not dare to be called the great Confucian master. As for other scholars opening the Wen Palace, compared with you, they are all trivial matters." Li Wei secretly asked, "What the hell does this old flattery want to be so respectful? Think about it." Li Wei said, "Your Majesty, I will go home if I have nothing to do." Since he couldn't figure out the old flatterer's intentions, Li Wei simply wanted to leave. Qiantang County Magistrate said respectfully, "Don't call me your lord again, if you want to go home." "No, do you need me to escort me?" Li Wei refused the old flatterer, "No need, I'll just go back by myself." Li Wei left the Confucian temple under the strange gaze of more than a dozen scholars. After Li Wei left, the county magistrate of Qiantang changed his face, facing the other scholars seriously, and shouted, "Be serious. You may not know what the great Confucianism of our Confucianism stands for. Then I will tell you now. Great Confucianism is a patron saint of my human race." Hearing what Qiantang County Magistrate said, many scholars did not believe it. But the scholars with family backgrounds all know that this is true. Li Wei came home. Neither parents were at home at this time, so Li Wei sank his consciousness into the super dimension chat group. Nothing happened in the chat group, and no new members joined the group. The group quests mentioned by the God Stick group leader have not appeared in the past few days. Li Wei was bored. Looks like another day of nothing to do. Li Wei took a bottle of yogurt to eat, thinking. At this time, there are servants to report, and guests come to the door. Li Wei asked, "Which guest came to the door?" Servant replied, "I don't know either, young master, will you go and have a look?" Li Wei nodded. "It's nothing to worry about, you can also receive guests." In Li Wei's mind, the one who can find his home should be his father's friend. Speaking of relatives, he knows all of Li Wei's own relatives. Just as Li Wei swept away his spiritual knowledge, he saw someone waiting outside the door, whom he did not know. That is only Li Jun's friend. Otherwise, who else will come? When Li Wei came to the door, he saw the old man waiting outside the door, waiting leisurely. Li Wei asked, "Old man, are you my father's friend? Better to ask in advance." The old man shook his head and said, "You just came out of the Confucian temple, so you don't know me anymore." Li Wei took a closer look at the old man and found that the old man looked very much like the portrait of Mencius in the Confucian temple. Li Wei was shocked. "You dare to pretend to be Mencius? Since this world has a system of literacy and Taoism, then Mencius must be a great man. As for this is Mencius? Mencius is a figure in the same period as Confucius. Even if this big guy is still alive, will he come to his house?" Li Wei was only shocked that someone dared to pretend to be Mencius. The old man is Mencius, the real Mencius. Mencius was speechless. He didn't expect that a young man who became a great Confucian at the age of 12 could be such a person. "Why do you feel that you have not inherited the Confucian style at all?" Mencius said helplessly, "I am Mencius." "What? Do you want me to prove it to you?" Li Wei nodded and said, "Then prove it." Li Wei is not a fool. Someone said that he was Mencius who came to his house to find him, and he believed it. Then, trust me, Qin Shi Huang, make money. What's the difference between a scammer like this? Mencius shook his head again, slightly arousing Heron's righteousness and letting Li Wei know. Li Wei believed it now. All right. Is it really the big guy Mencius who came to his house? Li Wei said respectfully in an instant, so you are really the sage of the human race, Mencius. I also invited the sage to come and sit at my house. If you have anything, just tell me. Mencius was a sage of the human race, so Li Wei of course had to be more polite. After all, Li Wei is human. Mencius shook his head again. He felt that the difference between Li Wei and a Confucian scholar was too great. How can a boy who can become a great scholar have such a character? He doesn't look like a scholar. Mencius lost the idea of talking to Li Wei. He took out a token and said, "This is the entry token of Jixia Academy left by Master Kong Sheng. You can enter Jixia Academy to watch my human race with the token." Thousands of books. Say it. Mencius disappeared immediately. And a golden token, exuding awe-inspiring righteousness, just suspended in mid-air. Chapter 45 Jixia Academy, thousands of books. Li Wei took the golden token, and on the token, there were only 4 characters Jixia Academy. With this token, can you enter Jixia Academy? Li Wei slightly urged the golden token to try, and he felt the power of traction. It's something magical. Li Wei was satisfied. As for Mencius, the sage of the human race? Li Wei was only curious, and he also had a 3-point admiration. Perhaps because of being a transmigrator, Li Wei did not regard Mencius as a god like the scholars of this era. And Mencius found his home just to give a token to Jixia Academy, or was there some other reason? Li Wei was too lazy to think about it. Because 4 books and 5 classics Dachan can be upgraded. That's right, Li Wei's skill points are now more than 10,000, and he can improve the level of the 4 books and 5 classics. The 4 books and 5 classics are the great Confucian scholars in this world. Then, how about improving the 4 books and 5 classics? Is it comparable to Mencius and other Confucian and Taoist sages? Li Wei was too lazy to think too much. In short, unless it was the 3 emperors and 5 emperors of the human race, or Kong Sheng, he would not hold his thighs in a shameless manner. Because the thighs are not thick enough, maybe Li Wei will be surpassed in a few days. At that time, it was hard to say who was stronger and who was weaker. So to hold your thighs, you have to catch the strongest group of thighs. Mencius' words are a little weaker. Anyway, Mencius, the sage of the human race, can personally come and give me the entry token of Jixia Academy. I am still very moved. Let's go to Jixia Academy now. Li Wei thought. Then act. With all his strength and righteousness, he urged Jixia Academy's entry token. Li Wei felt a strong pulling force, and took him to pull. Moment. Li Wei appeared in a whole new place. The law of space? Or the avenue of space? Li Wei was shocked by such means. The world Li Wei was in was a high-level world, not a low-level world with a weak space. In this high-level world, even if Li Wei possesses the strength of a pinnacle angel, he can't shake the slightest bit of space. With just 1 token, Li Wei can cross the space and come to Jixia Academy from Hangzhou. This is definitely the means of the boss. Kong Sheng in this world must be very powerful. After all, the entry token of Jixia Academy came from the hands of Confucius. Confucius also opened up a long river of righteousness and established this literary and Taoist training system. After Li Wei was slightly shocked, he began to pay attention to this Jixia Academy. Jixia Academy is not very gorgeous, but there are really a lot of books here. When Li Wei looked around, he couldn't see the end. What a book! What excites Li Wei the most is that there are books on cultivation, not just Confucian books. Li Wei saw the cultivation methods of the immortal cultivation system, the martial arts of the martial arts cultivation system, and the cultivation techniques of other worlds. Fuck, where is Jixia Academy? It's so awesome that there are other worlds' cultivation techniques. Could it be that Confucius of this world can travel through the world? Li Wei was really shocked. Mainly the cultivation techniques from other worlds, which are available in this Jixia Academy. The meaning of this is too great. Super Dimension Chat Group. Where is the golden finger of this God Stick group owner? It's not the group points, group mall, or chat function of Super Dimension Chat Group. Super Dimension Chat Group. The most awesome thing is to connect different worlds. But if someone can traverse the heavens and the world at will, then this person is even more powerful than the Super Dimension Chat Group. Because the Super Dimension Chat Group is just a dead thing after all. And if a person can traverse the heavens and the world with his own strength, this big guy is unimaginable. Even if he can barely pass through other worlds, he is still a powerful and terrifying boss, right? Li Wei slowed down, stopped his thoughts, and returned to calm. Confucius in this world seems to be more powerful than imagined. Fair enough. In this way, Li Wei's harvest in this Jixia Academy will definitely be more than imagined. In this Jixia Academy, Li Wei started to read a book with peace of mind. Li Wei's spiritual sense is strong, and he can read any book he wants to read. It is not because there are too many books that it is difficult to choose books. In this way, Li Wei first chose this View of Heaven and Earth to read. View of Heaven and Earth is a book in Jixia Academy that introduces Li Wei's current world background. Li Wei is very interested. Because Li Wei didn't even know what kind of world he was in. At the beginning, Li Wei thought it was the world of the legend of the White Snake, but later the cowherd and weaver girl appeared. Then it is definitely not a simple White Snake world. It is more important for Li Wei to understand the world he is in, which world he is in, than simply reading a few immortal cultivation techniques. Anyway, the cultivation techniques in Jixia Academy will not disappear. And Li Wei has the privilege of reading books in this Jixia Academy. Chapter 46 _ This is the flood. Heaven and Earth View. After the gods were conferred, the god Haoshan, the ruler of the three realms, made a pact with my human race, and the gods were not allowed to interfere in the affairs of the mortal world. View of Heaven and Earth. The Han Dynasty was established. Confucius proved Taoism. Dalogo Jingxian, established a long river of righteousness, established a system of literacy and Taoism, and since then Confucianism and Taoism in the human dynasty have been solemn. Heaven and Earth View. 23,749 years after the Buddhist journey to the west, the great Tang dynasty was overthrown, and the great Song dynasty was established. Li Wei was shocked when he read the entire View of Heaven and Earth. In a short period of time, I was shocked several times. Don't blame Li Wei, because it's really shocking. Because Li Wei watched the View of Heaven and Earth, he found that he was not in some fairy world, but in the prehistoric world. Here is the prehistoric world. At this time, the conferred God War had already happened many thousands of years ago, and even journey to the west had been close to 30,000 years ago. This is not the prehistoric world that Li Wei is familiar with. But it's really a prehistoric world. The timeline has come to the prehistoric world about 30,000 years after journey to the west. The prehistoric world. Confucius is the great Logo Jingxian? No wonder he is so terrifying, he can obtain the training system of other worlds. The great Logo Jingxian of the prehistoric world can indeed travel to other worlds. Because even the heavenly emperor in the fantasy world, such as the Huangtian emperor I pretended to be in the chat group, seems to be just a Logo Jingxian. The question is, the Logo Jingxian is so terrifying, how strong should the great desolate saint be? The good news is that this is the prehistoric world. I don't think I will worry about the way to ascend in the future. Give me a copy of 9 Turns Mysterious Art, and I can add some bonuses to prove the Dao Sage. Li Wei thought a lot. And after knowing that this is a prehistoric world, I also know that immortals really can't interfere with human affairs. Li Wei felt that he could kill Bai Suhen. It's a shame. Bai Suhen's backer, Li Shan's mother, is powerful. But the ancestors of the human race are stronger. In the face of the entire human race, Li Shan's mother is a fart, and she dares not break the promise made by Haoshan God and the human race. Hey, it's comfortable. Only then did I know that my human race is so powerful. I knew earlier that this is a prehistoric world. There are countless strong humans in my human race. I'm still afraid of the background of the hairy Bai Suhen. Li Wei was satisfied. In the prehistoric world, nearly 30,000 years have passed since journey to the west. The human race is the most powerful force in this prehistoric world. Even in the face of the great desolate saint, the human race is not cowardly. And there is no need to face the saints, because among the human race, countless geniuses and heroes have worshipped the saints. Whether it is the three Taoist saints, or Buddhism, there are a large number of human races worshipping. Saint Nuwa, in the prehistoric world, is the creator of the human race. In other words, in fact, the human race and the prehistoric sage wear a pair of trousers, and their interests are bound. Very good. Li Wei closed the book The View of Heaven and Earth with satisfaction. I don't know if I don't see it, but I can see how strong my human race is at a glance. Knowing that he was in the prehistoric world, Li Wei's thoughts changed a bit. Mainly for that super dimension chat group. I don't need to make a profit in the super dimension chat group now, right? What are you pretending to be, a juvenile desolate heaven emperor? When I have time, in this Jixia Academy, is it not good for me to read a few more immortal cultivation techniques? Ha ha ha. It's developed. Li Wei was excited. He found this immortal cultivation method and looked at it. Then, look again, look again. Look again, look again. Gradually, Li Wei felt something was wrong. This is a problem. Why are all the cultivation techniques in Jixia Academy only cultivated to the level of heavenly immortal? Li Wei didn't give up, and went to look for the cultivation method. After reading hundreds of books, Li Wei was discouraged. There are many immortal cultivation techniques in Jixia Academy, but these immortal cultivation techniques can only be practiced to the realm of immortals at most. Is it too bad? Li Wei is very dissatisfied. Although Li Wei is only a cultivator of the Mahayana realm, his strength is comparable to that of a peak heaven. This can only be practiced to the immortal realm. For Li Wei, it is a bit like a chicken rib. Besides, if you really cultivate to the realm of heaven, you will have to cross the tribulation and ascend to the realm. Don't be in a hurry to add some more. When I arrange my parents in the mortal world, add some more to become a real fairy and fly to the fairyland. Li Wei made a decision. And in Jixia Academy, why all the stored immortal cultivation techniques can only be practiced to the realm of immortals, Li Wei also has some guesses. Probably the powerful immortal cultivation technique involves the sage Taoism. The three major religions of Taoism, Ren, Chan, and Ji, all teach people to cultivate immortals. Even Buddhism, it is said that it is the practice of Buddhism, but the practice of Buddhism, in this prehistoric world, is only a method of cultivating immortals with a layer of skin. Li Wei thought about it for a while, and stopped worrying about the cultivation technique, and looked at the other cultivation system cheats in Jixia Academy. Anyway, Jixia Academy has countless books. Li Wei is not obsessed with the immortal Dao training system, he can only increase his strength. Chapter 47_Undying Sutra Volume 1. Li Wei looked at the collections of other training systems. This time, Li Wei watched it for 3 days. The collections of other training systems are not like those immortal cultivation secret books placed in Jixia Academy, which stop at the realm of immortals. From Li Wei's point of view, there are many powerful exercises in this Jixia Academy. However, Li Wei has limited skill points for the time being, because there are too many books in Jixia Academy. There are countless secrets of the exercises. So Li Wei can only choose a few exercises to add points. Don't look at Li Wei now has more than 10,000 skill points. But, if you really want to add a starting point, Li Wei can only add a few more? Maybe less. Because the secrets of the exercises that Li Wei can choose are all the most powerful ones in this Jixia Academy. Finally, when the 3-day period was over, Li Wei selected 3 secrets of the exercises and prepared to add more points. The 3 secrets of the practice are, Inextinguishable Classic Volume 1, Hunshan Treasure Mirror and Dowdy Demon Gong. This is Li Wei in Jixia Academy, after 3 days of reading the secrets of the exercises, and found the 3 exercises that are most suitable for him to add points. Among them, Hunshan Treasure Mirror and Dowdy Demon Gong are both cultivation methods of the martial arts system. Hunshan Treasure Mirror has been cultivated to the realm of the 10th layer of the mysterious universe, which can be compared to the Tai Sangxian in the prehistoric world. When Sun Wukong, the great sage of equaling heaven, made a riot in the heavenly palace, he was Tai Sangxian. It can be seen that Tai Sangxian is already very strong. Dowdy magic art is a method of devouring. Li Wei chose it to add points, mainly to earn skill points. And Inextinguishable Sutra Volume 1, to be honest, Li Wei was very surprised when he saw it. Because the Inextinguishable Classic is a practice that comes from the fantasy world where the Huangtian Emperor lives. Even the Indestructible Classic is famous because of the Emperor Huangtian. But in this prehistoric world, it is obvious that the indestructible scripture is nothing at all, because the prehistoric world has the sage Taoism, and there are exercises that directly point to the sage's avenue. The world class is too different. The source of the Inextinguishable Classic Volume 1 obtained by Li Wei in Jixia Academy is marked on the first page. It is estimated that an almighty from the teachings has been to the fantasy world where the Huangtian Emperor is located. Li Wei also knew that the prehistoric world he was in was really the top version of the prehistoric world. Because De Luo Jingxian, traveling through other worlds seems to be the basic operation of this prehistoric world. And the cultivation methods of other worlds are really worthless in the prehistoric world. Looking at the first volume of the Indestructible Classic, it was as if no one cared about it. It was thrown into the Jixia Academy by Kong Sheng, which was regarded as an expansion of the library. Li Wei can only say, this prehistoric world is really awesome, although he has not seen the power of this prehistoric world. But, a glimpse of the leaf to see the whole picture. Just think about how powerful those powers are. The reason why Li Wei chose to add points to Indestructible Classics, Volume 1 is also very simple. It's not because Li Wei wants to pretend to be a young Baron Emperor in the chat group. This Indestructible Scripture Volume 1 is just right for him to pretend. It is because the Inextinguishable Classic Volume 1 is strong enough. Practice it, you can be invincible at the same level. Which transmigrator is not arrogant? Li Wei also wanted to try the same level of invincibility. Experience what it's like to be a teenager. Li Wei left Jixia Academy. This time, Li Wei spent more than 3 days reading books in Jixia Academy. Achieve a lot. In Li Wei's mind, he wrote down thousands of practice exercises. If it weren't for that, Li Wei was not alone in this world. He still has parents in this world. Li Wei felt that it was not unusual for him to read books for a few years in Jixia Academy. It is precisely because he was afraid that his parents would be worried that Li Wei came out of Jixia Academy after reading the book for more than 3 days. After coming out of Jixia Academy, Li Wei appeared directly in front of his house. It was at the door of his house that he entered Jixia Academy. The use of space in this way. Li Wei can only praise again. Confucius is really awesome. Hey! Young master! Suddenly, the servant at the door shouted happily when he saw Li Wei. Li Wei said, "Don't make such a fuss." The servant at the gate said, "Master! You have disappeared for 3 days. Madam and master are very anxious. In addition, I heard from Master, it seems that there are imperial officials from the imperial court looking for you. Li Wei knew that after he disappeared, it was inevitable that his parents would be anxious. But what does the imperial envoy mean? Is it because he became a literati scholar and came to him? By now. In Jixia Academy, after reading the book for 3 days, Li Wei is no longer an ignorant novice. Li Wei knew how powerful the Confucian scholar was in this mortal world. Because heavenly court Haoshan God had agreed with the sages of the human race, immortals and gods could not take action in the mortal world. Therefore, by virtue of his arrogance and righteousness and the power of immortals and gods, he is the strongest group of people in this mortal world. And you can do whatever you want. Because when Dao-Confucianism is not a fairy. Precisely because of this, in this mortal world, a great scholar with the power of immortals and gods is naturally a high-ranking scholar, and even a great scholar of Wen and Taoism does not have to do anything. Those who are in power in the mortal world will bestow on them all kinds of privileges. Even the mortal emperors have to pay 7 points of respect to the great Confucian scholar. Chapter 48 Experience the feeling of juvenile supreme. Li Wei expanded his spiritual knowledge. His spiritual knowledge is wide enough to cover the entire Hangzhou. After just a little search, Li Wei used his spiritual sense to see that his father, Li Jun, was in the government. And her mother Shang Ziyufang is at home. Li Wei said to the servant at the door, "I see." After a random reply, Li Wei entered the house. Immediately, Shang Ziyufang had to be questioned. It can be seen that Shang Ziyufang is very anxious, because in her eyes, Li Wei has been missing for more than 3 days. And there are foreshadowings. Li Wei has a second sister named Li Ziqiang. When she was young, she wanted to be a heroine and ran away from home, and she never came back. Li Wei pushed Mencius, the sage of the human race, as a shield. Presumably Mencius would not mind. Li Wei said that Mencius invited him to Jixia Academy, so he went to Jixia Academy and read books for 3 days. Mencius jumped out, and Li Wei's mother was also shocked, not knowing what to say. Because Mencius, the sage of the human race, has always been a figure living in the hearts of mortals, similar to a god. During these 3 days, Shang Ziyufang knew that her son had become a great scholar of literacy. But limited by her knowledge, Shang Ziyufang didn't know how powerful Wen Dao Confucianism was, and what the 12-year-old Wen Dao Confucian represented. However, Li Wei's move to use Mencius as a shield was still very effective. As soon as the sage of the human race came out, Shang Ziyufang didn't dare to ask any more questions. But, shock is inevitable. Because Shang Ziyufang couldn't think, why did her son become so powerful all of a sudden? You can get in touch with the legendary Meng Sheng. Later, when Li Jun came home and saw Li Wei, he was not surprised, because Li Jun knew that Li Wei couldn't just disappear like this. Li Jun knew very well what Wen Dao de Confucianism represented. This immortal level strength means that it is almost invincible in the mortal world. It's just that Li Jun is also in a trance. He knows how much Li Wei has. To put it mildly, Li Jun felt that with Li Wei's literary talent, it would be a bit daunting to be a scholar. How did he suddenly become a literate scholar? Even Li Jun felt that this was someone spreading the truth. Until the day before yesterday, the imperial court sent by the emperor of the Song dynasty came to visit. Li Junke believed that his son, Li Wei, had really become a great scholar of literacy. This is so outrageous. When Li Jun saw Li Wei at this time, he couldn't help but ask, "Son, how did you become a scholar of literacy and Taoism? Can you still take shortcuts in literacy training?" Li Wei spread his hands and said, "I don't know either. Anyway, the addition system is Li Wei's secret, and he will not tell anyone." Li Jun didn't ask this again, just asked Li Wei's whereabouts. "Where have you been these 3 days?" Li Wei explained it again, pushing Mencius out as a shield as usual. 3 days ago, the sage Mencius gave me an entry token to Jixia Academy. I spent the past 3 days reading the book for 3 days in Jixia Academy, involving the sage Mencius of the human race. Sure enough, Li Jun didn't dare to ask any more questions, but just reminded Li Wei, I have sent an imperial messenger to Hangzhou, saying that I want to invite you to enter the Imperial College. Li Wei nodded, indicating that he knew. And the Imperial College? He certainly won't go. Li Wei didn't even want to see the Imperial Commissioner. It's a waste of time. After chatting with his parents, Li Wei was ready to add some more. Li Wei came to the outskirts of Hangzhou. Because of the addition of points this time, Li Wei plans to add all the more than 10,000 skill points he has retained. I don't know if there will be any changes due to this, such as the appearance of anomalies and so on. So it is better to come to the outskirts of Hangzhou and add some more. The first thing Li Wei wants to add is the Inextinguishable Classic Volume 1. Inextinguishable Sutra Volume 1 is the method of physical cultivation of the ancient system. Li Wei first chose Indestructible Classics, Volume 1 to add points, nothing else, just wanted to experience the feeling of being a teenager. Invincible of the same level seems to be very dangling. Think about it. Li Wei started to add points. The first volume of the Immortal Scriptures is not yet entry, can be upgraded. The first volume of the Immortal Scriptures is the Great Perfection, cannot be upgraded. In an instant, add points to Dzogchen. But nothing out of the ordinary. Because Li Wei added to the Dzogchen, it was the real Dzogchen. All the power added by Indestructible Sutra Volume 1 was locked in Li Wei's body, and there was not a single bit of it leaked out. The cultivation method of the ancient system, the real Emperor of the Desolate Sky, has also practiced this Indestructible Sutra. I feel like I've turned into a boundless star. My blood is so hot, I can burn mountains and boil seas. And my body's defense is also terrifyingly strong. I don't know how strong it is. I have to try it. But it's better not to try. After all, it's not good to find abuse. Li Wei calmly realized that this Inextinguishable Sutra Volume 1 adds to the feeling of Dzogchen. Kensei is strong. Li Wei felt that after adding points to the Great Perfection in Indestructible Sutra Volume 1, he instantly became 100 times stronger than the previous self. Chapter 49 In the human world, you should be fearless. Unlimited point system. Host, Li Wei. Cultivation method, the Great Perfection of the Undying Sutra Volume 1. Comprehensive strength evaluation, invincible true immortal. Skill points, 130. Take a look at the system panel. Just know. Inextinguishable Sutra Volume 1 is added after the Great Perfection. Strong is really strong. But, the skill points spent are also a lot. My more than 13,000 skill points. Only 130 left? Li Wei's mouth twitched. Fortunately, he thought that with more than 13,000 skill points, he could add all the 3 martial arts secret books he wanted to practice to the Great Perfection. As a result, with the addition of the Inextinguishable Sutra Volume 1, it was almost all gone. This juvenile supreme experience is too expensive. But it should be worth the money, right? Li Wei pondered. Previously, his strength was comparable to that of a peak angel, but now he is an invincible real immortal. Above the gods is the realm of true immortals. The immortals in the realm of true immortals are in the immortal world, also known as immortal kings, and can be immortal officials. Immortals such as Tianquixingjun and Baiduzingjun are all true immortals. Li Wei spent more than 10,000 skill points and has the strength of an invincible true immortal, which is not a loss. After all, skill points are spent. It is good to increase the strength. But now the skill points are gone. The 3 secret books I have selected for the exercises, there are still 2 that have not been practiced. Li Wei thought about it. Coincidentally, he had a grudge against Bai Suhen. Now that he has cultivated into an invincible true immortal, then he might as well go for revenge. As for Bai Sohen's backstage background, in the past, Li Wei didn't understand the background of this world, but now he understands. Then he is afraid of Wool. Isn't Bai Sohen the disciple of the mere mother Li Shan? Compared with the human race, what is Li Shan's mother? Li Wei is in the world, and there are people who are big bosses. Immortals and gods are not allowed to take action in the world. The old mother Li Shan, who was afraid of a hairball, happened to kill Bai Sohen, so she could eat Bai Sohen and recover a wave of skill points. As for, will it be bad to eat Bai Sohen? What's wrong? The 1,000-year-old snake demon is just like eating a snake. Qing Cheng Mountain. Li Wei came here quietly. After some searching, Li Wei found Bai Sohen's cave. He was instantly murdered. There is no need to make any excuses. Li Wei just had a grudge against Bai Sohen, so he wanted to kill her. To say that in this world, Li Wei has always been peaceful, and he also had a grudge against Bai Sohen. That's what Bai Sohen asked for. Now that Li Wei has achieved invincible true immortal strength, what's even better is that his immortal system is only in the Mahayana realm. In this way, karma is here. Bai Sohen, get out of here. Li Wei's killing intent was so great, he went straight up. The completion of Inextinguishable Sutra Volume 1 made Li Wei seem to be transformed into a boundless star, which exploded at this time, shaking the world. Bai Sohen's defensive formation outside the cave was directly blown up by Li Wei. Bai Sohen is still recovering in the cave, and the injury she was beaten by Li Wei with the mighty Tianlong has not yet healed. At this moment, the cave mansion was blown up by Li Wei. Bai Sohen had to forcibly withdraw from the healing state. She was horrified, but she forced herself to remain calm. She shouted coldly, "You really want to be with me forever?" Bai Sohen couldn't finish her words. Li Wei punched in the past. Bai Sohen was beaten to death by him. It's so direct, so fast. When he has concerns, Li Wei will also think about the consequences. But there is no worries like this, and the ancestors of the human race are covered. How could Li Wei be used to a Bai Sohen? Kill directly. Don't listen to what she has to say. Bai Sohen is not the only snake demon in Bai Sohen cave mansion. And Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing sees that Bai Sohen was beaten to death by Li Wei, so she will fight Li Wei desperately. Xiaoqing said angrily, "Return my sister's life. Just take the sword and kill Li Wei." Li Wei won't get used to the evildoer. Punch down. Xiaoqing was also beaten to death by him. Whew. Cool. I've wanted to do this for a long time. Only dead enemies are the best enemies. Li Wei laughed. Sure enough, it's cool to not have to suppress yourself. It would be even better if he could kill Li Shan's mother along the way. As the saying goes, a family should be neat and tidy. It's a pity that Li Wei didn't have the strength to kill Li Shan's mother, otherwise he wouldn't hesitate. That's all we can do for now. Li Wei smiled and went to touch the corpse. As a disciple of Li Shan's old mother, Bai Sohen naturally has something like sumi mustard seeds. Without hesitation, Li Wei touched the mustard seeds on Bai Sohen's body. To Li Wei's surprise, Xiaoqing's snake demon even had sumi mustard seeds on him. Starting with the 2 mustard seeds, the good things in Bai Sohen and Xiaoqing should all be in the mustard seeds. Then, Li Wei devoured the 2 snake demons that turned into prototypes after death. Skill points, 10,946. Chapter 50 _ The Trouble of Guanyin. Lishan. This is Lishan Laomudojo. Li Shan's mother, also known as the Virgin of Wudang. He is one of the 4 chief disciples of the sect of the Great Desolate Saint Tongtian sect. Wudang Notre Dame, that is the big man in the wild who has already proved the Tao of Deluo Jingxian before the conferred God War. A few years ago, a clone of Our Lady of Wudang accepted a disciple, Bai Sohen. That Bai Sohan was very kind to her own people, but she was decisive in killing. Very much loved by the Virgin Mary, because she herself is such a character. It should be said that most of the interception of teachings and personal transmissions is this kind of character that protects the shortcomings of their own people and kills others decisively. But Bai Sohan is dead. The mother of Wudang pinched her fingers and knew that it was a certain human who killed Bai Sohan in the world. This annoys Our Lady of Indignity. Because Guanyin swore to her that he would train Bai Sohan, an apprentice for her. In the end, Bai Sohan's merits and virtues will be consummated and she will rise to immortality. It can even allow Bai Sohan to steal a certain degree of the power of human belief. This will be of great benefit to future practice. But dead. The apprentice I just accepted died like this. Can't I be bullied when I intercept it? Madame Wudang is in trouble to find Avalakai Teshvara. Who is Guanxian taking care of everything, saying that he will take care of Bai Sohan. Keeping Bai Sohan benefited. But the result? Anyway, I'm not a virgin, so I have to ask Guanyin to explain it. Avalakai Tesvara Bodhisattva was also stunned. She arranged the calculations with one hand, and prepared a girlfriend love. It can make Bai Sohan rise to immortality. It can also allow Bai Sohan to gain the power of incense in the world. Even Buddhism can get some level of publicity. But for some unknown reason, Avalakai Teshvara found out that the calculation he had arranged was over. Bai Sohan was killed. It's embarrassing. Avalakai Tesvara is also annoyed. Who broke this seat's calculations? Guanxian pinched her fingers and counted, only to figure out that it was a mortal named Li Wei with the word Changshen, which ruined her calculation. Even that Bai Sohan was killed by Li Wei. This made Guanyin frown. It's actually a little mortal who ruined this big plan. Coincidentally. At this time, the Virgin Mary came to the door. Avalakai Teshvara sighed in her heart, this time she has to make an apology to Our Lady of Wudang. Li Wei is very cool. He found that killing Bai Sohan was really more fun than he thought. Because for most of the day, he still had a good mood. However, it seems that Bai Sohan and Zioking Sumi mustard seeds are a bit advanced. In short, Li Wei can't open it now. But Li Wei is not in a hurry. The Sumer mustard seeds of these two snake demons are in his hands, and he will be able to open them sooner or later. There is also the harvest of eating Bai Sohan and Xiaoqing, the two snake monsters, a total of 10,816 skill points. The reason for getting so many skill points is that Li Wei ate it together with the inner alchemy of the two snake demons. And the skill points in the early 10,000 seem to be a lot. Can be added later. Li Wei felt less. As follows. Unlimited point system. Host, Li Wei. Cultivation technique, the 8th floor of the Hunshan treasure mirror. Comprehensive strength evaluation, invincible true immortal. Skill point, 3. That's right. After eating Bai Sohan and Xiaoqing, the acquired skill points were immediately used by Li Wei. After all, skill points are used to increase strength. Li Wei will not let it go. However, skill points in the early 10,000 are still too few. Li Wei used it to add the martial arts magic of Hunshan Beijian. The result was added to the 8th floor, and the skill points in the early 10,000s were gone. At present, there are only 3 skill points on the Li Wei system panel, as shown above. Moreover, the addition of Hunshan treasure mirror to the 8th floor did not cause a qualitative change in Li Wei's strength. However, this does not mean that Hunshan Beijian is weak. This Hunshan treasure mirror is a martial arts practice created by the sage Nuwa in the prehistoric world for the human race many thousands of years ago. Can't say it's weak. It is estimated that if the Hunshan treasure mirror is added to the 9th floor, there will be a qualitative change. In a good mood. Sudden. Li Wei met Mencius. This Mencius, with a swipe, appeared in front of Li Wei. Appearing out of thin air, It is estimated that it is using some kind of space method. Mencius' first sentence after he appeared was, "Li Wei, you are in big trouble." Li Wei was taken aback and asked, "Meng Sheng, what's the big trouble for me?" Mencius asked, "Then Bai Suhen at the foot of Qingcheng Mountain, did you kill him?" Li Wei nodded, "It was indeed me who killed me." Meng Sheng is saying, "I have provoked old mother Li Shan?" "I know that. Isn't she the old mother Li Shan? She dare not come to the world to kill me, right?" In the prehistoric world, with so many big men of the human race, Li Wei is as calm as a dog. Seeing Li Wei so calm, Mencius was taken aback for a moment, and said, "You junior, do you know who Li Shan's mother is?" "Li Wei, the old mother Li Shan is the old mother Li Shan. Who else can she be? Isn't she a powerful person? But there are still few people with great powers in our human race. I believe that there is an old mother Li Shan in the human race. Don't dare to be presumptuous in the world." Mencius was shocked by Li Wei's attitude. Are the younger generations of the human race so brave? Are you not afraid of offending the disciples of the sage Tongtian? He, Mencius, did not want to offend the old mother Li Shan. Chapter 51 small issue. Mencius nodded gratified and said, "You junior, you have great courage, yes, as long as you don't fly into the immortal world and stay in the human world, then the old mother Li Shan, even if she is the senior sister of the interception, is indeed a shame for you." Li Wei was surprised. Mother Li Shan is the senior sister of intercept. Li Wei didn't know about this, because he thought that Li Shan's mother was Li Shan's mother, and she was a big golden immortal. Mencius said speechlessly, "Don't you know who Li Shan's mother is?" "I'll make it clear to you that Li Shan's mother is one of the 4 chief disciples of the sage Tongtian, also known as the Virgin of Wuodang." Li Wei covered his face with one hand. "It's over, is this offending those lunatics?" But Li Wei has no regrets, there is no regret in his life creed. Li Wei affirmed, "Meng Sheng, you have to abide by the agreement between the human race and the heavenly court, right? You won't send the great power to the world to deal with me?" Mencius said, "No." Li Wei said, "I know. Thank you Meng Sheng for reminding me." Mencius asked again, "You stayed in Jixia Academy for 3 days. You should know who the sage Tongtian is, and what is the interception." In fact, Li Wei was only 12 years old in this life. Mencius felt that a 12-year-old brat, although very talented, always felt unreliable. Li Wei nodded and said, "I know that intercepting sect is one of the 3 major sects of Taoism, and Saint Tongtian is one of the figures at the top of the Great Desolation." Mencius reminded again, "Be careful." After he finished speaking, Mencius swiped and disappeared from Li Wei's eyes. Li Wei thought for a while. He felt that Mencius, the sage of the human race, was really good. 3 days ago, he was given the entry token of Jixia Academy. This time he got into trouble and came to remind him specially. It is the fact that the mother of Li Shan is intercepting the teaching of the Virgin Mary, it is a big pit. Notre Dame. After the battle of conferring gods that year, one of the few sect masters who can continue to live freely. I just don't know, the current interception has a bit of background. Li Wei didn't worry about anything, and it was useless to worry. From what Mencius meant, at least he should be safe in the human world, right? That's fine as long as you don't fly into the fairyland. In the human world, the way not to ascend to the immortal realm is very simple. As long as the cultivation of immortality does not reach the realm of immortals. In the human world of the prehistoric world, if you cultivate to become an immortal, you will become an immortal and ascend to the immortal world. Therefore, in the human world of this prehistoric world, except for the immortals who maintain the order of heaven and earth, there are no other immortals left. As for Mencius is a big man, but he is a practitioner of the literary and Taoist system, not a fairy. So this big guy should stay in the world like a shame. If you don't become a fairy, you don't need to ascend to the fairyland. If you don't fly to the immortal realm, there are rules. Old Mother Li Shan can't take revenge on me. In the future, don't improve the realm of the immortal realm for the time being, and practice the exercises of other systems until you have the strength of the great Luo Jingxian, and then fly to the immortal world. Li Wei thought about it, finding it didn't affect him much. Because there are too many exercises in other training systems. It's just that I can't practice the exercises of the immortal Dao system for the time being, so I can fly to the prehistoric fairyland. Small issue. Li Wei returned to Hangzhou. After returning home, Li Wei found the Super Dimension chat group and was shocked. This is to remind him that there is something in the group. Li Wei consciously entered the Super Dimension chat group and took a look. Found out, it's a group task, it's released. This group quest seems to have been said by the God Stick group leader about 10 days and a half ago. But only now. Li Wei has the strength of an invincible real fairy. Although he was speechless, Li Wei still looked at this group mission. For now, maybe this tattered super-dimensional chat group can still provide him with some help? Group tasks are announced in the form of announcements, so that every group member whose consciousness enters the Super Dimension chat group can see it, as follows. Group mission, save humans in the low-level spiritual world. Task Introduction 1, in a low-level supernatural world, a few curious humans emerged, and sent the contents of Sadeko's videotape, Freddy's name, and Gaia's story to the internet. Mission Introduction 2, half a month after the incident, tens of millions of people around the world were killed by Sadeko, Freddy, and Gaia. Mission Introduction 3, if Sadeko, Freddy, and Gaia are not removed, it is estimated that after 3 months and 9 days, the humans in that low-level spiritual world will perish. Task Goal, please have powerful group members, go to the low-level spiritual world and kill the 3 major ghosts. The chat group will provide a crossing function. After killing the 3 ghosts, the group members will be sent back to their respective worlds by the chat group. Task Reward, killing Sadeko can get 300,000 group points, killing Freddy can get 200,000 group points, killing Jia can get 100,000 group points. Chapter 52_3 seconds. That's it? No challenge at all. What kind of tasks are posted by this rubbish chat group? It's too simple. And the mission reward turned out to be group points? Group points are worthless at all. All the things in the group mall are sold by the group members themselves. In addition to being able to buy things in the group mall, the group points can only expand the personal storage space. After reading the group task introduction, Li Wei not only complained, because he really felt that the super-dimensional chat group was a bit rubbish. This super-dimension chat group has no point enhancement function, no group live broadcast function, or even pictures. Let's talk about the functions of Super Dimension Chat Group. Super Dimension Chat Group can connect to all worlds, but group members who join the Super Dimension Chat Group can only send text to chat. You can also send red envelopes to send text files. Group members in the chat group, still in the chat group, have private storage space. At present, there is a function of releasing tasks, which can make group members who take group tasks travel to the task world. Alright. That's it? It looks strong, doesn't it? But, in Li Wei's view, that's it? Don't you see, this chat group owner has been in the group for so long, and he is still a weak chicken. Why? Because this chat group really doesn't have the function of making people stronger quickly. So it's still my PowerPoint system. Li Wei thought to himself, and took the group mission by the way. This group task is not challenging at all. Li Wei took over this group of tasks for the hundreds of thousands of group points. Anyway, he can use the group points to expand his personal storage space in the chat group. The moment to take over the group task. Li Wei was sent by the super-dimensional chat group to the place where he performed the mission, a low-level spiritual world. At the moment of coming to this low-level supernatural world, Levi felt like a god. Almighty God. Li Wei even felt that as long as he waved his hand and punched it, he could destroy this low-level spiritual world. This is the gap between the prehistoric world and the low-level world. In the prehistoric world, Li Wei's spiritual consciousness can only cover a Hangzhou city in the prehistoric world. But, in this low-level spiritual world, Li Wei's spiritual consciousness can cover this entire world. And in the prehistoric world, even if Li Wei was exhausted, he could at most do things like burn the mountains and boil the sea. But in this low-level supernatural world, Li Wei can destroy this world with a single blow. This is very speechless. If I use a little force, the world will collapse and the world will change. So I think in this low-level supernatural world, it's not enough to play. Then, as soon as Li Wei's spiritual sense moved, he directly used his spiritual sense to kill the three great ghosts who could destroy all human beings in this low-level spiritual world. What a huge difference! Don't look at Sadako, Gamako, and Freddy as scary looking. However, Li Wei's invincible true immortal strength is not to be boasted. He is like an almost boundless star. Spectre of the low-level supernatural world. In front of Li Wei, not even dust. Otherwise, it would not be. Li Wei's thought was destroyed by his spiritual sense. And after destroying the three evil spirits, Li Wei was sent back to the prehistoric world by the Super Dimension chat group. Can this Super Dimension chat group really let people travel through the world at will? Find this out. Li Wei didn't think that the Super Dimension chat group was garbage. Unfortunately, this chat group is not his. It's the master of the gods. And with the prudence of the God Stick group owner, Li Wei will not be able to seize the opportunity of the Super Dimension chat group. Long story. But actually, Li Wei just traveled to the low-level supernatural world, and in 3 seconds, he completed the task of killing the three ghosts and returned to the prehistoric world. It's that quick. Even in the 3-second world that Li Wei stayed in the low-level supernatural world, there were 2.9 seconds in which Li Wei was adapting to the weakness of that low-level supernatural world. Killing Sadako, Freddy, and Gaia only took Li Wei 0.1 seconds. This was the time it took Li Wei to use his spiritual sense to find the three great ghosts and obliterate them. And after Li Wei completed the group task, in the chat group, a group prompt appears. Group reminder: Huang Tiandi, a member of the group, has completed the group task and wiped out the three major ghosts, Sadako, Freddy, and Gaia. Group reminder: in this rescue mission, Huang Tiandi is the only participant, and Huang Tiandi will receive all the group points rewards for this rescue mission. This is the 600,000 group points credited. And the chat page of the super-dimensional chat group fell into a short eerie silence with the group prompt of "The Emperor of the Wilderness obliterates the three species." Chapter 53 _ Buried in the Soil. Chat record. Omniscient and Almighty Sudaxian, group owner. The mission of salvation in the group has been released. All-knowing and Almighty Sudaxian, group owner. The group members who want to participate in the mission of salvation, be careful, Sadako, Freddy and Gaia, these three ghosts, because they have killed too many people, they have gotten rid of the ghosts of killing. The limitations of the world have turned into a ghost king in the world. Omniscient and Almighty Sudaxian, group owner. In my opinion, only Fahe, Whitebeard, and Huangtian Emperor in the group have the strength to kill the three ghost kings. It's better for other group members not to join in the fun. All-knowing and Almighty Sudaxian, group leader. The ghost king who turned into a ghost, wants to kill, but it's just a thought. Fahe, a ghost king in the world? It's really powerful. Even if a poor monk wants to deal with it, it will take a lot of effort. Xianba, I'm not strong enough to participate in this group mission. You buckin, what the group leader said is right. If you are not afraid of death, Xianba, you can try it yourself. This is Yu Buchan and Xianba, and there was a little conflict in the group before. At this moment, Yu Buchan scolded Xianba. Xianba just wanted to fight back. The group prompt appeared, and the news that Li Wei killed the 3 kings of ghosts and completed the group task alone was announced. This led to a bit of silence in the group. Really, this group of tasks has not appeared for a minute, right? This group task was completed by Li Wei. It's embarrassing. Because the God Stick group leader just said how powerful the King of Ghosts is. And Fahey agreed. Result. It is suspected that in less than a minute, it was taken care of by the youth desolate emperor. Finally, it was Xianba who spoke first, breaking the silence. Xianba, Emperor Huangtian is really powerful. He solved the group quest alone just a minute after it came out. Xianba, Emperor Huangtian, can you teach me? Xianba, I sincerely ask for advice. Fahey, it seems that the strength of this barren emperor is far better than that of the poor monk. The group leader said that they were 3 ghost kings. But they were solved by the barren emperor within a minute. The strength of the barren emperor is far better than that of the poor monk. Not so good. Whitebeard, kahahaha, the group task has been solved by Huangtiandi. Then I will continue to drink. Omniscient and Almighty Sudaxian, group owner, at, young friend number 10, please come out. Huangtiandi, group leader, are you alright? Omniscient and Almighty Sudaxian, group owner young friend number 10, how strong are you? Huangtiandi, I don't know either. Omniscient and Almighty Sudaxian, group leader, which realm have you cultivated to now? Huangtiandi, what realm? What do you mean? Omniscient and Almighty Sudaxian, group owner, forget it, you are busy, little friend number 10. Huangtiandi, oh. Li Wei continued to pretend to be a young Huangtian emperor in the chat group. In fact, at this point, Li Wei can try to showdown in the chat group. Because Li Wei doesn't care, there is that little benefit in the chat group now. What Li Wei values, on the contrary, is the super dimension chat group, a function that can traverse the heavens and the world. But after thinking about it, Li Wei still did not show up. Continue to be in the chat group, pretending to be a young Huangtian emperor. Because, who knows if that God Stick group master is a careful eye? What if Li Wei had a showdown, and the God Stick group owner kicked Li Wei out of the super dimension chat group? Li Wei doesn't know what privileges the super dimension chat group owner has, so it's better to be cautious. At this time, another group prompt appears. It can be large or small and buried in the soil to join the superdimensional chat group. Chat group? Could it be that my Xiobuse plugin has finally arrived? The Omniscient and Almighty Sudaxian, group owner, renamed the group members Buried in the Earth to Buried in the Earth. Omniscient and Almighty Sudaxian, group owner, this is a superdimensional chat group. For details, see the group announcement. Be big or small, I'm not the group owner? Hey, I'll look at the group announcement first. See here. Li Wei consciousness exited the chat group page. It's just a group of people buried in the earth, nothing to see. As for the previous tyrant's advice, Li Wei ignored it. What a joke, no one can teach someone like Xianba. This guy Xianba, in the world of wind and cloud, killed his master with his own hands for the sake of 3 points returning chi. As soon as he left the chat group page, Li Wei started to use group points to expand his personal storage space in the chat group. After spending 100,000 group points, Li Wei's personal storage space in the chat group is already the size of a football field. That's enough. Li Wei nodded with satisfaction. This super dimension chat group, it is still very good to use it as a mustard seed, and put some necessary things in life. Chapter 54 _ The Master of Gods almost capsized. Next, Li Wei spent half a day in his peaceful daily life. Then Li Wei glanced at the chat group chat page. It was found that the master of the God Stick group almost capsized. The reason is that the all-knowing and almighty Sudaxian, who was disguised by the master of the gods, was almost torn apart by being buried in the earth. Tu Jianbu is a 21st century earthling, from the world of Little Maid of Dry Things. The world of Little Buried Girl is set in the 21st century, in the 2010s. In the world buried in the earth, let alone the martial arts figures like Yu Buchan and Li Ma Chu. Even if it is Marvel, it also captured the plot after Thanos snapped his fingers. Moreover, Tu Jianbu is a dead house girl who spends all day on the internet and knows a lot about anime, novels, and games. And Tu Jianbu has an extraordinary IQ, at least she can study casually, and she can get the first place in the whole grade. Play a game and become a master of the game. How can such a burial between the earth not be suspicious of the God Stick group owner in the chat group? When she was buried in the earth, she suspected that the omniscient and almighty Sudaxian, the group leader, in the group was pretending to be an earthling. Not much power at all. So after reading the group announcement, on Earth, Tu Jianbu used a browser to search, and after the names and stories of the group members in the group, he came to dismantle the God Stick group owner. Chat record. Tu Jianbu at omniscient and almighty Sudaxian, group owner group leader, you are also from the earth, right? You are not almighty at all. You are pretending to be immortal and deceiving people in this chat group. I don't understand the truth of being buried in the earth, and it's hard not to demolish it. This sentence came out. Then Li Wei can already think of how worried the God Stick group owner is. Because it's obvious that the God Stick group leader is a guy who is weaker than the white beard. Otherwise, there is no way to have any devil fruit. Yu Buchan, this new group friend, the group leader is omniscient and omnipotent. You say that the group leader is an earthling and is pretending to be an immortal. What do you mean? Tu Jianbu, this group leader is fooling you. Tu Jianbu, I am also on earth, I can tell you, Yu Buchan, you and everyone in the group, except for the group leader, are all characters in our earth, who have been recorded in novels, comics, or movies. Group reminder. Tu Jianbu sent the document swordsman to Yu Buchan. Domabu sent the Condor heroes to Li Ma Chu. Doma sends Marvel movie analysis to Tony Stark. Tu Jianbu sent The Legend of Heaven and Dragon Slayer to Zhang Sanfan. Tu Jianbu sent the story of China's Little Master to Lu Angxing. Xuz Hima sent story analysis of The Storm to Xianba. Xuz Hima sent Perfect World to Emperor Huangtian. Domabu sent The Legend of the Condor heroes to Guozheng. Tu Jianbu sent the document analysis of The Green Snake to Fahe. Xuz Hima sent the file One Piece plot analysis to Whitebeard. In this wave, Tu Jianbu directly sent all the information about the group members in the group that she had searched on the internet, and sent it to each group member in the group. From Li Wei's point of view, this wave of burying the earth is expected to scare the masters of the gods. Because once the God Stick group owner exposes that he is just a weak chicken, he will die socially in the chat group. Unless the God Stick group leader can kick everyone in the chat group except him, and then recruit a new group of people. In Li Wei's opinion, this is the best way for the God Stick group owner. If the God Stick group owner can kick people out of the group. But in view of the super dimension chat group, many group functions do not have. In addition, Li Wei saw that the group leader of the God Stick group didn't kick people at this time, so he knew that the group leader of the God Stick group didn't even have the right to kick people out of the group. Tu Jianbu at all group members, do you understand? The group owner is an earth person like me. Your affairs are recorded in our earth's novels, comics, or movies. The group owner is not an immortal. He is a liar. Tony Stark, I understand a little bit. I see. No wonder there are also martial arts novels about Yu Buchan and Li Ma Chu in my world. Fahe, the meaning of burying the donor in the earth is that the group owner is a liar. Li Ma Chu, I didn't expect the group leader to be such a person. This wave of bargain hunters buried in the soil is too ruthless. But fortunately, the orthodox Earth world is where the God Stick Group Masters are located. Anyway, in the Earth world where the God Stick Group Masters are located, there is an anime called Little Buried Girl. Omniscient and almighty Sudaxian, group leader Tsujimi, 1.6 meters tall, likes to play games and watch anime. His favorite foods are Coke, instant noodles, and potato chips. He studied at Arayata High School. He was impeccable in school. A girl. When I get home, I will become a lazy girl who is addicted to act. The daily life is basically handled by my brother Teihei Tuma. Omniscient and almighty Sudaxian, group owner. This is a chat group created by me. Children buried in the earth, please don't talk nonsense in the group. I will only tolerate you once. Somabu, scared. Relying on his knowledge of burial in the earth, the group leader of the God Sticks got away by luck this time. Barely preserved his majesty. Chapter 55 _ Better Go Hunter. Li Wei looked funny. If at this time, Li Wei pops out again and dismantles the group leader, then this God Stick group leader is really finished. Absolutely will die socially in the group. Whoever said that this group owner doesn't even have the right to kick someone? However, people are tough. Li Weinian and the group leader helped him a few times and gave him a few secrets of the exercises, so he wouldn't fall for the God Stick group leader at this time. But, sooner or later, the masters of the gods will be finished. Li Wei analyzed this. The main reason is that this God Stick group leader is a paper tiger, and it will be broken when poked. And this chat group will also add traversers like Li Wei, or people who are also on Earth. Fortunately, the Marvel Universe Earth where Tony Stark is located is too far from the everyday Earth, otherwise this guy would have been dismantled long ago. I really thought that by relying on some plots, I could always fool the group members in the group. Blacksmith need its own hardware. Not to mention too much, if there is another group member like buried in the earth in the chat group, the leader of the God Stick group will definitely be exposed. Li Wei is different. It doesn't matter if he is exposed, his current strength does not know how much he surpasses the so-called childhood Baron Emperor. Maybe he will become the real Deluo Emperor after a while. However, Li Wei will not take the initiative to say in the chat group that he is a fake childhood emperor. Because Li Wei revealed that he was a fake childhood emperor of Huangtian, the God Stick group leader immediately leaked. After all, the group masters of the gods have always said that Li Wei was the emperor of heaven when he was young. As soon as this matter was exposed, the all-knowing and all-powerful character of the God Stick group leader could never be preserved. It's a little messy in the chat group. I don't know how long the group leader of the gods can maintain the omniscient and omnipotent character he created. But it's none of my business. I still think about it, how can I get more skill points? Li Wei pondered. He is not lacking in cultivation techniques now, but lacks skill points. Dusk. The imperial envoy of the Emperor of Song Dynasty, the famous people around him, personally entered Li Wei's house, took out the imperial edict, and respectfully invited Li Wei to enter the imperial college. Li Wei refused. The Emperor of Song Dynasty was helpless, and seeing that Li Wei was only 12 years old, he was indeed not suitable to join the court as an official, so he gave up. Don't give up. A great scholar of Wendao can exert the power of immortals and gods in the human world, and the emperor would not dare to force a great scholar of Wendao. That would ruin the country's luck. Li Wei refused to give up this imperial envoy. After all, Li Wei had already decided that he would not join the imperial court. Because there is no real benefit. Li Wei thought about how to get a lot of skill points. Then figured out a way. That is hunting monsters. Day 2. Li Wei started to hunt for monsters near Hangzhou. Monster flesh and blood can provide Li Wei with a lot of skill points. Before entering Jixia Academy, Li Wei had not thought about hunting monsters and the like. But that was too high profile. Li Wei was afraid of getting into trouble. Until now. Come out from Jixia Academy and learn about the background of this world. Li Wei deeply understands that the human world in the prehistoric world is the human world. Immortals and gods can't take action in the world. Li Wei in this world, there is no need to be afraid of anyone. For example, Li Wei provoked Li Shan's mother, the chief disciple of the interception, and it was still fine. There are a lot of people in the race. It can be said that in this world, Li Wei is naturally sheltered by a large number of human bosses. In this way, if Li Wei was in this world, he would still be very cowardly. Then what kind of way does Li Wei cultivate? Just be a pig. What a traverser who opened a plug-in. Li Wei was in Hangzhou, the first to hunt down, of course, the monsters near Hangzhou. But near Hangzhou, there are almost no monsters. Li Wei searched for a long time and found 2 or 3 little demons. Li Wei also understood the reason. Master Fei, you are so diligent. How hard are you killing monsters? Li Wei sighed in his heart. It seems that he can no longer find monsters in the Hangzhou area. Fei is too diligent, there are too few monsters near Hangzhou. A bit far from the Hangzhou area. Li Wei found a treasured place. Although this place was barren and wild, it was very lonely. But there are a lot of monsters gathered inside. Here, that is, Phoenix Mountain. Phoenix Mountain does not have a phoenix. Yes, it's just a centipede. This centipede spirit is called, Golden Symbol Dharma King. Like Bai Sohan, who was beaten to death by Li Wei, the Golden Symbol King is also one of the demon kings in the human world. The old monk Fei was not sure that he could kill Dharma King Golden Symbols, so he could only let Dharma King Golden Symbols stay on this Phoenix Mountain. Of course, Dharma King Golden Symbols didn't dare to be presumptuous. He didn't dare to kill people in recent years, for fear of attracting a certain human race boss in the world to deal with him. For example, Mencius. But there are unforeseen circumstances in the sky and disasters and blessings for people. Centipede has 100 feet, and there must be one loss. Centipede Pure Gold Symbol Dharma King is unlucky today. Because Li Wei is eyeing him. Sizzle. I'll eat a centipede and add some little monsters for dessert, isn't it too much? Leviathan is quite happy. No matter how strong the Golden Symbol Dharma King is, he is at the same level as Bai Sohan. Li Wei doesn't care how strong the centipede Pure Gold Symbol King is, he is not as strong anyway. So King Golden Symbols and his subordinate demons, in Li Wei's eyes, are equal to a pile of skill points. Chapter 56 Derivative Universe. Then kill. Kill them all and eat them all. Li Wei has always been decisive. After making a decision, Li Wei will execute it immediately. At this moment, Li Wei's figure flashed and he entered Phoenix Mountain. Arriving outside the cave mansion of the Golden Symbol Dharma King, Li Wei found that the cave mansion was shrouded in formation. You don't have to think about how to break the array. Li Wei is a fist down. With the strength of Li Wei's invincible true immortal, he only punched past it, and the formation defense outside the cave of the Golden Symbol Dharma King was shattered. An enemy attack. The King of Golden Symbols was shocked. Dharma King of Golden Symbols, who was drinking, quickly took out his golden bowl. At this moment, the King of Golden Symbols felt that he saw the great sun in the sky. However, he is in his own cave, how can he see the big sun? Then, it was Li Wei's chi and blood bursting out. Inextinguishable Sutra Volume 1 is complete. Li Wei is full of chi and blood, and is almost a boundless star. As soon as the explosion broke out, Li Wei's speed was also extremely fast. For example, Dharma King Jinbo, who just reacted to his cave house being attacked. But Li Wei had already appeared in front of the Golden Symbol King in such a short period of time. Then, one punch. The King of Symbols is dead. Moreover, This golden symbol king does not even know how he died. It is estimated that the last picture in Yao's hung is that I feel that I have seen a round of the sun. Kill the king of symbols. Li Wei was not careless. In order not to let go of any of the little monsters in Phoenix Mountain, he did everything he could. Only less than 2 seconds. Dozens of little demons in Phoenix Mountain were all killed by Li Wei. For Li Wei, killing monsters is just a normal thing. The difficulty is finding the monsters. Because the human world is the human world, there are indeed very few monsters in this human world. Eat all the monster flesh and blood in Phoenix Mountain. Li Wei obtained more than 53,000 skill points. Great harvest. Li Wei's eyes narrowed with a smile. All of a sudden, more than 50,000 skill points came into the account, which was Li Wei's biggest gain. Currently, Li Wei has a total of 56,761 skill points. Before eating a large group of monsters like Phoenix Mountain, Li Wei also killed a few little monsters and got some skill points. But with more than 50,000 skill points, he still couldn't improve the Hunshan Treasure Mirror. As follows. The 8th floor of the Hunshan Treasure Mirror cannot be upgraded. This puzzled Li Wei. How big is the gap between the 8th and 9th layers of the Hunshan Treasure Mirror? With more than 50,000 skill points, it is impossible to improve it. However, think about it. Li Wei still decided to save more than 50,000 skill points, and when he had enough, he could add Han Tian Baojian, and then add it to it. Li Wei understands a simple truth: the more skill points you consume, the more powerful you are. This Hunshan Treasure Mirror is from the hand of the sage Nuwa, and when it reaches the 10th floor, it can match the Tei Sangxian. It would not be a waste to invest skill points in the practice of Han Tian Baojian. Next, for several days, Li Wei ran around the Song Kingdom, looking for monsters to hunt and then eat them. But in the Song Kingdom, there are really few monsters. The group of monsters that Li Wei encountered in Phoenix Mountain was considered an extra-large feast. This leads to, after a few days of busy work, Li Wei gained a total of about 100,000 skill points by hunting monsters. However, with about 100,000 skill points, it is still not enough to raise the Xiantian Treasure Mirror to the 9th level. This made Li Wei feel speechless, because he only consumed more than 13,000 skill points when he upgraded Indestructible Sutra Volume 1 to the Great Perfection. Another busy few days. Li Wei felt that the monsters in the Song dynasty might be almost killed by him. In short, Li Wei's harvest is getting less and less. In the past few days, more than 30,000 skill points have been harvested. Figure. Li Wei relied on the territory of Song State and hunted monsters, and he gained a total of about 140,000 skill points. Li Wei didn't plan to continue hunting monsters, because the monsters in the Song Kingdom were almost killed by him. If he continued to hunt, he would earn a few thousand skill points at most. But it takes a lot of time. It's not worth it. Fortunately, with about 140,000 skill points, it is finally possible to upgrade the Hunshan Treasure Mirror to the 9th floor. Let me see, why does it take so many skill points to raise the 9th level of the Hunshan Treasure Mirror? Li Wei started adding points. The 8th layer of the Hunshan Treasure Mirror can be upgraded, the 9th layer of the Hunshan Treasure Mirror cannot be upgraded. A plus point. In an instant, it consumed more than 130,000 skill points of Li Wei. Li Wei calculated carefully. Adding this Hunshan Treasure Mirror from the 8th to the 9th floor has completely consumed his 137,504 skill points. This skill point consumption is terrifying. It was Li Wei who consumed the most skill points. And the effect of adding points? Li Wei knows that a dead universe has been derived from his body. Chapter 57 Found out my sister who has been away from home for many years. Although there is a dead universe in the body, it seems to be very awesome. Ken. Li Wei felt that his strength seemed to have only increased by about 10 times. As follows. Unlimited point system. Host, Li Wei. Cultivation technique, the 9th floor of the Hunshan Treasure Mirror. Comprehensive strength evaluation, comparable to the late-stage immortals of Xianxian. Skill points, 6,710. Before adding Hunshan Treasure Mirror to the 9th floor, Li Wei's strength evaluation is, invincible as a true immortal. After adding the Hunshan Treasure Mirror to the 9th floor, Li Wei's strength changed qualitatively, and the evaluation on the system panel had already changed to, immortals in the late stage of Xianxian. Xianxian is the next realm of true immortals. To say that a true immortal is in the prehistoric immortal world, one can barely mix with an immortal official. Then, Xianxian, even in the prehistoric immortal realm, can still be a rank official. It's just that I have more than 130,000 skill points. It's heartbreaking to consume so many skill points to upgrade this Hunshan Treasure Mirror to the 9th floor. But Li Wei also had no choice. Because Hunshan Treasure Mirror was the best exercise that Li Wei found in Jixia Academy after choosing for 3 days. Created by the sage Nuhua. The 10th floor is comparable to Tei Sangxian. This is Li Wei's most powerful practice secret book. Even if Li Wei enters Jixia Academy to look for it, it will be difficult to find a better practice than Xiantian Beijian. Jixia Academy is a collection of many books of the human race. But, Li Wei guessed that the truly precious practice secrets will never be placed in Jixia Academy. It's all in the hands of those big brothers, or their disciples. Levi had no choice. Otherwise, Li Wei would not have added Han Tian Baojian. If there is a choice, Li Wei will definitely choose the exercises that directly point to the realm of saints and add some points. However, there is no choice. Hunting monsters took Li Wei nearly 10 days. Fortunately, the results are gratifying and the harvest is great. After a wave of added points, the strength has increased several floors, which is equivalent to the immortal in the late stage of Xianxian. If this strength is placed in the great desolate immortal realm, he is also a little master. What's more, Li Wei is in the world. It's a pity that Hunshan Treasure Mirror still has the last layer, and there is no point in it. Livy still lacks a lot of skill points. Li Wei thought, next, how to get skill points. This is a difficult problem. Li Wei not only thought of Zhainu, but also remembered that Zhainu, the goddess in the sky, was a rich woman, and a little thing that he gave away was worth more than 10,000 skill points. What's even better is that the matter of the weaver girl and the cowherd cannot be exposed. She doesn't dare to say anything about blackmailing the weaver girl, and the weaver girl's cultivation level is not high, she is just a fairy. But I've already blackmailed Zhinv once. It doesn't matter if you extort this once, but for the second time, the possibility that Zhinu will go all out with me is not small. Forget it, I'm a principled person. Thinking so, Li Wei crossed out the weaver girl. Gotta figure out a way to get skill points. Sudden. Li Wei found out? This discovery is not Li Wei's idea of how to get skill points next. Instead, Li Wei discovered his long-lost sister. Mentioned earlier. Li Wei has a middle school 2 sister who was only 14 years old, and she clamored to be a heroine, and then ran away from home. Li Wei's sister's name is Li Ziqiang. When Li Ziqiang ran away from home, Li Wei was only 10 years old. These 2 years have passed. In Li Wei's brain supplement, Li Ziqiang should be sold to a brothel, die or be caught as a wife, etc. These are bad endings. Because Li Wei's sister Li Ziqiang is very beautiful. The various images in Li Wei's mind did not happen. His beautiful second-year sister, who has been away from home for the past 2 years, seems to be doing well. Because Li Wei was in the sect of the Shushan school, and inadvertently sensed his sister with his spiritual sense. This is a coincidence. Then, Li Wei was a little silent. This guy turned out to be a cultivator in Shusan. Is this a fool's blessing? In the past 2 years, my mother died of sadness, and she shed tears silently when she thought of Li Ziqian. My father thought she was dead too. She's so good. She actually sent an immortal in Shusan? I'm going, I don't break her dog legs, I'm not her dear brother. In a short time, Li Wei had unspeakable emotions flashing in his heart. In the end, he calmed down and decided to only interrupt his sister's dog legs. Then dragged his sister Li Ziqian to see her parents, and more. It just so happened that Li Wei found his sister in the Shusan faction on the way back after killing the monsters and adding some points. If not found. If he didn't find out, Li Ziqian would still be able to continue to send immortals in Shusan without heart and soul. Li Wei is not afraid of the Shusan faction. He came directly to the gate of the Shusan school and called out, "Is the real Chinmei here? I'm Li Wei, and I'm coming to your Shusan school as a guest." Chapter 58_Demon Brother. This is the prehistoric world, the Song dynasty. At this time, the reputation of the Shusan school was not obvious, and the founder of the Shusan school, Chinmei Jinren, had not yet ascended to the fairyland. Longmei Jinren, in this period, was just a lucky person who got the inheritance of the people's teaching, and his cultivation was in the Mahayana realm, but it was estimated that he could not beat Fahei. The Shusan faction, in this period, was only opened for a few decades. In short, the Shusan school is just a small school. Li Wei's name has been spread all over the world as he became a great scholar of Wendao a few days ago. Real Chinmei is not an ignorant person, he also knows who Li Wei is. Therefore, the real man with long eyebrows will soon come out to meet him. After all, a literati scholar visits the Imei sect, and of course he, the head of the Imei sect, has to meet him in person. Don't say anything else. Just saying that the great Confucianism of Wendao is comparable to the strength of the immortal gods is enough to make the real person with long eyebrows pay attention. The real Chinmei flew out from the gate of Shusan Mountain. When he saw Li Wei, he smiled and said, "A rare guest. Welcome Li Daru, come to my Shusan as a guest." Li Wei also laughed, but he was not in a hurry to talk about his sister. After all, his sister was in the Shusan faction and would not run away. Shusan Mountain Gate, in the sword practice place. Li Ziqian was practicing Shusan swordsmanship when he suddenly heard the words Li Wei said aloud when he visited the Shusan faction. Li Ziqian's body is stiff. Oops. Is it my diabolical brother who came to Shusan? Isn't he here to find me? How good I was in Shusan. I can cultivate immortals here again. I don't want to go home. Li Ziqian hurriedly threw the sword away and tried to find a way. Li Ziqian thought of her master. That's right, her master must have a way. Li Ziqian immediately went to her teacher, Wang Baokyo. The real person Chinmei warmly entertained Li Wei with spirit fruit. Li Wei ate a few spirit fruits and was slightly surprised to find that these spirit fruits increased him by more than 1,000 skill points. Because this means that this spiritual fruit is a good thing. The real man with long eyebrows is not stingy. Obviously the Shusan faction is only a small sect. Chinmei suddenly said, "Li Daru, many people in the world have misunderstood, thinking that my Imei school was established in Shusan, and it is called the Shusan school." Li Wei was stunned. "Shenzhen Chinmei, is the sect you established called the Imei sect?" The real man with long eyebrows nodded slowly. "This is embarrassing." Li Wei said, "Well, that was my mistake." Chinmei said, "Don't worry about Li Daru, my Imei faction has only been established for decades, and it is still built on this mountain of Shu. It is normal for you to misunderstand." Chinmei said again, "When Li Daru came to my Imei faction, it's not just a simple visit, right? This 12-year-old Confucian has recently become famous all over the world. He came to visit his Imei school for no reason, and the real person Chinmei would not believe it." Seeing this, Li Wei said about his sister. By the way, I have a sister named Li Ziqian, who ran away from home 2 years ago. When my mother thought of her, she was very sad, and my father was often ashamed and didn't discipline her well. Real Chinmay is a smart person, and said, "So Li Daru, your sister is related to my Imei faction." Li Wei said, "When I just passed by the Imei school, I happened to see my sister in the Imei mountain gate. I think I came to worship the Imei school. Although the Imei sect is still only a small sect. But after all, it is also a sect of immortal cultivation, and there are thousands of people in the sect." Real Chinmay thought for a while, but couldn't figure out who Li Ziqian was. Because Shushan's recruitment of disciples was handled by the disciples of the real Chinmay. As for the real person with long eyebrows, he has devoted himself to cultivation in recent years. Real person with long eyebrows pondered, "Li Daru, I have not cared about which disciples the sect has recruited in recent years, so I don't know who your sister is. Let me ask my disciples to ask me how?" "Li Vadeo, I'm not busy, I know where my sister is. How about letting me see my sister first?" Real Chinmay asked, "Does Li Daru want to take your sister out of my Imei sect?" Li Wei replied, "That's not true, my sister is also very good in your Imei cultivator." Mainly because Li Wei is optimistic about the future of this Imei faction. Moreover, the successor of the Imei sect taught the inheritance, which was the sect handed down by the taking sage. Li Wei was very relieved to let his sister practice in the Imei school. Li Wei said, "It's just that my parents haven't seen my sister who ran away from home for 2 years. I have to take my sister home to reassure my parents." Real person with long eyebrows smiled and said, "Then Li Daru is free, even if you take your sister home, I will explain it to the disciples later." Li Wei nodded. Li Ziqian found her master Wang Baoqiu. Wang Baoqiu Daoist Songguo is a Daoist of Yuan Shen, and his cultivation is not low. Wang Baoqiu is the registered disciple of the real Chinmay. Even so, he still has some status in the Imei faction. Named disciples are also disciples, right? At this moment, Li Ziqian begged her master Wang Baoqiu not to let her see her brother. Li Ziqian said, "Master, my brother is here to find me. But I'm all about my cultivation, and I haven't completed my cultivation for the time being, so I don't want to see him. Can you let me stop him so that my brother can retreat down the mountain despite the difficulty?" Wang Baoqiu thought about it. Li Ziqian's cultivation of immortality is a good thing. Ordinary family members and so on, sooner or later, they will fade away. Wang Baoqiu agreed, "Okay, Ziqian disciple, don't worry, I will let your younger brother retreat in spite of the difficulties. Your practice of cultivating immortals is very good, after all, sooner or later, mortals are a cup of loess, how can mortals be confused? Your practice." Chapter 59 Young people, don't talk about martial arts. Wang Baoqiu arranged for someone to stop Li Ziqian's younger brother from approaching her. A few minutes later. On Li Wei's side, he had already finished chatting with the real person Chinmay. Li Wei did not let the real Chinmay go to Li Ziqian with him. This is not required. With Li Wei's spiritual sense, he swept it casually to remove the place above the Shu mountain, which was shrouded by the formation. Other places are reflected in Li Wei's sea of consciousness. Even when Li Wei was talking with the real person Chinmay, his spiritual knowledge was released, and he heard the conversation between Li Ziqian and her master Wang Baoqiu. As for Li Ziqian's master Wang Baoqiu, Li Wei's evaluation is, this fellow is not a good person. Look at what Wang Baoqiu said, what is called a cup of loess for mortals sooner or later, in order to cultivate immortals, to disregard mortal relatives, that is greatly correct. This kind of person. Li Wei wanted to punch him to death. Of course, Li Wei just thought about it, it is impossible to kill a person just because of these few words. He's not that arrogant. He casually knocked out a few disciples of the Imei school who were looking for trouble for him under Wang Baoqiu's order. Li Wei came to Li Ziqian. Li Wei pulled out a cold smile, "My stupid sister. Long time no see." Li Ziqian was like a frightened kitten, her body was hairy, she pointed at Li Wei, and said in a trembling voice, "Master. Why did you still ask my brother to find him?" Wang Baoqiu was stunned. Wang Baoqiu immediately ordered, "Wenzheng, Qiushui, you two bring your junior sister's younger brother down the mountain. Don't let such ordinary people disturb your junior sister's cultivation." However, Wang Baoqiu still had two disciples by his side. But underscore. After Wang Baoqiu said this, he fainted in front of his eyes. Because Li Wei's fluffy punch hit his right eye. Directly knock Wang Baoqiu out. In order to prevent Wang Baoqiu from being killed, Li Wei also deliberately controlled his strength, but only used less than 1/10,000th of his strength. Although Wang Baoqiu is very stupid, in Li Wei's view, he is not guilty of death. Moreover, Li Wei believed that after he left, the real Chenmei would punish this Wang Baoqiu. Although Master Chenmei didn't follow Li Wei, he could sense what happened here with the spiritual consciousness of a Mahayana cultivator. Wang Baoqiu was knocked to the ground by Li Wei. Li Ziqian was stunned. Wang Baoqiu's two disciples were also stunned. Li Wei didn't say much, just picked up Li Ziqian's hand and took her away. Good half sound. That Wang Baoqiu, under the rescue of two disciples, woke up. Wang Baoqiu was stunned. What happened just now? He didn't feel anything, he just fainted in front of his eyes. It's really that Li Wei's action is too fast, and the immortal cultivator in the primordial spirit realm will not even think about reacting. Wen Shen, a disciple of Wang Baoqiu, said, "Master, you were knocked unconscious by Li Shimei's younger brother just now, and then Li Shimei was taken away by her brother. Qiu Shui and I did not dare to stop you for fear of being beaten." Wang Baoqiu was very angry and said, "Young people today don't talk about martial arts. He is obviously a powerful immortal cultivator. But he pretended to be a mortal who knew nothing and came to raid me, a 650-year-old old man. That's good. Isn't it? It's not good. It was just that I was careless, I didn't dodge. Otherwise, let me, Songguo Daoist, use my unique Songkon lightning triple sword, and I'm sure to stab him to death." Wang Baoqiu's disciple Qiushui responded, "Yes. Master, I think Li Shimei's younger brother is very powerful. He pretends to be immortal, and it seems that he is prepared. Your fame is high?" Wang Baoqiu thought so, yes. The outside world wouldn't say that Wang Baoqiu was beaten down by a 12 or 13-year-old kid, right? What a shame. Wang Baoqiu was angry again. "You junior sister Li's younger brother is not a son of man. Rated a 650-year-old man like me. Is this okay? This is very bad. I persuade him, rat tail juice, to do it for yourself." After a pause, Wang Baoqiu said again, "No, I have to go out and explain to my colleagues that I was suddenly attacked by that kid. It's that young man who doesn't talk about martial arts. If this is not explained well, his reputation as a Taoist priest of Wang Baoqiu Songguo will be ruined. After all, he was punched down by a 12 or 13-year-old kid. It's so humiliating." At this time, a Taoist boy hurried over, entered the cave, and saw Wang Baoqiu with dark blue eyes. Daotong couldn't help laughing. Wang Baoqiu did not dare to be angry, because he recognized that this was the Taoist boy beside his master Chenmei Genren. Wang Baoqiu covered Wu Qing, who covered his eyes, and said, 3 smiles. "This is my carelessness, I didn't dodge, I was just beaten by a young man who doesn't speak martial arts. It was that young man who raided me. Don't you? Say it everywhere. Sang Xiao is the name of Daotong." But just after smiling, Daotong became serious and said, "Senior brother Songguo, Master said that you have no morals and no human relations, and asked you to go mining on the northern border. Wang Baoqiu, what? Wang Baoqiu was sent to the north to dig by the real person Jinmei. The real man with long eyebrows is not a fool. Wang Baoqiu's remarks clearly offended the 12-year-old young scholar. In addition, Master Jinmei didn't like Wang Baoqiu, the named disciple. Of course, he was out of sight and uneasy, so he sent him away from afar. Chapter 60. This article has garbled characters and missing chapters, and the latest chapters are updated here. Beast. I am your sister. Li Wei brought Li Ziqian to Hangzhou. But this guy Li Ziqian, when he arrived at the door, refused to enter. Like a fool, rolling on the ground and refusing to enter the house. Li Ziqian, no no no. I don't want to go home. I want to go back to cultivate immortals. Li Wei, sister, are you really still that idiot in the middle school? Li Ziqian said angrily, I'm lying on the ground. Anyway, I'm going back to cultivate immortals. Li Wei, sister, didn't you see how I brought you home? Li Ziqian said, of course I saw it. I don't know what luck you've had. You have also cultivated immortality? Better than my master? Li Wei smiled and said, so you don't hold my thigh. What do you mean by being so disgusted with going home? Li Ziqian said, you are a devil, my devilish brother. You have bullied me since I was a child. My parents only want to marry me. If I hadn't run away from home at the age of 14, I would have married a fool now. I don't want to get married. I want to go back to cultivate immortals. Li Wei recalled and pondered, what does it mean to marry you to an idiot? I remember that the marriage arranged by your parents was good, right? Well, Lin Shu, who has been admitted to the Juran exam, probably doesn't look down on you anymore. Li Ziqian said, no matter what he does or not. Then Lin Shu is an idiot. Li Ziqian continued to roll on the ground, arguing, I want to cultivate immortals. I don't want to go home. Li Wei was embarrassed. Even before. When Li Wei bullied Li Ziqian when he was a child, Li Ziqian likes to roll on the ground, so that he can attract his parents, to escape his clutches. But now, Li Ziqian is 16 years old, right? Still rolling. Sure enough, it's a middle school girl. I don't care about other people's opinions at all. Do whatever you want. Li Wei sighed. He said, all right, I'll take you back to Imei to cultivate immortals in 2 days. Sister, don't roll around on the ground, there are people watching. Li Ziqian, you said it. It's not human beings. Li Wei grabbed Li Ziqian and forcibly brought her into the house. Li Wei is also very speechless. I don't know why there is such a middle school girl as Li Ziqian in this era. Could it be influenced by him, a transmigrator? But now is not the time to ponder that. Li Wei dragged Li Ziqian to his mother Shang Ziyufang. Li Wei said, Mother, I brought the idiot sister here. Shang Ziyufang was embroidering. When she saw Li Wei say so, she looked at Li Ziqian, who was full of unwillingness. This is her daughter. That silly breath can't be faked. Shang Ziyufang cried, Daughter. You are suffering. You are so dirty. You must have suffered a lot in the past 2 years. Let my mother take a good look at it. Li Ziqian said, Mother, my brother is bullying me again. Li Wei said in a clear manner, Mother. The dirty things on my sister's body rolled on the ground at the door. Because she doesn't want to go home. My stupid sister has been doing well in the past 2 years. You worry about her. But she has been cultivating immortals in the Imei school for the past 2 years. Shang Ziyufang stopped crying, she trusted her son more than her silly daughter. Shang Ziyufang asked, what kind of immortal cultivation? Seeing that the situation was not good, Li Ziqian was about to slip away and was caught by Li Wei. Li Wei said, my sister ran away from home on a premeditated basis. After she ran away from home, she didn't want to be a bitch woman. Instead, she joined the Ime faction, Xiaoxian asked. If I hadn't dragged her back from the Ime faction, this guy, she doesn't want to come back home. Shang Ziyufang looked at Li Ziqiang and said, Daughter, why don't you want to go home? Li Ziqiang said righteously, who told you to let me marry a fool? And my brother? He always bullies me. The boss of this family is not going well. How comfortable it is for me to go to the Ime school to cultivate immortals. I don't have to worry about anything. Li Ziqiang's talent for cultivating immortals is very good. After only 2 years of cultivating immortals, she has reached the peak of Qi training and is preparing to enter the realm of golden elixir. Ordinary immortal cultivators can't compare with Li Wei. The talent shown by Li Ziqiang is 1 in 1,000. As a result, Li Ziqiang indeed lived a very comfortable life in the Ime school. Songguo Taoist Wang Baoqiu almost agreed to Li Ziqiang. Li Ziqiang had a good time at the Ime school, and even more did not want to go home. Shang Ziyufang was about to be mad at her stupid daughter. Shang Ziyufang said angrily, how could I have a daughter like you? Li Wei took the opportunity to say, Mother, my elder sister has cultivated immortality. Now she is a cultivator at the pinnacle of Qi practice, you won't hurt her if you hit her. Why don't I do it for her, break her legs and teach her a lesson? Shang Ziyufang, good idea. Break this girl's leg for me. Li Ziqiang was extremely frightened and shouted, no way. Li Wei did not listen. Li Ziqiang said in horror, beast. I am your own sister. How could you treat me like this? Li Wei still didn't listen. Chapter 61 Follow-up to the White Snake. Click. Both of Li Ziqiang's legs were broken. Li Wei sighed comfortably. Sure enough, it's cool to clean up this stupid sister. As for the broken leg thing? Don't panic. Li Wei's leg was broken, and Li Wei didn't have any magic power. With Li Ziqiang's physique, he could recover in a few days. But Li Ziqiang burst into tears, ah! Beast! You are still my devilish brother. I want to go back to Ime. I want to go back to find Master. I want to go back to cultivate immortals. I don't want to be at home. Li Wei twitched the corners of his mouth and said, my stupid sister. Why do you have so many roles? Even if Li Wei's leg was broken by Li Wei, a cultivator who was at the peak of Qi practice could completely shield his pain with mana. How could it be so painful to cry? Li Ziqiang really stopped crying, but she looked at Shang Ziyufang with tears in her eyes. Shang Ziyufang said in shock, Chang Shen, you are really too heavy, right? Your sister's legs were broken, what should I do? Li Wei explained, Li Ziqiang is an immortal cultivator at the peak of Qi practice. This injury will be fine for a few days. I interrupted her leg to prevent her from being dishonest and trying to slip away. In addition, after a few days, wait a few days. Her leg is healed, and I have to send her back to Ime. Shang Ziyufang frowned and asked, why send her back to the Ime faction? Li Wei said, Mother, do you still want to marry my sister? She is so middle school, maybe she will kill her husband. Let her go up the mountain to cultivate immortals. Anyway, she also likes immortal cultivation. Shang Ziyufang hesitated and did not make a decision. Li Ziqiang looked at Li Wei. Li Wei ignored it. 1 day in the fairy world, 1 year in the world. This is not fake. In the prehistoric world, 1 day in the immortal world, and the time in the world will indeed pass a year. The prehistoric world and the immortal world are completely different time flow rates. The dojos of Guanyin and Li Shan's mother were both moved to the fairy land. Because the human world is already the territory of the human race. In the world, Li Wei had passed 10 days and a half months, but the fairy world had only passed for a while. At this moment, the old mother Li Shan had just negotiated with Guanyin about Bai Suhen's death. Avalakai Tesvara was bleeding profusely, and lost a lot of things to Li Shan's mother, which made Li Shan's mother satisfied. Mother Li Shan returned to her dojo. And Guanyin thought for a while, thinking about the power of the human race, weighing the pros and cons. Forget it, wait for that human race child to fly to the immortal realm, and then trouble him again. Coincidentally, Li Shan's mother also thought so. Although the mother of Li Shan is also known as the Virgin of Wudan, she is a direct disciple of the sage Tongtian. But because of the battle of conferring gods that year, the sage Tongtian wanted to destroy the prehistoric world and reshape the universe. As a result, the body of Saint Tongtian is still imprisoned in Zixiao Palace by Hung Jun. Intercepting teaching can't get tough at all. Moreover, Bai Suhen was only a named disciple who was not a clone of the Virgin Mary. If it weren't for face, Bai Suhen died, it wouldn't matter at all. On Li Wei's side, take care of Li Ziqiang's affairs. Li Ziqiang, a middle school girl, finally stopped shouting after being educated by Li Wei. Hey! I don't know why such a beautiful elder sister has such a second-class mind. Li Wei was a little emotional. Later, Li Wei got the latest news from Su Xian. Su Xian, dead. Just this morning, Su Xian went out fishing by himself, but he fell into the water and drowned. Su Xian, just hung up like that. Li Wei and Su Xian are friends. Su Xian's death was so funny that Li Wei was stunned. But after confirming that Su Xian really died accidentally, Li Wei can only say, Su Xian has a good way. Li Wei went to Su Xian's house again to offer his condolences. I saw Su Xian's sister Su Jiarong crying miserably, because Su Xian's family was the only man in Su Xian's family. Su Xian died, and the Su family was about to die. People of this era care a lot about this. Moreover, Su Jiarong and Su Xian have a very good relationship with each other. Li Wei worshipped Su Xian a little and left Su Jiarong's house. Speaking of which, how could Su Xian die so easily accidentally? This is the prehistoric world. There should be a book of life and death, right? The life and death of this mortal are all in the book of life and death, right? This is some of Li Wei's doubts. But Li Wei couldn't go to the underworld to see the book of life and death for Su Xian. Li Wei still carried the cause and effect of killing Bai Suhen on his back. If this is going to the underworld, it is hard to say whether you can come back after going down. The 14th heaven of the prehistoric immortal realm. This is Zai Weishan. It is the great Emperor Zai Wei, the commander of the first layer of heaven. Under the seat of Emperor Zai Wei, the boy holding incense is reincarnated in the lower world today. However, the boy's face was ugly. It seems that any plan has come to nothing. Wen Xingjun, who is also the Xingjun under the seat of Emperor Zai Wei, is just like the incense-bearing boy who returned from the netherworld, and his face is also very ugly. Damn human child! Why did you kill Bai Suhen? Chapter 62 _ The Wrath of the Gods. The next day, Li Ziqian was wearing a goose yellow silk skirt, a white tulle coat, and a light blue belt around her waist. She looked slender, and her long legs were visible even under the clothes. Just like the fairy who came out of the painting, it is no exaggeration to say that Li Ziqian is a peerless beauty. Li Wei also thinks his sister is very beautiful. But you want to say that her sister is a beauty that is all over the country? Unless she doesn't speak. Although the second girl is beautiful, it is heartbreaking, but when she speaks, it is irritating. Li Ziqian, Li Wei. My legs are healed. I'm going back to Imei to cultivate immortals. Yesterday, Li Yk broke Li Ziqiang's leg. In Li Wei's opinion, Li Ziqiang's leg injury should take a few days to heal. As for why it's so fast now? That must be Li Ziqiang's healing medicine. In the world of immortality, there are all kinds of strange things, not to mention the healing medicines that can heal leg injuries overnight. Even if they are eaten, there are not a few heavenly materials and earthly treasures that become immortals. Seeing Li Ziqian clamoring to return to Imei to cultivate immortals, Li Wei only replied, "My stupid sister, do you want me to break your leg again?" Li Ziqian was furious, "It doesn't count for your words. You told me to go back to Imei to cultivate immortals." Just like a koala, Li Ziqian rushed over and hung on Li Wei's body, while continuing to say, "I don't care. You won't let me go back to Imei to cultivate immortals. I won't come down from you." Li Wei twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "You better come down. You are such a big man, don't you know the difference between men and women? You can't be the one who suffers like this." Li Ziqian glanced at Li Wei, he said, 12-year-old kid, what are you thinking?" Li Wei was annoyed, "Get down." Li Ziqian, "I don't want to stay at home. Mom and Dad are so annoying. They said that they would introduce me to marriage, which made me mad." Li Wei said helplessly, "I'll send you back to Imei in a few days. What will happen if you stay at home for a few days?" Only then did Li Ziqian let go of the hand holding Li Wei and said, "I will stay at home for 3 days." Li Wei nodded, "Well, good." Li Wei also felt that it was not used to have a second-year-old sister in the family, because he always liked to be quiet, and being too lively would affect some of his thoughts. Li Ziqian said, "Then it's a decision. I'll go out for a walk first and see if the little brothers I took in 2 years ago are still there." Li Wei didn't care about this. I didn't worry about Li Ziqian's personal safety. Li Ziqian returned to the second year of middle school, but she was still very strong. At the age of 14, she practiced her family's handed-down hemming gong to the highest level. At that time, she was a street fighter. Not to mention the immortal cultivation now. And in Hangzhou City, there are very few immortal practitioners. Few are rookies. Immortal cultivators who have the ability to practice in the place where the spiritual energy gathers, ask for longevity. Li Ziqian is out. Li Wei's consciousness sank into the chat group. He looked at the chat log and found it funny. Because of the spoiler business of the God Stick Group Master, it was buried and robbed by the earth. Tu Jianbu is also a person from the earth, and the world she lives in is the earth in 2010. There are very few plots that the masters of the God Stick Group know about. After all, there is an internet artifact on Earth that can be searched. Therefore, the spoiler business of robbing the masters of the gods in the earth is very exciting. That's it. This chat group has no function to directly improve the strength of group members. Now even the spoiler business has been buried and robbed by the earth. I think this group owner is also a mascot. Li Wei sighed that between people, it is really necessary to be sincere. He chose to ignore the fact that he was pretending to be a young Huangtian emperor. Earth. Su Ye's eyes were red, looking at the 3 big characters buried in the soil with hatred. Su Ye said angrily in his heart, "I'll take care of your whole family." Buried in the earth. Su Ye is the owner of the Super Dimension chat group. He was just an ordinary person at the beginning, joined the Super Dimension chat group, and became the group owner by accident, and then he started his journey of flickering. It's just that he never expected that after burying a group in the soil, he almost overturned the car. Because the world buried in the earth is also the background of the earth, the group members in the group will know the future of the buried earth. If you don't know, you can also search the internet with a browser. This is very crap. Because although the all-knowing and all-powerful personality has not collapsed for the time being, but Su Ye found out that his spoiler business was robbed by the goddamn earth. And Su Ye's character in the group is the all-knowing and almighty Sudaxian. This kind of smashing the sky can't let him go to the earth and rush to spoil it with others, right? Wouldn't that be cheap? His all-knowing and almighty Sudaxian character design is estimated to collapse immediately. Therefore, burying in the earth can grab spoiler business. But Su Ye couldn't rob it. Without the spoiler business, Su Ye found that it was difficult for him to rely on the Super Dimension chat group to become stronger. Because Super Dimension chat group, there is really no function that makes people stronger directly. So Suye's eyes were red, buried in the earth. You are taking my spoiler business, right? I'm going to kill you. Chapter 63 God Stick Group Owner, damn it, buried in the earth, I will kill you. Suye is the group owner of the Super Dimension chat group. He has several privileges, but most of them are hilarious and useless. For example, he can change the group name of group members. But Suye has a privilege that is a must-kill for members of the weak group. That is, Suye can force group members to perform the task of saving the world issued by the Super Dimension chat group. The difficulty of saving the world can vary. And weak group members, such as Tuji and Buried, are not much stronger than ordinary people, right? As for why Suye thinks buried in the earth is not an ordinary person, the reason is simple. That is, after the group was added to the soil, there were two more group members in the Super Dimension chat group. One is Su Changqing from the world of The Legend of Sword and Fairy 3. One is Song Ke in the world of Datang Shuanglong biography. After Su's Hima knew the identities of the two men in the group. By means of quick spoilers, plot analysis of The Legend of Sword and Fairy 3 and the plot analysis of Double Dragons of the Tang Dynasty were sent to Su Changqing and Song Ke respectively. At the same time, ask for benefits. Su Changqing and Song Ke were not stingy people, they both gave out red envelopes to bury the earth. Because of the spoilers about the future sent by the Soil Mai, it is very helpful to them. In short, it's because Tujian was buried in the Super Dimension chat group, and the spoiler cake was moved, which made Suye, the God Stick group owner, unable to bear it. So Suye is going to use the group owner's privilege to be buried in the earth to die. Just right. Suye took a look and saw that there was a mission to save the world, which had already appeared in his message column. Suye looked at the mission of saving the world. This is a world where immortals and gods have disappeared without a trace, the order is chaotic, the people are living in poverty, and there are monsters and monsters. If this continues, the extinction of human beings in this world is already a matter of 9 out of 10. Task requirements: kill all the monsters and ghosts in the human world and save the human world in that world. Suye looked at this mission to save the world and felt very satisfied. So quickly took up the task. Immediately afterwards, Suye used the privilege of the group owner, and he forced all group members to perform this mission. This way, it will not appear that he is targeting buried in the earth. Special. I don't believe it. Tu Jianbu has just received the things from Su Changqing and Song Ke, and you will be able to survive in that world where monsters are rampant. Tell you to steal my spoiler business, and tell you to try to expose me. I will kill you. Suye exhaled fiercely, feeling very cool. That's what's going to happen to him. Although Suye can't help the powerful group members in the group. But there is still the right to throw weak group members into the mission world and die. As for the powerful group members, they can also be sent to the quest world forcibly, but if they are powerful, how can they easily die? When the group mission to save the world appears, all group members will receive a message. Li Wei just felt that the leader of the God Stick group might become the mascot in the group in the future. I saw that the Super Dimension chat group task appeared. Group mission: save the world where monsters are rampant. Task reminder: this is a world where gods have disappeared without a trace. Demons, ghosts, and monsters are rampant in the world, and the people are struggling to live. Task requirements: kill all the demons and monsters in the world of murder. Task reward: this rescue mission is completed, with a total of 10 million group points. The members of the group who participated in the salvation mission will discuss their contribution to the salvation of the world and share the group points. Message from the group owner: this group salvation mission is a mandatory mission, and all group members in the group must participate. Please prepare for it. Well, After reading the group tasks released by the superdimensional chat group, Li Wei felt that he had underestimated the means of the God Stick group masters. Perhaps, the God Stick group owner does not have the authority to kick people out of the group. However, this permission to force group members to participate in group tasks is not bad. At least it can kill some weak group members. For example, buried in the soil. Li Wei is not stupid and sweet. He knew after a little thought that it was probably buried in the earth who offended the evil scales of the God Stick group masters. The Savior mission released by the Super Dimension chat group this time was very difficult, so it was taken by the God Stick group master and buried in the earth. In this way, the masters of the gods are not big-hearted. Buy it in this pit. Li Wei pouted. Feel disdainful. This is the fact that the hungry do not know the hungry. It's not easy to be the leader of the God Stick group. It is only by fooling people in the chat group that you can improve your strength like this. As soon as Tujian buried into the group, he robbed the spoiler business. How can the master of the God Stick group improve his strength? If you don't have the means to bury the earth to death, that's fine. The key is that the God Stick group master has that means. The privilege of forcing the members of the chat group to perform the mission of saving the world, but it can really kill the weak group members. As for the chat group, besides Tujianvu, there are also weak group members such as Yu Buchan, Li Ma Chu, Guo Zheng. The God Stick group masters ignored it. People are not ruthless and can't stand firm. In order not to reveal flaws and bury them in the dirt, he forced all the group members to perform this group mission. Chapter 64 _ This guy isn't a good guy. It is estimated that in addition to Li Wei, who is a transmigrator, he knew the true colors of the gods and sticks from the beginning. I'm afraid, even if it's buried in the earth, I don't think that this is the leader of the God Stick group targeting her, right? After all group members are forced. Force all group members to perform this group mission of saving the world. Then, after a while, all the group members in the chat group will be sent to the mission world. Li Wei is not in a hurry. He is the most powerful one in the chat group. He is comparable to the strength of the immortals in the late stage of Xianxian. If he is placed in the prehistoric fairyland, he is considered a little master. With such strength, it is a piece of cake to perform the chat group task at this time. The details can be seen in the scene where Li Wei performed the chat group task last time. That group mission, Li Wei only spent 3 seconds to get it done. Almost 600,000 group points for nothing. Although group points are of little use for the time being. And Li Wei looked. I found that the chat group was very lively. Many people have at God Stick group owner. I would like to ask, what is going on with this forced execution of group tasks? Omniscient and Almighty Sudaxian, group owner, this group mission is an urgent mission, so all group members are forced to perform it. Yu Buchan, can you do it if you don't go? This task description is to get rid of demons and monsters, but what use can my strength be? Zhang Sanfan, group leader, we weak group members are really not helpful for group missions. Xianba, the mission of saving the world, get rid of demons and monsters? I don't know if my strength is enough. But the most panic is still buried in the soil. When he was buried in the earth, he was an ordinary person. Although relying on spoilers, in the chat group, I got a lot of benefits. With the help of 2 group members, Song Ke and Su Changqing. Ken. At this time, buried in the earth is really not much stronger than ordinary people. It is probably the level of internal strength that has just been completed. The red envelope that Song Ke gave to buried in the earth is a powerful internal skill he cultivated himself. What Su Changqing gave to the earth to bury were several medicinal pills to increase his power. This makes the internal force buried in the soil small. However, if the internal strength is small, it can still be regarded as a person in the low-level martial arts world. But in the face of demons and monsters? Just a tastier snack, right? Tu Jianbu panicked, and she decisively called for help. To Jianbu, Group Leader, I'm still an ordinary person. Can I not perform group tasks? First of all, Tu Jianbu tried to break through from the group owner. However, the group leader of the God Stick group did this group task just to bury it in the dirt. Mandatory for all group members to participate. How could he not let Tu Jian be buried to perform group tasks? The masters of the God Stick group want soil, space, burial, and death. It can be said that after Tu Jian was buried in the group, he first prepared to expose the disguise of the all-knowing and almighty Sudaxian in the group, and later robbed the boss of the Magic Stick group for spoiler business. Buried in the soil is to offend the masters of the gods to death. This made the masters of the God Sticks bury the heart of killing in the earth. The God Stick group leader simply didn't answer the question in the group. Sit back and wait for the end of this group quest, before the damn Tuma berry hangs up. Tu Jianbu's search for the master of the gods was unsuccessful. So he hit the young Huangtian emperor played by Li Wei. Tu Jianbu at, Your Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, save me. I'll go on a group mission later, and when I arrive in the mission world, can you protect me? Poor Li Wei is very complaining. He has never chatted with Tu Jianbu in the chat group. Why is Tu Jianbu going to hug his thigh? Shouldn't we be asking Su Changqing and Songke? Because Tuma buried it for these two, and sent a spoiler file. This is friendship. Li Wei thought for a while and replied. Emperor Huangtian, the world is very big, if you can touch me, I will protect you. This is to see the luck buried in the soil. To be honest, Burial Earth is not a bad person. On the contrary, Tsuzhima is a beautiful girl with a good character, but she is a little lazy. The reason why the God Stick group master wanted to kill Tu Jianbu so much was because Tu Jianbu moved his cake. Li Wei is different. Li Wei even likes the role of burying the earth. Because before crossing, Li Wei prefers animation, and he has also watched Little Buried Girl. Burial is fun. So, if it really goes well, Li Wei doesn't mind helping Tu Jian bury it. As for being buried in the earth, what kind of sleazy operation will the God Stick group master come up with? What about Li Wei? The fact that the God Stick group leader did not hesitate to mobilize all group members to enforce the group mission made Li Wei's goodwill towards him drop to zero. This guy isn't a good guy either. In order to target the burial between the earth, even Yu Buchan, Zhang Sanfan, Li Ma Chu, and Guo Jing in the group did not care about their lives. By the way, and Lu Angxing. Thinking about it this way, Lu Angxing seems to be the weakest person in the chat group, because Lu Angxing can only cook luminous dishes. The combat power is similar to that of ordinary people. It is weaker than the red envelopes buried in the earth by Su Changqing and Songke. It seems so. Chapter 65. This article has garbled characters, there are missing chapters, the latest chapter is updated here. Skill point treasure. The masters of the God Stick group are really ruthless. In order to kill Burial in silence and protect his cake, he didn't hesitate to kill so many weak group members at one time. Li Wei thought of this. The favorability of the God Stick group leader has become a negative number. This is so cruel. Buried in the soil at, thank you, His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. Buried in the earth at Songke, ask for protection from the boss. Tu Jianbu at, please protect the boss. Tu Jianbu at Faihe, ask the boss for protection. The soil buried frantically for help. The other weak group members, except for Lu Angxing, also more or less asked for shelter. As for Lu Angxing didn't even speak. I guess you didn't watch the chat group content? After a while, with the Super Dimension chat group, travel function is activated. All the members of the group have appeared in the human world where monsters are rampant. The God Stick group owner is not a group member and has privileges, so he did not come to the task world. As long as they're not stupid, the God Stick Group Masters won't go to the mission world in person. After all, the God Stick Group leader is very weak. In the dark forest, there were bursts of wolf roars. Ouch! From time to time, there is the sound of fluttering, that is the flying bird's shuttle in the forest. On the forest floor, there were several bones that were exposed to the wilderness. Very eerie and scary. Li Wei used the ability of no-phase magic, the ability of flesh and blood to transform himself into the appearance of a 3-year-old child. With Li Wei's current strength, it is estimated that there is no one in the group who can see through his changes. The Lord of the Gods, how unwise. I'm going to continue to pretend to be the young Huangtian Emperor. Lest the gang masters of gods become mad dogs and come and bite me. It's like burying in the soil, it drags all the group members into the water. Li Wei muttered in his heart. I used to think that the God Stick group leader was a good one, but now that his cake is buried in the earth, he is like crazy, disregarding the lives of so many weak group members. Li Wei can only give one ruthless evaluation. It is obvious that such a group of gods cannot make friends. This mission world, let's take a look first. Li Wei released his spiritual sense. With Li Wei's terrifying spiritual strength, that was an instant, and it enveloped most of the mission world. But it can only cover most of the mission world. Because this mission world is different from the last group mission world that Li Wei experienced. The last mission world that Li Wei experienced was just a low-level world, also known as the Hangsha world. The world of Hangsha is as numerous as the hair of a cow. It's the lowest level of the world. And the mission world Li Wei is now in is, Xiaoqian world. In the world of Xiaoqianja, it has been able to breed the powerhouses of the true immortal level. However, that's it. Before I added Hunshan Treasure Mirror to the 9th floor, I was an invincible true immortal. Now it is the power of immortals in the late stage of Xianxian. This world. I can push invincible. You can get a bunch of points again. Of course, the ensemble integral has little effect. What excites Li Wei is that he has sensed thousands of monsters in this world. Within the range covered by Li Wei's spiritual sense alone, there are thousands of monsters. How many skill points can a monster's flesh provide? Thousands of monsters, this is a big harvest. Li Wei saw the hope of elevating Hunshan Treasure Mirror to the great perfection. It's very simple, just eat all the monsters in this world. Even after improving Huntian Baojian to the great perfection, Li Wei estimated that he still had a large number of skill points left. So, this mission world is a treasure for Li Wei. Ouch! Wolf howl. Tsu's Hima was taken aback. Really on me, Xiaobu is so pitiful. I joined this ghosts chat group. I didn't expect to be forced to perform a group mission. Do you want to bury me to kill the monsters? This is not a game. Xiaobu is so scared. Tsu's Hima shivered as he walked in the dark forest. It didn't take long. Domai saw a temple. Domai was overjoyed. Is this about to meet a monk? Without a second thought, Tu Jianbu walked into the temple. But she didn't see that there was a plaque hanging on the temple, which read, Lanruo Temple, 3 big characters. Of course, it is estimated that I have seen it, and Tu Jianbu does not know these 3 words. Because it was written in ancient script. And Tumabai is an islander. Enter the Lanruo Temple. The earth was stunned for a moment. Because she found that there are many strange people in this temple. A young Taoist priest in a white robe, carrying a long sword. A bald monk, wearing a cassock, looks very sturdy. A teenager who appears to be a cook is holding a spatula. A man in steel armor looks cool. Wait. Steel armor? This is... Tsu's Hima was shocked, and then overjoyed. Chapter 66 _offline group members. Tsuzhima asked, "Are you members of the group?" Tony Stark in steel armor asked, "Which one are you?" Tu Jianbu was overjoyed and said, "I am Tu Jianbu." Young Taoist said with a smile, "I'm Su Changqing, hello to Jianbu." Tumabu hurriedly stood behind Su Changqing, because she thought it was a thigh. Tu Jianbu said, "Hello, immortal Su Changqing." Su Changqing smiled and said, "Just call me Su Changqing, don't add the word Xianchang." Doma nodded and asked again, "Are all members of our chat group in this temple?" The sturdy monk with a bald head and a cassock is the strongest Fahe in the history of the Green Snake world. Fahe replied, "Forget it, the poor monk, except the Huangtian Emperor, all the group members in the group are here, and they are all in the temple." Tu Jianbu was stunned for a moment, and said, "The group leader is here too." Yu Buchan, who was wearing a scholar's robe, said, "Buried in the earth, the group leader is not a group member." Tsuzhima was thoughtful. That's right, thinking about it carefully, she doubted the group owner again. Really omniscient? How can they make these group members do tasks? Was thinking. I saw a very small child walking in from outside the temple. Child said, "This is the group member in the group, are you gathered together?" Tu Jianbu was pleasantly surprised, "Are you the Emperor Huangtian?" This child is what Li Wei has become, transformed from no phase divine art, and with his strength in the late stage of Xianxian, no group member can see through his changes. Li Weidao, yes, I am number 10. Pretending to be number 10, Li Wei is not embarrassed at all anyway. Kahahaha. There was only a burst of laughter, a giant over 6 meters tall, laughing loudly, and said to Li Wei, "Number 10 Huangtiandi. You are so young, why don't you be my son?" This giant is Whitebeard. Li Wei won't get used to the Whitebeard, so he just punched the Whitebeard lightly and slammed the Whitebeard into the ground. I saw that the ground was cracked, and the Whitebeard was hammered into the ground hundreds of meters by Li Wei with one punch. This means that Whitebeard has a strong physique, and he was only seriously injured by this punch. Whitebeard fainted. Li Wei said, "Everyone is serious, I am a person with parents." Seeing this scene, Tu Mabu sneaked away from behind Su Changqing and stood behind Li Wei. Confirmed. This barren emperor, despite his young age, is a real thigh. The punch that hit Whitebeard was so terrifying. However, it was just a punch from Li Wei with a little strength. Because he was afraid of killing Whitebeard. Whitebeard just said a word, and it's not a crime to die, isn't it? Your Majesty Huangtian Emperor, you said you would protect me. Everyone is watching the small actions of burying in the soil. But no one said much. After all, the earth is so weak that it is normal to seek shelter. As for Whitebeard being smashed into the ground by Li Wei? Isn't Whitebeard talking too much? Is that what people say? Also be your son. It's okay not to kill him. Li Wei responded to the earth and said, "You stay here, no one can do anything to you." In such a small world, Li Wei is as powerful as a late-stage immortal of Xianxian, and he is tantamount to a supreme god. That's why Li Wei said it very lightly, just to protect him and bury it in the earth. It's trivial. Tony Stark spoke. Tony Stark said, "Hey, haven't you noticed? We all speak different languages, but we can understand each other." Li Wei said, "This should be the ability of the chat group. Let us all speak the same language." The old Taoist priest Zhang Sanfen said, "What is the focus of everyone's attention? Shouldn't you be concerned about how to get rid of all the monsters and ghosts in this world? Only in this way can we complete the group mission and return to our respective worlds." Zhang Sanfen said this. Many group members were worried. Li Wei smiled and said, "It's a small matter, don't worry everyone, I have all the monsters in this world, just wait in this Lanruo temple." Fa Hai said, Emperor Huangtian, this world doesn't know how many monsters and ghosts, can you get rid of them alone? Li Wei said, just wait a day and see. The group members gathered in Lanruo Temple. This is not the ghost of Li Wei. It is the Super Dimension chat group. When all the group members were sent to this world, they were all sent to the vicinity of Lanruo Temple. Li Wei is not in a hurry to kill the monster to eat, the monster can't run away there. Therefore, Li Wei first came to this Lanruo Temple and chatted with the group members. In addition, what made Li Wei amused was that the idea of the God Stick group master's plan to kill the earthly burial was a very comical failure. The reason for the failure was the Super Dimension chat group, which sent all the group members to one location in the mission world. In this way, buried in the earth with other members of the group sheltering, it would be difficult to die. Chapter 67_millions of skill points. Li Wei chatted with these group members, and then went into action. In Li Wei's view, this world should be the world of strange tales from Aliazai. Because many monsters and ghosts are in line with the stories in the world of strange tales from Aliazai. For example, the 1,000-year-old tree demon in Lanruo Temple. Draw skin ghosts. Wall ghost. Wait. These were all sensed by Li Wei's spiritual sense. And Li Wei doesn't move, he moves like a rock. I saw that in the sky, there was an extra round of sun. That is Li Wei's transformation. Li Wei flew to the sky, turned into a big sun, and began to kill demons and ghosts. It took less than 30 seconds. The demons and ghosts shrouded in Li Wei's spiritual knowledge were all dead. Then, Li Wei began to fly fast in this world, devouring monsters. Because the speed of devouring monsters is too slow, Li Wei also added Daodi Demon Gong. Daodi Demonic Art is not yet introductory, can be upgraded. Daodi Demonic Art Great Perfection, cannot be upgraded. Daodi Demonic Art was originally one of the 3 exercises that Li Wei selected to add points when he entered Jixia Academy. Moreover, Daodi Demon Gong does not consume skill points like Hunshin Treasure Mirror. Li Wei added Daodi Demon Gong to Dzogchen, but it only consumed more than 10,000 skill points. But the power of the great perfection of Daodi Demon Gong is simply terrifying. Li Weiyun's great Daodi Demon Gong is like turning into a small black hole, devouring everything crazily. But 10 minutes. Li Wei devoured thousands of monsters he killed by using the Daodi Demon Gong of the Great Perfection Realm. Skill points, 1,329,677. This is what Li Wei has been busy with for more than 10 minutes. This world is really a treasure. In the human world of the prehistoric world, Li Wei earnestly hunted and killed monsters, and it took more than 10 days to get hundreds of thousands of skill points. But in this mission world, it only took 10 minutes, and Li Wei had gained more than 1 million skill points. Shit. Li Wei can only say that he is lying. How many monsters are there in this world? I'm so crazy. Li Wei's heart was surging. It's a lot of skill points. Without hesitation, Li Wei once again incarnates as a big sun, hangs high in the sky, shoots the world with spiritual consciousness, hunts monsters, and eats it. Eat them all. Li Wei feels that every second is happy. This is a treasure land for upgrading and practicing. If every group quest in this rubbish chat group comes to this kind of treasure, why doesn't Li Wei have a lot of skill points? Li Wei is crazy here. In Lanruo Temple, the dozen or so chat group members were a little stunned. Tony Stark, Master Fahey, do you think that the big sun that suddenly appeared in the sky is the Emperor of the Wild Heaven? Tony Stark squinted, looking at the extra round of sun in the sky inside the steel armor. I saw that the extra big sun, from time to time, shot the dazzling light to the earth. And Tony Stark analyzed it with the computing system in the steel armor and came to the conclusion that the energy of that round of the big sun can't be counted. The theory is infinite. Fahai said in a cassock, the poor monk doesn't lie, that big sun was indeed transformed by the Emperor Huangtian. It was the Emperor Huangtian who used his supernatural powers to perceive the monsters and ghosts on the ground, and then executed them. Tu Mabu murmured, "Is this the Emperor of Heaven? It's really terrifying." This is after the earth buried in the group. It took some time to read the story of Emperor Huangtian. Of course, it is the world she lives in, the Japanese translation version. Buried in the soil is also very clear, how powerful the Emperor of the Wild Heaven will be after. But Zhang Sanfan showed a fuck off expression and said, "I remember," the group leader said, "Huang Tiandi is not yet 3 years old, right? Do you have such magical powers? I don't know how you compare to Master Fahe." In this chat group, among the group members, except for Li Wei, Fahe is still the strongest. Fahe shook his head and said, "It can't be compared. Although Emperor Huangtian is less than 3 years old, the poor monk sees his supernatural abilities. Even if he is one of the 4 great bodhisattvas in my world, it's nothing more than that." The young master Lu Angxing said, "Are you hungry? Would you like me to make you something to eat?" Funny to say, when sent by the chat group, Lu Angxing was still competing with others in cooking. At this time, Lu Angxing thought, the game must be over. But fortunately, he didn't care much about the outcome of that game. Xianba complained, "Who wants to eat at such a time?" And Su Changqing murmured to himself, "If the divine power like Huang Tiandi can come to the world I live in, then the evil sword immortal is just like an ant, right? Oh, I'm a little hungry, this. Lu Angxing, you don't have any ingredients, right? How do you cook?" Lu Angxing said, "I'll just go and look around." The words fall. Lu Angxing saw that the forest near Lanruo Temple was shattered by a divine light falling from the sky. Everyone was shocked. Fa Hai felt it for a moment and said, "Don't panic, this is the tree demon near Lanruo Temple killed by the Huangtian Emperor." But Lu Angxing didn't dare to say anything like looking for ingredients nearby. Otherwise, what if a Dao sage falls and happens to hit him? That's not dead. It is still safe to stay in Lanruo Temple. Chapter 68_Domabu, then I'll be your wife in the future, okay? After half an hour. In the sky, the big sun that Li Wei transformed into disappeared. Because almost all the demons and ghosts in the human world were killed by Li Wei. But the group mission was not completed. Because there is still a 1,000-year-old demon left in the human world, Li Wei did not kill it. This is what Li Wei left on purpose. Otherwise, after completing the group quest, this super-dimensional chat group will send people back to the original world. And Li Wei also wants to see the underworld in the world of Liuzai, if there are any monsters that can be killed and eaten. Li Wei came to Lanruo Temple. On the Lanruo Temple side, there is a weak point in space. From the weak point of this space, it is possible to enter the underworld smoothly. However, Li Wei was not in a hurry to go to the underworld. This came to the task world, but after more than half an hour, the group task was almost completed by him. Li Wei is not in a hurry, ready to chat with this group of members. After all, the group members in this super dimension chat group are all talents. There's no harm in getting in touch. In addition, Li Wei is still thinking, how to pull the master of the God Stick group off his horse. The God Stick group leader seems to be a person with no bottom line. Just to remove the earthly burial without trace, the God Stick group leader can disregard the life and death of other group members in the group. Such a person, letting him be the chat group leader, made Li Wei uncomfortable. However, it's hard to get rid of the God Stick group master. After all, you can't get in touch with the God Stick group leader. You can only chat in the chat group. Li Wei pondered in his heart. Li Wei returned to Lanruo Temple. Fa Hai saw Li Wei coming. He asked, "The Emperor of the Wild, but he killed all the demons and monsters in the world." With Li Wei's strength, Fa Hai has reason to believe that in this world, No one can be his opponent. Fa also saw that this world is very weak, at least much weaker than the world he is in. The world of Green Snake is also full of gods and Buddhas. At least it's 1,000 worlds. Li Wei replied truthfully, it's almost finished, but I deliberately left a monster unkilled, because I'm very interested in the underworld in this world. Master Fa wants to go to the underworld with me to see it? Group quest. If so, it will be fine when we come out of the underworld, and then kill the monster that I deliberately left behind. Fa said, the poor monk is not interested in the underworld, there are nothing more than some ghosts there. Looking at Fa like this, probably in the world of Green Snake, I have been to the underworld to see it. Tony Stark said, I want to go to the underworld. I'm curious. Li Wei nodded and said, yes. Does anyone want to go to the underworld to see? I'm here to keep you safe. Xianbadeo, I want to see it too. Zhang Sanfan and Song Ke also expressed their desire to visit the underworld. Just these few people. Several other group members are not interested in the underworld, or are afraid. For example, buried in the earth, she hid beside Su Changqing, looking very worried. Li Wei stared carefully at the soil Mai. I saw that Tu Jianbu was very beautiful, not inferior to his sister Li Ziqian. That pair of two-dimensional long legs and a bumpy figure can't even be covered by clothes. In addition, Li Wei's sister Li Ziqian is a middle school girl. Buried in the soil is different. Apart from being a little lazy, she is a talented girl with a very lovable personality. Li Wei was completely curious about Burial Earth, so he took a look. After all, it was the anime character he liked before crossing. And buried in the earth, aware of Li Wei's eyes, suddenly asked, Your Majesty the Huangtian Emperor, what are you looking at me doing? Is there something wrong? Li Wei said bluntly, No, I think you are pretty. Tsu's Hima was surprised, then narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, Then I'll be your wife in the future, okay. Tu Jianbu knew that the future of Huang Tiandi was destined to be incomparably brilliant. In the cognition of buried in the earth, the emperor of Huangtian will probably be the same as the supreme god in the future, right? If you can marry Huang Tiandi. The burial seems to be pretty good. Li Wei was speechless. Girl, what you think is too beautiful. Tu Jian pouted, this is not happy. Li Wei broke the space passage between the underworld and the human world with one punch. Just see. In the underworld. There are only ghosts and monsters here, not a single one. Levi was not only disappointed. And the place where Lanruo Temple connects to the underworld is the site of the old demon of Montenegro. The old Black Mountain demon sensed that someone in the world had descended on his site in the underworld, and rushed over quickly, angrily said, Which guy looking for death, come to my site to sprinkle. The old demon of Montenegro could not finish his words. Because Li Wei sent him back to the west with one punch. The villainous villain dares to shout in front of me. Li Wei was too lazy to pay attention, and could only run over him casually. Chapter 69_Ha, This group mission, we are just here to watch the show. Li Wei followed by Song Ke, Zhang Sanfan, Tony Stark and other group members. But seeing the gloomy underworld, there are lonely ghosts wandering from time to time. The faces of these people were different. Zhang Sanfan said with emotion, So this is the underworld? It's too depressing. Tony Stark wanted to catch a ghost for research, but couldn't. Song Ke held the knife with an expressionless face. Xianba is the young Huangtian emperor who has been watching Li Wei pretending to be. And Li Wei said after discovering that there are no monsters in this underworld, How about you stay in this underworld? I think it's boring, I'll go back to the world of the mission world. Xianba quickly said, How dare I stay in the underworld? I want to go back too. Except for Tony Stark, the rest of the people who came to the underworld also said the same. Li Wei just punched and opened the passage between the underworld and Lanruo Temple, and said, Then Tony Stark, you will stay in the underworld alone for a while, and I will come and pick you up later. Tony Stark nodded. He didn't think there was anything terrible in this underworld. On the contrary, I would like to study it. Li Wei brought a few people from the underworld to Lanruo Temple. I saw that Lu Angxing did not know where to find a cauldron and was cooking on a fire. Tsushima said in surprise, "Why did you guys return from the underworld so quickly? What about Tony Stark?" Li Wei said, "There is no meaning in the underworld, so we returned. Only Tony Stark was still there, wanting to play more." Lu Angxing said, "Then try my cooking skills." Li Wei said, "Then do more. I have a big appetite." Fahey said, "But I feel like I haven't done anything. Are these tasks about to be completed?" Tu Jianbu complained, "Yeah, we just came to see the show, and we don't know what the group leader is doing. Obviously, His Majesty the Huangtian Emperor, one person can complete the group task, and even throw us all over, saying what is the emergency? Mission. What the hell is he doing?" Tujian was very suspicious of the group leader. But the others didn't talk much. Li Wei is too lazy to complain about the group leader, the guy who is the God Stick group leader. It's useless to complain about him. Even if the group leader of the gods is exposed, it proves that he is just a weak chicken. But the God Stick group owner is still the chat group owner. The real solution is to find a way to make the God Stick group leader not become the group leader. Otherwise, what's the use of just exposing the gods? Li Wei thought so. But the rest of the group, except Tumabu and Baybeard, all understood the principle of no nonsense. Otherwise, talking nonsense will kill people. Tu Jianbu dared to complain about the group leader, or it was because the God Stick group leader had too many doubts in her opinion. Tu Jianbu is still very suspicious, the group owner is just a lucky one. Just like her, she's just an earthling. Because this time, the gang masters sent everyone to the mission world under the pretense that the mission was urgent, but it was done by Li Wei alone in more than half an hour. This flaw is too big. Not to mention burial between the earth, other people are also very suspicious. It's just that others dare not speak out. Li Wei casually lay down on the grass of Lanruo Temple, enjoying the massage buried in the earth, while waiting for Lu Angxing to cook. To say that this is buried in the earth is really a talent. Even massage. It's okay to know how to massage. What's more important is the peerless beauty of Tu Jianbu. When the two-dimensional beautiful girl comes to reality, her appearance is quite amazing, and Tu Jianmei is not an ordinary person, and has practiced internal skills. The skin is better. The key is that the means of burying the earth to please people are really good. Li Wei looked satisfied. Did you let her massage it? Hey. It's comfortable, Xiaobu, your massage technique is really good. Li Wei praised it. Tu Jianbu's eyes lit up and said, Your Majesty the Huangtian Emperor, how about marrying me as your wife when you grow up? This is for the sake of his own future. Because Tsushima thought about it seriously, and found that she was too weak in the group. If there is such a group task in the future, she needs to perform it. Wouldn't that be bad? Only by hugging your thighs can you live well. What's more, marrying a future supreme god like Emperor Huangtian is undoubtedly a good choice in the eyes of Tu Jianbu. The key is to hold your thighs. No one in the group is thicker than this thigh. Although, Tu Jianbu looked at Li Wei's transformation of the Baron Emperor. Although this Emperor of Heaven seems to be less than 3 years old. Li Wei didn't expect that Tu Jianbu still had a heart for him, so he could only say, Don't think about it, we are not from the same world. Miyagi said, Isn't there a group mission? If there is a group mission, we can get together. Somabu told himself, Xiaobu. In the future, there will be group missions. As long as you become the future wife of this Emperor of Heaven and have His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor to protect you, you will definitely be safe. This is the supernatural power that Tsushima looked at Li Wei. Although I can't see how powerful Li Wei is, the means of transforming into the second sun in the sky and suppressing the human world made Tsushima's intuition shocked. Chapter 70_Group mission is over. Li Wei made a haha, I'll talk about it later, I'll talk about it later. This perfunctory tone. But there was no dissatisfaction with the soil, and he still tried his best to massage Li Wei. Li Wei also felt very comfortable lying on his thighs buried in the soil. Damn it! Is this burial method so powerful? This is a tyrant. Seeing that it is so easy to bury the earth, he actually pleases Li Wei. That is called envy, jealousy, and hatred. You must know Xianba, but in the chat group, he often flattered Li Wei's young emperor Huang Tian, who was pretending to be. However, Li Wei never responded to him. Sometimes I don't even bother to watch Xianba's flattery. Therefore, seeing to Jianbu easily made a good relationship with the youth desolate emperor. This young emperor of desolation was lying on the ground and buried on his thighs, and let the ground massage him. Xianbu felt unwilling in his heart. Why is it so easy to bury the earth and have a good relationship with the youth desolate emperor? Do you look beautiful just by being buried in the soil? Is it just because of being buried in the earth that you are beautiful? You actually hooked up with the emperor of heaven like this? This was Li Ma Chu, who was secretly watching, and was very jealous in his heart. Li Ma Chu was inconspicuous among a group of chat group members. Li Ma Chu also tried to talk to Li Wei just now, but Li Wei just responded casually. As for the burial between the earth, Li Wei obviously gave preferential treatment. Without comparison, there is no discovery. Li Ma Chu secretly scolded the little Cao Hu for burying in the soil, and even seduced the juvenile Huangtian emperor who was less than 3 years old. And is it really so? No underscore. Li Wei preferentially treats buried soil. In fact, before crossing the road, he had watched the anime about buried soil, and he had a good impression of buried soil from the beginning. It's just that MUI wanted to be his wife, but Li Wei didn't want to agree. There is no reason to recognize a wife casually. As for taking up the land and burying it cheaply, this can be accounted for. Li Wei had no shame in his heart. Anyway, in the future, Tujian will be buried by the master of the God Stick group to perform group tasks, then Li Wei will help her. Hey. At this moment, Miyuki laughed twice, then took out a handheld and handed it to Li Wei, saying, "Does His Majesty the Emperor want to play a game? It's very fun. As expected of being buried in the earth. Carrying a handheld computer with you to perform such a deadly group mission?" Li Weigang wanted to say something, but suddenly heard Lu Angxing shout, "The meal is ready." Li Wei changed his words and said, "Let's go to dinner." Earthen nodded. Few people can refuse Lu Angxing's luminous dishes. Although Li Wei also cooks luminous dishes, and adds some luminous dishes to the Dzogchen realm, it tastes better than Lu Angxing's. But can eat ready-made, Li Wei is too lazy to do it himself. I casually touched the slender thighs of Tu Jianbu, and the clothes didn't feel very good. Li Wei got up. He was thoughtful. "Do you agree to bury the earth and accept a future wife?" But after thinking about it, I felt that it was a loss. After all, Li Wei was not that kind of scumbag. If he really wanted to marry a wife, he would definitely treat him well. Wouldn't it be cheaper for her to marry to Jianbu so easily? So, we'll talk about it later. After dinner, all the members of the group highly praised Lu Angxing's meals. Li Wei suddenly said, "It's not too early to see the weather in this world. How about I kill the last monster left in the world and complete the group mission? How about going back?" Li Wei did not intend to disappear for too long in the prehistoric world. When Li Wei said this, everyone realized that they were originally here to perform life-threatening group missions. But the group task was done by Li Wei alone, in about half an hour. Yu Buchan said with emotion, "How do I feel, It's almost like going out for a meal. Tombashi felt that this group mission was like an outing. And all this is because of Li Wei's strength. This made Tsushima even feel that he had to hold Li Wei's thigh. Fahey said, Amitabha, it's really getting late, the poor monk has to go and subdue a man-eating tiger spirit. Li Wei smiled and said, then I will end this group mission. Li Wei punched at will. One punch shatters the space. A 1,000-year-old monster that was thousands of miles away was shattered by Li Wei. More than that. How could Li Wei waste the flesh and blood of a big demon? Dowdy Demon Gong was running, Li Wei's right hand seemed to turn into a black hole, and he sucked it lightly. The flesh and blood and demon pills on that big demon were swallowed up by Li Wei. Skill points plus 3,723. And as the last monster in the world was killed by Li Wei. Group mission, kill all the demons and monsters in the world of murder. Finish. The chat group prompt sounds. The group task is completed, and the group members will be sent back to their respective worlds. The task reward will be divided by the degree of contribution to the salvation task. Chapter 71 _over 3 million skill points. The chat group has sent each group member to their own world. Li Wei returned to the prehistoric world. He was conscious, but he was paying attention to the chat group, ready to see what the next reaction of the God Stick group owner would be. In the chat group, the group task has been completed. Group reminder, the group task of saving the world this time was completed by Huang Tiandi, a member of the group. Group reminder, Huang Tiandi won 10 million group points. Tony Stark, I knew it would be like this, not a single group of points was awarded. Buried Soil, His Majesty the Emperor Huangtian completed the group quest alone. Tony Stark, you didn't do anything. You buckin', I'm doing a group mission this time, and it feels like we, the group members, are getting together. Whitebeard, who knocked me out? Is it a monster? I just woke up now. Xianba, Whitebeard, you don't know what's wrong, you dare to joke with Emperor Huangtian. Whitebeard, so Xianba, I was stunned by the fist of Huangtian Emperor. Kahahaha, that little brat is really powerful. To Jianbu, you dare to say that, His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. Zhang Sanfan, I would like to remind you, Whitebeard, if you say that next time, you will most likely be beaten to death by Emperor Huangtian. Whitebeard, I'm stupid to keep saying that. Omniscient and Almighty Sudaxian, group owner, you have done a good job in this mission. You buckin', it's all due to Emperor Huangtian. He killed all the demons and monsters in the human world by himself. We used to watch the fun. We ate the food made by Lu Angxing. Tony Stark, what? Did you eat Lu Angxing's food? When did you eat it? You buckin', when you were playing in the underworld. Tony Stark, why didn't anyone tell me? I also like to eat Lu Angxing's luminous dishes. Lu Angxing's luminous cuisine is a popular item in the group. Many people buy luminous dishes from Lu Angxing, and Lu Angxing is a little too busy. To Li Wei's surprise, he didn't see anything from the God Stick group leader. Earth. The master of the God Sticks looked up at the sky speechless, and said, make a sin. Huang Tiandi. Why are you so strong? I designed a deadly match against the burial between the earth. I used my group owner authority. As a result, you failed because you were too strong. How strong are you? Is this still less than 3 years old? Fuck, this group mission is to save the fairy world where monsters are rampant. I'm done. Is it that I'm not high enough to see Huang Tiandi? The God Stick group leader was very decadent, because he found that he had no means to kill the earth and bury it. Group task? Made. As long as the group quests have to be picked up by Huang Tiandi, who doesn't know why he is so strong and perverted. Then, the group task will be completed by him casually, right? Ghosts know why Huang Tiandi, who is less than 3 years old, is so strong? Suye also wanted to know what went wrong. But the point is still buried to death. The spoiler business was buried and robbed by the earth. Alas. Suye sighed, not knowing what to do next. Continue to maintain the character of the omniscient and almighty Sudaxian? Or do you take the initiative to give up the character of the omniscient and almighty Sudaxian, and admit that he is the earthling that Tujianbu said at the beginning? A sin. Why is my plugin so weak? What kind of chat group is this? The group owner doesn't even have the ability to kick people. There's no way to bury it in the dirt. Who can tell me? Why is the Emperor Huangtian, who is less than 3 years old, so strong? Sorry. It's killing me. Damn Huangtian Emperor, why are you so strong? Suye sighed in the sky, feeling extremely complicated. I feel like I'm the most rubbish plugin owner. Li Wei took a look at the chat page of the Super Dimension chat group, and after waiting for a while, he didn't see the leader of the God Stick group speaking. Li Wei withdrew his consciousness from the Super Dimension chat group. I don't know what method the God Stick group masters will use to deal with the buried earth. Li Wei was curious, but only curious. He is more concerned about his harvest this time. In this group mission world, Li Wei didn't know how many monsters he devoured. But the skill point is reached, 3,099,281. More than 3 million skill points. This is the harvest of this group mission. Li Weizi felt that he was really developed. And Hunshin Treasure Mirror has long since displayed the words that can be improved on the system panel. Li Wei has always disliked saving skill points. If you can use skill points to improve his strength, he will improve immediately. At the moment, it's time to raise a wave of strength. I don't know what my strength will be after all these skill points are used up. Chapter 72 _ The 12-year-old Quasi-Immortal King. Outskirts of Hangzhou. Li Wei came here to improve his strength. The 10th level of Xiantian Treasure Mirror is the level of great perfection, comparable to Tai Immortal. This Tai Immortal, put it in the great desolate immortal realm, it is also a strong person who can be alone. For example, the third prince of Neza, and Sun Wukong, the great sage of equaling heaven when he was making trouble in the heavenly palace, are all Tai immortals. As for the immortal Tai, it is the immortal Jin. Jinxian, known as the king of immortality, is the direct disciple of some saints in the prehistoric world, but he is only a Jinxian. Most of the bodhisattvas in Buddhism are also called Jinxian. Jinxian, in the prehistoric world, can also be regarded as a powerful person. In short, after coming to the outskirts of Hangzhou, Li Wei thought about it. More than 1.2 million skill points were consumed. Moment. The 9th floor of the Hunshin Treasure Mirror can be upgraded. The great perfection of the Hunshin Treasure Mirror cannot be upgraded. Add points to complete. It consumes more than 1.2 million skill points. Li Wei took a deep breath. This consumes too many skill points. The harvest is comparable to the skill points consumed. In Li Wei's body, the dead universe, after Li Wei's Hunshin Treasure Mirror was elevated to the great perfection. A change of fingers, it becomes a real universe. A real universe that can give birth to life and survive life. If placed in some low-level world, then Li Wei is the master level of a single universe. The veritable master of the single universe. Because he really has a living universe inside him. But in the prehistoric world, this prehistoric world is too advanced. Speaking of which, the Lord of the single universe who hangs the sky is only a Tai immortal in this prehistoric world. Li Wei glanced at the system panel. Unlimited point system. Host, Li Wei. Cultivation method, the great perfection of Hunshin Beijian. Comprehensive strength evaluation, comparable to the middle stage immortals of Tai immortal. Skill points, 1,864,245. The strength has indeed changed. Qualitative change. Hunchen Treasure Mirror is as stated in the introduction of its exercises. The 10th level is comparable to the level of Tei Immortal. Perhaps Li Wei also practiced other exercises. Therefore, Li Wei's strength is not at the bottom of the Tei Immortals, but in the middle stage. And Tei Immortal. This Tei Immortal cultivation base, in the fantasy world, must be a quasi-immortal king, right? Li Wei pondered. If Immortal Emperor is equal to Deluo Jinxian, then the Tei Jinxian is the quasi-immortal Emperor level. Jinxian is the level of the Immortal King. Tei Immortal is equal to the quasi-immortal King. This is easy to understand. Of course, Li Wei is only guessing, not very sure. But 8 or 9 are not far from 10. He is the master of a single universe, saying that he is the quasi-immortal king of the fantasy world, and he is already very low-key. Li Wei thought about his age again. This life is only 12 years old. Have to. Incredible. The 12-year-old master of the single universe, the 12-year-old quasi-immortal king. During the journey to the west, when Sun Wukong had such strength, he was also hundreds of years old. You must know that Sun Wukong was born out of immortal stones that have nurtured many epochs. I am so terrifying. Li Wei suddenly lost the terror of the infinite add-point system and gave himself a like. I feel so arrogant. But after the Hunchen Treasure Mirror was upgraded to the great perfection, the problem came again. Li Wei doesn't have any good exercises, so he can add some more. Although in Jixia Academy, Li Wei didn't know how many practice manuals he had read, but the level of those secrets was a level lower than that of Hunchen Beijian. Add some of those exercises, the gains are too small. Li Wei thought about it, and then took out the entry token of Jixia Academy. Activate the entry token of Jixia Academy. Li Wei entered Jixia Academy. This time, Li Wei stayed in Jixia Academy for more than a day. Li Wei, however, was in the Zhang Jixia Academy, and there seemed to be countless kinds of secrets of various exercises, and he almost read the introduction. In addition, Li Wei also had some ideas about the secrets of the exercises in the Jixia Academy. The secrets of the exercises stored in the Jixia Academy have not reached the point where they are truly countless. There are probably only more than 5 million martial arts cheats. It seems that the number is terrifying, but with his spiritual knowledge of the master of the single universe, Li Wei read it one by one, and only read the introduction, but he finished it quickly. There is no better practice than Xiantian Beijian, at most it is the same level as Xiantian Beijian. Li Wei pondered in his heart, it seemed that the secrets of the practice in Jixia Academy could not meet his needs. In this case, Li Wei was going to visit Mencius. Mencius was in this Jixia Academy, but in a different space from that of Li Wei. Last time, Li Wei's strength was low, and he couldn't see it through, but now he is also a strength comparable to that of the great desolate Tei Immortal, but I can see it. Li Wei shouted, Meng Sheng. This junior has something to ask for. He believed that Mencius would definitely hear his cry. Chapter 73_ I just want to beat the old mother Li Shan to death. In an instant, the space changes. Li Wei is still in the Jixia Academy. But he came to the same dimension as Mencius. Mencius read the book and asked, Li Wei, what's the matter with you? Li Wei said, this, Meng Sheng, I'm lacking in training exercises. Mencius said, there are thousands of books in this Jixia Academy, and you are lacking in practicing exercises, so just find one. Li Wei revealed a hint of the power of the universe after the great completion of the Hunchen Treasure Mirror, and said, Meng Sheng, you also know that in Jixia Academy, the strongest batch of secret books is Hunchen Treasure Mirror is at this level. But I have already practiced Hunchen Treasure Mirror to the 10th level. If I want to go further, I need a more powerful practice technique. Mencius was shocked. Mencius said in surprise, the hunch and treasure mirror created by the sage Noah is notoriously difficult to cultivate. How did you cultivate to this level? No, this is not the key is that you enter the how long has it been in Jixia Academy, and how long has it been practicing this hunch and treasure mirror. What great opportunity did you have? It's really strange, the opportunity in the wild world should have been looted long ago. Li Wei believed in Mencius' character, but it was impossible to reveal the cheating. Li Wei only said, as you can see, Meng Sheng, I need a more powerful practice method. Mencius smiled and said, it seems that my human race has been arrogant for another day. I just don't know, what kind of exercise do you need? This hunch and treasure mirror is already the best in Jixia Academy. Martial arts, no matter how good it is, I don't have it. Li Wei said, well, Meng Sheng, do you know the Inextinguishable Classic? I have completed the first volume of the Inextinguishable Classic, but the second volume is still missing. Mencius thought for a while, and said, the Inextinguishable Classic? This is a practice method that I don't know how many thousands of years ago, from the hands of a Jinxian of the human race. I can help you to explain to me and ask, but it's hard to say without it. Li Wei said happily, then thank you Meng Sheng. Mencius said, no need to say thank you. You are the junior of my human race. In the past, I was also taken care of by the ancestors of the human race. My human race has been passed down from generation to generation. Li Wei also read a lot of history books in Jixia Academy. He also knew that the prehistoric human race was more united than he thought. For example, this Jixia Academy. As long as they are human geniuses who show their talents, then they can enter the Jixia Academy for free, watch the thousands of books in the Jixia Academy, and find their own training path. Solidarity. This is one of the keys to the prehistoric human race becoming the largest force in the prehistoric wilderness. Mencius went to explain the teachings and asked Li Wei for the second volume of the Inextinguishable Classic. This will take some time. Li Wei left Jixia Academy. It's been 2 or 3 days since I left home. I don't know what's going on at home. What Li Wei is worried about is what trouble his sister Li Ziqian will make again. Secondary girls are unreliable, and their brain circuits are different from normal people. But back in Hangzhou, Li Wei found out that his sister was not in Hangzhou. Li Ziqian ran away again? Is she stupid? Li Wei frowned. Think about it. Li Wei thought that Li Ziqian would not be so stupid. The second is the second, and it is only the second in the behavior. When it comes to brains, Li Ziqian's IQ is not low, otherwise, how can he learn martial arts and cultivate immortals, so that he has the talent of genius? Then something may have happened. Li Wei went home and asked his parents. Only then did he know that his sister Li Ziqian was taken away by the human immortal Fan Liwa. Because Fan Liwa was a famous general in the Great Tang Dynasty, there are still folk legends about Fan Liwa, and even acting in the story of Fan Liwa. In short, because Fan Liwa is very famous, Li Wei's parents are very relieved to let Fan Liwa take Li Ziqian away. Li Wei's parents are very relieved and believe that Fan Liwa is very reliable. Li Wei is stunned. Isn't this Fan Liwa a disciple of the old mother Li Shan? A few days ago, Li Wei just killed Bai Sohen and ate Bai Sohen's snake. At the moment, Fan Liwa, a disciple of Li Shan's old mother, took his sister Li Ziqian away. Would it be good? Damn you bastard! If you can't move me, just move my family. You're forcing me like that? I do what you want. Kill you in the immortal realm. Li Wei was angry, but generally calm. So rashly kills the fairy world, that is to give the head of Li Shan's mother. Then add some. Once, Li Wei was reluctant to add more points to the 4 books and 5 classics. Because of Wen Dao, it can only exert its great power in a world with a great and righteous spirit. But now, although Li Ziqian is a second grader, she is his sister anyway. Although the sister is very stupid and a second-year middle schooler, she was eventually taken away by Li Wei's old disciple Fan Liwa after being implicated by him. If this Li Wei can't save her, that's fine. But there is a problem. Li Wei didn't give up either, so he added it up. The great completion of the 4 books and 5 classics can be upgraded. The peak of the 4 books and 5 classics can be upgraded. Add the 4 books and 5 classics once, from Dachan to the peak. It only consumes 10,000 skill points. But achieve a lot. Because above the great Confucianism of Wendao, it is Wendao semi-sacred. In an instant, Ziyi came 3,000 miles east. In the Hangzhou area, the sky is full of purple air, and there is a glorious righteousness constantly emerging. Indistinctly, audibly, countless readers, the sound of reading books. In the world, there is a semi-sage of Wendao. Li Wei became a semi-sage of Wendao, and then looked at the system panel. The 4 books and 5 classics can also be added. Then add it. It doesn't matter whether it is wasted or not. In short, Li Wei just wants to beat the old mother Li Shan to death. The peak of the 4 books and 5 classics can be upgraded. The great perfection of the 4 books and 5 classics cannot be upgraded. Above the semi-sage of Wendao is the sub-sage of Wendao, second only to the most holy teacher Confucius. Some people have achieved sainthood of Wendaya. In an instant, the golden light shines on the world. Chapter 74 _ He transforms into the immortal Emperor Law. Unlimited point system. Host, Li Wei. Gongfa, the 4 books and 5 classics great perfection. Comprehensive strength evaluation, in a world with Wendao, standing shoulder to shoulder with Jingxian, in a world without Wendao, standing shoulder to shoulder with Taiyixian midterm immortals. Skill points, 829,554. I tried my best. Li Wei looked at the system panel and sighed. He didn't care about the 3,721, he used the precious skill points to add to the Wendao training system. Unexpectedly, the sub-sage of the Wendao training system can only be a golden immortal. Is Jin Xianqiang strong? Of course strong. Put it in the fantasy world, that is the first level of the Fairy King. Many sages are direct disciples, and they are also only Jingxian. In the prehistoric fairyland, Jingxian is also called De Neng. But it also depends on who you are comparing with. Compared with the character of Li Shan's mother who is at least a Luo Jingxian, Jingxian is really not enough to see. The two are like the difference between the immortal emperor and the immortal king, and there is a quasi-immortal emperor realm between them. It won't be a waste, will it? This bonus, Wendao Yasheng, is only in a world with a great and righteous spirit, with the power of Jingxian. It's complete. It's all an alien system. And what's more important is that the bonus Jingxian can't blow up the old mother Li Shan at all. I can't even save my sister. Golden immortal strength, I'm going to the prehistoric immortal realm. Are you sure it's not a gift? Li Wei was very embarrassed all of a sudden. After thinking about it in my heart, Li Wei decided to change it. For example, ask Mencius to discuss it. Li Wei has become a sage of Wendao and sub-sage, and he is in the same system as Mencius. How could Mencius stand idly by? In short, try it first and then talk about it. It is impossible for Li Wei to go to the great desolate immortal realm by himself. Sister. If you hang up, I'll kill all the sects in the future to avenge you. Li Wei thought to himself. Next, Li Wei entered Jixia Academy and waited for Mencius to return. First, the purple air came 3,000 miles from the east. Again, the golden light shines on the world. The visions of heaven and earth are born one after another. In the human world, many practitioners are stunned. Even in the prehistoric immortal world, many powerful people have set their sights on the human world. Prehistoric world, Sivk, the Confucian Dojo, and the Confucian Academy. Even Confucius was disturbed. Mencius is also a sub-sage in the system of writing and Taoism, so naturally he was also alarmed. At this time, Mencius was in the immortal realm of the Great Wasteland, talking with Taoist Jinkei. Taoist Jinkei is the Jinxian of the Chanjiao human race, but he is only a named disciple of Chanjiao Yuanji Tianzun, and his status in Chanjiao is far inferior to that of the 12 Jinxians. Of course, most of the current 12 golden immortals have betrayed their apostasy. Therefore, Taoist Jinkei, on the contrary, has risen in the teaching of interpretation, and has a pivotal position. Human world, the visions of purple air coming 3,000 miles east and golden light illuminating the human world appeared. Mencius was shocked. Taoist Jinkei also turned his attention to the world, and then smiled. Congratulations to fellow Taoist men, your Confucianism has produced another sub-sage. Mencius also felt that this was a great event, and said, it is naturally worth being happy, and the teacher is also very happy if you want to come. Mencius said that the teacher was Confucius. Taoist Jinkei joked, Meng Daiu, you have become a sub-sage in Confucianism, you must be in no mood to stay with me, right? Mencius smiled and said, there is no shortage of this time and a half, but I came to see you. There are really some things. You are a genius junior of my human race, who has practiced the Inextinguishable Sutra Volume 1, but is missing the Inextinguishable Classic Volume 2 cultivation. Let me see if you have the Inextinguishable Sutra Volume 2. Taoist Jinkei said with a smile, it's really alright to go to the Three Treasures Hall. But since he is a genius of the younger generation of my human race, he should help him. Taoist Jinkei recalled it, and said again, is this Inextinguishable Sutra Volume 2? This is the clone of my master Yuanji sage who came from a broken world many thousands of years ago. Found. Mencius said, then I will wait here for a while. Taoist Jinkei smiled and said, I won't make you wait for a long time. I know you are in a hurry at this moment, fellow Taoist men. Just a while. Taoist Jinkei took out the exercises, took out 2 jade slips, and said, fellow Taoist men, one of these exercises records the 2nd volume of the Inextinguishable Classic, and the other records the He Hua Zi. The law of the immortal emperor is the avatar of my master, the sage of Yuanji, and the practice method obtained from the broken world is not a precious thing, you can hand it over to that human genius together. Mencius nodded and said, very good. But Mencius didn't think it was something precious, because the level of the station was high enough. In this prehistoric world, only the true teachings of sages are at the level of Mencius, and they all feel precious. It's just a method of Deluo Jinxian obtained from a broken world. What is it? In the prehistoric world, there is no shortage of Deluo Jinxian. When Mencius got the practice, he went down to the realm, entered Jixia Academy, and saw Li Wei. Just by looking at it, Mencius knew that the newly born Wendao Yasheng was actually Li Wei, a 12-year-old kid. Mencius was shocked. Mencius pondered for a moment and asked, Li Wei, are you the reincarnation of some mighty person? He felt that Li Wei suddenly became a sub-sage of Wendao, and he quickly completed the 10th level of Hunshan Treasure Mirror. This is too amazing. Even during the journey to the west, the monkeys who carried the great fortune of heaven and earth were not so exaggerated. The monkey also practiced honestly for several years before he became a Tai immortal, and after that, his cultivation was almost stagnant. After joining Buddhism, he was able to go further. And Li Wei? This is so special. It's not that fast to eat Tai's Hang Lejun's rank 9 elixir. Moreover, the Wendao training system can only be practiced by oneself. In short, Mencius was really dumbfounded when he discovered that it was Li Wei who accomplished the literary and sublime sages. Li Wei smiled bitterly and said, I just became an impulsive sage, so I became a saint of Wendao. As for the reincarnation of a great power? Meng Shen, can't you see it? on impulse, became a saint of Wendaya? Is this a human talk? Mencius shook his head and said, I can't see it. After you will naturally know when your immortal cultivation level is high. Mencius took out the 2 jade slips handed to him by Taoist Jinkei and said, I went to explain teachings in the immortal world, and found Taoist Jinkei, who happened to have the 2nd volume of the inextinguishable classic that you asked for. In addition, he also gave you an additional copy of He Huazizi Immortal Emperor's Law. Li Wei was stunned. What? Gave me a copy of He Huazizi Immortal Emperor Law? This Taoist Jinkei is so generous. Chapter 75 At some points, he turned into a small success. Mencia seemed to see Li Wei's astonishment, so he explained, this is not a particularly precious thing, the inextinguishable classic you need is completely inferior to the 89 Xiangong, this He Huazizi Immortal Emperor Law, it's just a method of a Deluo, and it can't compare to the 3 purifications of 1 Qi, which is the true biography of the sage. Li Wei said with emotion, but the first shot is the method of Deluo, which is generous enough. I remember that a few days ago, I wanted a copy of the cultivation method, but I couldn't get it. Mencia smiled and said, no one gave you the cultivation method for immortals? It is estimated that when you were still a mortal, no one wanted to bear this cause and effect. If you give someone the cultivation method of immortals, if that person does something evil, he will have to bear part of the evil consequences. Li Wei took the 2 jade slips from Mencius's hand. He resisted the desire to look at it now and said, Meng Shen, I have something else to ask for your help. Mencius said, what is it? Li Wei said, my parents said that it was Fan Liwa, a disciple of the old mother Li Shan, who brought my sister Li Ziqiang to the fairyland. You know, Meng Shen, the grudge between the old mother Li Shan and I. Can you help me? Busy, bring my sister back to the world? Having said this, Li Wei has no idea in his heart. After all, Mencius isn't the golden immortal, is he? Dare to offend Li Shan's mother? Who knew that? Mencius said angrily, how could such a thing happen? That Fan Liwa really doesn't know about it? You and him are the arrogance of our human race, and we should support each other. Then Fan Liwa went to deceive about the snake demon Bai Sohen. Your family? Li Wei said, my parents said so, but did Fan Liwa take my sister? I'm not sure, please Meng Shen, help me check. The reason is simple. Li Wei's parents are ordinary people, who can see through the art of change of a fart. Li Ziqiang is also just a rookie cultivator at the peak of Qi practice. After thinking about it calmly, Li Wei thought that maybe someone faked Fan Liwa and deceived his sister Li Ziqiang. Unexpectedly, Mencius pinched his fingers and said, you don't have to doubt this, it was Fan Liwa who did it. Li Wei was stunned. Mencius went on to say, Fan Liwa had a straight personality back then, but I remembered that she is a person who pays attention to pleasure, kindness, and enmity, and does not seldom make friends with monsters. This person only talks about family and friends, but it's not about the righteousness of the human race. You killed Bai Sohen, then Fan Liwa befriended Bai Sohen, and then lied to your sister to go to the immortal world and wanted you to fall into the trap, so that she could kill you to avenge Bai Sohen. Li Wei was puzzled, if this Fan Liwa has such a temperament, why is there still her story in the world? Mencius said, the stories of Fan Liwa that are sung in the world are all made up by novelists. Fan Liwa has never done those things. Li Wei didn't know what to say. Mencius said again, let's go to the immortal world with me, even if Fan Liwa doesn't dare to give you back your sister. Li Wei shook his head and said, I don't dare to go, I don't dare to go, what should I do if Mother Li Shan asks me for trouble? Mencius said, you are now a sub-sage of my human race. How could old Mother Li Shan trouble you? If you don't talk about other human beings, even my teacher will not let old Mother Li Shan take action against you. Li Wei still doesn't feel safe. How safe in this world? After thinking about it, Li Wei said, Meng Shen, please wait for me for a few more minutes. Mencius was puzzled and asked, why is this? Li Wei said, I will learn a kung fu. Li Wei quickly read the He Huazai's Immortal Emperor's Law recorded in the Jade Slip and read it. He Huazai's Immortal Emperor Law has not yet started, can be improved. Sure enough, even if it is the method of the Immortal Emperor, it is difficult to add a system. With a thought, Li Wei added points. Silently. He Huazai's Immortal Emperor Law has not yet started, can be improved. He Huazai's Immortal Emperor method is small, cannot be improved. That's the point and done. But this He Huazai's Immortal Emperor method really consumes a lot of skill points. It will not improve Li Wei's cultivation and realm. It just gave Li Wei the ability to clone. In this way, the promotion to Xiaocheng cost Li Wei more than 600,000 skill points. Of the more than 3 million skill points that Li Wei gained in the last group quest world, there are only about 200,000 left. There is also Indestructible Sutra Volume 2 that has not been added. Mencius was speechless, and just watched Li Wei use his spiritual sense to watch the law of Immortal Emperor He Huazai's. Thinking about it, Mencius persuaded, Li Wei, although this Delogos method is not as good as that of a sage, and it is difficult to practice, it is still very extraordinary. If you want to learn this He Huazai's Immortal Emperor's method, go to save your sister, I don't know how long you have to wait. Mencius added, and you really don't have to worry about it. Now that you have become a sage of my human race, the great masters such as Old Mother Li Shan really won't do anything to you. Li Wei has already added some points to complete it. He turned into the past. After trying the He Huazai's Immortal Emperor method, Li Wei successfully created a clone. It is said to be a clone, but this clone has 80% of Li Wei's strength. And it looks like Li Wei himself. This is the He Huazai's Immortal Emperor Law. The avatar that is separated is indistinguishable from the main body. Even if it wasn't for Li Wei's He Huazai's Immortal Emperor's Law, it was only a small level. The strength of the clone he separated should be the same as the main body. Li Wei said, Meng Shen, I've finished my training. Just let my clone go to the immortal realm with you. I think this is more secure, and it will prevent Li Shan's mother from taking action against me and bothering other sages of the human race. Mencius was stunned, and said, that's how you practice the Delogos method. Li Wei said, it's just a small success, it's nothing, this method is easy to learn. Mencius himself also remembered the Delogo method of He Huazai's Immortal Emperor, and he tried it. Silently discovered that this practice method is much more difficult than the ordinary Delogo method, right? Now, Mencius is sure. It is estimated that Li Wei is really the reincarnation of a great power. Otherwise, how can there be such a defiant human being? The prehistoric fairyland is divided into 33 heavens. The first heaven of the great desolate immortal realm is the Earth Immortal Realm. This immortal world is the place where the immortals from the lower realm go after they ascend to the immortal world. Fan Liwa is also considered a rising immortal, and she occupies an island in this immortal world and uses it as her dojo. Factory. Chapter 76 Fan Liwa, you dare to kill me? Li Wei followed Mencius to the immortal realm by using the avatar from He Huazai's Immortal Emperor Law. Mencius and Li Wei soon arrived in this immortal world, near the island occupied by Fan Liwa. Mencius said, this time cheating your sister into this immortal world should be Fan Liwa's personal behavior, but Li Shan's mother didn't intervene in this matter, and she couldn't do such a shameful thing. Li Wei hesitated and asked, Meng Shen, how can I save my sister? Then Fan Liwa won't see me coming, so will she kill my sister? Mencius replied, Fan Liwa's character is straight and straightforward, and he pays attention to pleasure and revenge. It was you who killed Bai Sohan, not your sister. She will not do anything to your sister. Pause, Mencius said again, this matter is a personal grievance between you and Fan Liwa, and I don't want to intervene. You can settle this matter yourself. If the old mother Li Shan comes, I will stop it for you. Li Wuxi said, then it's troublesome for Meng Sheng. Li Wei came to Immortal Realm alone, and he was not afraid of anything. It's just a avatar, the avatar transformed by He Huazai's Immortal Emperor Law, even if it is lost, it doesn't matter. Li Wei went directly to the door. At first, he was worried about the safety of his sister Li Ziqian, but he did not use violence, but called the door, Fan Liwa. Li Wei, came to the door. The island occupied by Fan Liwa was blocked by the formation. Even so, some voices are also passed in. Fan Liwa was stunned when she heard that Li Wei had come to this fairy land. I didn't expect that, I really dare to come. It seems that he did the right thing by deceiving his sister into the immortal world. Otherwise, in the human world, I can't do anything, so why kill him to avenge junior sister Bai Sohan? Fan Liwa's eyes were cold. This year, who has few friends? After Bai Sohan became the named disciple of Li Shan's old mother, she became friends with Fan Liwa. Fan Liwa attaches great importance to her friends. She heard that Bai Sohan was killed by Li Wei, and even her body was eaten. She died so miserably. Fan Liwa was very moved, and immediately decided to avenge her. And she is also straight-minded and will not deliberately forbear, so after going down to the realm, she used some means to easily deceive Li Wei's sister Li Ziqian to this immortal world. Fan Liwa was very happy when she saw Li Wei coming to her door. Because that means she can avenge Bai Sohan. Fan Liwa opened the formation that enveloped the island and appeared in front of Li Wei. The mystery of He Huazai's immortal emperor is naturally not something that Fan Liwa can see through. Fan Liwa thought that Li Wei in front of her was a real person, and she was about to kill Li Wei immediately. Li Wei stepped back some distance and said, "You are Fan Liwa? Where is my sister?" Fan Liwa said, "Your sister is naturally safe and sound, just on my island, don't worry, after killing you, I will send your sister to the human world." When Li Wei heard this, he sneered in his heart. Maid. It was this Fan Liwa who acted as a demon, so he had to add 4 books and 5 classics. Otherwise, Li Wei didn't want to improve the strength of the Wendao training system. He didn't like this kind of system that had to rely on Heiran's righteousness in order to exert his strength. Counting like this, it was Fan Liwa who made him waste more than 1 million skill points. After another calculation, this Fan Liwa even threatened him to die through his sister. So, Li Wei immediately punched the pest. "Fan Liwa, die for me." Li Shan Old Mother Dojo. Mother Li Shan's expression changed, because she felt that something bad happened to her. All powerful people know how to calculate, but the old mother Li Shan pointed and calculated, it turned out to be her apprentice Fan Liwa, something went wrong. In order to avenge Bai Sohan, Fan Liwa did such a stupid thing. I deceived the elder sister of the person who killed Bai Sohan to the immortal realm. This kind of behavior, Li Shan's mother is not easy to evaluate. But, Fan Liwa is in crisis. This is what Li Shan's mother must take care of. Different from Bai Sohan, Bai Sohan's 1,000-year-old snake demon is completely a registered disciple whom Li Shan's mother accepts at will. But Fan Liwa is the official disciple of the old mother Li Shan. Li Shan's mother immediately shot. It was just a volume of books that blocked old mother Li Shan's shot. Confucius did it? The matter between the juniors, let them solve it by themselves. Confucius' voice fell. Mother Li Shan's face was very ugly, but she didn't dare to take another shot. And why did Confucius take action? Of course, it was because Mencius went to Confucius' dojo and told Confucius about Li Wei. After becoming a Wendao sub-sage, Li Wei is equivalent to his own person in the Wendao training system. Because of the Wendao training system, there are only 2 Wendao sub-sages, Mencius and Li Wei. Therefore, Confucius, the founder of the literary and Taoist training system, could not ignore Li Wei's affairs. Only then did he make a move to stop Mrs. Li Shan. As for what Mencius said, he took action to stop Li Shan's mother? He is out? Isn't this Confucius the backer he moved? Li Wei punched Fan Liwa. This clone has 80% of the strength of the main body, and with one punch, it also possesses the power of Tai Immortal. And Fan Liwa is only the cultivation base of the pinnacle of true immortals. Although this cultivation base is already very good, it can be a fairy official in the heaven. Yes, it depends on who you are comparing with. In the face of Tai Immortal, true immortal is naturally far inferior. Li Wei even had the confidence to punch Fan Liwa to death, but Fan Liwa did not die under his punch. Because Fan Liwa, a disciple of Li Shan's old mother, has treasures to protect her body. Li Wei punched out, only to make Fan Liwa's protective treasure tremble, but the circle of halo had not diminished much. Tai Sangxian. Fan Liwa was punched by Li Wei, and even though there was a protective treasure in her body, she was still sent flying. She felt incredible, because Li Wei actually had the strength of Tai Sangxian. With such strength, how could he be in the world? Tai Sangxian. In the immortal world, they are all characters who can dominate one side. Looks like I can't kill this guy. It needs to be done by the master. Fan Liwa's face became gloomy. She really did not expect that Li Wei would be so strong. Li Wei was also surprised and said, "There is actually a treasure for protection? You are much richer than that Bai Sohen." After all, when Bai Sohen was killed, she was beaten to death by Li Wei with one punch, but she didn't show anything to protect herself. Fan Liwa just sneered and said, "What if you have the strength of Tai Sangxian? Facing my master, it's just an ant." Li Wei said coldly, "I can't deal with Li Shan's mother, but I can kill you." Fan Liwa said with a sarcastic expression, "I am a disciple of the Interceptor, the official disciple of the master. You dare to kill me? Even if you dare to kill me, can you kill me? Refined by light, with the strength of your Tai Sangxian, if I stand here and let you fight, what can you do to me?" This Fan Liwa is really arrogant. Li Wei originally wanted to beat her to death, but as Fan Liwa said, with her protective treasure, Tai Sangxian would have a hard time beating her to death. Then. Chapter 77_, The Book of Immortality, Volume 2. Li Wei has mobilized Heiran's righteousness. He is a virtuous sub-sage, and he can mobilize the vast river of righteousness and can exert the power of Jinxian. Originally, Li Wei was going to beat Fan Liwa to death, which was more relieved. But since this Fan Liwa has a protective treasure, it is difficult for Taixian to kill her. Then he will be crushed to death with the long river of righteousness. Heaven and earth have righteousness, and there are manifold shapes. The bottom is the river, and the top is the sun. Under the crushing of the long river of righteousness, it is like crushing away in the flood. Fan Liwa paled in horror. Unexpectedly, Li Wei turned out to be Wendao Yasheng? Fan Liwa is knowledgeable and knows what Wendao Yasheng means. Wendao Yasheng mobilized Haoran's righteousness, which is equivalent to Jin Xian's shot. Moment. The protective treasure on Fan Liwa's body was shattered. No. Fan Liwa shouted, but to no avail. Li Wei has always been ruthless, and he is absolutely ruthless towards the enemy. One rolled over. Endlessly proud and righteous, he directly beat Fan Liwa to ashes. It made her soul fly away, and her true spirit collapsed. Fan Liwa died here. It is an absolute shame to die under the great river of righteousness. The lofty and righteousness represents a part of the rising trend of the human race, and symbolizes the human race's benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and faith. It can be said that to die under the long river of righteousness, it means being nailed to the pillar of shame of the human race. Therefore, Fan Liwa died extremely unwillingly. Because she was killed by Heiran's righteousness, Does this mean that she will also bear infamy after her death? Oh, you are still provoking me. I killed you, and I have never seen Mother Li Shan save you. Li Wei cloned and killed Fan Liwa, thinking in his heart. On the other hand, he quickly entered the island occupied by Fan Liwa and found Li Ziqiang. There seemed to be some human beings living on the island occupied by Fan Liwa, and I don't know if there are any relatives and friends of Fan Liwa. But Li Wei was too lazy to look for them one by one, let alone kill all the people on this island. After all, there are more or less innocent people. He has bottom lines and principles. Fan Liwa's relatives and friends want revenge, so come. Li Wei's body is in the human world anyway, and he can still exert the power of a golden immortal in the human world. Immortals and gods cannot take action in the human world. Then who is he afraid of? Take Li Ziqiang down to earth. Li Wei was surprised to find that no one stopped him. In fact, Li Shan's mother had already taken action, and even Guanyin wanted to prevent Li Wei from killing Fan Liwa. It was only stopped by the great power of the human race. Li Wei had some guesses in his heart, and was very moved. This prehistoric human race is really united. Mencius is also a respectable sage. Even the ancestors of the human race who joined the sect can give me the indestructible classic and he Huazai's immortal emperor law. Just because I am a descendant of the human race. My human race is really extraordinary. To the room. Li Wei was too embarrassed to send Li Ziqiang to Hangzhou. Li Ziqiang murmured along the way, saying, Li Wei. My stupid brother. I just said, our parents are mortals and don't know about the world of immortality. I said that Fan Liwa is not a good person. But our parents are mortals. Let me go and cultivate with Fan Liwa. I think this is very promising. Look at how sinister Fan Liwa is. If you hadn't rescued me from her, I would have died. Li Ziqiang said again, if I were to cultivate immortals in the Imei school, how could there be so many things? Li Ziqiang said so. How could Li Wei force her? That's all, since this elder sister likes to be free by herself and doesn't like the constraints of her family, she should send it to Imei. Li Wei took Li Ziqiang to Shushan. Although the real Chenmei didn't know about Li Wei's becoming a saint of Wendao, he couldn't see it. But only the identity of the great scholar of Wendao is worthy of being treated with courtesy by the real person with long eyebrows. Li Wei brought Li Ziqiang to Shushan, and the real Chenmei received him well. Li Wei learned from the chat with the real Chenmei that Li Ziqiang's master, Wang Baoqiu, was punished by the real Chenmei to go to the northern border for mining. Li Ziqiang shouted, my master went mining? Then what should I do? Real man with long eyebrows said, how will I teach you in the future? The real Chenmei is willing to give Li Wei this face and personally teach Li Ziqiang. Li Ziqiang was overjoyed and said, that's good. What Li Ziqiang thought in her mind was that if she became a real disciple of Chenmei, wouldn't she be able to come sideways with this Imei faction? Then there will be less scruples. Li Wei said, the elder sister will ask the real person Chenmei. There is another thing to mention. My sister's brain circuit is abnormal, and her thoughts may be different from those of normal people. You should take more care of the real person Chenmei. Master Chenmei smiled and said, what's the difference? Your sister has been cultivating in my Imei for 2 years, and nothing happened. Li Wei added, then please. After chatting again, Li Wei left the Imei faction and went to Hangzhou. In the future, Li Wei has to pay attention to the safety of his parents. As for Michelle Li, she is in the Imei sect, and the Imei sect master Chenmei is very reliable, so there is no need to worry about her safety. It's just the safety of his parents, which requires Li Wei to worry more about himself. Li Wei enters G again after leaving the school, thank Mencius. Then go home and start adding points. There are still about 200,000 skill points left. You can add some Indestructible Sutra Volume 2. It's good to increase the strength. As for the Indestructible Sutra, the upper and lower volumes are combined into one, and they should be able to compare to the immortal king. Li Wei also did not have the habit of not using skill points. After reading the Indestructible Sutra Volume 2, this Indestructible Sutra Volume 2 appeared on Li Wei's system panel. Then, add points. The second volume of the Immortal Scriptures is not yet entry, can be upgraded. The second volume of the Immortal Scriptures is small, cannot be upgraded. Adding points twice in one bite. Inextinguishable Scripture Volume 2 is small, and it consumes about 110,000 skill points for Li Wei. And the remaining skill points are not enough to add more Indestructible Sutra Volume 2. Compared to the Book of Immortality, Volume 1, the skill points consumed by this Book of Immortality, Volume 2, are not the same level at all. Li Wei also doesn't know what exactly is his endless add point system based on how many skill points are consumed for adding points. It's just some kind of exercise skill. The stronger it is, the more skill points it consumes. I'm afraid it's not that simple. But Li Wei didn't think much of it. He looked at the system panel, and after completing the Indestructible Sutra Volume 2, it may have made up for some of his shortcomings, and his strength has improved again. Chapter 78_Group Reminder, because you are too weak. Unlimited Point System. Host, Li Wei. Cultivation Technique, The Inextinguishable Sutra Volume 2 Small Completion. Comprehensive Strength Evaluation, in a world with Wendao, standing shoulder to shoulder with Jinxian, in a world without Wendao, standing shoulder to shoulder with Taisian, the Great Perfection Immortal. Skill points, 91,042. After adding He Huazai's Immortal Emperor Method and Inextinguishable Scripture Volume 2, Li Wei's strength increased by 2 small levels. Previously, he was a mid-stage immortal on par with Tai Immortal. Now it is comparable to the Great Perfection Immortal of Tai Immortal. That is, the lack of skill points. Otherwise, adding He Huazai's Immortal Emperor Law and Inextinguishable Classics, Volume 2 to the Great Perfection, then at least he is also an immortal king at the level of an eternal giant. I don't know what's going on in the group. Li Wei sank his consciousness into the Super Dimension chat group. The previous super-dimensional chat group was okay, when the God Stick group leader was buried in the earth and didn't join the group. At most he was fooling people and relied on spoilers to earn benefits. But after the group was buried in the soil, the group leader of the God Stick group seemed to be crazy. Make a series of operations that make Li Wei feel mentally retarded. In order not to destroy the character of his all-knowing and all-powerful Sudaxian, the group owner did not hesitate to bring other weak group members, but also to bury the earth to death. As a result, no one was caught, and a wave of suspicions among members of the crowd was added to him. To say that it is buried in the soil is also very confusing. First of all, I felt that the group leader in the group was an earthling like her, but as a result, the God Stick group leader refused to give up his character design, and insisted on keeping the character design of the omniscient and almighty Sudaxian. Alright. Tujianbi was also suspicious, thinking that the group leader of the gods might really be a great god. Tujianberry then robbed the spoiler business of the God Stick group masters. After all, if the group leader of the gods is really an omniscient and almighty god, do you still care about the benefits given by other group members? Moreover, the spoilers buried in the soil and the spoilers of the God Stick group masters, the two are different approaches. Tujianbu directly sent the future of the group members to the past, and the benefits were seen by those group members. The God Stick group owner is eager to deceive the members of the group who have joined in, and deceive the whole body. At the time when Fahey joined the group, the master of the God Stick group not only deceived Fahey's great power heavenly dragon mentality, but also deceived Fahey's bowls. Li Wei is also pretending to be the emperor of the wilderness. The masters of the God Sticks know how powerful the emperor of the wilderness is in the future, so they will invest in the exercises for Li Wei. But it is only investing in exercises, and not investing in other valuable things. Although Li Wei does not need it. It is worth mentioning that those exercises that invested in Li Wei were all tricked by the God Stick group master from the hands of other group members. It's embarrassing. This time, Li Wei has not observed the Super Dimension chat group for nearly a day. When his consciousness sank, Li Wei found out that the God Stick group master had done a suffocating operation again. Group mission: save the Doomsday World. Mission introduction: this is a certain day where a human being is about to be destroyed. Because of a certain biochemical agent, about 90% of the human beings have become zombies, and those zombies will evolve. There are already God-level zombies that can destroy a city. Task requirements: destroy all zombies. Task reward: 8 million group points. Group owner's note: for urgent tasks, all group members except Huang Tiandi need to participate. Below is the chat log. Omniscient and Almighty Sudaxian, group owner. Because the Huangtian Emperor is too powerful, entering a low-level world such as the Doomsday World will lead to the destruction of the world, so the Huangtian Emperor is forbidden to participate in this mission. Xianba, why is there another group mission? So fast? You buckin, this group mission, Huang Tiandi will not participate in it. Lu Angxing, can I not go? I'm just a chef. Omniscient and Almighty Sudaxian, group owner. This is a mandatory task, and it is the rule of the chat group. See here. Li Wei thinks, this is because the dog group owner is not willing to kill to Jianbu. Next is another chat record, mainly the members of the group chatting with each other. Then, it's a death record. Group reminder: group member Li Machu has died in the process of saving the Doomsday World. Group reminder: group member Lu Angxing has died in the process of saving the Doomsday World. Group reminder: group member Zhang Sanfan has died in the process of saving the Doomsday World. Group reminder: group member Guo Jing has died in the process of saving the Doomsday World. 4 people died. Li Wei recalled the chat records he just read in the group. If I remember correctly, the masters of the God Stick group got 18 palms for subduing the dragon from Guo Jing, 5 poison palms from Li Machu, Tai Chi and 9 Yang divine art from Zhang Sanfan. Pure Yang Wuji Gong. Lu Angxing is a good guy in the group. He often cooks luminous dishes for everyone and sends them as red envelopes. Although you have to pay. But in order to be buried in the earth, and not to destroy the character of Sudaxian, who is omniscient and almighty, this group leader of the gods did not hesitate to throw these people and bury them in the earth to die together. Will being honest will kill you? You have long been buried in the earth and exposed. Li Wei doesn't know what to say, but it can be seen that the masters of the God Stick group are not ordinary ruthless. Then, Li Wei tries to participate in this group quest Save the Doomsday. The group prompt appears. Group member Huang Tiandi, because you are too weak, you have been banned from participating in this mission to save the world. What the hell? Li Wei was stunned. Is he too weak? What's going on with these tips? Earth. Suye was leisurely, waiting for the soil to be buried to death. She'd be dead. Spoiler business, he can monopolize in the group. At that time, he will still be the omniscient and almighty Sudaxian. Originally, after the last group mission ended, Suye temporarily gave up the idea of killing and burying in the dirt. But who knows? Super Dimension Chat Group. A new function has been updated. This new function is, you can make a certain group member banned from participating in the group task of saving the world. This, Zhao Li's, is a new function that was updated for the weak group members in the chat group who do not know whether to participate in the group mission to save the world and die. Suye was overjoyed to see this new feature. Sure enough, he, the chat group owner, has power. Immediately, Suye banned the group member Huang Tiandi from participating in the next group mission. Then, the same plan as last time. Quietly, buried in the earth. As for not allowing Huang Tiandi to participate in group quests, didn't he find an excuse? Because Huang Tiandi is too strong, the low-level world can't bear it? And Yu Buchan, Zhang Sanfan, Li Ma Chu, and Fa He? What use are those people? Every benefit was drained by his Suyet. A trash-like thing that dies when it dies. He doesn't care if he dies. People are not ruthless and can't stand firm. This is his life creed of Suyet. It was when he was working on the Sunshine Project that he realized it. Chapter 79 _ Can you be sincere? No. Then I'll have to strike first. Calculate the time, buried in the soil is about to die, right? The god-level zombies in the apocalyptic world can be compared with Faye. Suye continued leisurely. However, he suddenly saw Emperor Huang Tian speak in the group. Suye didn't dare to delay, so he quickly replied. After all, who is Huang Tiandi? That is the heavenly emperor destined to be invincible in the future. How much benefit can you gain in the future? Those exercises, indestructible classic, He Huazai immortal emperor method, Kunpeng method, Lushen method, the benefits are too many. As for after the benefits are exhausted? Suye has already thought about it. Let the Emperor Huang Tian work, and let him continue to save the world, so that the superdimension chat group can be upgraded. Superdimensional chat group is to continuously eliminate the human catastrophe in various worlds and save the world in order to upgrade. But now I still have to lick the Huangtian Emperor. In case he won't give me those exercises in the future. Suye started to answer. In the chat group. Huangtiandi at Omniscient and Almighty Sudaxian, group leader, why can't I participate in this group task? Omniscient and Almighty Sudaxian, group leader because Huangtiandi, you are too strong. Huangtiandi, really? Can you be more sincere? Look at the group leader. 4 group members have died. Aren't we all friends? Omniscient and Almighty Sudaxian, group owner, this is also a helpless thing. Suye didn't care about the death of those weak and small group members, anyway, the value was drained by him. Of course, that Lu Angxing died, it is indeed a pity that he will not be able to eat luminous cuisine in the future. However, in order to kill buried earth, master the spoiler right in one hand, and continue to be his all-knowing and almighty Sudaxian, all this is worth it? As for the Emperor Huangtian, he still has to be fooled. After all, the benefits of Huangtian Emperor, he has not yet received Suye. Huangtiandi, group leader, why don't I give you a baby? Omniscient and Almighty Sudaxian, group owner, what baby? Emperor Huangtian, it's a treasure. All-knowing and Almighty Sudaxian, group owner, then thank you little friend number 10. Wild world. Livy found a bone and injected it with dark matter. In a short time, Li Wei made a dark matter bomb. It looks like an ordinary piece of bone, and it is full of various runes. Those runes are real. Li Wei casually took the runes engraved on the bones from the indestructible scripture. But the inside of the bone is full of dark matter. Once this bone is caught, will bang. Dark matter explosion. That is far beyond the power of a nuclear bomb explosion. No, it should be said that a nuclear bomb explosion is not as powerful as 1/10,000th of its power. Although Livy only injected a small amount of dark matter into the bomb. And making dark matter bombs is a piece of cake for Li Wei, the master of the single universe. But this dark matter bomb can also kill ordinary gods. With a sneer at the corner of Li Wei's mouth, he sent the dark matter bomb to the God Stick group master. This chat group does not have any authentication function. So, as long as the masters of the God Stick, take out this dark matter bomb and take a look. He hung up. Li Wei is sure that the weak chicken of the God Stick group master can't stop the dark matter bomb that can kill ordinary gods. Say it again. The God Stick group masters couldn't have imagined that Li Wei wanted to kill him, right? And the reason why Li Wei chose to kill the God Stick group leader is very simple. That is, the first strike is stronger. Li Wei doesn't think he is a good person, but at least he should talk about the bottom line. That God stick group owner is too much. After getting the benefits of so many group members, he insists on letting those group members die. In addition to being buried in the earth is not innocent, it involves the interests of the gods. City, other weak group members, didn't they offend the God stick group leader? Li Wei is not the kind of simple fool. He knows that the main reason for the group of gods is to become stronger, and he will be in trouble sooner or later. After all, this kind of unprincipled guy can't talk about friendship. Anyway, not much nonsense. Li Wei is the first to start strong. A dark matter bomb, hidden on the bones engraved with the runes of the indestructible, was sent to the gods. Earth. Suye was full of expectations and took out the bones that Li Wei gave him. But see the bones engraved with mysterious runes. Is this the treasure of the heavenly emperor's world? Suye was curious and was about to take a serious look. Bone is fried. The dark matter bomb that Livy had injected into his bones exploded. Suye died on the spot with not even ashes left. In the chat group, the group prompt appears. The omniscient and almighty Sudaxian, group owner, has died. This dog group owner died so easily. Hey, if it weren't for the fact that this guy was too cold-blooded, unethical, unprincipled, and not like a human being. I won't kill him either. Killing the God Stick group master, Li Wei felt very happy. In the dark, Li Wei even raised a feeling that he should kill the God Stick group master. Like, got rid of a future enemy. Li Wei smiled and shook his head. Sure enough, it's better to be kind. It is not empty words to advise you to be kind. Li Wei reminded him to be sincere. This guy is still talking nonsense, right? I really deceived him as a barren emperor. Hey. Just had to send him to die. It's just that the group owner has hung up. This super dimension chat group, how will you choose the group owner next? Can I be the group leader? Li Wei said he was looking forward to it. I feel like I have killed a great enemy in my life, and now there seems to be hope to become the chat group owner again. Now, doesn't he have 2 cheats? Only. Li Wei was too happy. See you, a group prompt will appear soon. Almighty Li Daxian joins the chat group. Almighty and omnipotent Li Daxian became the chat group owner? Li Wei doesn't know what to say. Made a dark matter bomb and calculated to kill the all-knowing and almighty Sudaxian. Why is there another all-knowing and almighty Li Daxian? Also, the group owner of the super-dimensional chat group seems to have been chosen by itself? Wurge. Li Wei raised his middle finger. But is this new group owner surnamed Li? It's his last name. I hope it's not some cold-blooded lunatic. Otherwise, Li Wei feels that he has to use his brains to kill the new group owner again. Chapter 80 _ The burial between the earth was also hung up, leaving only the last 3. Chat page. Omniscient and almighty Li Daxian, group owner, is anyone there? Emperor Huangtian, I'm here. Omniscient and almighty Li Daxian, group leader the Emperor of the Wild Heaven? Do you want to know about your future? Group reminder, Huangtiandi uploaded He Huazai's Immortal Emperor method to the group mall, the selling price, 100 billion group points. Huangtiandi, if you think of everyone as a fool like the last chat group owner, I think you will die miserably. Li Wei made a threat, and he uploaded He Huazai's Immortal Emperor law to the Kun Mall for sale. Ah! The strength of this threat is self-evident. Earth. Li wants to be the owner of the Super Dimension chat group, very happy. I feel like I'm a man of destiny. It actually has a plug-in. I saw that in the Super Dimension chat group, there was a group member named Huangtiandi. Li Xiang thought to himself, he is familiar with this Huangtian Emperor. I just want to try, can I get some benefits from Huangtiandi by revealing the follow-up plot of the world where Huangtiandi lives? Result. Li Xiang was stunned. The Emperor Huangtian uploaded He Huazai's Immortal Emperor method to the Kun Mall, the selling price, 100 billion Kun points. What does this message represent? Representing this Baron Emperor, is he the Baron Emperor in his heyday? Shit. Immortal Emperor? Look at Huangtian's thread again. Li wanted to take a deep breath. Super Dimension chat group. Is there a previous group owner? Was the Emperor Huangtian killed? Li Xiang immediately persuaded. Unbelievable boss. Omniscient and almighty Li Daxian, group owner, no. I confess that I was just an ordinary person in the period of aura recovery, and it didn't take long for me to become a trainee martial artist. Omniscient and almighty Li Daxian, group owner. I'm a good guy. Boss, I originally just wanted to get some benefits from you by revealing the plot. Huangtiandi, don't be so cowardly for the group owner. Everyone who joins this chat group is a friend. As long as you don't treat everyone like a fool like the previous group owner, and you are cold-blooded and have no principles, then everyone is a good friend. Although I am strong, I will not be like you. Omniscient and almighty Li Daxian, group owner. Needless to say. Big brother Huangtian Emperor. From now on, you will be the only one in the group. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. If you tell me to steal chickens, I will never touch dogs. Huangtiandi, dude, you are so cowardly. How did the chat group choose you as the group leader? Omniscient and almighty Li Daxian, group owner. I don't know either. My sister often scolds me as a waste, and I don't even dare to kill a chicken. Maybe I'm a waste enough to choose me as the group owner? I don't know the rise of waste materials. The story of Huangtiandi, do you know? Huangtiandi, okay, don't talk about it. Do yourself a favor first, use the authority of the group owner to lift the restrictions for me, that is, the restrictions that will not let me enter the apocalyptic world. Omniscient and almighty Li Daxian, group owner. Big brother Huangtian Emperor, are you referring to the Doomsday Mission world of the mission to save the world? Huangtiandi, that's right. Almighty and almighty Li Daxian, group owner, has lifted the group member Huangtiandi's entry into the group task world, Doomsday World restriction? Emperor Huangtian, then I went into the apocalyptic world to save people. Let's talk later. After Li Wei sent the sentence, he took over the group task and entered the apocalyptic world through the Super Dimension chat group. Doomsday. This is a complete small thousand world, which can accommodate immortals and gods. What the God-stick group leader said that Li Wei could not enter the apocalyptic world because he was too strong was obviously a lie. When it comes to the gods, Li Wei is speechless. It is rare to see such a retarded person. Treat everyone like a fool. That is to say, scruples about the authority of the group owner. We didn't say much. Only as a modern person, Somabu, who doesn't have many scruples, dares to speak casually. It also provoked the masters of the gods to kill them. In the end, Li Wei was close to a showdown, so let him be sincere. He still felt that he could fool Li Wei, who was pretending to be the emperor of Huangtian. So he died. Never mind. Be kind to the dead. Not to mention him. Because the Doomsday world is a small world, Li Wei's spiritual consciousness cannot be completely shrouded. Probably only cover half of it. But that's enough. Li Wei acted very fast. He came to this apocalyptic world to save people, so hurry up and save people. Some action. Li Wei only saved 3 people. They were Fa Hai, who was full of evil spirits, Su Changqing, who was seriously injured, and Tony Stark, who was suspected of falling into a vegetative state. The other group members are all dead. All dead. Li Ma Chu, Guo Jing, Yu Buchan, Xianba, Lu Angxing, Zhang Sanfan, Whitebeard, Song Ke, Tu Jianbu, all 9 members of the group have died. In the chat group, including Li Wei, there are a total of 13 group members. 9 hangs in one breath. Even if it wasn't for Li Wei who came in this apocalyptic world, he came in quickly, and the rescue operation was fast enough. It is estimated that Fa Hai, Su Changqing, and Song Ke will also die. Like this. Except for Li Wei, the rest of the group members will all die. Fuck. I still underestimated the cruelty of the former group owner. Compared with him, I have to struggle for a long time to kill him. I'm so kind. Li Wei only felt as if he understood the idea of the gods. The God Stick group leader is going to kill all the group members except him. Ruthless. Absolute wolf annihilation. If it weren't for Li Wei's ruthlessness, he could see that the God Stick group leader is not a good thing, and he was not confused by the God Stick group leader's kindness to the Huangtian emperor he pretended to be. Presumably in the future, when the God Stick group master is strong enough, then some of him Li Wei can stand it. Look at the situation. In this apocalyptic world, there are 6 god-level zombies, all of which have strength comparable to Fa Hai. And the zombie virus in this world is extremely powerful. Tu Jianbu, Song Ke, Whitebeard, and Xianba all died from the zombie virus. Tony Stark's steel armor has been beaten to pieces. I think he must have been abused in a head-to-head battle with god-level zombies. Tony Stark has fallen into a vegetative state and is about to die. Fa Hai is very ferocious. He fought the 6 god-level zombies alone in the end, but if I hadn't come to this world, he would have been besieged to death. After Su Changqing was seriously injured, he hid in a corner to save his life. The rest of the group members were directly killed by zombies. Li Wei was speechless for a moment. Can only say shit. I really didn't expect that it would be so tragic. Obviously, in the last mission world, everyone still ate together. Right now, there are only 3 left. Plus Li Wei, there are 4. Underestimated, really underestimated the viciousness of the previous group owner. He can't compare. After all, this is preparing to kill all the group members except him, Li Wei. Big. Chapter 81 _ only 4 people left to talk. Death. Kill all these humans. Li Wei rescues Fa Hai, Tony Stark, and Su Changqing. Just see, those god-level zombies, unrelenting, shouting, and killing them. Li Wei was in a bad mood. After all, there were only so many people left to die. And Li Wei regarded Tu Jianbu and Lu Angxing as friends. Although the time together is very short, the characters of these 2 people are really good. And the character is very appetizing to Li Wei. Damn. Maybe if you come into this apocalyptic world earlier, you can save 2 more group members. Because I chatted with the new group owner, it took a few minutes. Li Wei was a little depressed. Unexpectedly, the world is so dangerous. Those group members will die so fast. After all, the 2 group task worlds that Li Wei experienced before were not so urgent, right? Li Wei didn't regret it. He never regretted it, because regret is useless. The decisive character made Li Wei eye the 6 god-level zombies in this apocalyptic world. These god-level zombies have long possessed wisdom no less than that of humans. Now a rush to kill. Li Wei punched hard. There were 5 god-level zombies on the spot. Was blown up by Li Wei volley. Because zombies are transformed from human corpses, Li Wei is not interested in the corpses of these zombies. After all, he is a person with a bottom line. He can't eat people. Li Wei hasn't been reduced to that level. He doesn't have to be so cheap for some skill points. The last remaining god-level zombie was farther and farther away, so that it was not affected by Li Wei's punch. But that god-level zombie was also stunned. Grass, how can there be such a terrifying human being? I thought that monk was the fiercest person. In this way, my zombie family, the future is worrying. The only remaining god-level zombies thought quickly, while running. Run like crazy. But can it be faster than the speed of light? But Li Wei's punch speed has already surpassed the speed of light. Shatter the space directly. With one punch, the only remaining god-level zombies died. Killing all the 6 god-level zombies, with this power, Li Wei saw that the zombies near him were quickly moving away from him. Li Wei's spiritual perception also knows that the end of this apocalyptic world is only relative to humans. But for the zombies in this world, it is a new life. Because the zombies in this world, as long as they evolve once, they can have wisdom no less than that of humans, and they call themselves, the new race. Seeing human beings as the remnants of the old era, they need to be purified and eliminated by them. That means turning into zombies. Li Wei was in no hurry to kill all the zombies in this world and complete the group quest. But it's just a zombie in a small world, on the scale of hundreds of billions. Li Wei, the master of the single universe, possesses the strength of Tai Immortal's great perfection. Killing these zombies, no matter how many, it is easy. It is 10,000 times easier than mortals crushing ants. There is no rush to kill the zombies. Li Wei started to rescue Tony Stark. Tony Stark is really dying. In Li Wei's spiritual sense, Tony Stark has become a vegetative person, and the injuries he suffered all over his body may be dead in a few minutes. You just met my Hunshin treasure mirror and achieved great consummation, otherwise I wouldn't be able to save you. Li Wei murmured in his heart, injected life energy at will, and saw the injury on Tony Stark's body, at a speed visible to the naked eye, healed. On Su Changqing's side, it was a bit difficult to deal with, because Su Changqing was also infected with the zombie virus. The zombie virus in this apocalyptic world is very fierce, and it can evolve into a god-level zombie, which can have the strength of a god. Therefore, Li Wei was also troubled by the zombie virus on Su Changqing. Fortunately, it's just tricky. As the master of a single universe, Li Wei has a lot of methods. After all, there is a universe in his body. Under his control, he can try any method. After a little bit of effort, Li Wei lifted the zombie virus on Su Changqing's body and healed Su Changqing's injuries. Su Changqing thanked him, "Thank you, Shaoxia, for saving me." Because Li Wei didn't use no-phase magic and changed into the appearance of a 3-year-old child, Su Changqing did not recognize Li Wei. And Su Changqing was stunned after saying this, because he thought, can people who don't know this world understand his language? At this time, Fa Hai on the side said, "Amit ba, Su Changqing, this person beside you is Emperor Huangtian." After Fa Hai was rescued by Li Wei naturally revealed his identity. Su Changqing was surprised and said, "Emperor Huangtian? Why are you so big? Also, didn't the group leader say that you are too strong to enter this world?" At this time, he was thinking of the other members of the group who died. Su Changqing's face darkened. Li Wei said, "It's all the fault of the dog group owner. The dog group owner wants to kill you and even kill all of you, so he deliberately tricked you." Fa Hai sighed and said, "The poor monk has long seen that the group leader has many flaws, but he is also the chat group leader anyway. How can we get him? Huangtian Emperor, do you have a solution? Otherwise, why did you enter this doomsday mission world without the consent of the group owner?" Su Changqing also shook his head and sighed, "That group leader is indeed full of flaws, and I have long seen that he has no good intentions towards Earth Burial. He has made a few words in the group, and it is vaguely aimed at Earth Buried. Adults, see through but not speak. Because there is no way to help the dog owners." Li Wei thought about it for a while and decided to tell the truth. "The group leader, all-knowing and all-powerful Sudaxian, has been killed by me." Su Changqing was shocked. "We are all from different worlds, right? Huangtiandi, you can kill people across different worlds? And that group of masters? Is he really that weak? Was he killed easily?" Li Wei just said, "That group of leaders was designed to kill by me. It's really not powerful." Su Changqing asked again at this time, "Why are there only a few of us, and there are others? I remember that Song K and Xianba should have been alive when I was seriously injured and escaped. Fa Hai sighed at this time. The poor monk has already asked, in this world, apart from you, me, and Tony Stark, plus the Baron Emperor who just came to save us, there are no other living group members. Tony Stark, who was healed by Li Wei at this time, woke up faintly and heard Fa Hai's words, and was immediately shocked. What? There are more than 10 group members in the group, and only the 4 of us are left to die. Fuck. These missions are so dangerous. Fa Hai said angrily, it's not that the group mission is dangerous, it's the group owner who deliberately targeted us. He wants us all dead. Tony Stark was shocked. The group owner has already started. With Tony Stark's IQ, of course, it has long been discovered that something is wrong with the group leader. Similarly, see through but not speak. Because Tony Stark has no means to deal with the gods. I'm afraid that after talking about it, the God Stick Group Master will target him. Chapter 82_Fuck you, Dog Pack Owner. Fa Haideo, the Group Master deliberately sent us to this world to die. It was Emperor Huangtian who saved us. Then, Fa Hai told Tony Stark what he had learned. Tony Stark is a grumpy, and immediately scolded the dog owner. After all, this has officially ripped apart the dog group owner, and Tony Stark will naturally not be used to the God Stick Group owner. I just heard from Fa Hai that the owner of the dog group has been killed by Li Wei. Tony Stark was stunned. So simple, the group owner hangs up? Or is the Emperor Huangtian too strong? Li Wei is already eradicating the zombies in this world. To complete the task, let Super Dimension Chat Group send him back to the prehistoric world. The God Stick Group leader came with a wave of ruthlessness, killing the group members in the chat group until there were only 4 left. But what does this have to do with Li Wei? Maid, this chat group is not his cheat, and he rarely speaks in the chat group. Anything is done by the gang masters themselves. 28. Li Wei thought about it, and found that he was just doing a personnel thing. He started to be strong and killed the group owner who had no bottom line. For his behavior, Li Wei gave himself a compliment. It's good to be ruthless. What kind of gratitude is in return? Where did the few exercises given to him by the master of the God Stick Group come from? Li Wei has no points in his heart. As for the future of this chat group, Li Wei thought about it while killing the zombies. The new group leader is obviously a coward, probably before surpassing the strength of the Huangtian Emperor, that is to say, before surpassing the strength of the immortal Emperor. The new group owner will probably be obedient. And with the Super Dimension Chat Group, there is no function to directly increase strength, from this point of view. Li Wei estimates that after waiting for tens of thousands of years, perhaps the new group owner will not be able to become a golden immortal. And tens of thousands of years have passed. Li Wei could guarantee that if he didn't die, he would have been on an equal footing with Hung Jundaezu. I'm also worried about a chat group. When he doesn't have a cheater, right? His infinite add point system is simple and violent. As long as you have enough skill points, and you have the skills to add points, you can hang up all dissatisfaction. Much better than this shit Super Dimension Chat Group. Super Dimension Chat Group, that is, it can make Li Wei rise rapidly, otherwise Li Wei would not bother to join the group. Right. Li Wei thought about it for a while, but he didn't seem to see the function of withdrawing from the group. In other words, this dog chat group does not allow people to withdraw from the group. In this case, you have to keep an eye on the group owner of the Super Dimension Chat Group. Let the group master be a demon. Make trouble. As Li Wei thought about it, he cleaned up the zombies in this apocalyptic world. God-level zombies are vulnerable in Li Wei's hands, and those low-level zombies are like scum. Li Wei can destroy billions with a single attack. And this is the reason why Li Wei needs to be Scruples, the survivor of this apocalyptic world. Those survivors of the apocalyptic world are human beings anyway. Li Wei can't just save some time and let them go with the zombies, right? It is precisely because he is concerned about the survivors that Li Wei cannot make a big move. Otherwise, with one big move, Li Wei can beat him half crippled in this small world. At that time, everything in Xiaoqian world will definitely die. But even though he was concerned about the survivors of the apocalyptic world, Li Wei still cleaned up the world within 10 minutes, killing hundreds of billions of zombies. Now, the zombies of this world. Probably the only ones I have are 2 Jianbu and Song Quebec. Li Wei was speechless for a moment. The zombie buried in the earth, which was caught by Li Wei, and the zombie Song Ke were struggling desperately, but of course they couldn't break free. Li Wei also saw the zombies buried in the earth and the zombies Song Ke turned into. They were very complete, so he caught them and saw if he could save their lives. If this is a mortal person who has just died and the body is intact, Li Wei can indeed save it. Can. There is no reincarnation in this world. Dead for a few minutes, consciousness dissipated, and soul is gone. It's no help, let's just kill and bury it later. Li Wei muttered. He went to collect the dead bodies of other group members. Let Master Fahe hold a funeral for you, and this wave will be perfect. Li Wei thought, unfortunately, this Fahe is the Fahe of the green snake world. It always feels strange to let this most fierce Fahe save the dead. Master Fahe, the bodies of all the members of the group are here, I can't save them, you bury them and save them. Li Wei thought of doing it. Find Fahe and explain the situation. Fahe said, Amitabha, transcendence is exactly what poor monks are good at. Li Wei thought about it, and thought that what Fahe said would not be physical transcendence, right? I remember that when Li Wei found Fahe when he just entered the apocalyptic world, the fiercest Fahe was shouting great power Tianlong, and he was fighting with the 6 god-level zombies. Full of anger. Fahe noticed Li Wei's strange look and asked, Emperor Huangtian, what else is there? Li Weidao, it's nothing, Master Fahe, as soon as possible. Then. Fahe and Su Changqing joined forces to hold a funeral for the dead group members in the chat group as soon as possible. Tony Stark wouldn't get involved in such a funeral. Li Wei does not want to intervene hand. He is not a sentimental character either. After more than 10 minutes, Li Wei's heart was calm as water. After all, what else can be done? At this point. Just chilled. Learn the lesson, stare at the new group owner, and let that guy not dare to do things next. With the burial of the earth and the zombies that Song Ke turned into, they were killed. The apocalyptic world is all ready, and there are no zombies anymore. Group task completed. Save the world successfully. The group prompt was on, and Li Wei didn't go to see it. The group points of this chat group are useless. A few seconds passed. Li Wei was sent back to the prehistoric world by the Super Dimension chat group. In the chat group. Group reminder, Save the Doomsday World is complete. Group reminder, the reward for completing this task is divided by the contribution of saving the apocalyptic world. The group member Huang Tiandi will get 7 million points, Fahe will get 950,000 group points, and Tony Stark will get 50,000 group points. Omniscient and Almighty Li Daxian, group owner, you guys have come back to save the world? Can you tell me what the process of saving the world is like? Tony Stark at Omniscient and Almighty Li Daxian, group owner dog group owner. Fuck you. You are not dead. Didn't Master Fahe say that you were killed by Huangtian Emperor? Grass. Chapter 83 _ Sure enough, it's a sunshine project. Omniscient and Almighty Li Daxian, group owner boss, look at my name, is it different from the previous group owner? Do you understand? My surname is Li, not Su. I'm the new group owner. Tony Stark, you think I don't know you if you change your word. Omniscient and Almighty Li Daxian, group owner, speechless, look at the group prompt, the last group owner is really dead. Fahe, Amitba, the poor monk suggested that you better change the name of the new group leader. Omniscient and Almighty Lidaxian, group owner. I can't change it. The name of this group owner is set by the chat group, and the group owner has no right to change it. The group member Huang Tiandi sent the document Hunshan Bayajian to the Omniscient and Almighty Lidaxian, group owner. The group member Huang Tiandi sent the document Indestructible Scripture to the Omniscient and Almighty Lidaxian, group owner. The group member Huang Tiandi sent the document Tianxian Accepting Qiju to the Omniscient and Almighty Lidaxian, group owner. The group member Huang Tiandi sent the document Thousands of Returning to the Source to the Omniscient and Almighty Lidaxian, group owner. Li Wei sent a few books of the most powerful exercises in his hands to the new group owner. Because Li Wei is not afraid of the new group owner doing things. Just like the previous group leader. Li Wei had the exercises in his hands, but he didn't dare to send them out. Because Li Wei joined the group soon, and saw that the last group leader was a magic stick-style wolf extermination. Guessing that the previous group owner must have been involved in the Sunshine Project. By analyzing the messages sent by the God Stick group owner in the chat group, you can know his character. Li Wei is also afraid of getting burned, which is very troublesome. So at that time, he was only in the chat group every 3 days, occasionally speaking, and defrauding benefits. Because that is the safest way. Now, there are no more people to worry about in the chat group. Huang Tiandi, in the future, new group members will come in. You can take these 4 exercises and exchange the exercises they practiced with them. Don't pretend to be a ghost. Huang Tiandi, this chat group is obviously the biggest use for plane trading. Different worlds have different resources. Plane trading is a matter of mutual benefit. Huang Tiandi, the group leader, you can do it, and Master Fahe, Su Changqing. I also give you a copy of the exercise. The group member Huang Tiandi sent the document Indestructible Sutra to the group member Fahe. Group member Huang Tiandi sent the document Indestructible Scripture to group member Su Changqing. The group member Huang Tiandi sent the document Thousands of Returning to the Source to group member Su Changqing. Do it all. Li Wei was too lazy to talk too much. After all, this chat group is not his plug-in. It is estimated that it will fall into the hands of a group owner in the end. His Li Wei's idea is to use this chat group to get some benefits and speed up his development. And the position of the group owner is chosen by the chat group itself. Li Wei also knew, it is estimated that if this new group owner is killed, the next group owner will not be him. Of course. As long as the new group owner doesn't act as a demon, Li Wei won't want to kill him. There is no conflict of interest. Like the previous group owner. Li Wei was too lazy to talk about him. He really showed mercy several times. Otherwise, if you don't talk about the bottom line. When Li Wei had the power of an immortal, the previous group leader was killed by him. Look how easy it was for the previous group owner to die. Knowing an almighty Lidaxian, group owner, thank you for your trust in Huang Tiandi boss. I have given my little brother so many exercises. My little brother must do his best to manage this chat group for the boss. Almighty Lidaxian, group owner, in short, in this chat group in the future, you have the final say, Huang Tiandi. You let me go east, I will never go west. You let me touch the dog, I will never steal chicken. All-knowing and almighty Lidaxian, group owner, be sure to keep in mind the instructions of Huang Tiandi's boss. This chat group will focus on plane trading in the future. I will never pretend to be a ghost, and I will be an honest person. Tony Stark. Well, I completely believe it. You are not that omniscient and almighty Sudaxian, that guy can't be so cheap. Almighty Lidaxian, group leader brother Tony, give me a face, I'm not mean. You have to know that Huang Tiandi is a real emperor, he is already an invincible emperor. And I'm just an ordinary person. Tony Stark. Isn't the Emperor Huang Tian less than 3 years old? Omniscient and almighty Lidaxian, Group owner. I also read the chat records. It took me a long time to read the chat records. Omniscient and almighty Lidaxian, group owner. Look at the he was a immortal emperor method sold in the group mall. That's what Huangtian emperor created when he became an immortal emperor, right? Su Changqing, the immortal emperor? How strong is he? Knowing an almighty Lidaxian, group owner. Probably wave your hand and destroy thousands of worlds. Who knows? I'll just do things according to the instructions of the Huangtian emperor. Tony Stark. So, being killed by an immortal emperor, it's not wrong for that dog to die as a group leader. All-knowing and almighty Lidaxian, group owner. I can only say that Suye is too hypocritical. Tony Stark, Suye? This is the name of the previous group owner? How did you know? Knowing an almighty Lidaxian, group owner. Suye is a person in the same world as me. We are all in a world where spiritual energy is revived. That Suye is the latest king-level powerhouse who has risen in recent months, probably relying on chat groups. Rise up. Omniscient and almighty Lidaxian, group owner. Suye is also a legend in our world. He is the emperor of the underground forces, and he is also the chairman of a large company on the surface. A few months ago, he was just a small gangster who was involved in pyramid schemes. It is said that it is the talent of martial arts that can soar to the sky. Now it seems that it is completely dependent on the chat group. Omniscient and almighty Lidaxian, group leader. Suye is very hypocritical, because he heard someone scolding him. He smiled and forgave the person who scolded him on the surface, but he killed the person behind his back. 9 clans, killing thousands of people. I am afraid to hear his name these days. Almighty Lidaxian, group leader. As for why we know that Suye is the leader of the group, we still have to rely on the secret fruit that Whitebeard gave Suye. That kind of method is not what we, the martial arts of reviving the world with spiritual energy, can do. 2 things. Tony Stark. So, the former group owner was a lucky guy. Fuck, he's still pretending to be so ruthless in the group. Huangtiandi at omniscient and almighty Lidaxian, group owner. How do you know so clearly? Didn't you say you are an ordinary person? Can ordinary people know about the king-level powerhouse? Omniscient and almighty Lidaxian, group leader. Big brother Huangtian emperor. I learned about it through my sister. My sister is a rare martial arts genius. Li Wei was not interested in the past of the dead. After pondering slightly, he spoke, Wang Hao, and asked for something. Huangtiandi, group leader, does the world you live in have such a thing as a mobile phone? Send me one. Group member Tony Stark sent a red envelope to the group member Huangtiandi. Tony Stark, isn't that the phone? I gave it. Huangtiandi, what I want is the mobile phone of the world where the group owner is. The omniscient and almighty Lidaxian, group owner, sent a red envelope to the group member Huangtiandi. Huangtiandi receives red envelopes. Huangtiandi, okay, group leader, I can already deduce the coordinates of the world you are in. After Li Wei sent this sentence, he really went offline. And through the items in a certain world, its world coordinates are calculated. This method, the Logojinxian can do it. At least Li Wei, the great Logojinxian of the prehistoric world, can do it. So, what should I do if the new group owner is not good? Kill for another. Li Wei is not the golden immortal of Great Logo, but he knew Mencius in the prehistoric world, Confucius, the teacher of Mencius, and he did not know how many thousands of years ago he was the golden immortal of Great Logo. Chapter 84_What? I am Ya Sheng's father? I do not know how. Reiki revives the world. Earth. Li Xiang looked at Huangtiandi's sentence, I already know the coordinates of your world. Frightened into a cold sweat. This is the immortal emperor. So what does Huangtiandi mean? Li Xiang was afraid in his heart, and quickly expressed his loyalty in the chat group. Omniscient and almighty Lidaxian, group owner Big Brother Huangtiandi. I am your loyal little brother. Give my little brother a chance, and I will manage this chat group for you. All-knowing and almighty Li Daxian, group owner, believe me. Emperor Huangtian. You believe me? Po Yin, otherwise, you can be the group leader. Omniscient and almighty Li Daxian, group owner, I am loyal. It's just that Li Wei has been offline, and I can't see these words for the time being. So Li Xiang could only continue to shiver and worry. There has been a major change in the chat group. Of the 13 group members in total, 9 died, and with Li Wei, only 4 remained. Fortunately, the result is good. After some shuffling, the previous group owner was also easily killed. The new group owner. Give him 3 courage, and he doesn't dare to do anything. Immortal Emperor's threat is like a knife on his neck at all times. Li Wei didn't pay attention to the chat group for a while. Let's wait until new members join the group. And, I, who have learned He Huazai's Immortal Emperor method, can also enter the prehistoric fairyland and venture out. Li Wei pondered. Compared with the Super Dimension chat group, this prehistoric world is his basic game. Super Dimension chat group is where Li Wei makes extra money. Therefore, Li Wei attaches more importance to the prehistoric world than Super Dimension chat group. At the moment, Li Wei already possessed the strength of a golden immortal, at least in the prehistoric world, a world where there is a long river of arrogance and righteousness. His strength can be compared to that of a golden immortal. This golden immortal, placed in the prehistoric world, is also a great power. Some saints' direct disciples are just Jinxian. In some ancient times, the great powers who survived may only be in the realm of Jinxian. In short, Jinxian has completely stepped into the prehistoric powerhouse class. Deluo Jinxian? That is the character who intervenes to dominate the general development of the Great Desolation. What Li Wei pondered was that, since he has the power of Jinxian, why should he occupy a territory in the prehistoric world? The realm of the human world is nothing more than that. In the human world of this prehistoric world, the resources have long been scavenged. At most, they can cultivate some angels. Li Wei is aiming at the first heaven in the prehistoric world, the Sif world. The immortal world is vast and boundless, with many sites. Just occupying a piece of land in the immortal realm can also bring a lot of benefits to Li Wei. For example, the flowers and plants in the immortal realm are all spirit grasses. Even if he was grazing in the immortal world, Li Wei could eat tens of thousands of skill points a day. It is incomparable with the human world of the prehistoric world. In the world of the human world, all spirit grasses need to be found. Unlike the immortal realm, where there is a lot of spiritual energy, there is a lot of spiritual grass, and no one cares. Of course, the immortals in the prehistoric fairyland are also rare. After all, it is not the early stage of the flood. This is the later stage of the flood. Tens of thousands of years have passed since the Great Tribulation of Journey to the West, and the precious resources of the prehistoric world have long since been divided up. But what Li Wei has to do is to go to the Great Wasteland Immortal Realm and occupy a piece of land to replenish his skill points. Not to do anything big. With my Jinxian strength, it shouldn't be difficult. Li Wei thought about it. Of course, to be cautious, Li Wei's body will still not go to the prehistoric fairyland. The main body stays in the human world, that is called safety. Li Wei only prepared to use his clone to develop in the immortal realm and replenish himself with skill points. The clone from He Huazai's Immortal Emperor Law is by no means comparable to ordinary clone techniques. After all, it is a great law, and Li Wei can only divide it into a small part, and then he can be divided into a clone with 80% of his strength. And as long as Li Wei does not take the initiative to remove the connection between him and his clone, then his clone can exist for tens of thousands of years. Even longer. And if the clone hangs, it doesn't affect the main body. Anyway, for various reasons, Li Wei decided to use his clone to intervene in the Great Wasteland Immortal Realm and occupy a piece of land in the Earth Immortal Realm to collect skill points. Li Wei is not in a hurry about this. He is going to go to Jixia Academy to read 2 more books to learn about the situation in the Great Wasteland and Immortal Realm before further development. Li Wei's house. Li House. Great confusion came to the door. There are 7 or 8. Previously, Li Wei became a 12-year-old literati scholar, the youngest literati scholar in history. Shocking the entire human world. But this is not enough, let other literati come to visit him on purpose. The Confucian scholars of this age are very particular about their character. How should I say it? Li Wei, a 12-year-old junior, should visit them, right? But now it's different. Li Wei became a saint of Wendaya. Wendao training system, the only sub-sage. Another sub-sage is the sage Mencius. As for Confucius, that is the most holy teacher. 12-year-old Wendao Yasheng. It's amazing enough, no, it should be said, not just amazing. That would be terrifying. I don't know how many readers, after knowing this, will doubt life. And a Saint Wendao who lives in the world. What does this mean? It means you can come to ask for advice. Therefore, when Mencius revealed the news that Li Wei had become a sub-sage of Wendao and sub-sage, he disclosed it to these great Confucians in the world. On that day, there were 7 or 8 great Confucians in the human world who went to the Li residence to visit Li Wei and Li Yasheng. Ready to ask. After all, he is a 12-year-old Yasheng. Maybe, what unique secret does Li Wei have to become a Wendao Yasheng so quickly? These great Confucians are ready to ask for advice, and it is good to have a little gain. And Li Wei is not at home for the time being. Go to the apocalyptic world to save people. Those great Confucians waited at Li Wei's house. Li Wei's father, Li Jun, was shocked to see so many great scholars visiting his home at first. Until Li Jun was about to receive these great Confucians, but he was rejected by these great Confucians. This is disrespectful to Li Yasheng. Li Jun was stunned. Li Yasheng? Li Jun is a scholar. Although he has no talent, he has also passed the exam as a scholar. He has such a few inches of literary spirit, and he has a family background, so he is very clear. Yasheng, what does it represent? Yasheng, doesn't that mean Mencius? When did Li Yasheng have more? Wait. They say I'm Li Yasheng's father? If it wasn't for knowing that these people in front of them are great scholars in the world, all of them are people who are famous all over the world. Li Jun will think they are bullshitting. But these great Confucians say so. Damn it, isn't it because my son didn't see each other for a few days and became a sub-sage again? Not long ago, the purple air came 3,000 miles from the east, and the golden light was shining brightly on the world. Was it a vision caused by my son? Li Jun is just dumbfounded. Because Li Wei still had time to tell him this. He doesn't know anything. I thought it was my son, as a 12-year-old Confucian, that's why so many Confucians came to visit. Chapter 85 _ all the great Confucians worshipped together, please also ask Li Yasheng to point me and wait. See Li Jun's confused face. All the great Confucians knew that Li Jun didn't know that Li Wei had become a saint. Calculate the time. It took less than a day for Li Wei to become a saint. All the great Confucians entered Jixia Academy and asked Mencius before they knew about this. Immediately. There was a great Confucian who was also born in Hangzhou and explained to Li Jun, Li Yasheng is the one who was just born in my world. Mr. Li, that Li Yasheng is your son. The father is more valuable than the son. Anyway, this great Confucian, to Li Jun, that is quite polite. Otherwise, with Li Junkei's age of 40, how could he be called Mr. Li by a Confucian scholar? This is honor, name. Li Jun is. To tell the truth, a few days ago, When his son became a scholar of literacy and Taoism, Li Jun was incredulous for a while, believing it. It's unbelievable even now. After all, he still doesn't know about his son's 3 axes. Obviously it's a bit difficult for my son to be a scholar, isn't it? He's only 12 years old. How did it become? Ya Sheng. Li Jun's heart was trembling and he felt like he was dreaming. Yes, that's right, he must be dreaming. Only in dreams can such incredible things happen. Just, why does it hurt so much to pinch yourself? So it's not a dream? Niang Zipai. Did his son Li Wei become a saint like this? That is a sub-sage comparable to the sage Mencius. What the hell is going on? Li Jun felt dizzy. Then fainted. The impact is too great to bear, he needs to be quiet. Li Jun's dizziness has frightened the 8 literati and Taoist scholars present. These 8 literati and Taoist scholars all rushed to Li Wei's house. One by one, they even resorted to unconventional means, just to come to Yasheng Li Wei's home early so that they could visit as soon as possible. After all, asking a 12-year-old Asian saint for advice is impossible, right? But at the moment, Li Yasheng's father, Li Jun, fainted in front of them. This thing. The 8 literati and Taoist scholars, with an average age combined, are also in their 80s. Unspeakably nervous at the moment. Immediately, a great Confucian called out, "Elderly fainted." I think it was caused by too much excitement. I have a panacea here, which can be treated. A panacea was swallowed. Li Jun immediately woke up with a ruddy face, which shows the goodness of this elixir. Li Jun said in a trembling voice, "Really my son, became a sub-sage." A great Confucian with a white beard said, "It is true, Mr. Li, please don't get excited, this is a good thing." Li Jun took a deep breath and felt that in the past, the city he was proud of was being shattered again and again. How can this becomes a sub-sage? I'm Ashen's father. A dreamy experience. Li Wei came back from the apocalyptic world, and after chatting in the chat group, he sensed that a few literati and Taoist scholars had come to his home. Li Wei didn't care much. A great scholar, worthy of respect. They are all old men. Li Wei is ready to do just that. It's just that what makes Li Wei puzzled is, how long has it been since I became a saint of Wendao? How come there are several great scholars of Wendao who come to visit me at my house? Could it be that Meng Sheng exposed my identity as Wendao Yasheng? Also, I just left the prehistoric world and went to the apocalyptic world to save a few people. It took me 30 or 40 minutes in total. During this period of time, there were only 8 Wendao Confucians in my house? Are they really just here to visit me? Li Wei pondered. But it's no use thinking about it. Li Wei went straight home and went in. Li Wei went home, and when he entered the lobby, he saw 8 great Wendao scholars sitting in the lobby, and his father, Li Jun, was chatting with a few Wendao scholars with a dreamy look on his face. Li Weidao, I have seen my father and several great scholars. With that said, Li Wei was about to salute. Several great Confucians are old people, this wave of salutes will not be a loss, it should be. But was blocked. Great Confucian said, "Li Yasheng, don't bow. You are my Confucian dignified sub-sage, but a person comparable to Meng Sheng, how can you bow to us poor old men? In terms of knowledge, the best are respected." Li Wei said, "Several of them are old people, old seniors, it is right to respect the old people." Having said that, Li Wei gave a salute. In fact, it is not respect for the elderly. Li Wei just admired the characters of these great scholars. One who cultivates the system of writing and Taoism alone cannot live forever. Even a great scholar of Wendao has only a mere 200 or 300 years of life. These literati and Taoist Confucians in the human world are all figures who maintain the peace of the human world. It is worthy of respect. After Li Wei saluted, he asked, "I don't know how many great Confucians came to visit me, why are they?" Li Wei asked. The 8 literati stood up immediately, saluted Li Wei in unison, and said in unison, "Please also ask Li Yasheng to point me and wait." Li Wei was stunned and said, "What can I point you to? You are all great Confucians. All of them are rich in knowledge. I am only 12 years old. My knowledge is superficial." There was a gray-haired Wendao Confucian who smiled and said, "Li Yasheng, please don't be humble. You are the only one who can become a Wendao sub-sage. Apart from you, there is only Meng Sheng." Another bearded old man said, "If Li Yasheng, your knowledge is shallow, then I will be ashamed to wait. Wen Qi training system, the more profound the knowledge, the stronger the Wen Qi. Who can become a great scholar of literature and Taoism, who is not a person who has read countless books? And want to become a saint of Wendaya? I don't know how much knowledge to learn. How many books to read. And the most important thing is to understand your own language." Mencius inherited Confucius's literacy and carried it forward, and this became the literate sub-sage. Before Li Wei, Mencius was the only literate sub-sage through the ages. Confucius is the founder and the most holy teacher of the Wendao practice system. After he created the Wendao practice system, he is the only Wendao sage. In short, no great Confucian believed that Li Wei would be superficial. However, my knowledge is really shallow. I only know 4 books and 5 classics. Li Wei complained in his heart. He is a saint of Wendaya, and he is completely added by adding points. And only add 4 books and 5 classics. No other textbooks have been added. Li Wei not only said, "The younger generation is really shallow. If you ask for advice, it goes without saying that I welcome all the elders to visit my house. Why not let the younger generation take you on a tour of Hangzhou City?" However, these 8 great Confucians came to Li Wei's house for the first time and did not hesitate to use extraordinary means. How could it be that he came to Li Wei's house so that he could take them to Hangzhou City? But seeing these 8 great Confucians looking at each other, they comprehend, and Chi saluted Li Wei again. "Also ask Li Yasheng to instruct me to wait. Don't be more modest." Bulletin. Chapter 86. This article has garbled characters and missing chapters. The full chapter is updated here. www.lanzoui.com/b010pzc9 Li Jun, son, you play me. I'm really not humble. Li Wei wanted to say that. But looking at the firm expressions of these 8 literati and Taoist scholars, Li Wei knew that they would not leave easily without his instructions. Li Wei is also not good at chasing people. These 8 literati and Taoist scholars are still very strong in terms of character. After all, they are all people who guard one side of the world and protect the peace of the people. It's just that these few literati seem to be a little thick-skinned. Li Wei thought about it. Well, he's thick-skinned anyway. Want him to point it out? Then Li Wei really pointed it out? As for pointing out what? Of course, the 4 books and 5 classics are taught. It can be said that Li Wei, who added the 4 books and 5 classics to Dzogchen, will never be inferior to anyone in terms of attaining the 4 books and 5 classics. Maybe even stronger than Confucius and Mencius. Because Li Wei it is by simply adding a little bit of the 4 books and 5 classics, and adding a little bit to become a saint. Li Wei laughed and said, "Since several great scholars don't dislike it, then I will tell you about my experience of becoming a Wendao Yasheng." The 8 literati and Taoist scholars are all overjoyed. Li Wei wants to explain his experience of becoming a saint of Wendaya. That's big money. There was even a Wendao Confucian who came to Li Wei's house, and he was so glad in his heart that he used extraordinary means to come to Li Yasheng's house as soon as possible. Can I be fortunate to hear Yasheng explain his experience of becoming a Wendao Yasheng? Rank 9 elixir won't be able to exchange for this opportunity. Li Wei's father, Li Jun, is worried. Li Jun secretly said in his heart, "My son, I just tested his knowledge in school last month. With his literary talent, it takes a certain amount of luck to be admitted to a scholar. I don't know how he became a scholar of literary and Taoism somehow. He doesn't know how to do it. I know how to become a sage of Wendao sub-sage. But, with his poor literary talent, can he teach a great scholar? This won't be exposed on the spot by Wendao Daru. In other words, my son won't be a fake sub-sage, right?" Li Jun couldn't help but think too much. How many kilograms does his son really have? Can he not know? Ren Lijun can't even think of breaking his head. Li Wei is open. It was because of some concern that Li Jun jumped out to stop him at this time, saying, "My son Chang Shen, your knowledge is really shallow. How can you point out a few literati and Taoist scholars? Hurry up and step back." Li Jun winked at Li Wei. The 8 great scholars of Wendao were surprised, and they didn't know why Li Jun would ruin their chances. "Didn't you have a good chat with Li Jun just now? Why does Li Jun seem to not want Li Yasheng to point them at this time?" 8 literati and Taoist scholars, when they heard Li Wei say that they wanted to talk about their experience of becoming a sub-sage, they were all ready to express their gratitude. At this time, Li Jun jumped out to object. Immediately, there was a great scholar of Wendao and said, "Please, Mr. Li, don't stop me from waiting for Li Yasheng's lectures. This is a rare opportunity that I have been waiting for." This literati Confucian saluted Li Jun seemed sincere. Li Jun smiled bitterly, not knowing what to do. At this time, Li Wei had already taken out a copy of University, and he started talking like this. "The great learning is one of the 4 books and 5 classics, and must be studied in the imperial examination. Li Wei told the truth. I can become a sub-sage because I have fully understood the wonders of the 4 books and 5 classics. The Tao of the world is all contained in these 4 books and 5 classics." After speaking, Li Wei began to explain the book University. In terms of real materials, Li Wei still has it. The attainment of the 4 books and 5 classics. He surpasses anyone. This explains it. Li Wei found that with his lectures, there were many golden lotuses on the ground and a lot of flowers in the sky. And in his family, as long as they heard his lectures, whether it was a man, a woman, or an animal, they all fell into intoxication. There are also a few big trees, which seem to be addicted to Li Wei's lectures. Hell, they are obviously ordinary big trees, not monsters. Li Wei was talking, and after discovering these situations, he was stunned. Not just stop teaching. Li Wei wondered, could a few great Confucians give me some advice? Why do visions appear when I teach? There was a great Confucian who woke up from being addicted to Li Wei's lectures and said, "Li Yasheng, you are a sub-sage, and the sub-sage teaches and enlightens all beings." It's not surprising that Li Wei knew this. Now let's talk about the book University. Patience. Li Wei talked for more than 2 hours, and he went straight to the 4 books and 5 classics. In the vicinity of Li Wei's house, he did not know how many visions he had ascended. The people in Hangzhou all gathered around to watch. When I vaguely heard the voice of Li Wei lecturing, I fell into a trance. After speaking for more than 2 hours, Li Wei was really impatient. What are the 4 books and 5 classics? Li Wei complained in his heart. Of course he wouldn't show it on the surface. He just said, "Several great Confucians, you can see that it's not too early." The meaning of the words is obvious. After listening to Li Wei's lecture for more than an hour, the 8 great scholars all felt that they had gained a lot. All of them treated Li Wei as a teacher and a disciple, and said respectfully, "Since it is not early, I will come back tomorrow to listen to Li Yasheng's advice. Today is a big trouble for Li Yasheng. Li Wei is, fuck, come tomorrow. How can I have so much free time to explain such boring things as the 4 books and 5 classics to you old men?" I also have to arrange for a clone to go to the Great Wasteland to develop in the fairyland. Of course, Li Wei will not say this. After all, respecting the elderly is a virtue. Li Wei just said, several great confusions, you won't be here tomorrow. All I can talk about is in the 4 books and 5 classics. I've finished talking today. Li Wei's face was serious. The 8 great Confucians also knew that even if they came tomorrow, Li Yasheng would not give them any pointers, so they couldn't help but feel sorry. After paying homage to Li Yasheng again, the 8 great Confucians left. Li Wei was relieved. It was really not easy to talk about the 4 books and 5 classics for more than 2 hours, mainly because it was boring. And aside, Li Jun was also listening to Li Wei's lectures. At this time, from Li Wei's lectures, in retrospect, he felt that Li Wei's lectures were full of words and words, as if full of heaven and earth. All are condensed in these 4 books and 5 classics. Li Jun thought about it and suddenly said, Chang Sheng. By the way, did you play me before? Why did you only show the level of literary talent when my school tested you? Obviously, your knowledge has reached the real peak, right? Although I don't understand a lot of things, but looking at those great Confucians, they are all convinced by your knowledge. Up to now, Li Jun also knows that he is worried for nothing. His own son, Chang Sheng, is a genuine Wendeya saint. In the past, those articles written by Li Wei, the level is just average. In Li Jun's view, it's my son who is playing me. Obviously you have the talent of the sky. At the age of 12, he became a virtuous saint. In the past, on weekdays, I pretended to be like an ordinary scholar. This idiot. It was amazing. Chapter 87 On behalf of thousands of scholars all over the world, I also invite Li Yasheng to write a biography. Li Jun's idea is very simple. That is, Li Wei became a saint of Wendeo, destined to be famous for eternity. Then, as Li Wei's father, he trained Li Wei, a literate saint, and he can also be famous for the ages, right? Just like in the story of Meng's mother's 3 relocations, the mother of Mencius. Li Wei didn't answer Li Jun's question, he just said with a smile, Father, don't think about it, isn't this a good result? Your son, I am a saint of Wendeya. Li Jun did not continue to investigate why Li Wei acted about him before. He is not a tangled person, but very open-minded. Li Jundeo, then let's go eat. It's getting dark. That night, Li Wei entered the Jixia Academy and learned about the things in the immortal world through the collection of books in the Jixia Academy. Of course, Li Wei won't read books that are too old. Times are changing. From the ancient books, I don't know how many deviations there will be. According to today, there are only a few books in Jixia Academy that describe the immortal world in a relatively recent time. It didn't take much time for Li Wei to read these books. As he became the master of the single 25-body universe, his spiritual sense became stronger and he read books extremely fast. In the immortal world, although there is still order, in general, the strong are respected. If you have strength, you can occupy the next site. You can also grab someone else's site, which is a good thing. This means that my clone can easily gain a foothold in the immortal world, as long as the old mother Li Shan doesn't take action on my clone. Li Wei thought to himself. After reading the current situation of the Earth Immortal Realm, he left Jixia Academy, and then used the He Huazai Immortal Emperor method, separated a clone, and went to the first heaven and earth immortal realm of the immortal realm. The avatar from He Huazai Immortal Emperor Lao has infinite wonderful uses. As long as Li Wei's body does not take the initiative to remove it, it can exist almost forever, and Li Wei's He Huazai Immortal Emperor method is a small success, and avatar can be separated. Possesses 80% of his body strength. It can be said that Li Wei's clone, in the prehistoric world, with the help of the long river of righteousness, barely has the power of Jinxian. Jinxian in the immortal realm is a great power. Therefore, Li Wei felt that as long as the old mother Li Shan, who had a grudge against him, didn't take action against him, he could gain a firm foothold in the immortal realm and collect skill points for him. The next day, early in the morning, Li Wei frowned. Because more than a dozen literati and Taoist Confucian scholars came to his door. Yesterday there were only 8 great Confucians. 15 came in one breath today, almost doubled. You know, in this world, there are only a dozen literati and Taoist Confucians in total, right? Is this all these literati come to my house? This is too diligent, isn't it? But I don't want to teach the 4 books and 5 classics. If I have time to spare, can I cook myself a few plates of luminous dishes to eat? Levi was drinking from a bottle of milk, the same milk Tony Stark had given him. On the other hand, Li Wei complained in his heart. Really, I can't stand these literati. But these literati and Taoist scholars are all worthy of respect, and they are also old people. I can't afford it, I can't hide it. Li Wei had the idea of moving. He thinks that the Shushan of the Yimei school is very good. Although the Yimei school is still only a small school, it will one day become the #1 school in the world. If the plot of Shushan's swordsman biography will take place in the prehistoric world. Even if the Yimei school is not yet developed, the scenery near Shushan is also very good. You can consider moving the whole family to live there for a few days. Come to think of it, his parents are also willing to travel, right? Li Wei was thinking about how to avoid those literati. Li Wei's father, Li Jun, brought those 15 literati and Taoist scholars into their homes. After all, he is a great Confucian scholar. Li Jun's idea is that when the great scholar Wen Dao comes to the door, why should he be treated politely? Once upon a time, Li Jun's wish is that the Li family will send another Jinchi. But after Li Wei became a Wendaya sage, his once wish has been thrown to Java by Li Jun. I am the Holy Father. The great scholar, who is famous all over the world and is worshipped by countless scholars, will also come to my house to visit. Our Li family has risen. Li Jun began to change his mind, so he welcomed more than a dozen literati and Taoist scholars, and he was still calm and calm. Li Wei's spiritual sense sensed that his father had already welcomed the 15 literati outside the door into the door, and he had no choice but to go out of the room to receive them. I hope I don't point them out. Li Wei said in his heart. On the surface, he was naturally polite, and said hello to those literati who entered his home. After some greetings, Li Wei said clearly, I haven't been in the mood to give lectures recently, so please forgive me. Li Wei was very polite. And yesterday, after listening to Li Wei explaining the 4 books and 5 classics, the 8 literati and Taoist Confucians were nothing. It's just that I haven't listened to the 7 literati and Taoist Confucians who lectured by Li Wei, so I regret each and every one of them. If I had known that Li Yasheng would give lectures and preach yesterday, they would have to come as soon as possible. Today, Li Yasheng has made a clear statement, and he will no longer teach and preach in the near future. The 7 great Confucians are very sorry. The Zhou Confucian, who was born in Hangzhou, showed the intention of the 15 great Confucians. Zhou Daru said, I have already learned about Li Yasheng's thoughts, so today, I am here not to ask Li Yasheng for guidance, but to ask for a book. Li Wei asked, what are you asking for? I don't have any valuable books in my family. Li Wei finished speaking. I saw 15 literati and Taoist Confucian scholars, all bowed and respected. Jing said, I am representing thousands of scholars all over the world, and I have come to invite Li Yasheng to write a biography. Li Weidao, you don't need to be so polite, why do you salute at every turn? You are the elders. Having said this, Li Wei felt speechless. Be more firm about the idea of moving a house temporarily. Li Wei continued, and I'm only 12 years old. It's too early to write a book and make a biography. Expressly refused. Nonsense, how tiring to write a biography. The only benefit that Li Wei can get from writing a book and a biography is fame. Does Li Wei seem like someone who cares about fame? He's been very busy lately, okay. But the 15 literati and Taoist scholars refused to stand up, bowed down and saluted, and said in unison, Li Yasheng's literary talent is earth-shattering, and he will write a book and make a biography one day later. That is the loss of thousands of scholars in the world, and please Li Yasheng think twice. Ah! Li Wei didn't know what to say. It is a loss for thousands of scholars all over the world to write a book and make a biography a day later. Can these great scholars of literature and Taoism not praise him like this? But seeing the firm expressions of these 15 literati, Li Wei had no choice but to answer, okay. I'll start writing a book and a biography. Promise is promise. But Li Wei didn't say how long it would take to write a biography. Writing a book and making a biography. This is not a trivial matter, is it? Isn't it normal for Li Wei to spend hundreds of years writing books and biography? I'm very busy, who has the spare time to write books and make biographies? Chapter 88 _ The second volume of the Immortal Sutra is great consummation. Li Wei muttered in his heart. But on the surface, he promised to write a biography, but he undoubtedly made these literati and Taoist scholars satisfied. I saw these literati and Taoist Confucians, each of them respectfully said, then I will wait for Li Yasheng's writings. Afterwards, Li Wei chatted casually with these great literati, and these great literati left one by one. Every literate scholar has a place that they need to protect. This cannot be left for long. Watching these literati leave, Li Wei looked relieved. In this way, it seems that he does not need to move for the time being. However, the clone that Li Wei sent to the immortal realm also gained something. Skill points, 873,244. Last night, Li Wei sent his avatar from the He Huazizhe Immortal Emperor method to the immortal realm. Now, just a few hours later, his clone has gained almost 800,000 skill points. It can only be said that the great desolate immortal realm is really rich. Because Li Wei connected his avatars, he found that his avatars had not yet officially acted and occupied the territory. He just grabbed 2 little demon kings in the great wasteland immortal realm, and he had these gains. And with the number of skill points reaching hundreds of thousands, Li Wei found that the second volume of the Indestructible Sutra can be added. Li Wei didn't have the idea of keeping skill points. He added skill points to the second volume of the Indestructible Scripture. This is not a waste. The second volume of the Indestructible Scripture is the best exercise method in Li Wei's hands that can improve his strength. Li Wei thought about it. With more than 500,000 skill points, it was consumed. The second volume of the Undying Sutra is small, can be improved. The second volume of the Undying Sutra is large, cannot be improved. There are only 300,000 skill points left, so I can't upgrade Indestructible Sutra 2 for the time being. And He Huazizhe Immortal Emperor method, not to mention, this Deluo method, although it can't directly improve Li Wei's cultivation, but the consumption of skill points is far more than Indestructible Sutra Volume 2. Li Wei actually didn't understand the consumption level of the skill point bonus, but the skill points were very easy to get, and Li Wei didn't bother to delve into it. Infinite points system obviously, it is not Li Wei's current strength that can be studied in depth. At least you have to become a big Luo Jinxian. With the addition of Indestructible Sutra Volume 2 to Dachan, the comprehensive strength evaluation on Li Wei's system panel also changed. In a world without Wendeo, Li Wei already has the strength of the invincible Tai Immortal. And before adding a little bit to upgrade the Indestructible Sutra Volume 2 to Dachan, Li Wei, in a world without Wendeo, is comparable to the great perfection immortal of Tai Immortal. This strength is a step further. And the strength of the invincible Tai Immortal, put it in the fantasy world where the real Baron Emperor is located, It is estimated that it is the strength of the invincible quasi-immortal king. Li Weijing experienced the changes in himself. He felt that his primordial spirit and physical body had become stronger, possessing the characteristic of non-destruction, and he felt satisfied. Let the clone work hard in the Great Wasteland Immortal Realm. As long as the skill points are enough, add the Indestructible Sutra Volume 2 to the Great Perfection, and I will be the first level strength of the Immortal King. That way, even if you don't have the strength of Wendao, you can still be as powerful as Jin Xian. Li Wei thought about it and urged the clone to act boldly. Anyway, the clone in the immortal realm of the Great Wasteland, it doesn't matter if he dies, and he will be able to recover with the He Huazi Izai Immortal Emperor method in a few days. It is worth mentioning that Li Wei found that the avatar he used He Huazi Izai Immortal Emperor method, and the food he ate could still be converted into his skill points. It's just that the clone can't contact the Super Dimension chat group. A few days have passed. The news that Li Wei became a saint of Wendao began to be known by the world gradually. Not only the princes and nobles, but even the common people began to know the news. Li Wei, Li Yasheng. For a time, he became the hottest character spread in the human world. Many ordinary people regard Li Yasheng as the second sub-sage through the ages. Readers, on the other hand, are watching Li Wei write a biography. There are immortal works through the ages, let them, these scholars, study, they will truly believe that Li Wei is a literary saint and respect him. However, people with discerning eyes know that Li Wei's identity as a virtuous sub-sage is genuine, and he can be immortal through the ages only by writing a biography. A few days ago, the purple energy came 3,000 miles from the east, and the golden light shone brightly on the world. These two kinds of visions of writing and Taoism are not fake. And more than a dozen literati and Taoist scholars have come to the door and met Li Wei Li Yasheng. I have never seen them say that Li Yasheng has a name. It is conceivable that the second sub-sage of the ages will not be fake. I heard that the emperor of the Song dynasty was busy, bringing the statues and portraits of Li Wei Li Yasheng into the Confucian temple to enshrine. After all, Li Yasheng is a sub-sage who appeared in the Song dynasty. Of course, the emperor of the Song dynasty is honored. It's just because Li Yasheng doesn't have a biography yet, so the Song emperor can only wait. When Li Yasheng's writings are published and his name spreads all over the world, it will be a good idea to invite Li Yasheng to worship in the Confucian temple. As Li Wei's reputation grew, some of Li Wei's relatives came to him. They all come for benefits. In this era, there is a saying that one person attains the Tao and the dog ascends to heaven. Therefore, it is not uncommon for Li Wei's relatives and friends to visit Li's house and ask for some benefits. Li Wei's relatives came to visit, usually Li Jun received them. Li Jun's ability to deal with people and things is very good. And Li Wei's friend? He was only 12 years old in this life, so what kind of friends could he have? The only one who could be considered a friend, Su Xian, was also fishing a few days ago when he slipped and fell into the river and drowned. Li Wei doesn't care about his reputation, so he is not in a hurry to write a biography. He is not a sage of Wendao in the system of writing and Taoism. Qian Li Zhao. No matter what the world thinks about it, anyway, the strength of his Wendao Yasheng will not increase or decrease. Li Wei has been busy in the immortal world these days. Earth Immortal is too rich. Li Wei's clone went to Earth Immortal Realm, but in just a few days, after killing a big demon king and occupying a piece of land, he found resources worth nearly 10 million skill points or. Now, Li Wei already has 9,789,872 skill points. It's time to add some more. Li Wei was very happy that the clone got so many skill points in the immortal realm. Without the idea of keeping skill points, Li Wei started to add them. The great completion of the second volume of the Undying Sutra can be upgraded, the peak of the second volume of the Undying Sutra can be improved, the great perfection of the second volume of the undying classic, cannot be upgraded. In an instant, Li Wei added twice. Inextinguishable Sutra Volume 2 directly completes the great consummation. Chapter 89 Mencius, all scholars in the world are waiting for you to write a book and make a biography. Unlimited point system. Host, Li Wei. Cultivation method, the great perfection of the second volume of the Undying Sutra. Comprehensive strength evaluation, comparable to Jingxian's great power. Skill points, 1,210,752. A wave of points. Both the upper and lower volumes of the Indestructible Sutra are complete. Unsurprisingly, Li Wei's level of strength has truly reached the point of being as powerful as Jingxian. Put this in the fantasy world, that is the combat power of the immortal king. In this life, Li Wei was only 12 years old. The 12-year-old young fairy king. Not bad. Li Wei was satisfied, but he didn't have time to feel the power of the Indestructible Sutra after the 2 volumes were all consummated. Li Wei heard his father Li Jun shout, "Chang Sheng! Meng Sheng is coming to our house." Mencius. Li Wei senses it. I found out that it was really Mencius who came to his house. But why did Mencius come to his house? Shouldn't this kind of sage of the human race be very busy? Li Wei thought to himself, but he didn't dare to delay. She put it aside and hurriedly went out to entertain Meng Sheng. Mencius was Li Wei's nobleman and gave Li Wei a lot of help. The entry token of Jixia Academy, the Indestructible Classic and He Huazai's Immortal Emperor Law were all brought to him by Mencius. Mencius was sitting in the lobby drinking tea, but he was not in a hurry. Seeing Li Wei coming, Mencius said, "Li Yasheng, where is your book?" Li Wei was taken aback and said, "Meng Sheng, what book are you talking about?" Mencius shook his head and said, "Didn't you say it a few days ago? You want to write a book and make a biography. Now all the scholars in the world are waiting for you to write a book and make a biography." Li Wei thought to himself, how could he have such free time? If he had this time, wouldn't it be better to get more skill points? Then he defended, "Writing a book and making a biography is not a trivial matter, how can it be casual? Meng Sheng, please wait for me to think for a few hundred years, and then let me write it slowly." Mencius spit out a sip of tea in his mouth. "Hundreds of years? You 12-year-old Yasheng, it takes hundreds of years to write a book and make a biography. I think you are fooling me, an old man." Mencius said solemnly, "Li Yasheng, scholars all over the world are waiting for you to write a book and create a biography. If you don't write a book and create a biography, even the current emperor of the Song dynasty would not be able to invite you into the Confucian temple, you know?" Li Wei said, "Meng Sheng, what do you call me Li Yasheng? You're too polite, just call me Chang Sheng, or just call me Li Wei. As for entering the Confucian temple, I'm not in a hurry." Mencius had no choice but to show his cards and said, "You are not in a hurry, I am in a hurry. How many thousands of years have we been in Confucianism? It's hard to find a second sub-sage besides me. Don't you hurry up and write a book and make a biography, promote my literary reputation, and stay at home. What are you doing leisurely?" Mencius paused, then said, "And Chang Sheng, your avatar, in the immortal world, has made a lot of things. If the human ancestors had not suppressed those things, your avatar would have been destroyed long ago. Let me tell you, well, your clone has already been targeted by several demon saints of the demon clan. In the future, you should not kill monsters in the immortal world, that is not the territory of our human race." Li Wei was surprised and said, "Is there still such a thing? Isn't Earth immortal world the strongest?" Mencius said, "What is the strongest person to respect? How long has it been since the conferred God War? There is no place in the great wilderness, there is no order. You have killed a lot of monsters and robbed a lot of things in the immortal world. There is no demon saint. It's weird to be following you. Demon Saint is a title that can only be possessed by the Logo Jinxian among the demon clan. As for Sun Wukong and the Bull Demon King in the past, the practice of calling themselves the great sage of the demon race, can be understood as a joke. Except that Sun Wukong took his title of Monkey King seriously. The others who swore to Sun Wukong were all claiming to be demon kings. Li Wei heard Mencius say that his clone was being targeted by several demon saints, and at the moment, he didn't dare to let his clone mess around in the wild world. Many, demon saints. That is a few big Logo Jinxian. Li Wei is not so stubborn, and dares to go against a few big Logo Jinxian. He is not strong enough at present. A few monsters, the Logo Jinxian, may not dare to come to the world to kill his body, but it is still very easy to destroy his clone in the immortal world. If he offends a few demon saints, then it is possible that if Li Wei goes to the immortal world once, he will be destroyed by the demon saints once, and he will be blinded. The Great Wasteland Immortal Realm is a treasure trove of resources. To get skill points in the Earth Immortal Realm, even if you follow the rules and don't mess around, with the strength of Li Wei's clone, you can get several million skill points in a month. Still better. Li Wei pondered slightly. Mencius hurriedly said, Li Yasheng, what are you still thinking about? Start writing a book today. For Mencius, the things that Li Wei did in the immortal world of the Great Wasteland were all small things. Moreover, Mencius felt that Li Wei's clone was killed, and it was nothing. He had also read the law of immortal Emperor He Huazaize. The clone is destroyed, and it will be fine for a period of time. It's not a big deal. On the contrary, the writing and biography that Li Wei does not pay attention to is the problem that Mencius attaches great importance to. He didn't hesitate to personally urge Li Wei to write a biography. What can Li Wei do? Mencius, who was kind to him, came to urge him to write a book and make a biography. Then, even if Li Wei felt that writing a book and a biography was a waste of time, he had no choice but to do it. Li Wei then agreed, okay. Meng Shen, don't worry, give me 3 days. I'll give my Wendao books. Mencius was speechless and said, 3 days. Li Wei nodded and confirmed, 3 days is enough. Meng Shen, don't worry, and the matter of my avatar in the immortal world, please take care of Meng Shen. Earth Immortal World is a treasure land of resources, and Li Wei is very concerned about it. Mencius responded, okay, as long as your avatar doesn't continue to mess around in the immortal world, I can guarantee that your avatar is safe and sound. But this book and biography is a major event, don't be in a hurry, it will be a mess. No, the scholars in the world will not recognize you as a sub-sage. Li Baden smiled and said, isn't it just writing a book? It's just a matter of writing my knowledge into a literary book, which is easy for me. See Li Wei so confident. Mencius believed it? Because he thought that Li Wei was a 12-year-old Wendao Yasheng. Maybe this is genius? Mencius came to Li Wei's house to remind Li Wei of these two things. One is to write a book and make a biography, which is a major event. The second is to let Li Wei's clone in the immortal world stay safe. Otherwise he will be destroyed by the demon saint of the demon clan, which is a trivial matter. After clarifying these two matters, Li Wei replied clearly. Mencius left. Li Wei wanted to give it away, but Mencius disappeared with a swoosh. It is estimated that space teleportation and Huiji went to the school palace. Chapter 90. This article has garbled characters and missing chapters, and the latest chapters are updated here. Group owner, shocked. Aisha, how dare you at the great emperor of the wasteland? Meng Shen is really free and easy. It's not at all different from those literati who abide by the rules. Seeing this, Li Wei sighed in his heart. Then, he went back to his room and started writing a book. Writing a book is also a bit of a hassle for Li Wei, because when writing a book and making a biography, he needs to add his own personal thoughts. After all, Li Wei is a saint. If the whole article is plagiarized from the thought of the former people, it is estimated that they will be sprayed. The scholars these days are still very powerful. Think about it. While Li Wei wrote down his understanding of the 4 books and 5 classics, this is where Li Wei is most confident, because he is the great perfection of the 4 books and 5 classics, and no one can surpass him in this regard. On the other hand, Li Wei took a shortcut. In terms of personal thought, Li Wei selectively copied the 24-character mantra. What is the 24-character mantra? Prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, rule of law, patriotism, dedication, integrity, friendliness. Because of the cultural background at this time, Li Wei did not dare to write some things, for fear of getting into trouble. In a word, with the deletions, Li Wei plagiarized some of the socialist ideas of later generations and integrated them into his own understanding of the 4 books and 5 classics. Something magical happened. I'm really a genius. In less than half a day, I've finished a book with more than 100,000 words. This book of more than 100,000 words is a summary of Li Wei's knowledge plus some socialist thoughts. In general, lead people upwards. As for the idea that everyone is equal or something that would cause big trouble, Li Wei is stupid to really write. Anyway, plagiarism is really fast. Only the understanding of the 4 books and 5 classics was written by Li Wei himself. Throughout the whole chapter, Li Wei feels that this book is also a gem. Satisfied nod. Very good. And after Li Wei thought about it for a while, he named the book Social Biography. Too lazy to think about the name. The title of the book is also perfunctory. Write the title of the book, and the book is completely complete. In an instant, a golden light descended from the sky and landed on the social biography that Li Wei had written. Li Wei can't figure out what's going on? Forget it, the vision or something, it's not surprising. Li Wei didn't bother to go deep into it. In this prehistoric world with a vast and upright spirit, Li Wei, a literate and sub-sage, even if he gave lectures casually, had frequent visions and had the effect of educating all beings. It is conceivable that the vision is a special effect. However, the golden light that descended on that day was not a vision, but a merit. Feeling the way of heaven, Li Wei wrote the book Social Biography, which was beneficial to the general development of heaven and earth, so he gave some merits and virtues. The original social biography written by Li Wei has become a treasure of merit and virtue under the addition of the merits of the heavenly way. Although weak, but the treasures of merit and virtue have their own wonderful uses. The book and biography were completed, because he became a plagiarism dog and directly copied the most important ideas. Li Wei was done in less than half a day, which is very fast. After the completion of this matter, Li Wei arranged for his clone in the Great Wasteland Immortal Realm to be more peaceful. It is best to be honest and guard the territory occupied by the clone. Otherwise, if you dare to mess up again, you will really cause a few demon saints, but it will be a big trouble. After doing this, Li Wei looked at the system panel. On the system panel, there are more than 1 million skill points. But this is more than 1 million skill points, and it is not enough to increase the He Huazai Immortal Emperor method to Dachan. Li Wei put his consciousness on the chat group. For a few days, I didn't pay attention to the Super Dimension chat group. As soon as Li Wei thought about it, he entered the chat group page. And see. Group member Fahey sent the document Supreme Wonderful Ju Tathagata Zen Sutra to the group member Huang Tiandi. Group member Su Changqing sent the document Chushan Swordsmanship to the group member Huang Tiandi. Li Weizhou took all the documents and received all the documents sent by Fahey and Su Changqing. Although, the Chushan Swordsmanship sent by Su Changqing was of no use to Li Wei, who now has the power of Jingxian. But it is always Su Changqing's mind. and the practice method Supreme Wonderful Ju Tathagata Zen Sutra sent to him by Fahe is a Buddhist practice method that is also useful to Li Wei. The Supremely Wonderful Tathagata Zen Sutra is a practice method that can improve the comprehension of immortals and gods, and it should be a true Buddhist tradition. Li Wei felt that his savvy was good, but he didn't mind being better. Although he improved his strength mainly by adding some plugins. Superdimension Chat Group Chat Interface. Huangtiandi at Omniscient and Almighty Li Daxian, Group Owner. I haven't been to this chat group for a few days. What's going on in the chat group, can you tell me? Omniscient and Almighty Li Daxian, Group Owner. Great God Huangtian Emperor, in the past few days, 3 new group members have come to the group. Omniscient and Almighty Li Daxian, Group Owner. They are Lu Paiqiang from the world of the Wandering Earth, Gandalf, the melee wizard from the world of the Lord of the Rings, and Elsa, the beautiful girl from the world of Frozen. 0. All-knowing and Almighty Li Daxian, Group Leader Big Brother Huangtiandi. I keep your instructions in mind, and I didn't pretend to be a ghost to deceive them about anything. I treat people with sincerity. Knowing and Almighty Li Daxian, Group Owner. All the group members in the group can testify for me. I resolutely implemented the instructions you gave me, Mr. Huangtiandi. Integrity-based, and the group members in these groups, be a position face-to-face deal. All-knowing and Almighty Li Daxian, Group Owner Big Brother Huangtiandi. I'm really loyal. You let me go east, I will never go west. You let me steal chickens, I will never touch dogs. Aisha at Wild Heaven Emperor, Brother Group Master, is this your Majesty the Wild Heaven Emperor? Omniscient and Almighty Li Daxian, Group Owner Aisha. Stop it. You can't at your Majesty Huangtiandi. This is a big disrespect to the boss. I'm really sorry, Huangtiandi boss, Aisha just joined the group and is not sensible. Huangtiandi, aren't you crazy, the group leader? Or do you think I'm cruel? Is it necessary to be like this? I've said it all, everyone in the group is friends. Knowing and Almighty Li Daxian, Group Leader as the Supreme Immortal Emperor who shattered all worlds with a snap of your fingers, Huangtiandi boss. Although you don't care, we mortals need to be respectful to you. Aisha, Your Majesty Huangtian Emperor, I'm sorry, I just at you. Emperor Huangtian. This all-knowing and almighty Li Daxian? It made Li Wei feel weird. Small.